home. A broadcaster's voice echoed from the television. Ladies and gentlemen, in just 5 minutes, our country's rocket will be launched. A handsome, muscular young man with six-pack abs was doing his 1,000th push-up. My name is Wong Thang, and I am 17 years old. Teenagers at this age usually fool around and waste their time. But I don't dare to, because speaking of which, he recalled his previous life, where cultivators and superhumans and mutants were engaged in a fierce battle, while he ran for his life. Even after running for more than a kilometer, he was hit by a stray bullet, and thus, Wong Thang ascended to heaven at the age of 31. In my previous life, I was just a lowly rogue cultivator who didn't even know who killed him. Now that heaven has given me a chance to live again, I can't die a second time. In this life, I must live properly. 16 hours, 15 minutes, 24 seconds. The rocket launched successfully. The time and location are exactly the same as in the memories of my previous life. This proves that I have truly been reborn as a 17-year-old. Rumor has it that the rocket brought something back from the moon, causing the spiritual energy that disappeared for 1,000 years to return, ushering Earth into an era of universal cultivation. Since I've been reborn to this moment, I must seize the opportunity. Unfortunately, the broken cultivation technique from my previous life can only slightly enhance my physique now. It seems that to change my fate in this life, my only option is to cling to a powerful backer. Not long after, Wong Thang's parents came home. Now it was time for him to come out to his parents. Have a talk with them. Mom, Dad, I want to go on a trip for a while. Where are you going? Thang, going on a vacation? With whom? A classmate? Are there any girls? How old? Where from? Do you have money? Why didn't you say anything earlier? Do you have a secret stash? We can lend you some interest-free. Well, about that, I want to go to Mount Vodang and become a Daoist monk. The next morning, after a chaotic night, he finally convinced his parents to let him go to Mount Vodang to become a disciple. Although the price he paid was a bit tragic, his parents cried their eyes out. Why would Thang think so foolishly? Don't worry, honey, Thang already said it. He's just taking a gap year. Oh, so you know it's just a gap year? Just watch me beat you. Honey, I was wrong. In my previous life, Vodang held an important position among the top experts of the heavenly ranking. I couldn't take a master last time, but I definitely won't miss the chance this time. Mount Vodang. Here I come. Purple Cloud Palace, Mount Vodang. His parents were busy sightseeing and were left behind by Wong Thang. How can Thang walk so fast while carrying all that luggage? Keep going, honey. What? Daoist Master Cao Thui Han is not on the mountain? Martial Uncle Cao went abroad for a performance, so he won't be around for a few months. That's right. Daoist Master Cao Thui Han was a top 30 figure on the heavenly ranking before the world's spiritual energy recovered, considered the representative of Vodang martial arts. At this stage, he and a few other Daoist masters are absent. Should I choose another cultivation sect to join? Just as he was about to leave, someone spoke up. Kids your age should focus on studying. Don't get too obsessed with novels. If you really want to learn martial arts, I'll introduce you to some authentic Vodang martial arts manuals, only 300 each. This is the true martial arts legacy of Vodang. It can definitely help you dominate the world and laugh at the universe. If you need an inner energy foundation, young man, you can also join the crash course I teach. Young man, you have a great affinity for martial arts today. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Looking at this old Daoist, Wong Thang immediately realized that this was his destiny. He quickly clasped his hands respectfully. Please accept me as your disciple, Daoist master. I am willing to follow you and cultivate the Dao. That's right. This is my destiny. Isn't this person the silent master, Fan Nong Tu? In my previous life, he was a reclusive Daoist ranked in the top 5 of the heavenly ranking. I'm really too lucky this time. Fan Ngon Tu gently shook his head. Little friend, if you said you wanted to learn martial arts, it would be believable. But opening your mouth and talking about cultivating to become an immortal, have you ever seen someone with magic? This disciple feels that the Dao is a type of spirit, a different perception of the universe. I haven't found a master to follow on Mount Vodang yet, but the moment I saw you, I knew you were no ordinary person. You're quite interesting. Always talking about the Dao. You want to take a master but are still picky. I'm just a nobody with an empty title on Mount Vodang. In recent years, I've only taken in one disciple, and I usually don't look after her much. Are you sure you want to take me as your master? Do your parents know you want to become a disciple? My parents came with me. Daoist master, I sincerely want to cultivate under you. It seems you are quite sincere, not just running away from home after watching too many movies and reading novels. 3 questions. If your answers satisfy me, tell your parents to come talk. First question, what is the Dao? The Dao is the law, nature, and order. Second question, what are the 5 arts of Daoism? Mountain, medical, destiny, divination, and physiognomy. Mountain refers to Daoist magic, Medical is Daoist medicine. Destiny is, it seems you have done your research. Then the third question. After you become my disciple, if your father and I both fall into the water and are drowning, who would you save first? Hearing Thon Ngantu's question, Wang Fang's body trembled and his mind raced. Saving the master first would be unfilial to his parents. Taoism has a saying, an unfilial person cannot become a true human. Saving his parents first would be disrespectful to his master. A master is like a parent. After thinking for a while, Fang finally gave his answer. I would save my father first. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Wang Fang didn't expect to actually succeed. I spoke with your parents yesterday. Right now, you are just my probationary disciple. Only after passing the test will I decide whether to officially accept you as a disciple or not. This is where I usually stay. It's just me and your senior sister here. Spend this time living with us. Yes, Master. I wonder what Master said to my parents yesterday to convince them to let me stay on Mount Vodang. Anyway, I finally succeeded in becoming a disciple. When they arrived, Fan and Gon too called out, Hyen, didn't you want to meet your new junior brother? Come out and take a look. Then, an elegant girl stepped out from the Daoist temple. Wang Fang instantly became extremely excited. Fan Nontu patted the girl's head and explained, this child's name is Mook Owen Hyen, your senior sister. She is usually very shy, but surprisingly, she isn't afraid of you. Senior sister, I am Wang Fang. Please take care of me from now on. Wang Fang suddenly broke into a cold sweat. The surname Muck is very rare. Owen Hyen. Owen, wait. Is my senior sister's name really Muck Owen Hyen? Nonsense. I gave her that name myself. How could it be wrong? Calm down. I need to stay calm now, but still calm down. Silent Master, Thanangon 2. Speechless Fairy Muck Owen Hyen. Why didn't I realize they were master and disciple? With 2 top 10 experts of the heavenly ranking protecting me, I can do whatever I want in the future. Seeing Wang Fang spacing out, the senior sister pointed to her head, signaling if there was something wrong with him. Who would have the heart to let their child suffer on the mountain? As a senior sister, you must remember to take care of your junior brother from now on. The senior sister nodded continuously. Stepping inside the Daoist temple, Fan and Gon too continued. Although you call me master, before you are officially recognized, you still need to go through a trial period. You must prepare yourself mentally. If you can't endure it, I won't force you to stay on the mountain. Understood? As long as Master doesn't chase this disciple down the mountain, that's fine. This disciple will never give up. All right, do you see that millstone over there? Once you're done resting, go grind those 2 bags of wheat into flour. Yes, I guarantee the task will be completed. First, he poured the grains in, and then he started turning it. Seeing this from a distance, Fan Ngantu smiled. Hyen, the morning chill has dissipated. You can go out to practice now. The 2 of them meditated in the courtyard with spiritual energy swirling around them. Wang Fang continued to grind the wheat diligently next to them. As expected, even though the world's spiritual energy is scarce, their cultivation has never been interrupted. Even if it's just the process of calming the mind and condensing the spirit, this kind of cultivation accumulated over many years is extremely terrifying. No wonder their progression speed far surpassed ordinary people after the world's spiritual energy recovered. Once I pass the introductory training, Master will definitely teach me some cultivation methods. It's true that resting under a big tree is nice, but nothing is more important than one's own strength. Even if I can't compare to Senior's sister, I can't fall too far behind in the future. I must take it one step at a time. The more Thanangon Tu looked at Wang Fang, the more satisfied he became. He's not impatient and has a good temperament. Although he had undergone physical training a few months ago, doing this kind of work for the first time still felt quite unfamiliar. Just as he was about to continue working, Mok Owen Hyen handed him some water. Wang Fang took the water from his senior sister and gulped it down. Thanangon Tu spoke from inside the room. Clean up your room when you're done working. The main house has 2 bedrooms, just enough for you and Hyen to have 1 each. My room is next door. If you need anything, just come find me. After your afternoon nap, go down the mountain to visit your parents, so they won't worry. Yes, this disciple understands. As soon as Thanangon Tu stepped out of the room, he called Mook Owen Hyen over. Seeing Wang Fang imitating their meditation posture, Master couldn't help but praise him. Look at your junior brother. His posture isn't bad at all. Then, Master suddenly felt an itch all over and said, I'm not praising you, you know. The next afternoon, Wang Fang was carrying a pile of things up the mountain. Senior sister's electric fan was too old. I told my parents to buy 2 new ones. Master probably won't blame me. I came up the mountain so recklessly, my parents must be heartbroken. Although I didn't know what to say, in this era of recovering spiritual energy, everything is an unknown. I need enough strength to protect them. But why did Master specifically tell me to go down the mountain and buy 2 cases of the cheapest mineral water when there's perfectly good spring water up here? Well, Master definitely has his reasons. I just need to follow his instructions. A moment later, Wang Fang turned to stone. He saw Master doing something bizarre, using a calligraphy brush to write on the water bottles he had just bought. Writing Mount Vo Dang holy water on the bottles left Vuong Thang speechless. This is my side hustle. It's specially prepared for the laypeople who come up the mountain to pray for blessings. $20 a bottle, and I can sell over a dozen a day. Vuong Thang looked a bit disappointed, feeling the image of his master completely crumble in his heart. All right, go to the backyard. I'll demonstrate a martial arts routine for you as an entry bonus. Vuong Thang happily thanked his master. Master taught Vuong Thang martial arts in a corner, with his senior sister watching nearby. While practicing, Vuong Thang felt so light as if he could fly. After finishing the entire routine, his body was burning up, like a stream of energy was scorching inside him. The martial arts routine Master taught him was simple but contained profound Daoist charm. I didn't expect to learn such a profound martial arts routine right after joining. I must master this routine today. In a flash, Vuong Thang had practiced so hard he forgot to eat, and it was already dark. Looking to the side, he saw his senior sister still watching, only now she was dozing off. Senior sister, go to bed, senior sister. Oh, so senior sister doesn't just say Master said that a severe illness during her childhood caused her current inability to speak properly. As her junior brother, I must take care of her wholeheartedly from now on. Suddenly, a strange object flew straight into Vuong Thang's face. It turned out to be his senior sister getting ready to change clothes. Vuong Thang hastily pushed her inside. Senior sister, change in your room. Good night, senior sister. Vuong Thang returned to his room, his mind still wandering. Senior sister isn't on guard against me at all. But as a proper junior brother, I can't take advantage of her. But the current senior sister is so different from the speechless fairy of my previous life. Suddenly, Vuong Thang's shoulder ached. It was because he had turned the millstone a bit too much today. True cultivation is indeed not simple. I should meditate. Before Vuong Thang could even begin meditating, his eyes had unknowingly closed. Then they slowly opened again. The silhouette of a Daoist master slowly approached. It was none other than the old Daoist, Than Ngon Tu. Are you awake? Good disciple, lie down. Don't go to sleep just yet. You joined a bit late, so your meridians are somewhat blocked and your body is a bit stiff. Relax your body. I will help you clear your meridians. Saying that, he channeled his spiritual energy and placed his hand on Vuong Thang's stomach. Vuong Thang was amazed to feel alternating waves of hot and cold energy from Master's hand. Could this be the inner breath that martial artists often talk about? The Earth's spiritual energy hasn't recovered yet. Master must have endured immense hardship and trained bitterly since childhood to reach this realm. Master is actually using his hard-earned inner breath to clear my meridians. In that case, I cannot let him down. The next morning, Vuong Thang's martial arts forms were even more fluid and elegant. I don't know if it's just psychological, but waking up this morning, my body feels incredibly light, and my spirit is much better than yesterday. Master praised him repeatedly from the side. Not bad, very proper. Yesterday was just to let you get used to it. Today, I won't let you rest anymore. You must prepare yourself mentally. Although Master said he would intensify the training, he won't give me tasks that exceed my limits. The goal is to completely exhaust my physical strength, making me feel incredibly tired. Every 3 days, Master helps me clear my meridians because a portion of his inner breath still lingers in my body. After a few times, Vuong Thang could roughly sense the locations of his meridians. He took this opportunity to try cultivating the basic technique he obtained in his previous life. Although it hasn't shown much effect yet, the frequency and quality of expelling impurities from my body have clearly improved. It's just that the smell of the impurities is too strong. Ah, senior sister, why are you there? Sorry, senior sister. I'll go open the window to let the air out right away. Master secretly rejoiced. Little Thang is indeed a good seedling. Master, did you need me for something? Thang, you've been here for a month now. Your introductory training is complete, and you've performed very well. Tomorrow, I will invite a senior Daoist from our sect to witness and perform your formal initiation and transmission ceremony. Wake up early tomorrow, wash up, and you'll officially join the sect at noon. Yes, Master. The next afternoon, Vuong Thang stepped forward. Yes, Master. Now that you have joined the sect, you must inherit the mantle of our founding patriarch, La Dongtan. After initiation, your Daoist name will share the same character as your senior sister, Bat Nu. Your Daoist name will be Phi Nu. Today, I am passing down to you the true scripture left by Patriarch Thuan Duong Tien Nan. You have half a month to copy it. From now on, your foundational cultivation will rely on this scripture. Vuong Thang respectfully received the scripture. Thank you, Master. The ceremony is over. I need to go have a meal with your martial Uncle Lee. The two of you clean up this place. Respectfully sending off Master and martial uncle. Senior sister, let's go eat some cake. As soon as he turned around, his senior sister was nowhere to be seen. In the blink of an eye, he saw her inside, which amazed Wang Thang. Senior sister's movement technique is this outstanding. She truly lives up to being a top 10 expert on the heavenly ranking, but her current appearance makes it really hard to associate her with the speechless fairy image. Then he sat down to read the scripture. Humans have 5 apertures. The Tao has 5 elements. Merging energy and condensing spirit reaches the peak. Suddenly, his senior sister walked over, wanting to feed Wang Thang her grapes. Wang Thang didn't refuse, and happily ate the grape, smiling and saying, "Thank you, senior sister." Then Wang Thang continued reading. The spirit attains agility, the valley attains tranquility, the Taoist holds to the one, leading to immortality. Suddenly, the senior sister remembered Master saying that her junior brother's mind wasn't quite right, so she clenched her fists, secretly rejoicing that she had fulfilled her responsibility. After the initiation ceremony, Master began to pass down Daoist magic, cultivation techniques, and scriptures, including the current core of Daoist cultivation. Martial cultivation. To Helen, your junior brother has been in the sect for 2 months now. Test his strength for me. Senior sister, please instruct me. Martial cultivation, strictly speaking, is a form of protective cultivation while the world's spiritual energy is still present. Cultivators not only cultivate and comprehend the Tao, but also train in magical arts, using their abilities to protect the righteous path and uphold justice. Daoist arts include Qi-men, Dunjia, 8 trigrams and 2 polarities, Daoist formations, talismans, alchemy, and artifact forging. These Daoist arts were once glorious. Later on, as the Earth's spiritual energy gradually depleted, Daoist arts became mere formalities. Cultivators who lacked spiritual energy but still wanted to protect themselves developed the close combat aspect of Daoist arts to a new level, which is known as martial cultivation, or martial Dao. After getting beaten up for half a day, Wang Thang sat in a corner crying softly. I trained so hard, yet I couldn't even touch the hem of senior sister's clothes. Why is the gap between me and an expert so huge? Senior sister, if I ever get bullied in the future, you must definitely seek justice for me. Let's go. All right, come here. Today, Master will teach you a Daoist art that can rival your senior sister's. This sword formation is called the 7-star sword formation. It focuses on shifting positions and nimble footwork. If cultivated successfully, you will reach a state where the sword is in your heart, executing transcendent strikes and destroying demons. Watch closely. Flowing shadow sword stance. As soon as he finished speaking, Master wielded a wooden stick like an S-class expert. Every sword strike, despite being just a wooden stick, contained terrifying destructive power. Wang Thang was astonished. The sword shadows were profound, blending the concepts of 7 sword paths into one. Is this Daoist charm driven by the world's spiritual energy? But the world's spiritual energy hasn't recovered yet. How exactly did Master do it? Anyone practicing this sword technique who can achieve some success within 3 years is already considered highly talented. Don't rush, start with the basics. I definitely won't let Master down, as long as I keep working hard. One day, I will surely be able to touch the hem of senior sister's clothes. Look at your useless appearance. That's just a short-term goal. I'm still far behind senior sister right now, but I don't want to always be weaker than her. After all, senior sister is so cute. Of course, she needs protecting. Now you're talking. Thanks to the 10 years of cultivation in my previous life, in just one afternoon, I've recalled more than half of the sword technique. In my previous life, I struggled because I didn't have a systematic cultivation method. In this life, everything is laid out before me. If I don't work hard, it would truly be a waste of this rebirth. Moreover, compared to senior sister, I'm still very far behind. Owen Hyen also practiced the sword technique from earlier, but her comprehension speed was even a level higher than Wang Thang's. Wang Thang sighed. I just have to keep practicing. The cicadas no longer buzzed, the sun was no longer harsh, and the weather turned chilly. Wang Thang thought to himself. Summer passed, autumn arrived, and the cold winter quietly approached. Unknowingly, I've been cultivating on the mountain for over half a year. The more I understand Silent Master and Speechless Fairy, the more I feel like a mortal who accidentally stumbled into a fairy cave. He recalled the days of training with Owen Hyen. Senior sister's soul was pure and free of distracting thoughts, her comprehension of the Tao seemingly etched into her bones. If an ordinary person like him could only pursue the Tao but not truly cultivate it, then she was someone walking alongside the mortal realm. As he thought, he recalled the intimate moments when his senior sister rested her head on his shoulder. He blushed when he held his senior sister's cute heart-printed underwear while doing laundry, but she completely lacked the concept of gender differences. But compared to senior sister, Master was even more monstrous. He began to think about Master's unpredictable transformations and various skills. Discussing scriptures, talismans, weapons, exorcising demons, alchemy, and Daoist medicine, he was proficient in all of them. I really don't know how Master, in his short 40 years of life, managed to master so many skills. Then he recalled his own sword practice. As for me, Aside from daily meditation, studying Daoist scriptures, and listening to Master's sermons, I dedicated all my remaining time and energy to practicing the seven-star sword formation. Wang Fang's sword technique was indeed very powerful, radiating a blue aura of magical energy. In half a year, he had mastered the seven-star sword formation. Despite that, our Wang Fang continued to train tirelessly, feeling he was still very weak. He thought to himself, but in front of senior sister, I have absolutely no right to be arrogant, to catch up to her footsteps and not let her leave me too far behind. I can only constantly be strict with myself. While concentrating on training, his mind wandered with these thoughts. Unknowingly, Fan Nan Tu and Muk Owen Hyen had approached. Master spoke up. Good, good. In half a year, your seven-star sword formation has achieved some success. It seems your aptitude is even higher than I thought. He smiled, pointing to the room, and said, the weather has turned cold. Falling snow isn't cold, but melting snow is. Starting tonight, you and Tu Huyen will share a room. Wang Fang hastily waved his hands, looking awkward. Master, letting senior sister sleep, there is enough. I'm fine. Fan Nan Tu stepped closer, stroking his chin with a probing look. What's wrong? Are you telling me you won't even spare your own senior sister? How could that be? Am I that kind of person? Hearing this, he could only laugh awkwardly. Master was actually just joking. After all, having witnessed his studying and cultivation for so long, he knew, more or less, that he wasn't a bad person. He gently placed his hand on Wang Fang's shoulder and said, be a bit more innocent, kid. Consider this as tempering your state of mind. Then he turned and added, oh right, remember to change to new blankets for you and your senior sister. The blanket on her bed has been used for 7 or 8 years. It hasn't been warm for a long time. On a cold winter night, the room door was tightly shut, with a faint yellow light illuminating the room. Muk Owen Hyen and Wang Fang were lying on the same bed. He curled up under the blanket, while his senior sister sat on the edge of the bed, turning her head to look at him. He thought to himself, could Master be trying to play matchmaker for me and senior sister? Suddenly, senior sister poked his face with her index finger. Oh my god, is there an unrated scene coming up? It turned out not to be. Senior sister looked a bit dissatisfied, but extremely cute. She blamed her junior brother for ignoring her, showing her displeasure. He awkwardly sat up and confusedly asked, senior sister? He thought to himself. It seems senior sister was really looking forward to me moving in. My reaction really wasn't very tactful. He recalled his senior sister's caring gestures. I'm about to live with my junior brother. I must warm up the bed first. Here's a new blanket. Junior brother, you use it. These actions made him feel a bit embarrassed. He said, I was just a little shy, that's all. Senior sister suddenly came up with a good idea to pass the time. Her face lit up, and out of nowhere, she pulled out a chessboard and placed it on the bed. Wang Fang skeptically asked, tic-tac-toe. Seeing that innocent look, Wang Fang thought to himself, as expected, senior sister is as pure as a blank sheet of paper, completely oblivious to these kinds of things. He then put on an adult persona, coaxing her like a child. We can only play for half an hour. Otherwise, we'll definitely fall asleep tomorrow, and Master will scold us. Time flew by, and it was already the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Lantern Festival. The full moon was indeed different, perfectly round and illuminating the night sky. He muttered, with the renowned Master's guidance, my gains during this time make my cultivation much stronger than in my previous life. Without anyone noticing, the world's spiritual energy began to recover. Master's voice echoed from inside the house. Tu Thang, the glutinous rice balls are ready. Finish your sword practice and come inside. He immediately replied, yes. Fan Ngantu turned his head as he went inside and said, that day when I gave you a Daoist name, I should have called you sword-obsessed instead. Muk Owen. Hyen was setting out the bowls, chopsticks, and cooked glutinous rice balls. Outside, Wang Fang was still focused on practicing, because according to his past life's memories, he knew that today was the day the spiritual energy would recover. He had to be extra attentive. He couldn't let his master and senior sister miss this opportunity. The moon had risen to the treetops, and inside, master and senior sister were happily eating glutinous rice balls. Suddenly, Fan Nong Tu's eyes widened, seemingly sensing something as well. Wang Fang stood in the courtyard, gazing up at the sky. A faint smile appeared on his lips. This was the moment he had been waiting for so long. Wang Fang abruptly turned his head to call Master and senior sister, but Master was already standing behind him. He placed a hand on his shoulder and said, calm your mind, don't miss your opportunity. Sit down and circulate our sex core technique. Your senior sister's meridians have long been cleared and are currently stable. I need to borrow your strength to fully open all of your meridians. Wang Fang, with a face full of gratitude, said, Master. Then, the three of them sat cross-legged. Wang Fang and his senior sister began to meditate and absorb the spiritual energy, while Master was helping him clear his meridians. He thought to himself, the first wave of spiritual energy reviving after 1,000 years is truly invaluable for cultivators. If I miss this chance, I'm afraid that for the rest of my life, I won't come across such fate again. Therefore, he was incredibly grateful to his master. Even in this situation, Master still remembered the uncompleted meridians of this little disciple. How can I ever repay this kindness? With Master's help, the blue aura surrounding his body grew even more intense. The speed of clearing his meridians was 10 times faster than before. Is this the realm advancement brought by the world's spiritual energy? It seems that after today, Earth will usher in a new era. A moment later, Wang Fang finished cultivating and slowly opened his eyes. His senior sister was standing in front of him, looking at him. He asked in confusion, "Senior sister, have you finished adjusting your breath?" She raised a hand to signal him to be quiet, then pointed towards Master. Wang Fang's eyes widened. It turned out Master was still absorbing the essence. A blinding blue light descended from the sky, shining directly onto him. Cultivation has 5 realms: condensing breath, gathering spirit, forming fetus, void core, and golden core. Wang Fang excitedly told his senior sister, "Master is in the gathering spirit realm, but he's actually about to break through to the void core realm." He thought to himself, although the world's spiritual energy is pure, an ordinary cultivator simply cannot rely on it to break through realms. Being able to use it to break through is obviously due to his dozen years of accumulated cultivation. The light illuminated the entire area. Master's accumulation is truly terrifying. Senior sister's talent is extraordinary, so her realm goes without saying. His own cultivation had also increased by a level. In just one night, the purity of the true essence in his body had doubled, yielding even greater gains. Furthermore, his comprehension of the 7-star sword formation had entered another realm. Now, even the wooden sword used for practice could no longer withstand his true essence and sword intent. As for Master, after the spiritual energy awakened, he had been in deep meditation for 3 days. Wang Fang, guarding the door, leaned against it and dozed off. Hearing a call, he groggily opened his eyes. "Tu Thang, wake up." He saw Master standing in front of him. He said happily, "Master, you're awake." Master replied warmly, "It's been hard on you two acting as my guardians these past few days. Go back to your rooms and rest. I have something to tell you both later." After resting, Master began to tell them about the cultivation world from 1,000 years ago. He also warned them that Daoist magic was about to change and chaos would surely arrive. Cultivators like them would naturally have to shoulder the heavy responsibility of eliminating demons. After giving them a brief instruction, they returned to their previous cultivation life. Everything seemed to have not changed much, but with the help of true essence, they now had genuine cultivation. Wang Fang spun around and nimbly swung his sword. His movements were light and graceful. Every time he leaped, a halo of light appeared beneath his feet. With a focused gaze, holding the sword horizontally, he executed a gentle thrust, piercing a hole straight through the thick wall. Master smiled with satisfaction and said, "Your 7-star sword formation has gradually progressed." "Very good, very good." Senior sister also clapped happily in praise. Wang Fang looked a bit tired and replied softly, "It's all thanks to Master's teachings that this disciple has achieved what he has today." Looking at the hole in the wall, he scratched his head and said with a smile, "But Master, does this count as destroying Vodang's property?" Fan and Gon too kindly replied, "It doesn't count." The master and disciples all burst into laughter together. Just like that, springs passed and autumns arrived, and in a flash, 3 years had gone by since he arrived at Vodang. The originally peaceful cultivation life was suddenly shattered by the arrival of a Daoist master. Hurried footsteps echoed along the stairs, and someone called out loudly, "Senior brother Thon Non Tu." "Senior brother, Vodang is in trouble." It turned out to be Li Thui No. This chubby-looking, seemingly gentle Daoist master was running up Vodang to ask for help, drenched in sweat. Wang Fang, who was meditating on the roof, heard the urgent calls for senior brother Thon Nung Tu. His attention was immediately drawn. He looked bewildered, not knowing what had happened. Li Thui No was invited into the room. In contrast to his hurried state, Thon Nung Tu calmly poured tea and offered it. "Don't rush, drink some tea and take your time speaking." Martial Uncle Lai was pleading earnestly. "I must help him at all costs." To understand the whole story, listening to Wang Fang's summary, it had been 3 years since the spiritual energy recovered. Most sects had restored their legacies. Naturally, no one was willing to sit still. It's said that recently, more than 20 major sects planned to hold an exchange event at Mount Mao to share and compare notes. It was precisely because of this exchange convention that Martial Uncle Li Thui No came to ask Master for help. Li Thui No's face clearly showed a look of worry. Resting a hand on his chubby cheek, he said, "From the sect leader's senior brother to the 2 martial uncles, they all say cultivation is important, and then they push this all onto me, but my cultivation is weak. If someone intentionally probes, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold the line. My only option is to ask for your help, senior brother. Thanangan said with a serious face, if you're looking for a forming fetus realm cultivator to handle this, I'm afraid I can't go. Hearing this, Lithuino asked in a panic, has your realm dropped, senior brother? How could that be? Thangnun gently waved his hand and replied, it didn't drop. A mysterious blue aura appeared in his palm. With a smug look, he said, I broke through to the Void Core realm a few months ago, so it wouldn't be very appropriate for me to go. Lithui Ingo cursed inwardly. Stop playing dumb, you old Daoist. So what if your realm is high? This old Daoist is only in the gathering spirit realm. Can't you consider my feelings a bit? It was understandable that he was angry. The gathering spirit realm was still a whole realm away before he could reach the Void Core realm. Fan Gontu smiled and boasted about his two disciples again. Although I'm not going, my two disciples are perfectly suited for, in your requirements. Hearing this, Li Thuino was even more astonished. Have Bat Nu and Fine Nu already broken through to the forming fetus realm? Rarely seeing Fan known to elaborate, he added. They're doing decently. Tu Hyen broke through to the forming fetus realm a few months ago. Tu Thang leans towards the sword Dao and became my disciple later, so his realm is slightly lower than his senior sister's. But he barely managed to reach the late stage of the gathering spirit realm. Hearing his senior brother say this, Li Thuino slammed the table while crying internally. I know your realm is high and your disciples have great aptitude, but is there a need to show off like this? If it weren't for the fact that my realm is lower than yours, I'd really want to fight you to the death. Listening to this conversation from outside, Wang Fang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Master's sarcasm is getting sharper by the day. Soon, it was dark. Li Thuino clasped his hands to take his leave. It's decided then. We leave tomorrow morning. This humble Daoist will take his leave first. Fan Ngan replied, take care, Daoist brother. Wang Fang also politely said, take care, Martial Uncle Lai. After finishing their discussion, Master instructed him to lead his senior sister and follow Martial Uncle Lai to participate in the exchange convention. Unlike him, his senior sister grew up on the mountain, so Master naturally couldn't skip giving detailed instructions. Once you go down the mountain, keep your phone with you at all times. If the battery is low, remember to use the power bank. Mukon Hyen replied, ma'am. He went on again, instructing, don't talk to strangers and don't get into anyone else's car. She still softly replied, mim. Master added again, men down the mountain are untrustworthy. Whatever happens, take good care of your junior brother. Still the same response, Wang Fang was nearby, packing his luggage while listening to the conversation between master and disciple. He thought to himself, human hearts are sinister. Ultimately, it cannot compare to the pure mountain. Senior sister's pure Daoist heart remains as beautiful as a fairy, but she's also like a young girl who is easily deceived. His face suddenly relaxed. But I've also improved quite a bit over the past few years. Now, can't I help senior sister pack her clothes? I guess this also counts as an improvement in realm. Just as he finished his thought, he was holding his senior sister's panties in his hand. Who knows what shady thoughts he was having. Ashamed, he turned his face away, hurriedly stuffed the panties back into the suitcase, and pretended to cough a few times. Cough, cough. Daoist heart. Daoist heart. The next morning was indeed a beautiful day, with warm sunlight shining down through the leaves. Wang Fang was already standing in the courtyard with 2 pieces of luggage. Master asked, is everything packed up? He turned around and replied, yes, we can leave at any time. He gently advised him again, Tu Thang, when the two of you go down the mountain this time, do not bully the weak with your strength, and do not show off Daoist magic carelessly. Try your best to keep a low profile, understand? Don't worry. Thane Ingan turned towards the house and called out, Tu Hyen, get ready to leave. Are you done? Tu Hyen hurriedly ran out, not forgetting to reply, Since it had been a long time since she got to go down the mountain to have fun, she dressed up a bit, making her look exceptionally beautiful today. Wang Fang stared blankly, his cheeks flushing red. Master held his phone, patted his shoulder, and smiled. Come here. Let Master take a picture of you two to post on social media. He scratched his head, looking embarrassed. Didn't Master just say to keep a low profile? Thanangantu's laughter echoed out. Smile. Reaching the foot of the mountain, the streets were crowded and bustling with people passing by. Someone whispered about Muck Owen Hyen. Wow, that girl is so pretty. Hurry, look over there. A crowd gathered, constantly taking pictures. A handsome blonde guy exclaimed, Mount Vodang actually has such a beautiful Daoist nun. Wang Fang carried 2 suitcases while his senior sister held her snacks, navigating through the crowd. He said, Senior sister, let's dodge these people. Just pretend you don't see them. Don't hit anyone. Once again, Muko and Hyen replied while eating a cookie. Mim. Wang Fang thought to himself, Senior sister is so beautiful. If any scumbag dares to try and grope her, getting slapped by her will make them sweat bullets. I really worry for them. What a bunch of fools. From afar, Lai Thui No was waving and calling out, Batengu, Phi Nu. Over here. The two disciples respectfully bowed. Martial uncle, Lai Thui No smiled kindly. As expected of senior brother Than Nan Tu's disciples, so polite and thoughtful, truly endearing. Lai Thui No reached out to help and introduced the three people accompanying him. Come, let's get acquainted. These three are third-generation disciples of the Vo Dang sect, exactly the same generation as you two. First is the sword cultivator, Chu Ung Long. He stepped forward to greet them. Senior sister Bat Mu, junior brother Phi Nu. Nice to meet you both. Next is the body cultivator with a petite figure, named Shichlin. Finally, there's a tall man with a spiky buzz cut, named Manhwa. Wang Thang bowed respectfully. Greetings, senior brothers and senior sister. He added, my senior sister isn't very good at expressing herself. If you need any help, just tell me, he thought to himself. But their auras have clearly all reached the gathering spirit realm. The chosen ones of Vo Dang truly cannot be underestimated. After the introductions, Li Thui No led everyone away. All right, get ready to board the car and let's go. On the car, Wang Thang began to think. The core technique of Vo Dang's Daoist legacy belongs to the true martial lineage. Our Daoist magic is mostly closely related to the martial Dao. Nowadays, with the revival of Daoist legacies, I'm afraid the martial Dao will be looked down upon by other sects. But the harder the game, the more fun it is to play. He said, I'm really looking forward to it. His senior sister looked out the window. She sent him an emoji, expressing her feelings. It seems senior sister's meme game is getting better and better. This fancy phone was bought with the money Wang Thang earned working as a Daoist master. He glanced at it and immediately understood what she meant. She was probably a bit excited too, but had to hold back. Wang Thang told himself, in my previous life, I only lived to be 31, and there were so many things I hadn't experienced. This life will be different. I must definitely protect the people around me. He thought this as he looked over at Muk Owen Hyen. The car sped along incredibly fast, probably only losing to professional race car drivers. It wasn't long before they arrived at the hotel at the foot of Mount Mao. Li Thui No instructed them. The Daoist Cultivation Convention officially starts tomorrow afternoon. During this time, everyone rest up well. You can also go sightseeing around the area, but don't tire yourselves out. Everyone answered in unison, yes. The next morning, the sound of a game echoed from a phone. The amusement park welcomes you. It turned out to be Muk Owen Hyen sitting in front of the door playing games, looking a bit unhappy. Wang Thang gently opened the door and teased, Hee, is senior sister waiting for me? But her expression remained unchanged. He stepped closer and asked, are you mad? Muk Owen Hyen tapped her phone with a serious face. She held up her phone, showing a pouting emoji that read, comfort me quickly. It turned out Muk Owen Hyen was still mad about last night. Shichlin had told her, senior sister Muk, let's sleep together tonight. Then she dragged her away. Wang Thang broke into a cold sweat and explained, senior sister, it's not like when we are on the mountain. For you and me to share a bedroom isn't very appropriate. It took a long time to coax her. Since we're already at Mount Mao, we should buy some local specialties to bring back for Master. How about we go out for a stroll? She remained with her arms crossed, still sulking. Luckily, Chu Ung Long spoke up to rescue him. With his hands on his hips, he said, what are we buying? We also need to buy gifts to bring back to Master. Seeing them, Wang Thang quickly bowed. Good morning, senior brother and senior sister. Muk Owen Hyen, still angry, hid behind Wang Thang. Chu Ung Long friendly put an arm around Wang Thang's shoulder and invited, junior brother Phi Nu, we're about to go for a walk and enjoy the beautiful scenery of Mount Mao. Would you and senior sister Batengu like to come along? Wang Thang excitedly replied, that sounds great, let's go together. So the group set off together, chatting happily along the way. Shichlin confidently said, Mount Mao is quite easy to climb. Chu Ung Long replied, although the peak of Mount Mao is several hundred meters high, the area around the Daoist temple is very tranquil and easy to navigate. Wang Thang whispered, if the mountain isn't high, where would it get its spiritual energy from? Naturally. Then he turned to see his senior sister happily munching on a huge meat bun. He thought to himself, for senior sister, whether there is spiritual energy or not doesn't matter at all. As long as she has food, everything is fine. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind. May I ask which sect you Daoist friends belong to? A handsome young man introduced himself. I am Lu Vanqi from Mount Mao. Nice to meet you all. Behind him, two others were striking poses. Wang Thang's group politely returned the greeting. Chu Ung Long represented them and introduced, I am Chu Ung Long of Vo Dang. Nice to meet you, fellow Daoists. Lu Vanqi replied, So, you are fellow Daoists from Vodang. Please make yourselves at home. If our hospitality is lacking in any way, I hope you will forgive us. The other two from Mount Mao didn't seem very friendly, their eyes full of slyness. Wang Fang quickly noticed their expressions and thought, what are these people from Mount Mao trying to pull? Is it just a simple greeting, or is that guy not going to be polite either? He deliberately spoke loud enough for Wang Fang to hear. Nowadays, everyone cultivates the Tao and comprehends magic. What are Vodang disciples doing here to join the fun? Are they here to show off their sword skills and pick fights? Wang Fang turned his head and glanced. Turns out they just want to pick a fight. The Mount Mao disciples continued mocking. Senior brother Van Chi wanted to find the talisman prodigy from Dragon Tiger Mountain to spar with. Right? Looks like he failed. Before he could finish speaking, someone chanted a spell and fired a blast of magical energy at the back of the blonde guy's neck. He cried out in pain. Who sneak attacked me? Wang Fang turned to look at his senior sister, whose face had darkened. I knew it was senior sister. Owen Hyen mischievously winked and stuck her tongue out, still holding the bun wrapper infused with her magical energy. Wang Fang hurriedly grabbed her hand and said, let's go quickly. He dragged his senior sister away, shouting, you did something bad. Run quickly. Are you planning to stay and fight? The two Mount Mao disciples furiously shouted on the street. Who the hell dares to do it but doesn't have the guts to admit it? Do you think a sneak attack is cool? If you have a problem with Mount Mao disciples, come out and show us. Unlike those two childish guys, their senior brother Lu Van Chi was much calmer. He reprimanded them. If the two of you hadn't been bad-mouthing people behind their backs, this wouldn't have happened. He bent down to pick something up to look at and said, that's exactly it. In his hand was Owen Hyen's bun wrapper. He had figured out she was the attacker, but instead of being angry, he found it quite interesting, thinking, showing off such cultivation and competitive spirit is much better than that arrogant brat from Dragon Tiger Mountain. They truly live up to the reputation of Vodang's younger generation. They indeed have talent. That afternoon, the plaza in front of Mount Mao's palace was magnificently decorated. It was surrounded by friends from various sects. Lai Thuino enthusiastically greeted people everywhere. Ha ha! Greetings, fellow Daoists. Please take care of us. In the distance, two men were fuming with anger. The senior brother with a top knot said, in recent years, Vodang has only had sword and fist techniques to roam the world. What are they doing here joining the fun? His fellow sect member chimed in. They even brought beautiful female disciples to attract attention and fame. You don't think they paid to hire them, do you? Wang Fang looked gloomy, helplessly thinking. The Daoist legacies have just recovered, so it's understandable that the martial Dao isn't respected. But you spectators, could you keep your discussions down a bit? Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back my senior sister. And it was exactly as he thought. Looking at her face, she definitely wanted to teach those guys a lesson. She pointed to an emoji on her phone to show Wang Fang, I want to fight 10 of them. Lai Thuino frowned, sighed, and said, I'm sure everyone is clear on the current situation. The various sects are probably all preparing to see us lose face. Later, during the Daoist exchange, it's highly likely someone will call you out for a spar. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked forward at Owen Hyen. That knew? She didn't understand either, her head full of question marks. Lai Thuino with a sly expression said to Owen Hyen, when the time comes, you just need to suppress them a bit. Today, we can. Relax and watch the show. Hearing this, Wang Fang was speechless. He anxiously tried to dissuade him. But martial uncle, our master already gave us strict instructions. Owen Hyen, however, was very obedient, smiling and nodding in agreement. Imagining his senior sister handling that crowd, Wang Fang could only hold his head and sigh. In the center of the plaza, surrounded by thousands of people, an arena had already been set up. The host loudly declared, now, please allow me to announce the start of the convention. Today, the famous Daoist mountains are all gathered here at Mount Mao. We are all orthodox Daoist lineages, and all possess Daoist magic passed down through generations. Everyone clapped enthusiastically. Next, we invite all fellow Daoists to freely demonstrate your cultivation and discuss cultivation matters together. Owen Hyen didn't seem very interested. She was nodding off, about to fall asleep. Wang Fang thought to himself, what is this Daoist exchange convention? Really? It's just a convention to probe each other's strength, isn't it? He immediately warned his senior sister. Later, if you really have to go up on stage, unless it's necessary, don't. Don't show off too much of your true skills. Just displaying your cultivation level is enough. Shich Lin, standing beside him, looked at him like he was an old man. Well, it seems you're the real senior brother here. Wang Fang could only smile awkwardly and scratch his head. A confident young man stood up. If that's the case, our Mount Mao will go first. Seeing this, Wang Fang and Owen Hyen were very expectant. Looking cold and handsome, he stepped onto the arena. Holding a yellow talisman between his fingers, His body radiated a light the same color as the talisman. He shouted, "I'm showing off my meager skills before the experts." Then, with a bang, the talisman in his hand emitted a blinding golden light and vanished. With a whoosh, a thick yellow smoke rose, gradually forming into an illusory sword that even spun around. Next, he gripped the precious sword tightly and slashed out a golden beam of light that enveloped his entire body. Finally, he completed his hand seals, and the precious sword disappeared along with it. Wang Thang and his senior sister were expressionless. They thought they were going to see some earth-shattering spectacle. In the end, it was just that. Wang Thang understood internally. As expected, no sect is willing to share their own Daoist magic. A voice echoed from out of nowhere. "Is this the renowned Mount Mao Daoist magic? How impressive." Everyone was confused, not knowing where the voice came from. The Mount Mao representative on the stage loudly demanded, "Who is speaking?" The voice now rang out again. "When I was a kid under the overpass, I could watch 7 shows like that for just $1. You could even earn some pocket money with that." Owen Hyen gently pinched Wang Thang's arm, pointing at something for him to see. It turned out to be a handsome blonde guy lying on a lounge chair speaking up. He casually threw in another sarcastic remark. Tisk, you're really bringing honor to the 3 talisman sects." This handsome guy's name was Thi Tian Truong. Looking at his expression and behavior, Wang Thang could roughly guess. The 3 talisman sects. This person is probably the successor of Dragon Tiger Mountain or somewhere similar. Hearing his tone of voice, could it be that he has some grudge against the Mount Mao Daoists? Fearing that people might get into a deadly argument, the host hurriedly mediated. The 3 talisman sects each have their own strengths, and naturally, they all have their unique characteristics. We would like to invite the disciple from the next sect to demonstrate the Vodang sword technique. Hearing his name called, Chu Onglong, with an imposing aura, marched onto the stage with his sword. Below the stage, 2 people were discussing. Vodang's sword techniques are indeed profound, but today everyone is demonstrating Daoist magic. Sword techniques don't seem very appropriate. The person next to him replied, "Doesn't Vodang have any sword control magic?" That's right. Before the world's spiritual energy recovered, Vodang naturally didn't value any sword control magic. Thien Truong, lying there, on the lounge chair, said casually, "You two shouldn't talk nonsense. Be careful. This Vodang senior brother might unleash sword chi with a single strike and kill you both." Everyone burst out laughing. Chu Onglong looked around in confusion and asked, "Which fellow Daoist is?" Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Thang stepped forward and called out, "Senior brother Chu." He confidently stepped onto the arena and said, "Let me do it." Chu Onglong thought, "Martial uncle mentioned that junior brother has a profound mastery of the sword Dao. Having him go up is indeed much more suitable than me." Senior brother Chu held the sword with both hands and offered it to Wang Thang. "My skills are still lacking. I'll trouble you, junior brother." Wang Thang politely took the sword. "Your sword arts are also very profound, senior brother. Outsiders just don't understand. It just so happens that I have a few flashy sword moves I can demonstrate." He called out the names of the moves. Sword rises to pluck the stars. Sword falls to summon the bright moon. Who says sword techniques aren't Daoist magic? A sudden beam of ocean blue light surrounded his body, leaving everyone wide-eyed in astonishment. Covered in blue light, he gently floated in the air. This beautiful display was no ordinary Daoist magic. The girls were already swooning over him, looking at the brilliant light radiating around Wang Thang. The host exclaimed in shock, "This is definitely the transcendent sword heart recorded in ancient texts." Wang Thang moved at a terrifying speed, even leaving behind after images. Holding his sword, he borrowed momentum to shoot straight up into the sky, flickering in and out of sight as he leaped from place to place. Swinging the sword, he slashed in all 4 directions. Then, he pointed his sword straight up at the sky, striking a pose as if casting some sort of magic. Suddenly, identical figures of him appeared in all 10 directions. A clone technique like this is truly miraculous. Each clone shot a ring of white light straight up into the sky. Witnessing this scene, Thien Truong was incredibly shocked. The other senior and junior brothers below also gasped in admiration. What realm is this? How can someone possess such terrifying comprehension of the sword Dao? Is that a sword immortal? Is that a 3rd-generation disciple? And he already has a gathering spirit realm cultivation. After casting his magic, he gathered his aura. He swung the sword behind his back. With an emotionless face, he said, "The fleeting prosperity of the mortal world is but vanity. The transcendent sword heart is my Daoist magic." After speaking, he slowly descended from the air, striking a final pose to conclude his performance. Then he stepped off the stage and walked towards senior brother Chu. "Senior brother, your sword." Senior brother Chu smiled at Wang Thang. "Junior brother." He leaned close to Wang Thang's ear and whispered, "Now if I change my tune and call you senior brother, is it still in time? With such a huge gap in strength, I'm truly ashamed." Wang Feng awkwardly replied, "Senior brother, you flatter me too much." The host announced loudly, "Vodang's seven-star sword truly lives up to its reputation. The Daoist arts and magic of the various sects have also left a deep impression. Today is a great opportunity for the exchange of Daoist legacies. Next, there are no restrictions. Everyone is invited to seek guidance from one another. If you wish to spar, please step up, but remember not to injure anyone." Seeing his senior sister so excited, Wang Feng asked, "Senior sister, do you want to go up?" Her eyes lit up. Mook Owen Hyen pointed at Thien Truong, her face full of killing intent. Wang Feng also sensed something. The blond man stood up, hands in his pockets, and slowly walked toward her. Wang Feng thought to himself, "Does this guy have his eyes on my senior sister?" He approached Wang Feng carrying an intense killing intent. Wang Feng realized something wasn't right. "He's looking for me?" Thien Truong locked eyes with Lu Vanqi, who introduced himself. Disciple of Mount Mao, Lu Vanqi boldly wishes to seek guidance in the great Tao of talismans from the Dragon Tiger Heavenly Sect. Before the other could answer, he added, "Fellow Daoist, Thien Truong of your esteemed sect, would you like to spar with this disciple for a match?" The blond man sighed, scratched his head, and said sarcastically, "Are you still not convinced after losing to me last time? Oh well, I'm not afraid of that Vodang sword boy running away anyway. It won't take much time either. Bring it on." Hearing this, Wang Feng was very angry. "Sword boy? Is he talking about me?" Under the watchful eyes of thousands of people, the two stepped onto the arena. Thien Truong calmly asked, "Tell me, what are we competing in this time?" Yellow talismans slowly appeared, and Lu Vanqi, holding his sword, began to warm up. "Talisman magic, of course." Thien Truong burst into laughter. Taking out a talisman from nowhere, he smiled and said, "Playing with talismans, huh?" The talisman began to burn fiercely, burning to ashes and then transforming into some strange object. His entire body was surrounded by golden rays of light. He said confidently, "I refuse to yield to anyone." Wang Feng looked at Thien Truong and thought to himself, "Conjuring objects out of thin air? To think there's such miraculous talisman magic." Lu Vanqi has been cultivating since childhood and was nurtured by a major sect, so it's not surprising he has a mid-stage gathering spirit realm cultivation. But this guy, Thien Truong, has he already reached the late stage of the gathering spirit realm? Thien Truong provocatively beckoned to Lu Vanqi with his finger and said, "Come on, I'll let you strike first." Seeing this, Wang Feng thought to himself, the world's spiritual energy has just recovered, so young cultivators who can enter the gathering spirit realm are all geniuses. If that guy doesn't have terrifying innate talent, could it be that Dragon Tiger Mountain's Daoist legacy has something miraculous about it? Vanqi's eyes were sharp. He used his fingers to draw a line across the blade of his sword, and the blade emitted light along that line. As the entire sword lit up, radiating a brilliant aura that pierced through the surrounding talismans. He said, "Please advise." Then, he raised his sword. A blinding beam of light shot straight into the sky as he shouted the name of his move. Supreme Purity Edict. Swift, lightning strike. The talismans flew up along with it, the power so immense that it punched a hole through the clouds. From that hole, a bolt of energy like lightning shot straight down at the arena. Thien Truong easily dodged it. This move again? It's really nothing new. Lu Vanqi swung his sword, directing the talismans to fly to various positions. Wherever a talisman fell, energy would strike there, but he still couldn't land a single hit. Thien Truong smoothly glided around, evading all the attacks. He even threw in some sarcasm. "Hey, are these Mount Mao Supreme Purity talismans of yours any good? Can your lightning magic hit a bit harder? These moves are really too boring." Thien Truong began his counterattack, holding two talismans in his hand, the Spirit Snake Talisman and the Crane Transformation Talisman. Still not giving up. "Little Lu, did you think I would go easy on you? I've been wanting to ask you something for a while. What would you look like wearing women's clothes?" Oh, right. Can I call you Little Sister Lu from now on?" After saying that, he unleashed his bird and snake, sending them hurtling toward Lu Vanqi. Lu Vanqi was no pushover either. With one strike, he shattered the energy of the Spirit Snake Talisman and Crane Transformation Talisman. Thien Truong felt like he was still going too easy on him. He snapped his fingers, summoning talismans carrying all sorts of elemental energy. He laughed again. "I haven't even used my true skills yet. I'll just lose a few talismans. If you force me today to use up more than 100 talismans, then I'll admit defeat. How about that?" Fire, ice, water, and earth energies surged simultaneously, rushing straight at Vanqi. Vanqi shouted, "Shut up," and used his sword to block the attack. The various elements collided, causing a massive explosion. From Vanqi's body, hundreds of talismans flew out. They formed a surging wave of energy that enveloped his body. This was truly a solid layer of defense that successfully neutralized Thien Truong's attack. But it seemed that still wasn't enough. Thien Truong released 2 purple talismans and said, "Little Sister Lu, you can't hold on already? The good part is yet to come." The talismans gradually transformed into countless small butterflies flying towards. They swarmed around Van Chi, eventually completely enveloping him, leaving no gaps. People thought that was the end, but from within the darkness, the spiritual energy of a magical artifact suddenly flashed. The bursting energy shattered Thien Truong's concealed weapons. Vuong Fang gasped in amazement. That Daoist robe is actually a magical artifact? Although the Daoist robe doesn't seem to be of a high grade and requires a lot of true essence and spiritual energy to maintain, being able to see a genuine Daoist magical artifact makes this trip worthwhile. Thien Truong crossed his arms and said, "Tease," giving a 1,000-year-old inherited magical artifact to a gathering spirit realm disciple. Mount Mao really has no shame, but the old geezers back at Dragon Tiger Mountain aren't any better. After saying that, he fumbled for something in his pocket. "No worries. Unfortunately for you, they gave me something similar before I came." After saying that, Thien Truong held up a crescent moon-shaped jade piece. The people from Mount Mao were furious upon hearing this. The elders of Dragon Tiger Mountain, on the other hand, laughed gleefully. Thien Truong confidently gripped the crescent-shaped jade in his hand. He said, "How about it? Now, no one needs to hold back to save face anymore." Lu Vanchi thought to himself, "Although I don't know what it does, that jade piece is clearly a magical artifact as well. I've already used my ultimate move. I cannot lose this match. Then the only option is to strike first." Van Chi gathered his strength and shouted, "Gods of the 5 directions, protect me. Shatter all illusions." Energy shot straight up into the sky from his body. He swung both hands, directing the energy toward Thien Truong. An extremely powerful bolt of lightning crashed down, but it seemed useless, because Thien Truong only needed to smoothly dodge to evade it completely, and he didn't forget to mock him. "Is that all? You really don't know your own limits. Your ultimate move is only at this level?" It seems this match isn't on the same level. Thien Truong tossed the jade piece up and pressed it against his forehead. The jade piece immediately lit up. With a confident look, he said, "My turn. Demon-suppressing precious record in my hands, the 6 secret profound arts obey my command." A mysterious blue light radiated out, transforming into a cube that enveloped him, helping him block the lightning generated by Van Chi. Then he threw out more talismans. These talismans looked incredibly mysterious. They must be high-grade stuff. "Little Sister Lu, you're definitely going to lose." The talismans quickly flew towards Van Chi. Lu Vanchi's eyes widened, knowing danger was imminent. He immediately waved his hand, erecting a defensive barrier to block Thien Truong's talismans. Before the talismans reached their target, they unexpectedly oozed blood and stuck firmly to the barrier, greatly astonishing Van Chi. The Mount Mao disciples angrily cursed. "Damn it, he even uses black dog blood. Does he have any shame at all?" Suddenly, a talisman pierced through the barrier. It sliced straight across Van Chi's face, leaving a deep gash. Van Chi touched his cheek and felt the blood flowing like a stream. The sword fell to the ground powerlessly. Lu Van Chi lowered his head and helplessly said, "I lose." Seeing this, Vuong Fang remarked, "This successor of Dragon Tiger Mountain is truly no ordinary person." Lai Thui No's voice rang out. "This guy, Thien Truong, is truly not simple." Vuong Fang turned around in surprise and asked, "Martial uncle, do you know him?" Lai Thui Ngo stroked his beard and answered gently, "I have heard of him. 6 years ago, he cultivated at Dragon Tiger Mountain. Before the world's spiritual energy recovered, he had already mastered the basics of talisman magic. After the spiritual energy recovered, he comprehended the Tao of talismans in a short time. At a young age, he has already self-created over 10 types of talisman arts. He is currently the leading figure of Dragon Tiger Mountain's younger generation, personally taught by the old celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, and his future is boundless." Wang Thang thought to himself, "If Thien Truong has such potential, why hadn't I heard of this person in my previous life? Could it be that he encountered some calamity and died prematurely? Otherwise, with his personality and abilities, how could he remain unknown?" Tien Truong was taking the jade piece off his forehead, sighing, "How troublesome. Activating a magical artifact even once isn't easy." He turned and looked straight at the Mount Vo Dang sword cultivator to the south, challenging him, "Buddy, how about we spar a bit?" Wang Thang pointed at himself in astonishment. "Huh, me?" But he remembered Master's instructions, "Do not show off Daoist magic carelessly. Keep a low profile. Understand?" The person accompanying him turned back and called, "Finu." After pondering for a moment, his face filled with confidence, and he decided to accept the challenge. "If I retreat without a fight, I'm afraid it will give Vo Dang a reputation for cowardice." "Fine then." Wang Thang stood up imposingly and said, "Senior Brother Ung Long, lend me your precious sword for a moment." The crowd immediately buzzed with discussion. Is that guy looking down on him or what? Currently, This young man's cultivation isn't high enough. The sword cannot leave his hands. That's right. The opponent can throw out dozens of talismans. How could he not be at a disadvantage? Senior sister gently tugged at Vuong Thang's sleeve, her face clearly showing worry, not wanting him to participate. Vuong Thang held his senior sister's hand and comforted her with a reliable expression. Don't worry, senior sister. It'll be fine. Mako-on Hyen's bright eyes widened. Hearing him say that, she trusted him completely and cheered for him. Ong Long handed the sword to Vuong Thang, not forgetting to warn him. Be careful, junior brother. He took the sword and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior brother. At the same time, Vuong Thang turned to Lai Thuino and said, Martial uncle, I also want to take this opportunity to test my strength. If I don't accept the challenge, I'm afraid it will make Vo Dang lose face. Thien Go replied, Thien Go, you must pay attention to your own safety. This kind of false reputation isn't worth anything. Vuong Thang stepped onto the arena, facing Thi Thien Truong. Below the stage, Jish Lin turned to ask Chu Ong Long, senior brother, do you think Phi Ingu can defeat Thi Tien Truong? Ong Long replied, it's hard to say. Thi Tien Truong's mastery of talisman magic is extraordinary, plus that jade magical artifact can elevate a cultivator's spiritual resonance and enhance the power of his talismans. Thien Truong then took a talisman from his pocket and introduced himself. This humble Daoist is Thi Thien Truong. My master is Daoist Master Thien Chin of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Phi Nu also held his sword, clasped his hands, and introduced himself. Vuong Thang, Daoist name Phi Nu. My master is Than Ungon Tu. Thien Truong said, Bro, can you give me your senior sister's contact info? He pointed at Muk-on Hyen and added, how about we make a bet? When you lose later, give me your senior sister's contact info. Deal? Vuong Thang replied with a serious face. Let's talk after the fight. But internally, he was burning with anger. It wouldn't be easy to pick a fight with this guy. Hearing this, Thien Truong began his attack. He tossed out 3 talismans. It's decided then. He threw the 3 talismans directly at Vuong Thang. The talismans flying in midair suddenly transformed into blazing flames. Vuong Thang smoothly leaned to dodge them. He then felt his body enveloped by a dark shadow. Looking up, he saw a surge of energy shaped like an immortal crane diving down, its giant claws aiming to crush him. Vuong Thang dodged just in time. Then, he executed a footwork technique. Every step he took created a straight pillar of light shooting into the sky. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Look, the places he stepped on formed the exact positions of the Big Dipper. In less than a second, he appeared right in front of Thi Tien Truong, startling him. Thi Tien Truong hastily used a talisman to leap backward and keep his distance. He thought to himself, this guy has some skills. I'll lure him away first and then use talismans to deal with him. As soon as he landed, Vuong Thang was already standing behind him, waiting. What terrifying speed. A chill ran down Tien Truong's spine as he turned his head to look. He reacted quickly, spinning around, but there was nowhere left to run. Vuong Thang moved at godly speed, circling Thien Truong like lightning, leaving behind countless afterimages. He cursed internally, damn it, how is this guy so strong? Vuong Thang seized the moment and swung his sword. The blade slowly left the scabbard, resting against Thi Tien Truong's neck, deciding the victor. Everyone was stunned. It all happened too fast. If it were a real fight to the death, I'm afraid this Vuong Thang would have thrust his sword straight into his neck. Vuong Thang said with a serious face, I held back. Thi Tien Truong raised his hands in surrender, sweating profusely, and said, calm down, bro. I absolutely have no intentions towards your senior sister. The sword was slowly withdrawn. Vuong Thang turned around, sheathed his sword, and said modestly, I have experienced your profound talisman magic. Thien Truong called out from behind. Wait a minute, he pleaded timidly. Bro Thang, I'm a bit unconvinced. Can we fight one more match? If not, I'll be just like Lu Van Chi, coming to Mount Vo Dang every day to challenge you. Vuong Thang thought to himself. Eminent experts of Dragon Tiger Mountain, why don't you control this guy? Fine then. Thi Tien Truong could think. Please, Bro Thang, from now on, you're my big brother, okay? Let's fight one more time. If I still lose this quickly again, I absolutely will never bring up challenging you again. People below shouted, you're only good at beating others. You can't let others beat you? Give it a rest, brother. Let the sword immortal go down. Fighting again will only make you lose more face. Vuong Thang acted accommodatingly, nodding slightly. Fine. Thien Truong clenched his fists in delight. Awesome. He quickly got into position, closed his eyes, and chanted a spell. 3 purities, Crimson Edict. 5 elements return to the body. Tiger and crane strike. Ape and snake protect the body. Talismans fluttered around him, sparkling with golden light. It seemed he wanted to go all out to recoup his previous loss. Wang Fang drew his sword. If I don't make him submit completely, I'm afraid he'll just keep pestering me endlessly. If that's the case, I'll let him strike first, and then give him a wake-up call. A calculating look appeared on his face. Hyen said excitedly, I'm ready. From his body, 3 spirit beasts emerged. An immortal crane, a divine tiger, and a serpent king, looking quite majestic. However, Wang Fang merely swung his sword casually. The sword chi instantly split each spirit beast in half. Hyen panicked. The jade pendant on his forehead unleashed its strongest energy. It was the same old move, summoning the elements of ice, water, fire, and earth, but with augmented power. Wang Fang easily dodged it, leaving behind afterimages. Sensing danger, Hyen clapped his hands to form seals. Talismans fluttered as he chanted, Earthen wall, arise. A row of wooden spikes shot up from the ground. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew past, leaving him dizzy. The 2 talisman pouches on his thighs were ripped open. Talismans scattered in the wind. It was unknown how many moves Wang Fang had executed in that split second. He was simply seen having circled behind Hyen, and all the talismans were sliced to pieces, slashed in half. Gasps of astonishment echoed from below the arena. Was that sword aura leaving the blade? How is that possible? How old is that kid anyway? After executing the attack, the tip of the sword shattered, and the blade itself was slightly worn. Wang Fang stroked the broken tip, thinking to himself that he never expected even senior brother Chu's sword couldn't withstand his true essence. Behind him, Hyen was kneeling on the ground with a gloomy face. Wang Fang humbly clasped his hands and said, Fellow Daoist Hyen, I concede. Behind them, a few people were scrambling to take photos and live stream. He walked off the stage to meet his senior brothers and sister. Senior brother Long, I'm sorry for ruining your precious sword. Long happily replied. Fi, no need to be so polite. It's an honor for this sword to be broken in your hands. Lin also sighed in admiration. Fi, I didn't expect you to defeat that Hyen. You're amazing. Wang Fang walked over to where his senior sister was sitting. Senior sister, I won. She was very pleased and gave him a congratulatory thumbs up. Ah, that's great. Wang Fang shyly thanked her for cheering him on. Deep down, he was worried that he had stood out too much today. But since he would be cultivating in seclusion in the mountains for the next few days, it shouldn't be a problem. Muko and Hyen's expression suddenly turned serious as she raised her hand to block Wang Fang. Confused, he asked, Senior sister? Coming from the arena, Hyen approached them with a gloomy face full of murderous intent, holding 2 bags of talismans. Long also stepped forward to stop him. Fellow Daoist of Longho Mountain, what else do you want? The crowd quickly gathered to watch the drama unfold. Wang Fang calmly patted his senior sister's shoulder and said, Let me handle this. He stepped forward confidently. Fellow Daoist, is there something else? Hyen gritted his teeth, tightly gripping his talisman bags, and lunged at Wang Fang with bloodshot eyes full of killing intent. Senior brother Long and senior sister Lin shouted a warning. Fi, look out. Lu Vanqi was also startled, thinking he was about to witness another spectacular performance. But to everyone's surprise, Hyen burst into tears and cried, Big bro, why didn't you just slash me directly? Why did you have to slash my talismans? Wang Fang was stunned as if he had been hit by an immobilized spell, standing completely frozen. Hyen continued to wail. The materials for these black talismans were super expensive. I've suffered a massive loss. The other disciples were also dumbfounded. They never expected the person who was so majestic just moments ago to be this pathetic. Suddenly, a kick sent Hyen flying 3 meters away, accompanied by a loud shout, Shut up. The man's face was dark, burning with rage. Enough. Stop making a fool of yourself in front of everyone. Come back, and the sect will compensate you double the materials. It turned out to be his senior uncle. Pushing his luck, Hyen shamelessly pleaded, Then how about giving me a few dozen sheets of Tumen talisman paper instead? His senior uncle furiously smacked him on the head to teach him a lesson. Even I don't get to use that kind of paper. Who do you think you are? He dragged Hyen away quickly, scolding, Behave and come back with me, or I'll confiscate all your magical artifacts. Hyen cried out as he was being dragged away. Brother Fang, I truly admire your sword techniques. Let's eat together later. Seeing his erratic personality, Wang Fang could only hold his head and sigh. After 3 opening matches, this exchange conference finally got to the main point. After stepping up a few times, he had managed to restore the reputation of the Wudang sect. Just as his senior uncle had said, the entire venue had quieted down. Next, he only needed to quietly observe and peacefully survive the myriad challenges of the conference. Wang Fang thought to himself. Behind them, 2 people were joking around. Fellow Daoist, you've already reached the core formation realm. Why don't you go up and spar with the little sword immortal? The fat guy next to him laughed and replied, No way, I need to save face for myself and my sect. Hearing this, Wang Fang silently understood. So that was it. Suddenly, green smoke billowed down and accelerated into a massive spinning tornado that appeared out of nowhere. A man was trapped in the middle, his face covered in tears. It turned out he was the opponent currently fighting against Owen Hyen. As the technique concluded, a yin-yang bagua pattern appeared beneath her feet. The tornado gradually dispersed, and her opponent was hurled into the air. Owen Hyen looked bored, probably because the match was too easy. Lai Thuino stroked his beard and said, Daoist Master Trone of the Lao Sun sect wants to concede. The audience was left with their jaws dropping, but Wang Fang wasn't surprised at all because he knew his senior sister's true strength very well. An ordinary cultivator was simply no match for his senior sister. Owen Hyen defeated her opponent, throwing him out of the ring with a loud thud. She coldly turned and walked away, with everyone's eyes following her as she left the arena. Wang Fang smiled and praised, Senior sister, you're amazing. He was holding a steamed bun to help her regain her stamina. Owen Hyen's eyes suddenly lit up. She let out a sigh of relief, seeming to cast off all her worries. A gentle smile bloomed on her face. The people behind them whispered to each other. To be at the mid-stage of the core formation realm at such a young age, she is truly a genuine master. Watching Owen Hyen return to her seat, everyone directed their gaze toward her. All this attention was likely due to Wang Fang's bizarre action of holding up a sign that read, Strangers keep your distance. If you have business, contact her junior brother first. He smiled awkwardly. Senior sister, I've put you in a tough spot. After today, all the Daoist sects had found their own respective paths. As long as the world's primal energy existed, the great era of cultivation would return. He feared that this era of peace wouldn't last much longer. The Daoist sects could urge their disciples to cultivate, but what about the remaining evil cultivators or the demonic beasts that had begun their demonic transformations? The path of cultivation might become easier, but how would the conflicts between these factions in the mortal world be handled? He was filled with anxious thoughts. Seeing that Owen Hyen seemed to know what he was worrying about, he quickly reined in his emotions. Never mind, what's the point of overthinking this? However much strength I have, I'll do that much work. If the sky falls, there will be taller people to hold it up. Anyway, as long as I can walk this path of cultivation, honestly, and openly in the future, that's enough. Thinking this, he strode forward. Despite going through many difficulties, the exchange conference finally came to a perfect end. As for him, he had truly gained a lot from this conference. Wang Fang left the square with his senior sister, fellow disciples, and friends, silently lost in thought. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, startling him. Brother Thang. Wait up, Brother Thang. He shuddered and forced a smile. Do you need something? Tian Truong smiled brightly, patting his chest with one hand and holding up his phone with the other. Come on, let's add each other. We already agreed we'll definitely be seeing each other often in the future, so we must keep in touch. Brother Thang, let's go down the mountain together so we can chat. Faced with such enthusiasm, Wang Fang had no choice but to take out his phone and add him. He added, Chatting is fine, but I definitely can't compensate you for those talismans. How about that? Tian Truong winked and clicked his tongue. No problem, no problem. When the time comes, I'll just ask my senior uncle to help find some materials, and I'll just report fake numbers. Those talismans only cost a few $1,000 anyway. Wang Fang replied, You're really corrupt. Lu Vanqi called out from behind, Brother Feng Mu, please excuse me. Please wait for me. Thanks to you teaching that scoundrel a lesson today, I feel so refreshed. Therefore, you must allow me to express my gratitude to you, brother. Wang Fang politely returned the greeting. Brother Lu, you're too kind. Tian Truong, on the other hand, picked his nose and said with an obnoxious expression, Who are you trying to impress with all that fancy talk? What era are we in? Still calling each other brother this, brother that. Lu Vanqi's face turned serious. It's still better than your vulgar way of speaking. Tian Truong sneered. Oh, a defeated loser still dares to act tough in front of me? The two of them glared at each other with murderous intent, ready to start round two. Wang Fang cleared his throat and stepped in to mediate. You two must be hungry. Let's go down the mountain and get something to eat. It's my treat tonight. Tian Truong was very excited. Thanks, Brother Fang. Hey, Sister Lu, you're a local. Are there any good restaurants around Mao Sun? Being called sister, Lu Vanqi furiously snorted. Wang Fang had to calm him down again. Senior Brother Lu, calm down, calm down. At the conference, everyone represented their own sex, so naturally, they had to maintain proper etiquette, but it didn't take long after entering the restaurant for everyone to become close friends. Tian Truong was the same age as him. Due to his mischievous nature, his family sent him to Long Ho Mountain to be disciplined. Because of his exceptional talent and talismans, he had achieved his current status. He was also no stranger to Lu Vanqi. After all, in his previous life, Lu Vanqi was one of the 36 outstanding heroes of the Daoist sect. Having followed his master up the mountain to cultivate since childhood, coupled with his extraordinary aura, he had many fans online. A few years ago, Lu Vanqi came here to Longho Mountain for training but was beaten unconscious by Thi Tian Trong. Since then, the two of them had formed a grudge. Later, when his cultivation had achieved some success, he wanted to seek revenge but failed repeatedly, which led to the scene today. Today at the conference, he and his senior sister had resolved the animosity between the sects. Those two were ordered to come and build ties with them, which could be considered a form of cooperation. But naturally, he wouldn't become arrogant because of this. Regardless, in today's cultivation world, one should still act cautiously and not let down their guard. Being arrogant and vain was useless. Cultivating in peace was the true path. The sun gradually set in the west, and as night fell, the moon rose high in the sky. Inside a spacious building of unknown ownership, a woman was reviewing the footage of the afternoon's matches. She ordered her staff. The Mao Sun sect sent over 10 hours of footage. Quickly filter out the useful information. She held a steaming cup of tea in her hand. An employee blurted out a swear word in utter shock. She suspiciously asked what had happened. The employee rewound the video, pointing out a specific detail. The team leader also looked puzzled after watching it. Good heavens, who is that? A sword immortal? You'd only see this kind of sword technique in movies. She took a sip of her tea and asked who that person was. The female secretary behind her, adjusting her glasses and holding a stack of documents, said, "This person is named Wang Feng, Daoist title Fi Nu. According to the information we gathered, his master's Daoist title is Thanangun II, who is rumored to be above the core formation realm." As she spoke, she looked at a photo of Thanangun II. The half-finished cup of tea slipped from the leader's hand and shattered on the floor. Her eyes turned incredibly stern as she asked again, "Who did you say his master was?" A few days later, after the information exchange conference came to an end, Vuong Fang and Owen Hyen were on their way back to Wudang Mountain to cultivate. Vuong Fang took great care of her, carrying all of her luggage. He followed closely, constantly reminding his senior sister, "Walk slowly, watch your step." After the conference, Senior Uncle Lai had specially granted him a few days off to go home, giving his parents peace of mind. He reminisced about the scene of returning home to his parents. His mother and Owen Huan sat together as his mother praised, "Little Huan, I never expected you to grow up so beautiful." Meanwhile, he and his father had a private chat. "Little Fang, how far have you and your senior sister progressed? When should I start preparing for a grandchild?" Hearing this, Wang Fang smoothly replied, "Don't worry, Dad. While I'm still alive, I'll definitely let you and Mom hold a grandchild." Unfortunately, during his rest, he was constantly bombarded by someone's messages. "Brother Thang, where do you live? Are you home yet? Brother Thang, when are you coming to Longho Mountain to hang out? Brother Thang, Brother Thang." 3 junior brothers were gossiping. "Aren't those senior brother Phi Ngu and senior sister Bat Ngu? I heard from senior brother Ung Long that they were super amazing at the exchange conference. Senior brother Ung Long and the others returned to the mountain a few days ago, and over the past few days, word has spread all over the country." Wudang Mountain was buzzing about the exchange conference, and now all the Daoist temples on the mountain knew about his and his senior sister's cultivation levels. However, he wouldn't let that get to his head. After all, everyone was a cultivator. Even though he had been looked down upon by supreme experts in his past life, he didn't want to become that kind of arrogant cultivator. The two of them arrived at the Wudang Gate, where their master was already waiting for them. Bat Ngu and Finu respectfully bowed to their master. "We have returned." Fanungon too, with his hands clasped behind his back and a stern expression, said, "Humph, you two, when you went to Mao Sun this time, didn't I tell you to keep a low profile?" Wang Fang smiled awkwardly and replied, "Master, there was a reason for that." Owen Huan Hyen fearfully hid behind him. Their master burst into laughter. He patted Wang Fang's shoulder and said, "Well done. Although we are guests of Wudang Mountain and do not belong to the direct lineage of the great Emperor Zhenwu, you still did a great job. As cultivators of Wudang Mountain, you two didn't embarrass me this time. However, moving forward, you must return home and continue cultivating peacefully on the mountain." Yesterday, junior brother Lai sent over some items. Among them are 2 quite decent pieces. Consider them your reward for this trip. Fan Nongtu turned and waved his hand. "I still have to go to the Taihua Palace to discuss some matters. I'll bring some food back for you too." "Yes, Master," the two replied in unison. Wang Fang suddenly sensed something different. It had only been a few days, but he felt like his master was about to break through. Cutting to inside their room, Wang Fang and Owen Hyen were opening their gifts. Perhaps to thank them for their efforts at the exchange conference, senior uncle Lai Thuino had specially prepared quite a few gifts for him and his senior sister. among which his gift was clearly chosen with great care. He received a fairly good sword. His senior sister received fine silk fabrics. Wang Fang excitedly unsheathed the sword to test it. The Van Uyen's sword looked ordinary, but upon using it, he realized that it contained sword essence. It was clearly a weapon crafted specifically by a sword cultivator. Although it wasn't as magical as Lu Vanqi's golden thread, jade garment, or Thi Thien Truong's crescent jade pendant, it was still a precious item, even if not top tier. As a reward for this trip to Mao's son, it wasn't bad at all. After testing the sword, he stood in front of his senior sister and said, "Senior sister, look at this sword." Mook Owen Hyen used her small hand to stroke Wang Fang's sword, then gently shook her head. Wang Fang hurriedly explained, "Don't worry, senior sister, I won't use it to kill." He thought to himself, swords are meant for slaughter. Is senior sister worried that this sword will affect my Dao heart? Mook Owen Hyen opened her chest, took out a jade pendant, and handed it to Wang Fang. He quickly waved his hands in refusal. "Senior sister, I already have this sword. This soul-calming jade pendant naturally belongs to you." Mook Owen Hyen firmly indicated, "I am already invincible." Wang Fang still persistently refused. "No way, no way. This is a gift from senior uncle to you. How can I accept it?" Hearing this, Mook Owen Hyen started to act cute, her eyes welling up with tears. Wang Fang hurriedly ran outside, shouting from a distance, "Senior sister, wait for me a moment." In the blink of an eye, he returned, hiding something in his hand. It turned out to be a flute. He said shyly, "I originally planned to wait until your birthday, but I'll just give it to you now." Wang Fang affectionately placed the flute into Mook Owen Hyen's hands. "Since you're giving me a gift, I must return the favor, right?" Mook Owen Hyen, both happy and shy, softly replied, "Mem." After settling everything, their cultivation life returned to peace. The most urgent task now was to try and raise their realms within a year. Stepping into the core formation realm meant experiencing the feeling of abstaining from food, but less than a month after returning to the mountain, a certain Daoist master with a gloomy face walked dejectedly into their small courtyard. A desperate cry echoed from outside, which turned out to be Li Thuino's voice. He said urgently, "Senior brother Than Mon Tu, evil ghosts are hurting people. Please help me." Hearing about ghosts, Wang Fang and Mook Owen Hyen were also terrified. Under the bright moon and cool breeze, amidst the hazy night, Wang Fang opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Mook Owen Hyen's beautiful face. Her hand tightly grasped his sleeve as she slept soundly. He looked at her with a bewildered expression. "What is going on? Why is senior sister sleeping here?" Just as he was about to sit up, Mook Owen Hyen suddenly pulled him back. Her beautiful, sparkling eyes looked at him, her small hand tightly gripping his robe. Seeing this, he gently asked, "Senior sister, did I startle you? Were you scared by the sound of the wind?" He gently pulled the blanket up and lay back down next to Mook Owen Hyen, saying, "Don't be afraid, go to sleep. We still have to wake up early tomorrow to hit the road." Hearing this, she finally closed her eyes. Wang Fang carefully coaxed Mook Owen Hyen to sleep. Ever since their senior uncle arrived 3 days ago, she had been like this. He really didn't expect that his senior sister, a dignified core formation realm cultivator, would be afraid of ghosts. He heard from their master that years ago, in an attempt to get his senior sister to speak, the master had used ghost stories as a form of shock therapy. As a result, she almost became permanently mute, and it left behind the root of this trauma. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. To think it scared her that much. Just what kind of extreme methods did his master use back then? However, at this moment, comforting his frightened senior sister was his responsibility as her junior brother. As the morning sun shone down on the roof, everyone began preparing to leave. Li Thuino sighed in reminiscence. "It's been so many years since I last went back." Replacing Mook Owen Hyen, Ung Long looked at Wang Fang gloomily without saying a word. "You've prepared quite thoroughly." Wang Fang had brought along a bunch of exorcism tools. Hay, crosses, garlic, Buddha statues, talismans, and a bunch of other miscellaneous stuff. He smiled awkwardly. "It's better to be prepared. What if it's a Western ghost?" He recalled that just before leaving, Mook Owen Hyen had meticulously prepared a whole chest of things for him. How could he refuse? He could only sigh helplessly. This represented his senior sister's care for him. How could he dare throw it away? The large gates slowly opened. "Second brother, you finally returned. The house is being haunted by ghosts, and we've been tormented to our limits." Thui Enjo pleaded earnestly, replying, "Big brother, haven't I returned now?" So this place was their senior uncle's home. No wonder he had always kept it a secret. This place reeked of power and conspiracy. After that, everyone immediately sprang into action. Before setting up the altar, the offerings were fully arranged. Only then did everyone start to learn that senior uncle's older brother was named Lai Thui Hyen. Because he had continuously invested in Wudang Mountain over the years, the Wudang sect implicitly agreed to let them perform the exorcism for him. But what made him the most curious was why his senior uncle, who clearly had such a massive family fortune, chose to leave home and cultivate the Tao. Could he have encountered some major tragedy that made him so indifferent to worldly affairs? Lai Thuingo finished reciting an incantation, and the sword levitated into the air. He channeled his magical power into the precious sword, and it immediately reacted. Evil-slaying guardians quickly purged the darkness here. As soon as the words left his mouth, Vuong Thang and senior brother Ung Long split up to patrol the area. Before the exorcism, their senior uncle had discussed it with them. The altar set up in front was just for show. He and senior brother Ung Long were the main force for the actual exorcism. This arrangement was mainly to show outsiders that cultivators didn't just exist in movies. Even though the disciples did all the work, the achievements and glory belonged to the master. At this moment, as Wang Thang opened a door, a surge of evil aura instantly poured out. Wang Thang took one look and knew something was wrong. Just as expected, something was happening. The evil aura behind the door billowed out. Standing in the doorway, Wang Thang felt as if he was about to be sucked in. Inside was pitch black, when suddenly, two pairs of glowing red eyes appeared. Two twisted monsters stared fixedly at him as they slowly floated closer. Wang Thang remained calm, swiftly forming hand seals to begin the exorcism. 5 stars suppress evil, light illuminates the dark. Demonic ghosts of the 5 realms, destroy your bodies and extinguish your forms. Heed my command. As the incantation ended, a radiant light burst from Wang Thang, purifying the entire room. The dark shadows in the room were gradually and completely eradicated. When the light faded, the room Wang Thang was in return to normal. Immeasurable, heavenly, venerable. He left behind this Daoist chant before closing the door and leaving. Not long after, Wang Thang and senior brother Ung Long regrouped. I walked around once and encountered over 20 wraiths, same on my end. It's really strange. Unless the Feng Shui layout backfired, someone must be. Wang Thang quickly signaled Ung Long to be quiet. Shh, I'm afraid someone is listening. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go find senior uncle and regroup. After all, this was senior uncle's home. If someone was really playing dirty tricks behind the scenes, they couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Outside, everyone was still intently watching Lai Thuino cast his spells, while Lai Thuithean's people quietly stood by and observed. Li Thuingo's hands were trembling, but he persevered for a few more minutes. Isn't it just a simple exorcism? Why is it taking them so long to return? Are those two reliable? A servant saw the silhouettes of Ung Long and Wang Thang in the distance and reported that they had returned. Only then did Li Thuino let out a sigh of relief. He lowered the precious sword, turned around, and said to Lai Thuithien, "Big brother, please prepare a quiet room for us, so we can temporarily restore our spirits." "All right, I understand." In the blink of an eye, it was nightfall. In the prepared room, Vuong Thang and Ung Long recounted today's events to Thuino. "Senior uncle, we walked around and encountered dozens of wraiths. I suspect another cultivator is playing tricks." "Another cultivator? Then this is troublesome." Wang Thang's current knowledge was even broader than his senior uncle's, so naturally, he knew some of the darker aspects of the cultivation world. Today's incident could be because the Lai family's wealth had attracted the covetous eyes of some evil cultivators, or perhaps Lai Thuithian had offended someone, leading to revenge from an evil cultivator. "Fine, Ngu, what do you think we should do? Exposing them suddenly might cause the enemy to act desperately. It's better if we..." The three of them then began discussing their countermeasures. Half an hour later, as Lai Thuno and Lai Thuithian were taking a walk, Enjo casually asked, "Big brother, have you offended anyone in recent years?" "Recently, I've been staying at home. I haven't offended anyone." "Think carefully, big brother. Someone is trying to harm our entire family right now." Although Thuino was anxious, Thuitien still tried his best to recall. Lai Thuithian resolutely replied, "Absolutely not. I have never done anything against my conscience in my entire life. Except for that year, Wang Thang, who was sitting in the room below, overheard their conversation. That year? Could it be he did something against his conscience? The manor's Feng Shui, senior uncle leaving home to become a monk, those were all things from over a decade ago. Could all these events be connected? The next day, after Thuithian saw Thuin go off, Ngo said, "Big brother, the ghosts have been eliminated. We must also return to the mountain for orders. If anything happens, just let me know." "Second brother, luckily we had you this time." Not long after the car departed, the sky turned dark again. Back at the Lai family manor, Vuong Thang hid in the shadows, observing. "Fi Mu, how much longer do we have to wait?" "Probably until midnight. At that time, Yang energy is at its weakest, which is when those evil cultivators who raise ghosts are most confident." Lai Thuithian's business was so massive. He had servants and a security team, not to mention a completely blind spot-free surveillance system. Even so, the wraiths they eliminated today numbered at least 70 or 80. This obviously wasn't something achieved in just a day or two. If it were an outsider causing trouble, they couldn't possibly leave no trace, so the mastermind was very likely an insider. So that's why we pretended to leave during the day just so we could return and ambush them at night. Even so, the intentions of the person releasing the ghosts are truly vicious. Using evil methods to drain Yang energy with wraiths and trying to wipe out an entire family, it's absolutely unforgivable. But what's the point of us waiting here? If it's an insider, they'll want to act quickly to avoid any complications. They might strike tonight. Saying that, he formed hand seals and sat in meditation, letting his divine sense cover the entire Lai household to see who was more patient. At this moment, the spiritual networks connected, bringing every corner of the Lai family home within Vuong Thang's observation range. Seeing this, Ong Long couldn't help but be amazed. He never expected Fi Ingu's spiritual perception to be able to cover the entire manor. Not to mention his current cultivation wasn't as high as his, even at the same realm. He probably wouldn't be able to do this. Since that's the case, I'll provide full protection for Fi Nu. On this side, Vuong Thang had found a clue. He sensed a young man wandering in the courtyard. Who is that? That's Layman Lai's resting quarters. The young man carefully observed his surroundings as he walked. He pulled a small incense burner from his pocket, bit his finger, and dripped blood into it. He muttered, "Restless spirits of the dark, extinguish the breath of life. Heaven's law is clear. Retribution will be served." A few drops of blood fell, and moments later, a wraith slowly crawled out, its figure growing larger and larger, until it quickly transformed into a terrifyingly massive ghoul. The young man gently placed the incense burner in front of the door. "O Lai Thui Thien, to think you would invite the Wudang sect for an exorcism. Since that's the case, don't blame me for finishing this quickly." He then took a step forward, standing before the tightly shut door. The wraith excitedly reached out to tear the door apart, but just as its claws were about to touch it, a protective golden light flashed from within. Seeing this, the wraith withdrew its hand in fear. A Wudang talisman. Li Thui Thien truly is well prepared. Talismans might block ghosts, but can they stop a living person? Just as the young man was about to push the door open, Vuong Thang quickly rushed forward to stop him. As the young man and the wraith tried to force their way in, Vuong Thang lunged forward with his sword raised. He quickly ducked, and the door shattered. He shifted his stance, and the wraith behind him took the opportunity to try and smash Vuong Thang into a pancake. But as its attack landed, it realized it had only hit his afterimage. His true body was already right in front of the wraith, yet it completely failed to notice. When Vuong Thang swung his sword down, he suddenly discovered that this wraith's skin was as hard as steel. Ordinary blades couldn't pierce its scales at all. He immediately sensed something was wrong, quickly withdrew his sword, and used the wraith as a springboard to swiftly jump to a higher vantage point, out of the enemy's line of sight. Hearing the commotion, Li Thui Thien groggily sat up, the young man's face instantly filled with killing intent upon seeing him awake. "Li Thui Thien, this day next year will be your death anniversary." Before he could even get close, he was intercepted by a barrage of sword energy. Seeing that he couldn't close the distance, he switched to long-range attacks, dodging the sword aura while throwing hidden weapons. Vuong Thang swiftly deflected the needles thrown by the young man. The metallic clinking sound of the needles hitting the ground was extremely ear-piercing. These needles were coated in dark evil true essence. If they so much as grazed the old man, even an immortal would have a hard time saving him. The young man quickly formed seals over his magical artifact, pouring his spiritual energy into it. He furiously yelled, "Wudang disciple, stop meddling in other people's business." Vuong Thang replied, "Eliminating evil ghosts that harm people and eradicating demonic forces is exactly what I must do. If you insist on stopping me," leaving his sentence unfinished, he charged forward to engage in combat. Vuong Thang remained perfectly calm, carefully countering every move. "Demonic ghosts of the 5 realms, destroy your bodies and extinguish your forms, heed my command." The moment the incantation ended, the vengeful spirit wildly charged toward Li Thui Thien. Witnessing this for the first time, Li Thui Thien was so terrified, his legs turned to jelly, rooting him to the spot. "This guy is blocking me while trying to let the ghost take Li Thui Thien's life. What kind of deep-seated grudge is there between them? 5 stars suppress evil, light illuminates the dark. All gods and saints, protect my true spirit." Finishing the incantation, he immediately dashed over to shield Li Thui Thien. "I noticed the anomaly earlier, so I came ahead. Senior brother Ong Long must have noticed it too and should be on his way. In that case, I just need to hold off this guy and the ghost until he gets here." The young man held the incense burner and chanted a spell. "Wudang disciple, since you want to get involved in this messy business so badly, I'll send you to hell first." Vuong Thang nimbly dodged the attacks. He spotted an opening and launched an attack. 5 stars suppress evil, light illuminates the dark. All gods and saints, protect my true spirit. Demonic ghosts of the 5 realms, destroy your bodies and extinguish your forms. Heed my command. He chanted the spell while swinging his sword to attack. Seeing this, the young man hurriedly chanted an incantation for his magical artifact. Restless spirits, chaotic minds. While the demonic creature was roaring, its head was suddenly cleaved in two. The vengeful spirit was sliced apart by Vuong Thang's sword aura. Shortly after, the small incense burner in the young man's hand shattered. Suffering from the backlash, he sustained internal injuries. Having dealt with the vengeful spirit, he swiftly struck the enemy's vital points, bringing the young man to his knees. The vengeful spirit he had summoned also gradually dissipated into smoke. After rendering his opponent completely defenseless, he lightly touched down in front of Li Thuithian. Refusing to accept defeat, the young man decided to go all out and continue fighting. I offer my living soul and mortal body. Grant me divine power. Vuong Thang furrowed his brows, a tense expression on his face. At this moment, he had merged completely with the vengeful spirit. A notification window popped up. Demonic ghost. The young man screamed maniacally, Li Thuithian, I will have my revenge. Your entire family will die without a burial place. The blood debt of my father and brother from over a decade ago can finally be repaid today. His body then began to mutate, massive spikes sprouting from his arms while glowing phantom skulls swirled around him. Clad in gleaming armor, fully geared for combat, he was ready to launch a fierce battle at any second. Just how many living souls did this evil cultivator sacrifice to refine such a malicious ghost? While Vuong Thang was tensely searching for a countermeasure, a voice rang in his ear. Ung Long and several guards were standing outside the wall. Phi Nu, are you okay? Vuong Thang quickly grabbed Li Thuithian and jumped outside. Seeing this, the so-called malicious ghost immediately gave chase. Vuong Thang fended it off while taking the opportunity to toss Li Thuithian toward Ung Long. Protect Layman Lai. Tell the Lai family to stay far away from here. Ung Long quickly caught Thuithian and replied, Understood. You be careful too. Vuong Thang swiftly shifted his sword stance, nimbly gliding his blade across its scales. The Vanoyen sword wasn't originally a magical artifact specifically used for exorcism. Against this type of ghost today, it wasn't very effective. It would be better to use talismans, like Ti Thien Trong or Lu Van Chi. Just as he thought of this, a plan flashed in Vuong Thang's mind. That's right, talismans. Vuong Thang observed meticulously, agilely dodging the vengeful spirit's attacks while looking toward Ung Long. Senior brother, senior uncle's talismans. Yes, exactly those talismans. Hearing this, Ung Long immediately started searching for talismans. Li Thuithian ordered his servants to go fetch them. Quickly, go get more talismans and bring them here. Looking at the malicious spirit in front of him, he took a deep breath. If I can't kill you directly, then I'll just wear you down to death. Thinking this, Vuong Thang split into two clones, simultaneously executing two different sword techniques. He and his clone quickly moved to positions surrounding the ghost to set up a formation. He observed carefully, then trapped it within the array. I'll use spell arrays to drain its soul power and a sword formation to trap its body. From the outside, Ung Long's loud shout echoed. Phi Nu, catch. He swiftly caught the bag of talismans tossed from outside. Opening the bag, talismans flew out one after another. Moments later, all the talismans were controlled by Vuong Thang to fly toward the array formation, while a rain of sword aura shot toward the talismans. The talismans burst into flames the moment they touched the ground. Soon, both the monster's scales and the talismans were reduced to ashes. Watching it writhe in agony, he vigilantly noted that the talismans were indeed effective. The evil cultivator inside the building has lost his mind, otherwise, the malicious ghost wouldn't have dared to openly let Layman Lai go. Since that's the case, I just need to keep wearing it down, and the malicious ghost will definitely be destroyed. From the outside, people could only see ceaseless flashes of light accompanied by the clashing of weapons coming from within. Suddenly, a shout came from behind. Where are the thugs? We received a report that someone was trying to harm old Mr. Lai. Where is the culprit now? Vuong Thang shouted loudly as he fought. Senior brother, stop them. Don't let them get dragged into this. Give me 15 more minutes. This thing can't hold out much longer. Hearing this, Li Thuithian immediately stepped forward to negotiate with the police. Officers, there really is a ghost. I'm not lying to you. Listen here, old man. What era do you think we're in? Ghosts don't exist. Just as the police officer said that, Ung Long suddenly appeared, startling the officer into hurriedly drawing his gun. Seeing this, Ung Long immediately raised both hands in a gesture of peace, trying to persuade them. Officers, my junior brother just needs 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, he can handle that malicious ghost. Please be patient. Ung Long sighed internally. Right now, I must look exactly like a charlatan. The senior officer waved his hand dismissively. I think you're the one scamming this old man. You guys stay here and guard the door. The rest of you, follow me inside. Don't let his accomplice escape. Ung Long swiftly used his movement technique to block the senior officer's path. He said seriously, Officer, please listen to me. The senior officer was losing his patience. He waved his hand, and the officers behind him immediately prepared to storm in. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Li Thien said, "Officer, this man is truly a Daoist master from Wudang. Old man, some people just shouldn't be trusted." Long patiently explained, "My junior brother is right. We can't let anyone inside. He's currently inside exorcising a ghost. As his senior brother, I must accomplish this for him." The police officer flew into a rage, decisively drawing the gun from his holster and aiming it straight at Long's forehead, which startled him, because primal energy had returned. The government had ordered the police to be heavily armed, and in special circumstances, they were authorized to open fire. He ignored Long's words and said to Li Thien with a stern tone, "Obstructing an officer on duty, arrest him." The subordinates followed the order and immediately handcuffed Long. He looked on helplessly as the group of people charged in. "Fine, let them go in and broaden their horizons." The senior officer aggressively stormed in. The moment he entered, he saw his men slumped on the ground, limbs trembling, stammering incoherently. He anxiously asked, "What happened?" Following the direction his subordinate was pointing, he jumped in fright. There really was a ghost. At this moment, the malicious ghost had just had its claws severed by Vuong Fang. It roared in fury and hurled a massive boulder at him. Vuong Fang swiftly leaped to dodge it, but the police officers behind were so terrified they couldn't even move. Long, with his agile movements, instantly snapped the handcuffs. He dashed in front of the officers and caught the boulder with his bare hands. He merely twisted his wrist, and the massive boulder was tossed aside. He inadvertently struck an awe-inspiring pose and said, "Officers, malicious ghosts are extremely violent by nature. Please don't agitate it." The scene they just witnessed had terrified them immensely, causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. "Captain, this is beyond our capacity to handle. What do we do?" "Stop panicking. You report the situation here to headquarters. The rest of you, stay and coordinate with the Daoist master to deal with this ghost. Prepare to open fire." Hearing this, Long hastily stopped them. "Wait, ordinary bullets can't harm a malicious ghost. They'll only enrage it further." "Then what should we do?" "Malicious ghosts are aligned with yin energy. To suppress it, we need items infused with yang energy. Can you find the blood of a freshly killed rooster? To deal with it, black rooster blood is the best." Hearing this, the police officers immediately scattered. "We're on it." Meanwhile, Vuong Fang was struggling to restrain the giant demon. Seeing him move, the demon immediately chased after him. The situation was incredibly dire. He had used up all his talismans. Long quickly threw out several red bags, shouting loudly, "Junior brother, dodge!" The red bags, upon inflicting damage on the demon, turned black and splattered all over its body, creating a gory mess. In no time, a sizzling sound emitted from its body, as it began to melt like snow under the scorching summer sun by the river. Seeing this, the police were overjoyed. The rooster blood really works. The demon roared in fury and charged at them. "Oh no, the demon is coming for us." On this side, Long quickly executed his sword techniques. Behind him appeared the phantom aura of an immortal, as he muttered an incantation. "Zhen Wu quells demons. Protect my Dharma form. The demon has been severely weakened by the rooster blood. I just need to withstand this final attack." With that, he charged forward without hesitation to clash with the demon. The auras of both sides collided violently, like opposing forces of yin and yang. After a fierce struggle, both were sent flying backward by the recoil. Long smiled and called out, "Finu, I'm counting on you for the rest." Vuong Fang hovered in mid-air, chanting incantations as his entire body was enveloped in a radiant aura. The sword in his hand was now exquisitely empowered, emitting a brilliant light. He stared at the demon with sharp eyes and replied, "Leave it to me." Heaven and earth harbor righteous chi, flowing in myriad forms. Below, it becomes the rivers and mountains. Above, it becomes the sun and stars. Treading on Dubi, crossing Merak, arriving at Fekta, leaping to Megrez. He tightly gripped the sword in his hand. His sharp sword stance swept across the demon's entire body, from its head to its belly, then to its legs. Descending on Alioth, shifting to Mizar, sword fixed on Alcade. The 7 stars suppressed demons. As the technique concluded, the area fell into silence. Vuong Fang's eyes were resolute and unwavering. The demon's body trembled violently, as the sword marks Vuong Fang left on it glowed like a constellation of stars. A moment later, those sword marks erupted with a blinding light. The aura and the intense light seemed capable of blowing away everything in its path. Consumed by the beam of light, the demon's body was reduced to ashes. After the battle ended, the police quickly cleaned up the scene and began their investigation. Long, supported by an officer, walked over. "Finu, well done." The sword slipped from Vuong Fang's hand. Exhausted, he fell backward. Luckily, Long and the officer managed to catch him. "Fingu, are you all right?" By now, he didn't even have the strength to answer Long's question. His eyelids grew heavier, his vision blurred, and he fell completely unconscious. The demon had been destroyed, and he fainted due to exhausting all the true essence in his body. Although his coma didn't last long, when he woke up, he still felt quite tired. After regulating his condition, he gradually recovered. Following this massive battle, he had also gained some unexpected rewards. He was now standing right at the threshold of the core formation realm. It seemed this trip wasn't a waste after all. At that moment, a knock echoed at his door. He politely opened the door and asked the two people in front of him, "How can I help you too?" The short-haired girl spoke first, Daoist Master of Wang Thang. "I am Mong Nguyet, a member of the Special Investigation Unit, specializing in cases of evil ghosts harming people. The man next to me is Dai Niu, also a member of the unit. Are you both here to ask about the incident with the ghost?" Mong Nguyet replied a bit shyly, Before we get to business, could we chat about something personal?" As soon as he agreed, her eyes lit up with excitement. She couldn't hold back, rushing up to ask him a barrage of questions. "I'm so excited. I never thought I'd meet my idol, the Sword Immortal, in the flesh. You look so handsome wielding that sword. Can I get your autograph? Can we take a picture together? Can you put your hand on my shoulder?" As Wong Thang awkwardly took photos with Meng Yet, he asked, Did you two come here just to take pictures?" Only then did she remember her actual mission. Reining in her fangirling, she coughed a few times and said, "Actually, our captain wants to speak with you. Someone will video call you shortly. I'll wait outside. Call me in when you're done talking." He took Mong Nguyet's phone into the room and waited. Very soon, he received a video call. Why would the captain of the Special Investigation Unit want to look for me directly? The moment he answered, he froze in surprise. What? Master's wife. It was his first double ninth festival since climbing the mountain, and his master had dragged him out to drink. "Little Thang, if you want to get married later, go ahead. If you want to have kids, have them. I'm very open-minded. As long as you treat your wife with all your heart, that's enough." Wong Thang curiously asked his master, "Master, why are you suddenly bringing this up?" He nostalgically recounted, "Years ago, I fell in love with a woman, but your Grandmaster objected. I was planning to beg my master, but she was a very straightforward person, and she just disappeared for decades, without a trace. This is a letter she asked someone to deliver to me last year. Only then did I find out that I actually have a child, a daughter about your age. Who knows how much she has suffered out there all these years." Back to the present, the person on the video call was indeed Than Ngon Tu's beloved. He froze for a moment before calling out Master's wife. She sighed and said, "What are you calling me? I have a favor to ask. Could you pass a message to your master for me? Tell him that if he still cares about his daughter, he needs to come see me immediately." Master's wife, has Junior sister been targeted by troublesome cultivators? I'll call Master right now. He quickly pressed the speakerphone button. Holding a phone in each hand, he sat there imagining a warm, happy scene. As long as they talk directly, Master will definitely understand and win back Master's wife's heart. But unfortunately, his beautiful daydream was shattered before it could begin. "Sorry, the number you have dialed cannot be reached at this time." He awkwardly told her, "Master might have bad reception. I'll contact my senior sister." "Don't worry." Leaning back in her chair, she nodded. "All right, I'm troubling you, little Thang. No need to be so polite. I'll video call you back later." She nodded again. The moment he hung up, he texted Owen Hyen, "Senior sister, where did Master go?" He left a letter and went off somewhere. He didn't say a word, just took a picture of it for me to see. Here, the contents of the letter read, "Little Thang, little Hyen, Master is about to break through to the Golden Core realm and needs to enter seclusion in the Eastern Mountains for a while. I will help you when I return. Teach you both." After reading it, he felt a pang of sadness for his master. Was this his destiny to be alone? The timing of his breakthrough was just too coincidental. He sighed and messaged Owen Hyen back, recounting the entire situation. After finishing, he went outside to return the phone to Mong Niet. "You're done talking? So, when are we heading out? My senior sister will also be participating in this operation. We'll head back to Wudang Mountain to pick her up." Hearing this, Mong Niet was instantly thrilled. Fairy Batengu is joining the operation too. Ah, that's fantastic. Their master's wife and daughter were in trouble. Of course, his senior sister wouldn't just stand by and watch, but for his master's wife to proactively contact them, it seemed things were quite troublesome. Regardless of the danger, he had to save his junior sister. Several vehicles, big and small, were parked outside the door. Mong Niet updated Vuong Thang on the situation. "Daoist Master Vuong, that evil cultivator has been restrained by us. He won't have another chance to harm anyone. Next, we'll head to Wudang Mountain to pick up Fairy Batengu." According to the information Meng and Guiet provided, that security guard's father and brother had died a long time ago. Because that area was the Lai family's property, they couldn't exact revenge back then, so they targeted Layman Lai for their revenge. Meng and Guiet read a news update and looked utterly shocked. "Oh no. Seeing her reaction, he asked, "What's wrong?" "Our colleagues just contacted me. Just now, that security guard who tried to commit murder died. His sudden death caused the atmosphere to instantly tense up. This manner of death, could this goobug be?" Seeing the marks on his arm, Wang Fang was even more certain. It really was them. Logically speaking, the array formation used was also filled with yin energy. But it wasn't just that. That security guard likely died from the yin-yang blood-devouring goo. This toxic bug possesses both yin and yang properties, so it's possible that they can sense each other. According to ancient texts, these goo bugs can forcibly enhance the host's spiritual perception, but they can also cause the victim to die an agonizing death from thousands of miles away. Mong Nuyet was terrified. Is this for real? Also, this symbol looks like a taiji pattern, but it's actually not. It's very likely the insignia of the organization behind this. You can start your investigation from here. A pseudo-taiji pattern, the yin-yang goo, and that demonic cauldron artifact I destroyed earlier. These three things are enough to prove that an evil cultivator organization has reached a significant scale. You must quickly contact the major immortal sects. Hearing this, Mong Niet hurriedly said, "Daoist Master Wang, please wait a moment. I will immediately inform my colleagues." He could only apologize internally, as this involves secrets from his past life. Although he couldn't explain everything clearly, he hoped they could prepare for it this time, because what they were facing was the very evil cultivator organization that had overthrown the world in his past life. The next day, amidst the bustling city, Mong Niet excitedly said, "Fairy Battengu is so beautiful. Her figure is perfect, and her skin is so fair. She is truly flawless." Owen Hyen mumbled around a bite of bread and gave a perfunctory nod. Wang Thang explained, "Senior sister, she is Master's wife's subordinate, not a bad person." Hearing that, Mong Niet muttered in heartbreak, "Not a bad person." On the way, he learned the true nature of the Special Investigation Unit from Mong Niet. Wang Thang plainly looked at Mong Niet's pained expression and asked, "Does your captain have any arrangements?" Mong Niet forced back her sorrow and replied, "There are no specific instructions yet, but according to our intel, this incident involves traces of a fugitive. It's completely justifiable for our unit to mobilize. In ancient times, martial artists used their martial arts to rebel, and immortals use their magic to overturn the heavens. In today's civilized era, with cultivation flourishing in the mortal world, a special organization is naturally needed to maintain order. The Special Investigation Unit led by Master's wife is one of the special branches established by the Great Hua Nation to deal with the cultivation world. Its main duty is to monitor cultivators and mediate between organizations and handle conflicts between the cultivation world and secular society." Dine Yu added, "This case also involves our captain's biological daughter. You two Daoist masters had better not get involved." "It's fine. This matter is also a personal issue for us. After all, she's not just your captain's daughter. She is also our junior sister." Hearing this, the two of them froze. Junior sister. Could it be that our captain and Daoist master Thain and gone too? No way. What a coincidence. Seeing their expressions, Wang Thang smiled bitterly and said, "You too. Just focus on driving carefully. Daoist Master Wang, this is our mission location. Thanks for the hard work." Wang Thang and Owen Hyen stepped forward valiantly, saying, "Leave the rest to us. Daoist Master Wang, we will do our best to ensure everyone's safety. If you encounter any danger, please prioritize protecting yourselves." He nodded and replied, "Understood. I know." According to intel, some cultivators had infiltrated the university, using a pyramid scheme model to spread cultivation techniques. His junior sister was one of the students who had been roped in. Right now, the world's primal energy had just recovered, and cultivation was still a secret to the outside world. Spreading cultivation techniques at this time was very suspicious, and they likely had an ulterior motive. Their current mission was to pose as a couple, infiltrate the university, investigate the enemy cultivators' whereabouts, and rescue their junior sister. A message from Owen Hyen popped up on Vuong Thang's phone. "Calling Potato, please respond if you copy. Senior sister, is there a situation? I found residual primal energy in junior sister's room, possibly caused by talismans. What should we do next?" Vuong Thang advised, "Don't alert the enemy for now. If possible, create an opportunity to get acquainted with junior sister first." Vuong Thang stared intently at the photo in his hand, deep in thought. Senior sister has already gotten into character and is having a lot of fun. His junior sister's name was Tree Van, currently a sophomore. According to the data Meng Miet provided, it seemed cultivators had infiltrated the university to convert students. Junior sister was one of the people dragged into it, which led to a conflict with Master's wife, resulting in them cutting ties. That was probably why Master's wife had no choice but to contact his master, hoping he could help bring their junior sister back. The two of them quickly arrived at Trivan's university. "Senior sister, how is your plan to get acquainted coming along? Don't be too pressured. She is Master's daughter, so don't treat her like a stranger. But when he saw Trivan, Wang Fang was shocked to discover that his junior sister was actually radiating true essence. This type of true essence was very similar to the cultivation technique from his past life. It seemed things weren't as simple as they appeared on the surface. Senior sister, there's a slight change of plans. Let me make contact with junior sister and see how it goes. Wang Fang walked over with his phone in hand, but before he could speak, a familiar voice interrupted him. Wang Fang, in that moment, he was startled, and his phone dropped to the ground. This supposedly indestructible phone fell without its screen breaking, simply sliding a short distance. He looked in surprise at the person who just called his name. Was it his high school senior, Tham Thien Lam? She hurriedly put down her food tray, ran over, and hugged Wang Fang, saying excitedly, "Is it really you? What are you doing here?" Her action left everyone in the cafeteria dumbfounded. The flames of jealousy among the guys, which were previously just flickering, now erupted into an inferno. Who the hell is this guy? Even Senior Tham has time to flirt with her little lover. I just saw it. I thought that guy already had a girlfriend. I can't take this anymore. Brothers, let's get him. Tham Thien Lam hurriedly explained. He's my junior from high school. He saved my life once. In his previous life, she was crippled because of a scumbag. After his rebirth, he helped her overcome that crisis. It seemed that now, she was very healthy, so it was all worth it. He placed his hand on Tham Thien Lam's shoulder. Senior Tham, I didn't expect to run into you here. During this conversation, he noticed Senior Tham's body had no spiritual energy. It seemed she had nothing to do with Junior's sister. Hey, you dropped your phone. Hearing this, Wang Fang turned around. Seeing it was Trivan, he hurriedly thanked her. Hey, can I add you as a friend? I'd like to treat you to a meal later. Trivan politely declined. No need to be so polite. With that, she walked away. Tham Thien Lam teased with a smile. What's wrong? Did you drop your phone next to her on purpose? Senior Tham, let's go sit over there. Let me introduce you. The moment she saw Owen Hyen, Tham Thien Lam blurted out two words. Your girlfriend? Wang Fang introduced them. Senior, this is Wait. Senior Tham, this is my senior sister. Senior sister, this is my high school senior. Tham Thien Lam. On the outside, Owen Hyen showed no particular expression. Thien Lam looked at the beauty in front of her with great interest. She's so pretty. Is she your girlfriend? Really? But at this moment, only Wang Fang noticed Owen Huyen's unusual demeanor. Her eyes transmitted what she wanted to say to Wang Fang. Weren't you supposed to be investigating junior sister's situation? Who is this girl? Is the status of a high school senior higher or a senior sister higher? How should I interact with this girl? Wang Fang broke out in a cold sweat. This girl, he desperately winked at her. Senior sister, please calm down. The three of them went to a quiet corner on campus to chat. Wang Fang gave Tham Thien Lam a rough explanation of his situation. So, that's how it is. No wonder last time we contacted you, you were still on Wudang Mountain, and now you've suddenly appeared here. Just pretend that I'm an undercover cop investigating some bad elements in the school. After saving his senior back then, their relationship had become quite friendly. Although she was one of the few who knew he went to Wudang Mountain, it was better to keep some details a secret. She seemed to be pondering something. Bad elements? Are there really people like that in our school? Has anyone invited you to join any weird clubs recently? Like ones related to martial arts, magic, immortality, or even Daoist cultivation? I saw a poster earlier that seems related to what you're saying. I'll send it to you to take a look. He opened it and read the contents of the Supernatural Club's poster. Do you have doubts about this world? Do you truly understand this world? No. Are you willing to settle for a mundane job with an average salary? Or do you want to reach the pinnacle? It's time to leave this fake world behind. Supernatural Club, having found a lead, he immediately stood up to leave. Senior Tham, this is enough. I'll send someone to secretly protect you. From now on, just pretend you never met me or my senior sister. She nodded in agreement, her eyes deeply following Wang Fang and Owen Huyen's retreating figures. So this is the senior sister he constantly mentioned in his messages. No wonder he's so happy living on the mountain. If I hadn't met his esteemed senior sister today, I would have thought he actually wanted to become a celibate Daoist priest. Night fell. A group of students gathered outdoors to meditate. Don't complain that the membership fee is too high. Everything requires investment. Right now, we are investing in ourselves. Only by doing this can everyone step onto the true path to the pinnacle. Let's begin cultivating. In an unnoticed spot, Wang Fang raised his phone to take a picture. A missionary, huh? The leader actually has cultivation. If they were just cultivating, these people wouldn't be breaking the law. I'll give these photos to Meng Niet for them to investigate. Oh, something's happening. Owen Hyen pointed at a couple. Wang Fang looked and shook his head in disgust. Even in cultivation, they're playing this kind of unspoken casting couch game. Senior sister, keep watching here. I'll go check it out. Owen Hyen nodded while snacking. After the cultivation session ended, the young couple walked hand in hand down a deserted road late at night. If you listen to me, let alone the membership fee, I can even give you extra cultivation techniques and pills. His words sounded incredibly sweet, but the girls still hesitated. Just then, a loud shout interrupted their conversation. The blonde, ponytail-wearing guy quickly stopped to see who was ruining his moment. An old man stepped out from the alley, walking and scolding. "You disgrace to our family's reputation. You shameless scoundrel." "Second uncle." "Wait, no. Elders. This is my new girlfriend. Wasn't I just about to bring her to introduce her to everyone? I didn't expect the supernatural club to abuse their power so sneakily." Hearing a noise, the old man holding a talisman shouted, "Who's there?" Wang Thang's figure gradually emerged. Swift as lightning, he struck the timid girl's pressure points to knock her out. Then, with a few sword strikes, he shattered the talismans. In the blink of an eye, only the young man was left. He panicked, not knowing what to do. Second uncle is in the spirit-gathering realm, yet he was defeated so quickly. Running away is the best option. But his speed was nothing more than a leisurely stroll to Wang Thang. He pressed his gleaming sword against the guy's neck and sneered, "Tell me, where is your headquarters?" Dragging the young man to the door of a house, it was already the next morning. He tossed the unconscious guy at the door and walked in alone. "Old lady, the porridge today is really delicious. Haha, get me another cup of tea." The elders of the Supernatural Club heard the greeting and turned around in surprise. Wang Thang, holding his long sword, slowly walked in and politely greeted the elders. The old men exchanged glances, and without saying a word, flipped the stone table and launched an attack, aiming to finish him off quickly. Wang Thang had anticipated this. He quickly swung his sword to cleave the stone table in half, followed by a sweeping horizontal slash. Having not fought an expert in a long time, each elder took a hit. The old woman charged forward, hurling a chunk of glowing red magma at him. "Brat, don't blame me for being ruthless." But as the magma passed through, she realized it was only an after-image. The old woman was momentarily shocked and distracted. Wang Thang seized the opportunity to strike her pressure points. Just like that, he swiftly subdued all the elders. The entire courtyard fell silent, with only the fragments of the stone table crashing against the wall and falling to the ground. Meanwhile, at the university, Manhwa called to report, "Daoist Master Wang, those rogue cultivators have confessed." The founder of the Supernatural Club calls himself the Holy Fire Emissary. They chose a few rogue cultivators to act as guardians, and they've already made quite a name for themselves in the underworld. As for Trivan, because of her wealthy background, she serves as a minor leader in the group, basically like a mascot. Please send me a copy of their files. I'll keep an eye on their movements. The Holy Fire Emissary, the Supernatural Club, an organization like this is essentially a criminal syndicate with cultivation backgrounds. But what is their ultimate goal? Could it really be as simple as wanting to expand and hoard wealth? Regardless, I have to quickly pull Junior's sister out of this mud pit, otherwise trouble will just keep coming. He pondered for a long time, only snapping back to reality when Owen Hyen poked him in the cheek. Owen Hyen pouted, gesturing, "Bad junior brother. You didn't let me go fight." He shoved a piece of pastry into her hand, smoothly changing the subject. "Senior sister, it's time to go find our junior sister." The person in question, Trivan, naturally didn't believe Wang Thang and Owen Hyen's words upon hearing them. "What nonsense are you two talking about? My dad died 20 years ago. Where would he get disciples? Then take a look at this first." Saying so, Wang Thang and Owen Hyen handed her the phone to look at a photo. Trivan took the phone, her hands trembling violently. "This is a photo Master always kept carefully. Over the years, he missed you two very much. This was sent by Master's wife, your mother. Little Van, Wang Thang, and Owen Hyen are your father's disciples, and they are people your mother trusts deeply. Leave the campus with them immediately. I will be there in 2 hours." The curtain of truth was thus drawn back before her eyes. Trivan's hands trembled so much she could barely hold the phone. She covered her face and sobbed uncontrollably, saying that all of them were liars. Seeing Trivan crying so heartbrokenly, Owen Hyen panicked, not knowing how to comfort her. At that very moment, in the bushes not far away, a crossbow was aimed at the three of them. The moment the arrow was fired, Owen Hyen quickly reacted. With one hand tightly embracing Trivan, she easily caught the arrow shot by the stranger with her other hand. Wang Thang immediately looked in the direction the arrow came from and saw a figure hastily fleeing. Seeing this, Wang Thang gave chase. "Senior sister, stay here and protect junior sister." This masked coward finally couldn't hold back anymore. The archer fled for their life. Meanwhile, Manhwa's surveillance room also received a report stating that Daoist Master Wang was engaged with a cultivator, and it was highly likely he had discovered the upper echelons of the Supernatural Club. Manhwa issued orders through the walkie-talkie. "All combat units prepare, immediately lock down all exits to the university. Do not let the suspect escape under any circumstances. At this time, the black-clad figure was hit by Vuong Thang's palm strike, crashing heavily into the ground and tumbling for several meters. She sat up, looking around in panic. The moment she saw Vuong Thang, she swung her hand to throw hidden weapons while simultaneously leaping backward. Vuong Thang easily deflected all the hidden weapons she threw with his bare hands. From the purple smoke emanating outside his protective chi, he instantly realized these needles were poisoned. The woman stood up trembling. 7-star displacement. Who are you? Pills, plus poison needles that can temporarily incapacitate a half-step core formation cultivator. This woman's background is not simple. I must capture her and interrogate her properly. In the blink of an eye, Vuong Thang appeared behind her, reaching out to grab her but missed. I can't give her a chance to escape. Vuong Thang didn't hesitate to release electricity, knocking her unconscious. How could I possibly spare someone so vicious who takes lives so easily? She had weakly begged, "Please spare me. I'll give you the 3 scrolls of the medicine god." Her pleas grew weaker and weaker. He only let go of her to lie on the ground after she passed out. Her meridians were destroyed, and her cultivation was crippled. He'd leave the rest to Master's wife. Just then, he sensed a killing intent that completely clashed with Daoist cultivation methods. A few people slowly emerged, saying, "Little brother, this woman stole something from us. Could you hand her over? We definitely won't let you suffer a loss." Vuong Thang carefully observed the symbol on the necks of the 2 newcomers, quickly identifying them as members of the Yin-Yang cult. Standing protectively in front of the woman, he decisively said, "No." Hearing this, the short man paused, scratched his head, and said, "Do you know that you've offended someone you shouldn't have today?" Following that, a thick purple smoke, dense as cotton, surged toward Vuong Thang. He used his sword aura to slash apart the smoke. When I say no, I mean no. Next, his sword aura emitted a blinding light, forcing back the smoke produced by the 2 masked men. The tall masked man planted his sword into the ground. He quickly charged forward. "Taste my blade. I'll handle this brat. Kid, don't lose too easily now. You can't dodge this." Despite his words, Vuong Thang effortlessly dodged every single strike. He's actually able to keep up with my star-stepping technique. It seems he's not just all talk. He really has some skills. If he weren't fighting me barehanded, I'd really be struggling right now. The 2 of them fought from the ground to the trees, then clashed in midair. He sharply noticed something unusual. Seeing him distracted, the opponent immediately launched an attack, but Vuong Thang defended very quickly. "Brat, your cultivation isn't even there yet, and you want to play at condensing chi into a sword? How arrogant." Suddenly, he froze. The short masked man also quickly realized Vuong Thang was charging at him. Vuong Thang struck, sending him flying to the side. The unconscious woman Vuong Thang had rescued her. For them to have a core formation realm expert even while in hiding, this yin-yang cult really isn't simple, but this girl is a crucial clue to investigating the supernatural club. I can't let her die here. I've played enough. The tall masked man flicked his wrist, and his sword automatically unsheathed and flew into his hand. He channeled dark chi into the sword, his hair blowing wildly behind him. He roared, "Let's end this quickly." With that, he unleashed his technique, summoning countless giant snakes from the blade. The blade carried a terrifying killing intent as Vuong Thang observed meticulously, using his sword to block the opponent's attack. But that dark purple chi suddenly expanded, its area of effect spreading rapidly. "You overconfident brat, time to pay the price. In your next life, don't meddle in other people's business." The tall masked man swung his sword down, leaving Vuong Thang with no time to dodge. Just as his handsome face was about to be split in 2, a hand suddenly intervened from the outside. With just one hand, she disarmed him. It was a touch as light as a feather, yet its power was incredibly overwhelming. The tall masked man was instantly sent flying. The 2 men teamed up to guard against Owen Hyen. "Senior sister." Seeing Owen Hyen appear just in time, Vuong Thang was overjoyed. Owen Hyen casually picked up a dry branch, then caught another smaller one, handing it to Vuong Thang. Looking at the group of people in front of her, she quickly educated him through gestures. "They are bad guys." Having locked onto her opponents, she immediately executed her special martial arts and charged toward the 2 large men. Tri Van, who had been chasing from behind, leaned exhaustedly against a nearby tree to rest. "First you grabbed me and ran, then you just dumped me in the middle of the road. What exactly are you 2 trying to do?" Only then did she notice the fierce battle raging ahead. Seeing Owen Hyen's martial arts techniques, the opponent was somewhat surprised. Taiji Fist. As the opponent attacked with dark evil chi, she rotated her arms in a yin-yang motion, deflecting the attack. The tall masked man charged at her with his sword. "Does this little brat want to die?" But how could Vuong Thang just stand by and watch? "Your opponent is me." He turned and used his sword essence to meet Vuong Thang. What can a wooden stick do? Vuong Thang used the branch to block the tall man's strike. "Senior sister, don't let them escape." Owen Hyen grunted in agreement and ramped up her offensive. Every single move she made sent the short-masked man flying. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he thought to himself, could this brat be an expert in the false core realm? Impossible. I can't drag this out any longer. I need to get out of here quickly. At that moment, he spotted Trivan hiding behind a tree not too far away. He immediately cast a spell to attack Trivan. Seeing this, Trivan terrifiedly hugged her head and screamed, but the pain and fear suddenly vanished. Owen Hyen's yin-yang array appeared, protecting both of them from the short-masked man's attack. Owen Hyen stood in front of Trivan to guard her, deploying the yin-yang dual chi vast origin array. Seeing Owen Hyen's impenetrable shield, he took the opportunity to flee toward his partner. Let's go. If we don't leave now, we'll die here today. Hearing this, the other man swung his sword for one final slash. Wang Fang easily sidestepped to dodge it. Before fleeing, they didn't forget to leave a parting remark. Brat, your sword technique isn't bad. Some other day, your grandpa will fight you for 300 rounds. Seeing the enemy trying to escape, Owen Hyen immediately gave chase. Wang Fang quickly grabbed her to stop her. Senior sister, our main priority is protecting junior sister. Meng Ni had already got the intel. The rest is their job. Owen Hyen dejectedly tugged at Wang Fang's sleeve, her eyes welling with tears, trying to say, your senior sister is useless. I clearly could have kept them here. Master is definitely going to scold me. Wang Fang gently patted her head and said, senior sister, you not only defeated the enemy, but also protected junior sister. You were amazing. He then looked at the branch in his hand, thinking, I hope that through this battle, junior sister has come to understand something. Because of the ghost incident at the Lai family, the Special Investigation Unit had begun cracking down on the yin-yang cult. Despite this, they still hadn't caught those two evil cultivators, having only killed one of them. The female cultivator he captured was named Uk Chi Vu. Originally an outer disciple of the medicine god Valley, she accepted a mission half a year ago to purchase secret manuals. After her actions were exposed, she was hunted down to be silenced. When Uk Chi Vu was driven to a dead end, she was saved by the Holy Fire Emissary and joined the Supernatural Club, resulting in a feud between the two factions. The scene last night happened precisely because of this, but for them, the real trouble was just beginning. Early in the morning, Tri Lang wore an expression of motherly love as she swung her hand and slapped Trivan across the face. How could I have given birth to such a beautiful but foolish daughter? Are you really this stupid, or are you just acting for me? All those years of education were wasted on you. If it weren't for these two, you would already be dead by now. Do you know that? Just as Tri Lang was about to slap her again, Wang Fang hurriedly stopped her. Master's wife, please calm down. Junior sister was just brainwashed. She frustratingly pursed her lips and retracted her hand. You're in charge of Trivan's case. I want the interrogation results within 2 hours. After giving the order to her subordinate, Tri Lang walked away. Fuang Tong sighed. Raising a child without teaching them master and master's wife also share responsibility for this. Junior sister, after you explain everything clearly, come back to the mountain with us. Experience what true cultivation is like. And while you're at it, meet your biological father. Hearing this, Trivan felt a glimmer of anticipation in her heart. The next day at Wudang Mountain, Ung Long and Vuong Thang warmly welcomed Trivan. Junior sister, these are all the senior brothers and sisters of the Wudang sect. From now on, we're all fellow disciples, so we should interact more. Hello, senior brothers and sisters. I am Trivan. Perhaps wanting to keep her daughter away from disaster, Master's wife quickly agreed to Vuong Thang's proposal. The pristine spiritual energy on Wudang Mountain, combined with the warm welcome from her fellow disciples, gradually cheered Trivan up. Eat up! The meals on the mountain might be plain, but they are very good for beginners starting cultivation. Thank you, senior sister. No need to be polite. Everyone, eat as much as you'd like. Just like that, the moon was soon high in the sky. While clearing the dishes, Trivan couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, Senior brother, when is my dad coming back? That's hard to say. Master is breaking through to the Golden Core realm. This is a heavenly tribulation in Daoist cultivation, not something easily achieved. Why, if you have something on your mind, just tell me and senior sister. Trivan began to confide in them. Right now, I want to make up for my mistakes. I don't want to cause any more trouble for my mom, nor do I want to affect her work. If possible, I want to quickly learn some skills so I can work at the Special Investigation Unit. Junior sister has ambition. Her drive makes our efforts to secretly protect her worth it. In Daoist cultivation, one must first cultivate their virtue, then their heart, and finally their Dao and Dharma. Your dad once taught me that Daoist cultivation is the pursuit of the realm of Dao, not the raw power of spells. Your own Dao is the core of cultivation. Yourself is the foundation. You shouldn't reverse the order and mix up the priorities. Although she has escaped danger, the knot in Trivan's heart hasn't been untied yet. I just hope Master can return soon and warm her heart with his fatherly love. I also wonder how things are progressing with the Special Investigation Unit. Meanwhile, in a university dormitory, a young man was completely engrossed in playing a game. The events outside had temporarily died down, and they no longer had much to do with him. Tomorrow, he would have to continue his cultivation to reach the core formation realm. Without any more worries, now that he was back on the mountain, the most important thing was nothing other than to continue cultivating and soon step into the next realm, into the Ket-Tai realm. The Tuthen realm involves comprehending the world and beginning to merge with it. If one can find a way to independently grasp this connection with heaven and earth, they can absorb natural energy. By linking the inner and outer universes, the Ket-Tai realm reaches great completion. Figuring out how to flawlessly complete the inner circulation is the goal he is currently striving for. Suddenly, someone called out from outside, "Fingu, are you there?" He immediately opened the door. "Senior brother Chu, what do you need?" Chu Onglong smiled and replied, "An elder of mine wants to meet you this time. This is my martial uncle, Daoist Hyen." The old man asked gently, "Are you Fi Nu?" Wang Thang froze for a few seconds before reacting. He hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Disciple greets martial uncle Cao. Can you show me your sword?" Wang Fang immediately replied, "Please instruct me, martial uncle." He recalled the year he went up the mountain, originally intending to take martial uncle Cao as his master. However, due to fate, he met his current master and senior sister. Life is generally just like that. Gaining and losing all come down to a single word: fate. After watching Wang Thang's sword techniques, Daoist Han sighed in admiration. Nor can I offer much guidance on Wudang's 7-star sword technique. The version passed down since the mountain's founding, compared to your 7-star sword array, has a lot of differences. Watch closely. After saying that, he gently used spiritual energy to draw a sword, then demonstrated a few stances that were both crisp and clean, yet retained their elegance. Wang Thang watched in a daze. This sword technique shared similarities with the 7-star sword array, but didn't feel like a standard set of forms. Star Core holds the center. Constellations control the 8 directions. Truly a sword Dao master who had studied the blade for decades. Compared to him, my own understanding is still far too immature. After finishing the sword routine, he softly asked, "How do you feel?" What he learned from his master was too complex and not a pure lineage inheritance, whereas his martial uncle walked the path of a pure sword cultivator. With his guidance, Wang Thang would definitely improve. "Your sword Dao cultivation is far superior to mine. Please instruct me, martial uncle. Let's spar together. Your current sword Dao cultivation might not be any lesser than mine. Let's exchange a few moves." As soon as Wang Thang gripped his sword, his gaze became sharp and focused. Chi Van and Owen Hyen peeked from the side, unable to hide their shock. Is senior brother really that strong? From then on, martial uncle Tao came by every few days to practice with him, their sword Dao complementing each other. Over these past few days, Wang Thang had gained quite a lot, until one day, a hearty laugh echoed from outside. "It's fine for you two to practice, but don't hurt each other while sparring." "Master, why are you here?" "Your martial uncles and aunts all said that the brat Thane and Gon too was lucky enough to obtain a peerless famous sword. I've practiced the sword my whole life, so of course I had to come and appraise it." Wang Thang hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. "Disciple greets Grandmaster." In his heart, he cried out silently. His master's master, isn't he the person with the highest seniority on the mountain? The heavenly punishment sect leader? Seeing how sensible his grand disciple was, he smiled in satisfaction. "No need to be so formal. You two are too stubborn about the sword, but don't forget the Dao. Practice is just practice. Don't hurt your opponent. If you're not careful, you'll damage each other's Dao realm." "All right, begin." After that, the heavenly punishment sect leader sat down to watch them practice. Wang Fang felt a surge of strength, his heart pounding like a drum in excitement. The heavenly ranking gathered the names of top experts in the cultivation world, but people who lived in seclusion, like his Grandmaster, naturally wouldn't be on the list. Receiving his guidance was truly a massive blessing for a junior. "Heaven and earth do not belong to me. I must find a place to belong. Heaven and earth should have me, using this body, mind, soul, energy, and spirit." While sparring with Cao Thui Han, Wang Thang pondered the heavenly punishment sect leader's words. In that moment, he felt as if the light of truth was illuminating his heart. With his lungs filled with breath, Wang Thang gradually sensed everything around him, from his hearing, smell, and taste to his vision. Wang Thang smoothly advanced to the minor success stage of the Ket-Tai realm. His spiritual sense continuously grew, and his true essence became even purer. So this is the Ket-Tai realm. After that, Wang Thang dropped his sword and sat down right on the spot. He had to immediately consolidate his realm and prepare to break through to the Golden Core realm. Chi Van, walking by and seeing this, panicked and said, "Senior brother is hurt." The heavenly punishment sect leader slowly walked up to Wang Thang, channeled energy into his hands, and stood behind him to protect his cultivation. Cao Thuhan was slightly surprised, but seeing the heavenly punishment sect leader's gesture, he suddenly understood. He bowed respectfully and said, This disciple will take his leave. It seemed his master wanted to stay and guide Fi and Gu. Retract your spiritual sense, calm your mind, and focus on comprehending the Tao. I have wielded the sword for many years, and today I gift this Tao to you. I hope you can grasp it. Vague memories surfaced in Vuong Thang's mind. Sword form, sword intent, sword momentum, the 6 realms of the sword Tao. The first 3 realms, sword form, sword intent, and sword momentum, are the foundation. For a sword cultivator to achieve anything, they must first comprehend these 3 steps before they can advance. The 4th realm is sword control. One must choose a sword embryo and nourish it day and night with their own spiritual charm to successfully master the sword control technique. The 5th realm is heart sword, forsaking the sword for the sword, turning the tangible into the intangible. The sword intent can extend endlessly, incredibly sharp and peerless. The 6th realm is sword forging, using the heart sword as the sword's soul and the Tao body as the sword's bones. Once it leaves its sheath, it will protect the world. When he opened his eyes, there was no one around. Only a trace of the heavenly punishment sect leader's sword Tao aura remained in the courtyard. His Grandmaster's 6 realms of the sword Tao might not be the absolute end of the sword Tao, but it had shown him the long path ahead. He would slowly comprehend it in the future. Just as he was about to stand up, Vuong Thang felt as if he had fallen into a boundless void. The sect leader's voice echoed in his ears. This old man gives you a portion of sword intent. Take your time to comprehend it. Vuong Thang immediately realized this was the Tao realm inheritance of his Grandmaster. Owen Hyen gently caught Vuong Thang from behind. Feeling a safe support, Vuong Thang completely relaxed his body. Exhausted, he fell fast asleep in Owen Hyen's arms. She gently held Vuong Thang, who was dead to the world. "Senior sister, you're back." She didn't answer, only gesturing for her junior sister to keep quiet. In the sunset's glow, Owen Hyen carried Vuong Thang back to his room in a princess carry. A certain little junior sister saw this and happily took out her phone to snap a picture of this precious moment. The scene shifts to the back mountain of Wudang. The epiphanies gained while stepping into the Ket Tai realm made Vuong Thang sleep soundly for an entire day, but what he didn't expect was a miraculous phenomenon. Yin-yang, sword, intent. Hard and soft, yin and yang, spring and autumn, constancy and change, all can be called yin-yang. His Grandmaster only imparted the sword intent, naturally, because Vuong Thang himself had already stepped into the sword momentum realm. Normally, just comprehending the yin-yang, sword intent is already incredibly profound, not to mention understanding the future path of the sword Tao. In just the 20 days since returning to the mountain, his sword Tao had found its direction. He had taken another massive step forward. From now on, the sword is his magical treasure, his Tao-protecting artifact, further integrating him with heaven and earth. Later, Manga called to report, "Daoist Vuong, something is wrong." A few hours ago, Fan Hoajia made an announcement on the national intranet. They want to auction off the upper and middle volumes of the Heavenly Master secret records, the Tao inheritance of Mount Longhu. Vuong Thang asked in confusion, "What did you say? Where are the Heavenly Master talisman records being sold?" Hearing Meng Wiyet's reminder, he coughed twice. "Has Mount Longhu reacted? Have you contacted them? Stay calm. Calm down. This is no longer the simple era of my past life. What do they even need the Heavenly Master talisman records for?" Meng Wiyet opened a thick stack of documents to search for information. "That's right, and we've also identified Fan Hoajia's true identity. Fan Hoajia is an expelled disciple of Mount Longhu, Tao name Thien Han. His master is Daoist Thien Chin of Mount Longhu. A year ago, he was caught stealing the lower volume of the Heavenly Master talisman records. He injured a disciple and fled. His Tao name is Thien Han, and his master is a Heavenly Master. Could it be Thien Truong's senior brother? Currently, Daoist Thien Chin has already sent people, but I'm afraid other sects will also be sending their own people. Not surprising, the Heavenly Master's secret texts are definitely coveted by many sects. If this gets out of control, I'm afraid the entire cultivation world will fall into chaos guarding against each other. We can only ask Daoist Vuong to step in and stabilize the situation. This matter is of great importance. Let me think of a way. If the Daoist elders of the inheritance step forward, senior sister and I won't have a say. If that's the case, we can only ask Master to intervene." Early next morning, at Mount Zhongnan. "Are you Thane Nungan Tu's disciple?" "Yes." "Has this senior met my master, Thane Nun Tu? Has he arrived at Mount Zhongnan?" "Let me ask for you," the Daoist said while taking out his phone and typing. A moment later, he sent a voice message to a chat group. "Hey, fellow Daoists, have you seen Daoist Than Nungan Tu? His disciple, Wang Finu, is looking for him. Has Than Nan Tu come to Mount Zhongnan? Last time during our Dao discussion, I asked him, but he didn't finish. I haven't heard of Daoist Than Known Tu returning for a Dao discussion recently. He hasn't come to my place. Is Fi Nu the disciple, who likes swords? Where is he right now? Let me go take a look. Hold on. Wang Fang could only smile wryly. Every mountain had its own unique cultivation atmosphere. Mount Mao had many rules, and Mount Wudang was a place for seclusion. He never expected Mount Jiangnan to exude such a warm, human touch. At this moment, someone in the group said, Daoist Thanangon too seems to be at Daoist Tinvan's place. He's at my place. What's the matter? Where is Hyen Gu? Hearing a female voice, Wang Feng was startled. It was a woman. Daoist Tinvan was a female Daoist. He imagined a fleeting love triangle scenario, breaking into a cold sweat just thinking about it. Why did it feel like his mistress was about to get a green hat? The Daoist led Wang Feng to a large building. Excuse me, is Daoist Tinvan home? I heard her cultivation and aptitude are extremely extraordinary. Why wasn't this person on the heavenly ranking in my past life? But if his master chose this place, then Daoist Tinvan must definitely be a trustworthy fellow Daoist. Suddenly, Wang Feng heard a voice echoing in his mind. He immediately recognized it as a sound transmission. Is it Finu? Just walk along the small path on the west side of the garden to reach me. The grand gates opened. This was Daoist Tinvan's cultivation ground, a large cave emitting a brilliant light. The spiritual energy outside seemed to be sucked into the cave. His master's aura was inside. It seemed he was in secluded cultivation. A gentle female voice rang out. Finu, condensing the golden core is very dangerous. You absolutely must not disturb senior brother Than Non Tu right now. What do you need him for this time? Wang Fang quickly recounted the entire situation to Tinvan. She nodded. So that's how it is. In this case, it would indeed be very difficult for you two juniors to convince the elders of other sects. But back then, Tri Lang left just like that, causing senior brother Than Unan to grieve for her and the child in her womb. Now she wants him to step up and help? What kind of logic is that? Hearing Tin Van's tone, Wang Feng was startled. Looking at martial uncle Tin Van's demeanor, could she have feelings for his master? At this moment, an anomaly appeared in the sky. Was this his master's golden core tribulation? Tin Van patted Wang Feng's shoulder and said, Don't be afraid. Senior brother's golden core is formed. Next, he needs to comprehend his breakthrough, so we cannot disturb him. For now, I can only make the trip in his place. It just so happens I also want to ask Tri Lang a few things. What right did she have to leave like that back then, causing senior brother Thon Nun to be separated from his child for 20 years? I'm afraid this trip will have many complications. Not long after, the two were driven into the city by Meng Yet. Daoist Wang, we're troubling you again this time. It's fine. Tell me the specific situation over there. Currently, we still haven't found any traces of the core members of the Supernatural Association, but according to the data, Fan Hoa Jia has an evil cultivator organization secretly operating behind him, such as the Heavenly Fire Cult and the Five Gods Cult. Among these organizations, only the Five Gods Cult has some scale. How is the Yin Yang Cult situation? The Five Gods Cult is a typical demonic sect from my past life. I didn't expect to run into them again this time. There are no clues about the Yin Yang Cult at all. But as for the Five Gods Cult, there are many of their experts infiltrating the city. They even claim they must seize the Heavenly Master Talisman records, and they're actively helping the Yin Yang Cult draw fire. Should we praise them? Although they don't have scale, they are still evil cultivators after all. Finu, come with me to check the situation later. If we encounter evil cultivators harming people, we must deal with them. Wang Fang didn't expect his martial uncle to be cold on the outside, but so warm on the inside, possessing a chivalrous heart. Martial uncle, I have a friend who's been keeping an eye on the movements recently. We can ask her. Tin Van tilted her head. A friend? As soon as Tham Thien Lam saw Tin Van, she was incredibly excited. Is this really your martial uncle? She looks so young. That's right. This is my master's junior sister and childhood friend, Perfected One Tin Van. Pleasure to meet you. You must be the upperclassman from Phi Eng Yu's high school. After the greetings, he got straight to the point. Sister, has anything unusual happened at school lately? Thank you. I don't know if this counts as unusual, but look at this. She handed her phone to Wang Feng. Skimming through it, top to bottom, it was filled with posts and comments, claiming there were methods everyone could use to cultivate and extend their lifespan. Then there were words of dissatisfaction. Things like, why are only cultivators allowed to cultivate, but not us? One glance and Wang Feng understood that someone was adding fuel to the fire, and it was highly likely to be Than Hoa Jia. The Supernatural Association is auctioning cultivation techniques, and now they are agitating ordinary people. What exactly does he want to do? Tin Van called Phi Nu and pointed outside, saying there was trouble. Hearing those words, Wang Feng and Mong Nu Yet looked in the direction Tin Van was pointing. Demonic aura was radiating from the young man getting his hair cut, while the girl he was hugging remained completely oblivious. Is he an evil cultivator? In a luxurious high-rise building, the young man respectfully asked, Master, are you satisfied with this one? An old man with braided hair lifted the girl's chin and examined her closely. Not bad. The old man glanced at the young man. Her true essence isn't overly depleted. She's much better than the previous goods. The two holding swords were eavesdropping outside the door. The disciple flatteringly said to the old man, "Master, I don't know how these women usually are either." The old man held up 5 fingers. "All right, go wait in the next room." Once your master is done, the old man pulled the girl's shirt open. He continued, "I'll share some of the benefits with you." A loud explosion shattered the doubled doors. Everyone's eyes darted toward the source of the noise. "Who's there?" A figure dashed to the old man's side. Perfected, one tin van attacked, instructing Finu not to let anyone escape. As soon as she finished speaking, she unleashed a barrage of attacks. The old man dodged along with her momentum. The disciple panicked. "Master." A flashing white sword light pierced toward him. The disciple was skewered by several sword strikes and screamed miserably. Finu calmly pointed at the one who had just fallen. Having finished the job, he shouted, "Martial uncle, I'm done on this side." Tin Van continued to attack relentlessly. The old man still managed to dodge. She replied to him, "Protect that girl." He observed carefully and noticed that since his martial uncle usually only cultivated on the mountain, she lacked actual combat experience. The old man swung his claws to counterattack. Vuong Fang felt they could only use raw cultivation to suppress him. Otherwise, there would be trouble. Fa Yinggu shouted, "Martial uncle, use overwhelming power. Don't hold back." A hand gathering magical power was placed on the old man's chest. He was startled. With a single palm strike, Tin Van sent him flying. He crashed into the glass window, the impact shattering the glass as the old man was blasted out of the building. The old man used a secret technique and roared, "You ruined my plans. I will slaughter your entire family." Finu was dizzy from the sonic shock and clutched his head. This was a spiritual sense attack. The old man kept cursing, "I will humiliate every woman connected to you until they die." Fi Yinggu clutched his head and gritted his teeth. "You're courting death." The sword in his hand glowed brilliantly. Fi Yinggu dashed out of the shattered window. Images of the people he cherished flashed through his mind. He was so tense, his vision blurred. He cultivated the Tao and the sword specifically to protect his family. If he couldn't even do that, what was the point of living a second life? Finu pointed his sword tip at the falling old man. The old man, who was forming hand seals, said in shock, "At such a young age, you've just stepped into the Ket Tai realm. Yet you aren't afraid of my spiritual sense attack. Just who is this brat? He's even harder to deal with than someone in the false core realm." The old man cast a spell, and a dark purple light formed into extending claws. Fiengu still charged forward with unwavering resolve. A 4-sided sword-shaped crystal enveloped and protected him, piercing through the dark purple smoke. With the Big Dipper hidden in the sword and yin-yang concealed in the heart, he stabbed his sword into the old man's stomach. A sword strike piercing the void. The old man spat blood. The two crashed into the ground, creating a massive explosion and kicking up a cloud of dust. This explosion terrified the people in the lobby, making them instinctively take a step back. They only saw the old man lying flat on his back in the middle of the street, his mouth wide open. Fine Gu had also fallen nearby. He slowly crawled up, holding a sword broken in half. The other half was embedded in the old man's chest, blood pooling around it. Finu looked painfully at his broken sword and silently apologized to it. Then, the scene before his eyes gradually went dark. The towering buildings, the twinkling stars, a girl standing by the window. The secretary was reporting the situation to the team leader. The identity of that evil cultivator has been clearly investigated. He was a wanted criminal in the past. He's committed multiple murders, taking dozens of lives. On the screen, a purple-eyed man was draining golden energy from a crying girl. That was the evil cultivator. After the world's natural energy recovered, he relied on wicked arts to drain the life essence of women to cultivate into a master. Meng Niet carefully read every detail in the report. Not long ago, he became an elder of the Five Gods cult. His Dao name is the Hyen God, Daoist Thien Hoa. Trilang sighed, looked up, and said, "Now that we've found the traces of this evil cultivator, we have 100 ways to deal with him." She turned to Fingu, who was being wheeled in by Tham Thien Lam, both his legs in casts. "You are truly dedicated. You actually jumped straight out of the 18th floor just to stab him with a sword." He scratched his head. "I didn't think that much at the time." Tin Van stood nearby and said sternly, "If Fingu hadn't come down the mountain to assist you, how could he have gotten hurt?" The two glared at each other, burning with anger. He hurriedly called out to his mistress and martial uncle to stop them. Finally, both of them angrily turned their faces away. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Tham Thien Lam behind him told him to stop worrying about others. She gently told him to get some rest, adding that she would go back to school tomorrow and stew some bone broth to bring to you. Hearing this, Finu thanked her. She cheerfully replied, "Taking care of a junior is the right thing to do." Night had fallen, and Tham Thien Lam was walking alone down a long street. She approached a luxury car, and two bodyguards stepped forward. Tham Thien Lam vigilantly observed her surroundings. The car windows slowly rolled down, and the person inside spoke. "We had a hard time finding you." A kind-looking old woman sitting in the car said, "Young sectmaster, it is inconvenient for this old woman to get out and bow." Tham Thien Lam was surprised by the old woman's sudden appearance. "Ah, why are you here?" The old woman spoke sternly. "We were worried, so we came to protect you. Young sectmaster, tonight will not be peaceful. The auction will begin at midnight. Transactions can be made in cash or exchanged for cultivation techniques. The Heavenly Master Talisman records belong to the pinnacle and of talisman arts, so they will naturally attract many cultivators. Many people are lining up below because they want to obtain the cultivation technique. With cultivation techniques involved, there could be murder and robbery, causing many ordinary people to get hurt. He thought it was fortunate that Marshal Uncle Tin Van had stepped in to help his mistress stabilize the situation. The cooperation between the special investigation team and both parties has also gone smoothly while he was injured. The laptop was closed. Now they were just waiting for Than Hoa Jia to show up himself. Meng Yet cautiously reported to Phi Nu. "Daoist Vuong, our inescapable net is already cast. We will definitely catch him." He stroked his chin and asked, "What's the date today?" Meng Miet replied, "October 18th. Why?" He tried to recall what he was doing on this day in his past life. He felt it was connected. A series of events flashed through his mind. Than Hoa Jia, the holy fire, could it be? The image of a man creating a fireball appeared. The door opened, and a scream rang out. "Brother Thang, Brother Thang." Thi Thien Trong cried as he hugged his legs, startling him. "Brother Thang, I missed you to death. Brother Thang." He waved his hand, signaling Meng Wuyet to wait outside for a moment. She stepped out, and the door closed. He looked helplessly at Thien Truong and smiled. "If you have something to say, just say it. You look half dead." "What kind of joke is this? You are a disciple of Mount Lonhu. Don't let people laugh at you." He replied, "Brother Thang, stop lecturing me." He sighed. "You're here because of Than Hoa Jia, Quach Thien Han, right?" Phi Nu sat in his wheelchair, looking at the dejected Thien Truong. He had already guessed the relationship between the two, but he didn't expect that Thien Truong was the one who passed the Heavenly Master Talisman records to him. Quach Thien Han had also said he wanted to pull off another big stunt, telling him not to track his whereabouts. But Thien Truong truly didn't know he would cause such a massive incident, let alone know his current situation. "How many people will die tonight?" Thien Truong was trembling with anger. "I have a way to find him, but I don't dare to, because he is my best brother. Brother Thang, tell me what I should do. My mind is a mess." He pushed his wheelchair closer and said to him, publicly, "You must protect the cultivation techniques, the inheritance of your master's sect. Privately, you must go save your senior brother and stop him from making a mistake." He pointed out the path sternly. "The auction is about to begin. If you keep hesitating, I'm afraid it will be too late to salvage anything." After hearing this, Thien Truong slapped his own face with both hands. "Brother Thang, you're right. I have to go find Thien Han and stop him before he causes an even bigger disaster." He smiled, seeing his determination. It was good that he had thought it through. Phi Nu's eyes widened as a dark shadow dashed in. He shouted, "Watch out." Thien Truong immediately dodged to the side. Meng Giet had been knocked unconscious outside the door. The intruder rushed in and sneered, "Daoist Thi, where are you going?" Beside him were two others, one wearing a mask and a short-haired woman. He said, "Daoist Thien Han's grand plan is complete. Do not bother him anymore." Thien Truong stood in front of Phi Nu and shouted, "Who are you people?" Vuong Thang carefully observed them. Although the young man's realm was unclear, the two following him were at the Ket Tai realm. It seemed they were in trouble today. The young man chuckled. "Daoist Vuong, since you've already escaped, you shouldn't get involved in this matter anymore. We just want to find Daoist Thi for a chat." The girl beside him leaned in and whispered that the special investigation team had sent people. Hearing this, his gaze turned serious. He sighed, looked at him, and said, "Since that's the case, we have no choice but to invite Daoist Thi to take a step into the afterlife." He ordered his subordinates to attack. From a dark blue spell, a knife appeared in the short-haired girl's hand. The girl, dressed as a nurse, held the knife to Thien Tru's neck. With a hum, he circulated golden energy around his entire body. Invincible Vajra defense blocked the attack, rendering blades useless. The masked man slashed down, but it had no effect. Indestructible Vajra? Then I'll just slash a few more times. After several strikes, Thien Truong's invincible Vajra defense gradually weakened, unable to hold on much longer. He smashed the glass window and dashed outside. "If you want to kill this Daoist, come outside. Don't involve others. Let's take this outside." The three immediately chased after him, following the young man's orders. "Don't let him leave the hospital alive. In the hospital courtyard, his two subordinates surrounded Tien Truong. The commander stood watching with his hands in his pockets while Phi Nu looked down from upstairs. He thought to himself, they only targeted Tien Truong. As long as I don't interfere, I might be able to get through this crisis. The image of his broken sword appeared behind him again, but could he really just stand by and watch? On the other side, Tien Truong was struggling to fend off the barrage of attacks from the bizarre group. The masked man unleashed more and more moves. High heels stepped on his shoulder. The girl in the nurse outfit sneered, thrusting her twin knives at him. To be able to hold out against us this long at just the Tooven realm, you're pretty good. Tien Truong was exhausted and couldn't react in time. Suddenly, a wheelchair moved in, knocking the woman away from his neck. The masked man was also affected and cursed. The wheelchair landed softly on the ground. Although Daoist Tien Truong and I aren't close, I can't just let him die here. Phi Ingu appeared again in his wheelchair, holding two pieces of a broken sword. The young leader said, Daoist Vuong, it seems you don't want to accept my offer. Phi Ingu ignored him and said to Tien Truong, attack. Tien Truong also raised two yellow talismans in his hand. Seeing the leader still hadn't made a move, Phi Ingu wasn't sure of his true strength. The young man snapped his fingers. Dao slave, Daoist Vuong is yours. The masked man obeyed, swinging his sword as his entire body radiated a dark purple aura. Brat, we didn't finish our fight last time. Let's continue today. Phi Nu sat in his wheelchair, holding the broken sword he had pieced back together to face the enemy. Although his legs were injured, preventing him from using the 7-star sword array, his sword fired out numerous blue light orbs. Besides, he didn't only know the 7-star sword array now. Dao Slave cleaved through several of his attacks with one strike, saying smugly, these flashy tricks are absolutely useless. The two weapons clashed, and Dao Slave was immediately knocked back using softness to overcome hardness. Phi Nu waved his hand, sending Dao Slave flying back, rolling several times. He kneeled on one knee to support himself, looking quite imposing. Phi Nu also put on a serious face, executing the yin-yang 4 symbols and 8 trigrams for self-defense. On the other side, the girl in the nurse outfit relentlessly attacked with her twin daggers, while Tien Truong persistently defended. A golden snake rose behind the girl, spirit snake possession. A shadow separated from her body. Cheap tricks. She swung her blades down, chopping the golden snake into several pieces. The blade flew quickly, slicing right across Tien Truong. This was bad. By the decree of the 3 purities, the 5 elements serve me. Mother Earth protect my body. Hurry like the law. He took a step back and launched an attack at the girl. No longer messing around, the girl put on a serious face and snorted. Then, she lunged at him, shouting, bastard. Her twin blades were pressed against his neck, aiming to take his life. Suddenly, someone yelled, Marshal Uncle Tin Van, use the sword control technique to kill her. A sharp burst of sword aura pierced right in front of the two, making the girl freeze. She immediately backed away to dodge, only to realize it was just sword aura, not the sword control technique. By this time, Tien Truong had recovered his inner energy. He happily thanked Phi Ingu for speaking up and distracting the opponent. My invincible Vajra defense is back again. Little lady, let's go for another 300 rounds. But in front of him was just a pile of shattered fragments. He stared at it with a confused expression. It turned out to be the young man from earlier. He offered an apology while unleashing a crimson attack from his hand. Tien Truong's chest was splattered with fresh blood, his face showing clear shock. The young man spoke in an arrogant tone, stating they were pressed for time and couldn't afford to waste any more of it on Daoist Thi. Tien Truong clutched his chest and collapsed. Phi Nu pushed his wheelchair as fast as he could to Tien Truong's side, anxiously asking about his condition. It didn't hit anything vital. I won't die. Hearing footsteps, the girl spoke up. Many people had arrived. They were all fully armed soldiers, swarming in to surround the targets, determined to capture them. The girl was startled. Young Master, the special investigation team is here. He smiled and said, understood. He looked at Phi Nu, and Phi Nu stared back without hesitation. The masked man had been beaten black and blue. He stepped forward with his sword. Phi Nu had also readied his blade. One look, and you could tell this guy had completely lost his mind. The young man turned and walked away. The girl in the nurse outfit called out to him. He said their goal had been achieved and told her to leave. The two of them left, abandoning the blood-soaked masked man. He raised his sword, fresh blood dripping from it. An iron chain flew over, tightly wrapping around his arms and body. 2 special agents subdued him and knocked him unconscious. His hands went limp, and his sword fell to the ground, embedding itself in the dirt. Under the suppression of the special investigation team, he knelt on the ground, slumped over. Watching this scene, he thought to himself. He had heard the special investigation team once formed an anti-cultivator unit, so it seemed this was them. Someone reported that one evil cultivator has been subdued, while the other 2 have fled into the hospital. They split up to pursue them, continuing to report their assignments. Team 1, lock down the entrances. Team 2, proceed with the search. You are authorized to shoot to kill if they resist. A man walked up to him. Daoist Vuong, do you need us to provide medical assistance? He helplessly patted Thien Truong, making Thien Truong wince in pain. This is Daoist Thien Truong of Mount Longhu. He has a way to find Thon Hoa Jia. Please treat him first. Leaving with them, he thought to himself, it seemed he now knew why he had never heard the name Thien Truong in his past life. Thien Truong swallowed a pill, and the men in uniform bandaged his wounds. After being bandaged, he sat cross-legged and pulled out a talisman. Exposing Thon Hoa Jia could potentially reveal the cultivation world to ordinary people, which would definitely cause a societal shock. Watching all this, Finu couldn't help but think that the situation would become even more chaotic, allowing the yin-yang cult to reap even more benefits. The talisman ignited. Thien Truong held the whereabouts of Thon Hoa Jia, which directly determined the success or failure of the enemy's plan. For the sake of the Thon Hoa Jia plan, the yin-yang cult naturally wouldn't let him live. He watched the talisman burning in his hand and said through gritted teeth, Thien Han, I'm sorry. In our next life, the talisman turned into a bird that Thien Truong released into the sky, accompanied by an oath. I am willing to work as a beast of burden to repay you. He lay on the grass, listening to the special investigation team reporting to each other. Team 1, stay behind to protect the two Daoists. Everyone else, immediately, track it down. Notify headquarters to use all measures to lock onto that talisman. Finu sat in his wheelchair and looked up at the sky. Now that you've released the green bird, you're safe. Thien Truong covered his face, tears streaming down as he listened to him. Once you're done crying, wait for the results with me. Mangmu carefully reported to him, Daoist Vuong, Thon Hoa Jia has been caught. We are preparing to interrogate him. He asked her to take him there. In the interrogation room, a single light shone on the person sitting in the middle. He coughed lightly. Ask whatever you want to ask. With a haggard face and graying hair, he said, I am gravely injured all over and don't have much time left. You don't need to waste your energy torturing me. Tell us the specific details of the Heavenly Master Talisman Records auction. Fi Engu, Mong Inguyet, and Tri Lang looked down at the criminal from the observation room. He pulled a package from his chest. There is no auction. He lit a cigarette, his gaunt face showing a trace of sorrow. He said, although I am a trader of Mount Longhu, I am not capable of handing the Heavenly Master Talisman Records over to evil cultivators. As for the cultivation manuals prepared for the exchange, I've already handed them to a trustworthy Daoist. Next, they will use the internet to spread these techniques to the public. He listened sternly to his words. Tri Lang immediately ordered the cybersecurity agency to monitor all websites. The man calmly said, natural energy has returned to Earth. Why not let everyone cultivate? He added grimly. I am only a pioneer. There will definitely be others after me. Tri Lang cut him off. Enough. Restrain him immediately. We must keep a close watch on him. The man grinned broadly. No need to waste your energy. My time has come. The cigarette in his hand slowly fell. I hope Thien Truong is all right. Why was the green bird that found me covered in blood? The cigarette dropped. A few red feathers appeared, and he slumped over in his chair. The cigarette was still burning. There was a knock on the door. This bastard. Tri Lang immediately ordered to announce the death of Thon Hoa Jia. We must quickly restore order. As for those cultivators still causing trouble outside, arrest them all. Lock them up. Feingu quietly watched Quach Thien Han slump over in the interrogation room. The cultivation technique he practiced in his past life was indeed spread by Thon Hoa Jia. He felt a bit of sorrow, stealing the holy fire to bestow upon all living beings. Even though he had fallen, Quach Thien Han still wore a peaceful smile. He looked content. In a way, he truly lived up to the title of the Holy Firebringer. Thon Hoa Jia was dead, but the storm he caused hadn't completely settled. However, under their joint suppression, the cultivators who took this opportunity to cause trouble couldn't achieve anything significant. Many were clashing on the river's surface. After this battle, Marshal Uncle Tin Van said she wasn't suited for the filth of the mortal world and immediately returned to the mountain to wait for his master to come out of seclusion. Meanwhile, he stayed in the city to recover, hoping to take this opportunity to temper his body. At the Special Investigation Team's Dao Inheritance Research Institute, his mistress had arranged another task for him. He smiled apologetically, sitting in his wheelchair while Meng Yet pushed him for a stroll. I'm sorry for making you leave your work to do this with me, she said softly. It's fine. Getting to tour this place with Daoist Vuong counts as my only vacation this month. While walking under the sunlight, he thanked her. Suddenly, a phone rang. He checked his phone, and seeing the caller ID, he felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Senior sister texted, I'm coming over, accompanied by a cute emoji. Other emojis popped up one after another. Fiangu clutched his head, staring silently at the flood of messages. Earlier, his senior and junior sisters had taken over for his martial uncle to protect his master's seclusion. Martial uncle must have told them about him as soon as she returned to Mount Zhongnan. A voice startled him out of his thoughts. Daoist Vuong, we've arrived. The three elder representatives of Mount Longhu, Mount Maoshan, and Mount Gazao have arrived. Sitting in his wheelchair, he bowed respectfully. This junior greets the Daoist elders. Even the Grandmasters of the three talisman sects had arrived. A professor walked over, smiling amiably. Daoist Vuong is here, so let's begin the meeting. Today's topic is the recovery of the world's natural energy. Hearing this topic, Fi Engu's eyes lit up. A large screen displayed three photos. The Milky Way, a planet, and a certain person. The professor began speaking. A year ago, we conducted a lunar exploration. This can be considered a great undertaking of our nation. During the initial exploration, we clearly figured out and encountered an unbelievable discovery. Fi Nu listened intently. Next, we will play a classified video. This is a video taken before the night the natural energy recovered on that New Year's Eve when the module locked up and exploded. This is also what we retrieved from the moon. A beautiful fairy wearing a glowing long dress appeared. What eve is this? What night is this? That brings joy to the people. The people are overjoyed. An incredibly joyful girl with long turquoise hair and stunning blue eyes. After seeing this, the Daoist elders all gasped in shock. The fairy seemed to radiate natural energy. Even through the screen, they could feel her cultivation. It was truly terrifying. Amidst the discussions of the Daoists, Fi Nu was also extremely shocked. The fairy was wearing a heaven-grade immortal dress. Just who was she? The professor coughed lightly a few times. He announced, "We discovered this fairy during our lunar exploration. At that time, she was saying something. She was still unconscious. After that, we went up to the moon to conduct research. They all gathered around to examine her until they brought her home, back to Earth." After the meeting, Meng Yet pushed his wheelchair outside again. He recalled that on New Year's Eve, almost every household prayed to heaven and Earth. Did this fairy awaken because of that, simultaneously awakening Earth's natural energy? He thought back to the image of that girl. What exactly was hidden on the moon? Why was that fairy able to attract natural energy? Furthermore, why did he always feel that fairy looked very similar to his senior sister? Under the glaring sun, a voice called his name. Little Daoist Vuong. He turned his head in surprise. It was Professor Ma, who said to him, "I've been waiting for you for a while. Come to my office. Let's have a chat." The two entered Professor Ma's office. He spoke while looking for something. "I heard Tri Lang is your mistress, and I've been good friends with her for many years. Since you're here today, as a senior, I naturally must give you something good." Professor Ma happily brought out a sword box. "I got a sword from an old classmate. What do you think?" Fi Nu looked at the sword box handed to him in surprise. He entered the password, saying this was one of their research results. He seemed a bit regretful. "Because the production cost is too high, this sword cannot be mass-produced." Professor Ma placed the sword box on the table. "This is made of composite materials, and the manufacturing cost involves over 3,000 different items." He thought to himself, "Am I fleecing the nation right now?" The moment the box opened, a ray of light shot out. He was completely astonished to see a gorgeous longsword lying neatly inside. He picked up the sword and ran 2 fingers along the blade. Fi Engu seriously tested it, pouring his true essence in, and it flowed incredibly smoothly. The creator even factored in the growth rate of a cultivator's true essence. The sharpness of the sword tip flashed in his eyes. Terrifying. However, it had absolutely no spiritual nature, meaning it couldn't aid in cultivation. It could only be used for fighting. Fi Nu turned to ask Professor Ma what the sword's name was. He put his hands in his pockets. "It doesn't have a name yet. Why don't you name it?" He smiled as he looked at the blade. "Then let's call it Volin Solus." The next day, sunlight shined on the wings of a private jet. Meng Wiyet rested her chin in her hands with an admiring look, saying she never expected Fairy Bat Ngu to personally come and take care of Daoist Vuong. How sweet. He scratched his face, not knowing how to respond. He didn't expect Marshal Aunt Tin Van to arrange a plane for his senior sister. What was she trying to do? Was she trying to win over his junior sister to build a relationship with their master? Thinking about this, a drop of sweat rolled down his face. This was truly a brilliant move. A girl with long, flowing silky hair and a curvy, well-proportioned figure. Fi Engju's senior sister appeared wearing stylish sunglasses, pulling her suitcase. He smiled and waved at her, but she stomped over in a huff. She pushed up her sunglasses and glared at him angrily. Fi Nu hurriedly explained, "Senior sister, I'm really fine. My injuries might even heal by tomorrow." Ignoring him, she turned to thank Meng Yet. Meng Yet smiled back. "No need to be polite, it's the least I could do." Knowing she was mad, he tried to coax her by complimenting her. "Senior sister, you've started wearing makeup too?" Suddenly, a booming voice blew their hair to the side. "Daoist Fi Nu is truly a talent. Ancestors preserve us." Hurry and come back with this poor Daoist. Saving the mountain is like saving a life. Fi Lu Yen too stepped forward excitedly, abandoning his own disciple without a second thought. Leaving the two suitcases behind, Owen Hyen stood in front of Fi Nu, glaring warily at the man like a mother hen protecting her chick from a wild boar. Fi Enju thought to himself while probing, "This Daoist, judging by the accent, you're from Shu Yen Thuk. Could you be a Daoist from the Thuk Sun sect?" The chubby man narrowed his eyes and introduced himself. "I was too excited and forgot to introduce myself. I am Fi Luin Tu of the Thuk Sun Sword sect. Something has happened this time, so I came specifically to find you." Fi Mu respectfully returned the greeting, curious as to why the sword sect was looking for him. Sunlight shined down on the high-rise buildings. In the car, Fi Luin Tu continued to ramble on. "Daoist Fi Ngu. Our sword sect has encountered an unexpected situation, and we are completely relying on you now." Fi Nu humbly replied, "You must be joking, Daoist." Meanwhile, On Huyen sat in the back, her eyes wide open as she snacked. After a brief exchange, he finally understood why Daoist Fi Luin Tu had sought him out. Before the world's spiritual energy was severed, the sword sect set up a trial called the Kim that Thapni. Now that spiritual energy has recovered, this trial has been opened once again. According to the sword sect's ancient records, only by passing this trial can one comprehend their complete sword techniques. The problem is that until now, let alone passing it, not a single sword sect disciple has even been able to enter the trial. Fi Nu scratched his head, admitting his cultivation was too shallow and that he might not pass even if he went. His eyes lit up and he gave a thumbs up. "Why wouldn't you be able to? Fi Nu, you are the leading figure among sword cultivators of the new era, with a natural sword bone physique. You are a true sword master." His words completely filled the screen, making Fi Nu so annoyed that veins bulged on his forehead and his face turned completely blue. He hugged his knees. "This junior truly cannot refuse, but I can at least give it a try. However, could we perhaps wait a couple of days until my legs are fully healed before heading to the Kiamon Pass?" He was actually quite interested in this opportunity, because the sword sect's sword flight technique is something countless people have sought in vain for years. Fi Luyen too generously replied, "That's easy. I happen to have brought my sect's holy medicine." However, Fi Nu declined. "With my current cultivation level, this minor injury isn't hard to recover from." He insisted that although his legs looked bad, recovery wouldn't be difficult. He just needed to use this opportunity to temper his bones and muscles to advance another level. A hand reached out and pinched his ear. Bat Nu pinched his ear threateningly. "You still dare to mention your legs?" The pain brought tears to his eyes, and he hurriedly admitted his mistake. The young disciples behind them whispered into Fi Luyen Tu's ear, "Master, could Daoist Fi Nu and Fairy Bat Ngu be?" He stroked his chin. "I see." While on the road, someone suddenly called out, "What did you say?" Meng Yet, sitting in the passenger seat, quickly turned around and said, "Daoist, can your legs recover right now? I just received news that some of our people were ambushed by evil cultivators, resulting in heavy casualties." This report made the two of them suddenly stop as a plane flew across the sky. Meng Wei reported the situation to Fi Nu. "Daoist Vuong, those evil cultivators from the Inguthan cult have fled to an island," she said with a serious face. "Relying on the hundreds of hostages in their hands, they're demanding to negotiate with the government about the order of the cultivation world." Hearing this, he asked solemnly, "The Inguthan cult again? I'm afraid they have other demands." Meng and Giet looked horrified by the notification, trembling with anger. "They demand that you and the team leader come to negotiate, or they will kill a hostage every 3 minutes. They've already started executing them." Hearing the news, he immediately said, "I understand." Batengu took some medicine from a bottle and swiftly applied it to Fi Nu's legs. "Elder Mok Am died by my hands. For them to demand my presence is definitely to seek revenge and show their dominance. Later, I will protect the martial aunt and buy time. Everyone, stick to the plan." He also thought to himself, if the previous incidents were just causing trouble, then this time is a direct provocation from the evil cult against the government. The Yunguthan cult is truly acting recklessly. No wonder I was kidnapped by a group of people in my past life. He said to Bat Nu, "Senior sister, once I absorb the medicine's effects, my legs will fully recover. Later, just wait for me at the base camp. There's no need for you to step in." She stood up immediately, surprising Fi Nu, and mouthed the words, "I'm going with you." Seeing her so determined, he didn't try to stop her anymore. "All right, let's go together." The plane landed on the roof of a high-rise building. Inside the room, people were debating. All areas on the island have been locked down. The country's elite units are prepared for combat and can arrive in 15 minutes. With our advantage in numbers and firepower, we can definitely capture the enemy. The enemy is easy to deal with, but we still need to ensure the safety of the hostages. Chi Lang observed in silence, thinking to herself. Taking hundreds of hostages clearly shows this was meticulously planned. However, based on our unit's combat principles, we absolutely cannot compromise, much less let them escape from here. A call of martial aunt made her turn her head. Chu Thang. He walked in alongside Bat Mu, Meng Muayet, and Phi Lu Yen Tu, immediately asking about the current situation. She relayed the grim situation. The enemy has several subordinates at the Hu Dan realm, along with hundreds of evil cultivators. The most critical issue is that they're holding hostages. Basically, our hands are tied. Fiengu volunteered to go alone. Since he had cultivation, he could find a way to buy time. Qi Lang patted his shoulder, telling him that now was not the time to act on emotions. She said sternly, "The enemy wants all of us to go. Besides, if trading my life can ensure the safety of the hostages, then my sacrifice will be meaningful." Someone rushed and holding a laptop. "Team leader," the intelligence unit has replied. "The evil cultivators have agreed to a video call with us." Qi Lang nodded. "Let's see what tricks they're trying to pull." As everyone waited for the female staff member to connect, Qi Lang asked, "Have we identified them?" The staff replied, "Confirmed. According to the files, the person speaking to us is Thui Nu Than, the cult master of the Ingu Than cult." Looking at the person appearing on the screen, a voice echoed out. As expected, they didn't just find some random person to try and fool us. The woman smiled sinisterly. "Team leader Qi Lang, I thought that if you didn't appear in this video, we would just slaughter everyone here." Hearing this, Phi Nu, Bat Ngu, and Phi Luan Tu all slightly flinched. Qi Lang refused to show weakness and shot back. "If you truly had the confidence to face us, why would you kidnap innocent civilians?" Thui Nu then said to her through the screen, "You're wrong. Humans are born to bear sins." She laughed arrogantly. "Dying by my hands is their destiny." Qi Lang sighed and agreed. "I will be there in 3 hours. But you must immediately stop this indiscriminate killing." The other side replied, "I agree. If you don't show up in 3 hours, I will kill them one by one right in front of you. Now, I want to see that sword cultivator who was audacious enough to kill my sworn brother." Phi Nu spoke up. "I'm right here. I'm the one who killed that scum. If you want revenge, come find me. Why involve innocent people into this? Moreover, not only am I audacious, but I'm also kind-hearted. How about I perform your funeral rites for free later?" Thui Nu then laughed in response, very spirited. "You killed my brother. If you're scared, you don't have to come. I'll personally hunt you down in the future." Fiengu picked his ear, scared. "It hasn't come to that. Should I go empty-handed, or do you need my hands tied?" He whistled dismissively. "I am a sword cultivator, after all. If I accidentally injure you, I'm afraid you won't have any face left in the cultivation world." The enemy's laughter echoed from the screen. "Brat, are you only good at boasting? Just bring your sword here. And I also demand that you bring the 2 people standing next to you as well." She stated she had nothing to fear. The 2 stepped in front of Phi Nu. Phi Lu Yen Tu of the Sword Sect will definitely come to experience your skills. If you don't appear before me in 3 hours, everyone on this island will die today. Mortals who dare to interfere in the affairs of the cultivation world are just bringing disaster upon themselves." After her arrogant speech, the screen suddenly went black. Phi Luan Tu gave a thumbs up, praising his taunting tactic. Phi Mu scratched his head and smiled. "It's a good thing you reacted quickly, Daoist, getting 4 people onto the island." Only Qi Lang remained silent, instructing everyone to get ready. As she turned to leave the room, she reminded them, "I just bought us an extra half hour. Enough time for the combat unit and the major sects in the city to prepare." Phi Luan Tu began to deduce, "Aren't the combat unit and major sects made up of Hu Dan Realm seniors? These evil cultivators aren't stupid enough to clash with them directly." He replied, "The seniors came for the exchange conference earlier and just happened to run into this." He asked the 2 of them, "But is there a chance of success if we use experts for a sneak attack?" Daoist Phi sighed, "Even for a golden core expert, it would be hard to guarantee defeating so many cultivators in the blink of an eye. Moreover, anyone able to break through to the golden core right now would have monstrous comprehension skills." He smiled awkwardly and scratched his face. "Daoist Phi Luan Tu is right. I was too naive. The Zhongnan Mountains are towering peaks. Golden core cultivators do exist, but they probably wouldn't make it in time." At the foot of the mountain, Teen Van and Tu Van were lighting a fire to cook. She received a message from Phi Engu. "The Enguthan cult? Isn't that an evil sect from the past? Aren't Phi Engu and Bat Nu in danger?" A voice echoed from inside the cave. "Smells so good. Junior sister, is the food ready?" A man comfortably stretched his arms. Seeing him, Tin Van asked, "Why did you come out without saying a word?" He replied that he wasn't exactly sure either. He just suddenly felt restless in his heart, so he decided to leave seclusion. Seeing someone else there, Fan Ngantu immediately asked whose disciple this girl was. He stared wide-eyed. Seeing the silhouette of Qi Lang overlapping with the girl cooking, it struck him like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky as he suddenly realized something. "Are you?" Fan Ngantu trembled as he shook the girl's shoulders, stammering, Are you Tu Van? Then he suddenly realized something. Than and Gantu fell silent, then slowly said to her, Tu Van, I am your father. You've probably never met me. He held Tu Van's hand with an awkward expression. Let me go wash up first. Once I'm clean, we can talk properly. Teen Van walked over. Senior brother, I'm afraid you don't have time to chat with Tu Van right now. She handed him the phone to look at, her face grim. Batengu, Mu, and even sister-in-law Chi Lang are all in trouble. Both father and daughter's eyes widened. What? The helicopter slowly landed. Chi Lang walked in front, followed by a group of people with a formidable aura. Trong Tu Quang and Guillaume Chi Nam clasped their hands in greeting, respects to the seniors and the team leader. The Daoist from Mount Longhu smiled. We are mainly here to support. We will follow everyone's arrangements. Phi Nu observed that these cultivator instructors all seemed to be Hu Dan realm experts. Ngim Chin Nam walked over and said to him, You must be Phi Ingu, right? The plan is simple. You just need to show up on time and attract the enemy's attention. We will secretly protect everyone. He and Batten Gu replied respectfully. Then we thank the seniors. Suddenly, someone brought a sword bag over, but Ngim Chin Nam presented his own sword to him. Phi Nu, I heard your previous sword was destroyed. I am giving this sword to you. He awkwardly declined. Senior, you're being too polite. But the sword was still shoved into his hands. Take it. Consider it a meeting gift. Otherwise, that old man Than Ngan Tu will definitely bother me. He patted his shoulder, and Phi Ngu had no choice but to accept it. Thank you, senior. This reminded him of his master. It seemed this person was also an old friend of his master. The dark island appeared before their eyes as a boat sped across the water. There were 4 people on the boat. Chi Lang, Phi Nu, Bat Nu, and Phi Lu Yen Tu. Sitting in the back, Chi Lang discussed the plan. Phi Nu, once we lure out the evil cult's Hu Dan realm experts, the combat unit will immediately launch an attack to rescue the hostages as quickly as possible. She remained calm and said, although it's a bit of a stretch, we still have to try our best to draw the evil cultivators towards us later. Are you confident? He replied, I understand. We can buy a little more time later. Phi Lu Yen Tu asked doubtfully. Later, if we directly kill the evil cultivators, aren't we afraid of enraging them? Didn't they say that the affairs of the cultivation world should be settled by cultivators? He focused on steering the boat as he answered Phi Lu Yen Tu. The more we act like we don't care about the hostages, the safer they will be. Several streaks of dark energy appeared in the sky. Approaching the shore, they proceeded with the plan. They jumped off the boat one by one, immediately surrounded by an oppressive pressure. A man laughed and said, Brat, so you're the one who killed Elder Makim of our Nuthan cult, right? Many dark figures emerged from the forest ahead. He smiled arrogantly. If it's me, then what? A skinny masked man charged forward. You better surrender immediately, or else those captives over there. Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of light appeared, and he grabbed his neck, spewing blood. Holding his longsword, Phi Nu stood up straight and said, You said cultivation world matters are solved by cultivators. He swung his sword, causing the surrounding people to step back in fear. Now I'm here. Do you still want to use ordinary people to threaten me? He shouted loudly. Kill them if you want. I came here today to slay demons and defend the righteous path anyway. If I let you live, who knows how many more people will suffer? Several evil cultivators, as if hypnotized, received an order announcing a bounty to the cult disciples. Whoever kills this man will be rewarded with 3 secret cultivation methods and 10 years of cultivation. The voice echoed in their heads, Kill these 3 and bring Chi Lang to the island. They madly charged toward him. The corners of Phi Ngu's mouth curled up. Gathering his momentum, he unleashed several sword gleams. The evil cultivators couldn't react in time and were struck down by his sword light. He continued his slaughter, catching several evil cultivators off guard. Witnessing this scene, Phi Lu Yen Tu couldn't help but sweat. He said to Batten Gu standing nearby, I never expected Phi Ngu to be so terrifying when enraged. Chi Lang stood aside, observing. Surrounded by the evil cultivators, it was hard to tell who was truly defenseless and who was the ruthless slaughterer. A figure leaped up, cursing the crowd for being useless. A group of people wearing suits and sunglasses charged forward with swords, teaming up to kill him and claim the credit. This played right into his hands as he stepped back to block their attacks. The next step was to gradually increase the pressure on his side to lure out more evil cultivators. A few veteran evil cultivators jumped down, only to find Phi Nu nowhere in sight. He stepped on someone's shoulder and appeared right behind them, longsword in hand. They charged forward and shouted, Use magic to kill him now. He's just a lowly core formation cultivator. Could he really fly out of here? Suddenly, a golden sword flew over. Heaven and earth Daoist magic, utilizing chi for sword flight. Phi Lu Yen Tu chanted the spell. The longsword pierced through the evil cultivators one by one, while Phi Nu jumped up to escape the crowd, sweeping away demons with the sword as it should be. Our heroic spirit soars straight to the heavens. He had flown back next to Phi Luin too. The old man smugly asked Phi Nu what he thought of his sword flight technique. He replied that it was truly eye-opening. Hearing movement in the forest, Phi Nu and Phi Luin too both exchanged wary glances. He shouted, "Daoist, do you dare to charge in together and fight to our heart's content?" The old man followed him and charged. "Stay a bit away from me, and absolutely do not underestimate the enemy." Only one person was left on the riverbank. Batengu glanced over and saw Qi Lang still sitting on the boat. Seeing her nod, Batengu became even more resolute. Phi Luin Tu dashed through the evil cultivators, knocking them to the ground. One of them hid behind a tree, trembling in fear. Just who was that old Daoist? The legendary sword flight technique actually appeared. Just as he was thinking, a flash of light streaked past his face. Blood splattered under the moonlight. Phi Nu scoffed, "Is this the Ingu then cult? You said cultivation world matters should be settled by cultivators." He deliberately provoked them. "Turns out, you just wanted us to kill a few evil cultivators to shake our Dao hearts and make us fall into the demonic path." An order came through his earpiece. "Phi Nu and Phi Luin Tu, retreat immediately. The enemy has a team of experts heading your way." All positions received the update. The enemy's Hu Dan realm experts still haven't made a move. Everyone, protect yourselves. If they really want to keep the hostages, we will launch a heavy assault. He and Phi Luin Tu returned to Bat Mu. "Trouble is here. Be careful." Phi Engu said to Bat Engu worriedly, "Senior sister, no need to hold back later." A massive crowd swarmed in, shouting for everyone to attack together. "If we don't kill Wang Phi Engu today, he will definitely become a threat to us in the future." Phi Luyen Tu warned him, "Every single one of them is reeking with killing intent. I'm afraid some have already mastered demonic arts." He also clearly understood the situation. Condensing a surge of power in his palms, yin and yang dual qi, Haoshin converges into one. Bat Nu unleashed her power, creating a vortex that blew away several charging evil cultivators. Yin-yang Haoshin array, open. They signaled each other, and the two leaped up, striking down several enemies. Injured and scattered, the enemies quickly retreated. Batengu continued to increase her magic power. It was only then that they realized the surrounding spiritual energy had been disrupted, preventing them from using any of their power. How terrifying! Just what level of cultivation does this little girl have? Deep within the island, a fire was lit, and a few people sat around it. Thuy Yu then sat cross-legged, forming hand seals to observe the situation and everything happening. Since those seniors can't even handle this trivial matter, why don't we strike together to capture Qi Lang and then make our escape directly? Daoist Theat Hung of the Heavenly Dragon Sect added, "It's easy for us to leave, but what about all those disciples?" Don Kong Min of the Phi Vium sect smoked a cigarette. Thuy Nu then continued, "After capturing Qi Lang, we will flee immediately. Just leave them behind to draw the soldiers' attention." Sitting on Hyen Thiet Than's shoulder, she laughed. "Chaos is coming. With our strength, are you afraid we won't be able to recruit new subordinates?" The vortex grew larger, swallowing up all the evil cultivators. The onlookers surrounding them panicked and fled. "This person is way too strong. We have to run." A streak of dark purple yin energy in the shape of a skull swept past. "Kill anyone who runs." The skull flew straight toward Batengu. Phi Ngu appeared just in time, blocking the attack with his sword. As the blade clashed against the skull, he forcefully swung his sword again, shattering it as the skull emitted a blinding light. The three observed the front sternly, preparing for battle. "Have you no shame? Using Hudan realm experts just to deal with a few core formation cultivators like us?" Thuy Nu Than's group retorted, "Brat, you are destined to die here today." She signaled to her subordinates behind her, "Everyone, tonight is the night we achieve fame and glory. Capture Qi Lang, follow the orders of the Inguthan cult, capture Qi Lang alive at all costs, and kill the rest." At Thuy Nu Than's command, the entire crowd charged forward simultaneously. Qi Lang calmly stepped onto the shore, the reports still echoing in her earpiece. "Team leader, the rescue squad has entered the center of the island. The battle has entered phase 2, she replied coldly. "I know." Qi Lang said, "Everyone, make your move." A beam of light shot straight toward her. The Daoist masters eagerly charged forward. "Phi Nu, Batengu, step back, leave the rest to us." Thuy Nu then said angrily, "You dared to set an ambush? How despicable. All is fair in war." Neem Chin Nam swung his sword and charged. "Rogue cultivator Geem Chin Nam requests your guidance, Thuy Nu Than." Thuy Nu Than was knocked back, sensing that his cultivation was not inferior to hers. She wouldn't be able to shake him off anytime soon. She immediately shouted, "Athiat, hurry and capture Qi Lang." The massive, muscular man advanced fiercely. The three of them immediately took defensive stances. A tough one is coming. Suddenly, someone grabbed the shoulders of Phi Luyen Tu and Phi Nu. Batengu tossed the two of them behind her like throwing chickens. The tall and ferocious Atheat glared down at Bat Nu. On the other side, an evil cultivator took a deep breath, spewing out thick purple smoke from his mouth. The smoke completely enveloped him and his accomplices. Instead of cultivating on the mountain, the Tam Tong sect talisman masters came down here to cause trouble. A dark figure flew up. Coming down the mountain to aid villains is not a good deed. Daoist Theat Hung unleashed his magic power. Killing you will perfectly show the world that the so-called orthodox sects are nothing but empty titles. Exuding a terrifying aura, he flew straight toward the Daoist masters. A golden vortex instantly erupted. The Daoist master channeled more power and shouted at them, "Let me show you what the righteous path's heavenly might is." The golden vortex grew larger, surrounding the evil cultivator. He stared blankly at the blinding light shining toward him. His feeble strength couldn't withstand it, and he was knocked back. Not only that, but Dong Kong Min was also repelled. The two Daoist masters declare, "Evil cultivators are truly arrogant, thinking they can move mountains and fill seas with individual strength, never realizing that the real clowns are themselves." The Daoist representing Mount Long, who stroked his beard, sword in hand. "Today will be the day you die." On Hyen Theathan's side, he created a massive blue sphere. Channeling heavenly lightning and fire, 5 waters lightning talisman, act swiftly in accordance with the law. The sphere shot out countless bolts of lightning, destroying the surroundings. Bat Ngu and Hyen Theat then glared at each other with intense fury. He roared, "You're strong, but you're still just at the core formation realm." She maintained her defensive stance as she listened to him say, "Trying to block a Hudan realm expert is truly foolish. You are definitely going to die today." Hyen Theat then charged forward with a purple sphere in his hand. Bat Ngu shifted her body. Stillness becomes yin, movement becomes yang. She radiated a powerful energy. That energy transformed into an azure dragon coiling around her. Yin and yang follow the heart, guarding the square and circle. Facing the dragon, Hyen Theat then wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he looked disdainful. Too slow, too weak, completely unworthy of mention. Both of them attacked each other at the same time. Bat Ngu used her full strength, lower origin ultimate softness. She pushed her hands forward, landing a solid blow on his chest. Hyen Theat then froze, a wisp of smoke escaping from the corner of his mouth. "You're quite formidable, little girl." The people behind them witnessed this scene. Phi Luan too couldn't help but say, "I had long heard that Fairy Bat Nu possessed extraordinary strength, but I never expected that even Hyen Theat then wouldn't have the strength to fight back against her." Phi Nu remained humble. "Daoist, you praise her too highly." While they were still focused on the front, a demonic hand emerged from behind. Phi Luan too kept talking. "No, I'm being entirely honest. She's more than enough to handle Hyen Theat than alone. We should still follow the team leader's instructions." A demonic cultivator suddenly sprang from the water, intending to grab Qi Lang. Wang Fang, who was on high alert, quickly sensed the danger. Just as he warned his martial ant to be careful, the enemy cursed, popping out from the ground for a sneak attack. Only then did Qi Lang and Phi Luan too react. "Brat, if you have a death wish, don't blame me." His massive body spun around to attack Wang Fang. Although he dodged, Wang Fang's face was still injured. He immediately swung his sword and retreated to gain distance. Phi Luyen too shouted, "Phi Nu, hurry up and get the team leader out of here." Wang Fang understood and nodded. "Pardon my offense, martial aunt." He immediately grabbed Qi Lang and fled. Phi Luyen too stayed behind to block the enemy. Old Third failed again. But the opponents are just 2 core formation cultivators. If I just buy a little more time, he can definitely capture Qi Lang. To prevent Thui Nu then from plotting, Nim Chin Nam quickly lunged forward to attack her. Even with an injured hand, she tried to grab his sword, thinking of ways to disrupt their focus and buy time for Old Third. "Nu then cult, hear my command. Eradicate all mortals, leave no one alive." The order echoed through every corner of the island, but the people she was expecting never showed up. Instead, a group of people came running over, accompanied by an announcement. Island-wide broadcast. All hostages on the island have been successfully rescued. The plan is entering Phase 2. Consolidate all forces to annihilate all evil cultivators. In the confined space, it was filled with fire, water, earth, sand, dark energy, bright light, and countless unpredictable techniques. Even in the midst of battle, the broadcast was loud and clear. Surround all evil cultivators and don't let a single one escape. If even one escapes, we will all cripple our own cultivation. With a loud thud, Wang Fang planted his sword scabbard into the ground and said dominantly, "Martial Ant, I'm heading over there to help." Having just experienced the novel sensation of being flown around rapidly by Wang Fang, Qi Lang felt a bout of motion sickness. She replied wearily, "Be careful." The wings of the scabbard opened, and the light from the sword was even brighter than a high-tech flashlight. "I know. Rest assured, Martial Ant." Meanwhile, the zombie who was bullying Phi Luan Tu laughed smugly. The sword flight technique of the sword sect looks interesting, but you're just another puny core formation cultivator. Daring to block my path, you really don't know your own limits. Then he controlled the sand to attack. Fi Luan too immediately dodged. I must seize control of the flying sword, otherwise I'll just be taking a beating, let alone stopping him. Right at that moment, several familiar streaks of light flashed in the sky. Wang Fang summoned a dragon to coil around him and shouted with soaring heroism, "Evil monster, accept your death." The zombie confidently provoked, "Come here, baby." Then, sand quickly enveloped him, forming a thick protective layer. As the sand slowly closed up, a smirk remained on his face. Moments later, he transformed into an armored creature with a hideous appearance that would disgust any woman. "Let's see how capable you are." He casually blocked Wang Fang's sword aura with one hand. Gripping the tip of the sword, he chuckled evilly. "Is the Wudang 7-star sword only this capable? Wrong." Wang Fang didn't flinch at all. Continuing to pour his spiritual energy into the sword, he gradually found himself unable to block Wang Fang's sword edge. Sensing that Wang Fang's sword was probing his strength, he immediately erupted with a terrifying aura. A powerful shockwave blasted Wang Fang away. Blown back, Wang Fang quickly stabbed his sword into the ground to halt his momentum, then coughed up a mouthful of blood. Owen Hyen quickly noticed Wang Fang's condition. Enduring the pain, he shouted, "I'm fine." Hearing him say that, she refocused on her battle with Hyen Thiet Than. If he said he was fine, she would absolutely believe him. "Now, you." The fully evolved zombie roared angrily, clutching the wound left by Wang Fang. "I'm going to kill you. I will absolutely kill you." Fi Luan too quickly landed next to Wang Fang. "Fi Engu, the special task force has surrounded him. Let's team up to capture him. Don't let him escape." Wang Fang resolutely stood up, gripping his precious sword, and nodded. "All right." Over on the other side, Thuy Nhu Than was clashing with Ngiem Chin Nam. She sharply scanned the battlefield, checking on her accomplices. One person erected a wall of fire, while another put up a defensive shield to block the ricocheting rocks. The situation was not looking good at all. She then glanced back. Several people were teaming up to attack the mummy. "Hey kid, leave this area to us. Go get some rest, we'll make sure you get the credit." Wang Fang replied politely, "Thank you, seniors." Realizing the situation was unfavorable, Thuy Nhu Than shouted, "A Thiet, retreat quickly. The tide of battle is lost. It's better to retreat for now." A light below caught her attention. Only then did she realize that she had unknowingly stepped into the middle of an array. What is this? Could it be? Just as she figured it out, she hastily turned her head and shouted at Owen Hyen, "You little brat." With one hand supporting the massive man and the other channeling power, Owen Hyen clenched her fist, instantly inflicting severe damage on Thuy Nhu Than. "Damn it, is this brat really just at the core formation realm? You've brought this upon yourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, Ngiem Chin Nam recklessly lunged forward to attack Thuy Nhu Than, launching her several meters into the air before she crashed to the ground. When the dust settled, Thuy Nhu Than was seen lying beneath Ngiem Chin Nam's sword. He shouted loudly, "Thuy Nhu Than is dead. Everyone, join forces to clear the battlefield. If the evil cultivators are not wiped out tonight, we will fight to the bitter end." The Demon Slaying Association members above received the order and jumped down to assist. Understood. Thuy Nhu Than had been defeated, and the tide was set. All the evil cultivators had lost their will to fight. As for their leaders, under the combined efforts of everyone, they were also subdued. Among them, Hyen Thiet Than was besieged by 7 or 8 instructors and died a gruesome death. His bones were entirely shattered, and his protective aura was completely broken. On the other hand, thanks to the Hudan realm experts clearing the way during the rescue assault, all the hostages were safely saved. The combat unit had arrived. The aftermath and cleanup operations were properly arranged. As for him and his senior sister, Wang Fang was currently leaning on Owen Hyen's shoulder, sound asleep. She gently touched Wang Fang's wounds, feeling a pang of heartache. In his drowsy state, he heard someone calling, "Tu Thang, Tu Huyen, we're lucky to have had you two this time. Can you both stay with the special investigation unit for a while longer?" Since Ngiem Chin Nam and his team are primarily in charge of border defense, the unit really needs your help. Wang Fang hesitated. Seeing Owen Hyen's eyes, he instantly understood that she wanted him to decide for himself. He replied, "Marshal Ant, how about we discuss this with our master before deciding? Furthermore, I already promised Senior Fi Luan Tu that I would visit the sword sect." Chi Lang nodded easily. "All right, then what kind of reward do you two want this time?" Truong Tu Quang and Ngiem Chin Nam walked over excitedly. Ngiem Chin Nam laughed loudly and greeted them. "Batengu, Fingu, you're both here. Good thing we had you two this time. That guy, Thang Ngon Tu, brags on WeChat all day about taking in 2 genius disciples. At first, I didn't believe it and thought he was just boasting. Seeing you today, Your reputations are truly well-deserved. While Vuong Fang was still in a daze, Truong Tu Kuang leaned down to examine his face. Stop with the useless chatter. Let's get straight to the point. Fine, Gu. Are you two interested in joining the combat unit? What are you doing? Trying to poach my people. They are currently advisors for the Special Investigation Unit. Ha! Such great saplings. How could I possibly pass them up? Their master is Thanangon too, and his cultivation is nothing special anyway. Why don't we fight a match, and whoever wins gets to take the two of them? Seniors, please calm down. He remembered a certain leopard from Mount Lonhu. Mount Lonhu? Why are they so similar? Suddenly, a voice echoed from the sky. Someone's coming. Be on guard. Everyone with cultivation below the Hu Dan realm, evacuate immediately. It's a Golden Core expert. All units, prepare for combat. Damn it. Since when did the Nguthan cult have a Golden Core expert? Prepare the ammunition. Seeing the tense expressions on Tu Kuang and Qin Nam's faces, Wang Fang smiled awkwardly and said, Seniors, the person up there seems to be my master. The person was hovering on a flying sword in the sky, his face obscured by the hazy moonlight. Qi Lang didn't look away, silently watching the person on the flying sword. The others quickly looked up at the silhouette. Wang Fang called out from below, Master, the evil cultivators have already been wiped out. Why don't you come down first? It seems my trip here was in vain. Goodbye. It's good that the demons were wiped out. Hyen, Tu Thang, are you too hurt? Your cultivation is too low. Don't cause trouble for others. Humph. That guy actually said their cultivation is low. Well, his words do make sense, considering their teacher is a Golden Core expert. Brother Than Ingon, why don't you come down and meet us? Brother Qin Nam, I rushed here in a hurry, and my clothes are disheveled, so it's not convenient for me to show my face. Tu Thang, Tu Hyen, if you have nothing else to do, come over here and talk to your master. The two followed Than and Gon Tu to another spot, simultaneously bowing to greet their master. You two haven't caused any trouble lately, have you? Cough. I heard from your martial aunt Tin Van that you were in danger, so the moment I left seclusion, I flew here on my sword. When he turned around, Vuong Fang and Owen Hyen tried their best to hold back their laughter. Having just left seclusion, Thane and Kantu's hair was a messy bird's nest, and his clothes were in tatters. He coughed a few times to hide his awkwardness, then continued, This outfit got torn by the wind while I was flying. It's no big deal. Vuong Fang put down his sword. Taking off his outer coat, he said, This disciple is useless, making Master worry. Seeing him take off his coat, the old man hurriedly covered his eyes. Why does this kid have such improper thoughts about his master? Your senior sister is so beautiful. How did you pick up such a bad habit? Owen Hyen stared blankly at the two of them, her eyes wide. Wang Fang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Master is indeed still the same. Master, you must have met junior sister already, right? Martial aunt, her mother, is also here. He sighed and said, Oh well, we were bound to meet eventually anyway. I'll go change my clothes first. You two step away for a bit. After speaking, he took the clothes Wang Fang handed him. Wang Fang winked at Owen Hyen. Quickly, go call the martial aunt over. Owen Hyen immediately nodded. Not long after, with the ocean waves gently crashing, the two had a rather romantic encounter. Than Nan Tu, with a youthful and handsome appearance, smiled affectionately and called out, a Lang. Unlike the deeply emotional Than Nan Tu, Qi Lang said coldly, I still have a lot of work. Tell me what you need, but keep it brief. Before she could even finish, Than Nan Tu pulled her into his arms, pouring out the feelings he had harbored for 20 years. You've been hiding from me for 20 years. You've tortured me to the point of madness. I don't want to lose you again. Qi Lang was so surprised she choked up. It turned out that all this time, Than and Gon Tu had never changed. Leaving in a fit of anger back then was indeed my fault. Please don't treat me like this. Besides, right now, I am not in the mood to care about anything other than work. Do you know if your special investigation unit is still hiring? I don't want to be separated from you anymore. Furthermore, with me around, I can also secure some resources for the kids like Tu Fang. I'll give you the highest compensation. I won't let you work for free. According to Ing Jim Chin Nam's standards, Tu Thang and Tu Hyen will receive monthly distributions of pills and spirit stones. What about you? She held Than Nan Tu's hand and said, You have to work for me for free. Regardless of everything, Than Nan Tu's feelings remained unwavering from start to finish. He immediately agreed. What's wrong with working for free for my wife? The two disciples hiding in the bushes observed them. Who is your wife? Why are you always so annoying? So it's settled just like that? Master is indeed the master. Suddenly, there was a noise behind them. Turning around, they realized a crowd of people was also eavesdropping. I told you, the way Fi Nu always calls the team leader martial aunt meant there was definitely something going on. Wow, the team leader of the investigation unit and a golden core cultivator? How is that even possible? It's absurd. This news is definitely going to be incredibly hot. Why are you seniors so free? Well, whatever. This is fine too. He looked into the distance at the two of them romantically catching up. Mind your image. I am your superior now. You must call me team leader. He smiled brightly. Yes, team leader. His master's lifelong wish was finally fulfilled. A few days later, at the Shushan Sword Gate Pass, Fi Nu, you've truly worked hard this time. Daoist Fi Lu Yen too. This was something I ought to do. Our sword sect has finally been saved. After dealing with the Ingu then cult, he immediately accompanied Daoist Fi Lu Yen to Mount Shushan. Although he came under the guise of helping the sword sect, it was actually an important part of his own cultivation. In his past life, he had visited the sword sect several times in search of opportunities. He never expected to return in this life as a helper. Disciples lined up on both sides of the stairs. At the top, a gentle-looking elder came to welcome him. Young friend Fi Nu, I've kept you waiting. To possess 2 streams of sword intent at such a young age, you truly live up to your reputation as a sword genius. Senior, you flatter me. The 2 poles sword intent I carry was bestowed upon me by Martial Uncle Thin Fat. Daoist Thien Fat? I didn't expect that he had already comprehended the golden core and could even bestow it upon others. Fi Lu Yen too coughed slightly. Elder, shouldn't we discuss the main issue? The gentle elder replied, no rush. We also need to make some preparations. Fi Nu, you should rest first. We'll discuss the trial once everything is arranged. The Thuk Sun Sword sect followed the sword as its orthodox path, operating quite differently from Wudang. It seemed they were also giving him some guidance. How should I draw my sword in the future? After all, his behavior this time was indeed a bit too hasty, taking the risk to kill the evil cultivators, forcing himself to rescue others even before his leg injuries had fully healed. Arrogance is a natural trait of the youth, but to cultivate the Tao, one must first cultivate the heart. To become an immortal, one must first learn how to be human. The 72 Swords trial is also your fortuitous encounter, so I cannot stop you. However, once the trial is over, I want you to return to the mountain and enter seclusion for 3 years. Focus entirely on your cultivation. Seriously reflect on what you've gained during this time and keep the word steadfast firmly in your heart. Since coming down the mountain, he had indeed been a bit arrogant. Ultimately, he was still lacking in the fundamentals. While meditating, Wang Fang suddenly heard the sound of a bell ringing. This bell sounds a bit unusual. This is the bell from the Tu Nam Temple next to the Sword Sect. There's a Buddhist temple here too? Are you talking about the Tu Nam Temple? It has existed for over 1,000 years and had originally fallen into decline. But what you don't know is that it possesses a complete Buddhist inheritance. After the spiritual energy recovered, they gradually began to prosper again. Then why hasn't the Sword Sect let them leave? I also asked the sect leader about that. I heard that place suppresses quite a few thousand-year-old demons. Now that the spiritual energy has recovered, who knows if those demons will break out? There are far too many secrets in this world. If there's an opportunity, I should still broaden my horizons. Daoist, can you take me to the Tu Nam Temple? I was originally planning to show you around this morning. Let's change into some fresh clothes later and go into the temple to see the Buddha statues. Putting the sword sex matters on hold for now, he needed to inform his master before heading to the Tu Nam Temple with Daoist Fi Lu Yen Tu to take a look. The scene shifted to a chat with Fan and Non Tu. It's fine. As a guest at the Heavenly Sword Sect, you absolutely must not be impolite. Moreover, there's a monk named Nu Fong at the Tu Nam Temple. You can ask him to pass on some pure martial power to you. Master, are you serious? While massaging his wife's shoulders, he replied, of course, I'm just joking with you. However, the Tu Nam Temple isn't far from the Sword Sect. If you have free time, you can go pay your respects to monk Nu Fong. Even within the Buddhist factions, he has acquaintances. Master is truly well connected. Wife, how is the pressure? Hearing his master's sycophantic tone toward his wife gave him goosebumps. After the spiritual energy recovered, the inheritances of the famous Daoist mountains quickly flourished. However, the Buddhist factions were completely different. Only a few small temples had a handful of high monks. He wondered if this Tu Nam Temple was hiding any peerless experts. You must be Fi Nu, right? Thon Man too has mentioned you to me quite a bit recently. By the way, has your master found his wife yet? Looking at the heroic man in front of him, he bowed and said, thank you for your concern, Nu Fong Thien Su. My master and master's wife reunited a few days ago. Hearing that, he laughed. That's great news. His deep devotion wasn't in vain. However, you two came at the right time. Abbot, if that matter is true, I'm afraid Kim Tong will also be implicated. Fortunately, Daoist Fi Lu Yen Tu and Fi Nu are here. Why don't we let them take a look? The abbot spoke slowly. It is destiny that you two cultivators have come here today. Please follow me to the water well in the backyard. This place is called the Demon Sealing Well. Legend has it that a great demon sealing formation is hidden here, suppressing a 1,000-year-old ancient demon. Before heaven and earth's vital energy recovered, A cave could be seen at the bottom of the well. But Nu Fong Thien Su, what the abbot means is that after the vital energy recovered, the great formation in the well opened and the cave disappeared. But this thing is still alive. Recently, there has been a change here. You will understand once you see it. Is this demonic energy? Nu Fong Thien Su looked at the demonic energy gathering in his hand. The old man's explanation was correct. The great formation has endured for 1,000 years and is no longer able to bear the burden. It could be destroyed at any moment. The ancient demon suppressed back then will likely awaken, causing chaos in the world. This ancient demon has been suppressed for 1,000 years and still hasn't been completely wiped out. Even a golden core cultivator, in an environment rich with vital energy, only has a lifespan of over 800 years. To survive for 1,000 years in an environment depleted of vital energy, what realm is this ancient demon in? If it truly escapes, it will be an absolute catastrophe for the mortal world. After learning that Tui Nam Temple was suppressing a 1,000-year-old ancient demon, he immediately contacted the Special Investigation Team. Fi Lu Yen too also notified the Kiem Tong elders to assist in the investigation. Although the ancient demon had not yet awakened, no one dared to act recklessly and provoke it. After all, this involved a 1,000-year-old ancient demon, so even the Special Investigation Team could only adapt to the situation. Ultimately, the Special Investigation Team invited high-ranking monks to assist the Great Formation in purifying the demonic energy, while they also conducted a survey of the surrounding geography to formulate a battle plan. Meanwhile, Kiem Tong had also promised to provide immediate reinforcements if the ancient demon made any unusual moves. Because of this, the 72 Swords trial became Kiem Tong's top priority. After all, it would add more power to deal with the ancient demon. The 72 Swords trial was the sect's blessed trial ground, featuring a total of 8 floors and 70 doors. As long as one could break through to the 7th floor, they could obtain Thuxun's founding treasure. From today onwards, the entire Kiem Tong sect would help Fi Nu perfect his sword intent so he could smoothly clear the trial. After all, it was a 1,000-year inheritance. The key was whether his sword intent was perfect or not. To increase his success rate, he had to push himself to his limits, as he could only truly grasp the sword intent after successfully honing it. After coming into contact with thousands of different sword intents, he had nearly exhausted all his mental energy. According to Kiem Tong's method, this was the easiest time to comprehend and break through. That's enough for today. Fi Ngu, go back and meditate for a day. We will continue your training tomorrow at noon. His entire body ached as he struggled to stand up. His eyes were so heavy with exhaustion that he couldn't even keep them open. But he still politely replied, "This junior will take his leave." Looking at the young man's fading silhouette, the elders couldn't help but sigh. What a pity this precious sword doesn't belong to our sect. The person who inherited the ancestors' sword techniques is right in front of us. As soon as Wang Thang returned, he immediately began to meditate. Although the Kiem Tong elders had infused their own sword intents into his 7-star sword formation, what exactly was this perfection they spoke of? Could it simply be the highest realm of swordsmanship? The 7-stars sword intent was transforming, but what if this was only one realm within it, and not the highest one? The Big Dipper rotates with the purple star as its axis, and the sword formation acts the same way. If he stood in the position of the purple Emperor star to control the Big Dipper, he could freely operate the sword formation at will. No, his sword intent didn't stop there. But how could he execute his techniques with such a sword formation? The sword energy rippled outward like water waves, reaching further and further. Unconsciously, he activated the Heaven and Earth sword. Once he regained his senses, he began to activate the 7 stars and the left and right auxiliaries. A sword is a weapon. No matter how exquisite the technique, wielding a sword is ultimately to kill the enemy. But what if all the variations in the techniques were stripped away, leaving only the sword intent? With a loud roar from the 7 stars sword formation, a giant sword shot straight up into the sky. The immense pressure tore through the clouds, soaring so high that the end of the beam of light couldn't even be seen. That night, the courtyard was brighter than any moonlit or summer night. People outside gasped in astonishment. What a powerful sword intent. Furthermore, that's where Fi Nu is staying. Could he have? A moment later, the light faded. Eventually, it disappeared, centered on the purple star, commanding the 7 stars. This is the true 7-star sword formation. I get it. I finally get it. The sect leader and Fi Luan too rushed over to check on the situation. Fi knew what just happened. Wang Thang smiled sheepishly. Seniors, it seems my 7-star sword intent has accidentally reached perfection. His master leaned back in his chair, muttering to himself, "What the hell? The 7-star sword formation can be reversed?" At that moment, his master's memories slowly surfaced. Over the phone, Wang Thang probingly asked his master, "Is this the true 7 stars sword formation?" His master exclaimed in shock. "To think that you actually comprehended it to this level on your own." His master sighed curiously. Could the true sword formation be something our ancestor modified from the 7 stars sword formation? I was originally going to wait until Tu Thang and Tu Hyen reached the Golden Core realm before opening the sect's supreme treasure together, his master said, full of curiosity. But now I really want to open it and see what the ancestor actually left behind. The scene shifted outside. The sun shone down as leaves suddenly fell in flurries. Wang Fang moved gracefully in the courtyard. In his mind, the thought appeared that his 7 stars sword formation, based on the Big Dipper and the Purple Star, had reached the highest level. His sword intent, which had just reached perfection yesterday, clearly showed an increase in power after a night of consolidation. Wang Fang suddenly opened his eyes, staring straight ahead. The surrounding scenery, like the falling leaves, shifted in an astonishing way. Deep down, he was certain that he had completely mastered this sword intent. Just as he was deep in thought, an admiring voice came from afar. Not bad. It seems Finu has fully grasped the essence of the 7 stars sword intent. The senior walked over and said, Finu, we discussed this all morning, but we decided to let you make the choice yourself. Do you want to challenge the formation now, or consolidate your power for another 2 months first? Wang Fang respectfully bowed. May I ask, Senior, does the 72 swords only test the realm of the Tao of Sword? The senior answered affirmatively. That's right, our cultivation bases are restricted inside the formation. Knowing this information made Finu even more determined. Since that was the case, he decided to enter the formation today. Fi Ingu walked steadily toward the door, wondering to himself, is this the 72 swords trial? Wang Fang couldn't take his eyes off the scene in front of him as a strange golden light poured out. Fi Nu intently watched every miraculous change, especially how the golden lights formed a meaningful character. Wang Fang curiously discovered that just a single character could probe the level of a cultivator's sword intent. It could even reject a cultivator's Tao of Sword. Gradually, magical blue lights appeared around Wang Fang, enveloping his body. Wherever Wang Fang walked, the magical light gently followed. Before touching the door, Wang Fang pondered. As expected, every sect's inheritance is an eye-opening experience. I wonder if I can complete their request this time. The door slowly opened, and Wang Fang tried to peer inside. The further he went, the more he curiously deduced. This must be the first floor. The interior layout and the yin-yang arrangement were quite strange. Wang Fang stepped in carefully, his footsteps completely silent. Going deeper, he saw sword techniques carved onto the walls. He thought for a moment. He had heard that the people who passed this floor in the past only faced basic sword techniques. The sword intent they condensed wasn't very strong. The true essence lay in the later doors. Wang Fang ventured deeper, looking straight ahead as he faced a series of moving golden entities. Each of them held a sword and charged forward. Wang Fang suddenly spun around and swung his sword, sending blue spiritual energy crashing into the enemies. Gradually, those golden entities vanished into thin air, escaping through the square door ahead. Meanwhile, Wang Fang focused even more on the situation in front of him. Wang Fang sheathed his sword behind his back as he walked. He thought to himself, although it's only the first floor's sword intent, since my 7 stars sword intent has reached perfection, taking it all head-on won't be easy either. Wang Fang deeply pondered his next course of action. He struck the wall in front of him hard, revealing a door. The door slowly opened. Even Wang Fang didn't expect that the 7th floor actually existed inside. His figure gradually moved up to the higher floors. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 2nd floor. His Tao of Sword techniques remained incredibly powerful, easily piercing through his opponents. On the 3rd floor, the obstacles couldn't slow Finu down either. The 4th floor was relatively easy and ended quickly. By the 5th floor, a fiercer direct battle began, and the thoughts he had along the way surfaced in his mind. The 7 stars sword intent is essentially an area-sweeping state, which heavily limits my personal improvement. Therefore, I should take this opportunity to hone my yin-yang sword intent realm, instead of just stopping at the yin-yang defensive stance. After many battles and summarizing his experiences, he had drawn a conclusion. Therefore, from then on, he deliberately suppressed his 7 stars sword intent, solely using the yin-yang sword intent to face the trials. Gradually, he gained a much deeper understanding of the yin-yang sword intent. Wang Fang continuously unleashed a series of fierce attacks to suppress his opponents. Yin-yang sword intent, followed by moves like Tai Chi born from footwork and twin fish reflecting the stars. Every move contained powerful energy, suppressing the opponent's vitality. Under Wang Fang's sword, the opponent was heavily injured, gritting their teeth in pain. Although defending on this 5th floor took a bit of time, he quickly and decisively defeated his opponents without hesitation. After finishing the fight, Wang Fang immediately sheathed his sword, held his head high, and strode forward. Despite winning, Fi Nu deliberately slowed down, calculating every step with overlapping thoughts in his mind. My yin-yang sword intent has been improved. Enough. I'm afraid it will be hard to handle the later trials if I don't use everything. Plus, I need to properly fulfill the request entrusted to me. Wang Feng looked ahead. With a resolute gaze, he was determined to charge through the 54th door, which would lead him to the next floor. The 54th door appeared before Fi Nu, and he slowly approached. As he raised his hand and knocked gently, Wang Feng's expression suddenly changed. Something seemed wrong with the scene ahead. A strange voice echoed, "Has Thuxun been completely forgotten by the world?" Startled, he slowly stepped back into a defensive stance and probed, "Who is it?" The strange voice replied, "I am Daoist Than Fong, the ancestor of Kiem Tong, the sword spirit of this blade, tasked with guarding the Great Formation. You are not a disciple of my Thuxun. Why are you here?" These words made the situation tense as the sword on Wang Feng's back vibrated incessantly. Fi Nu bowed respectfully and said, "This junior is Wang Feng, a sword cultivator from Vodang. I was entrusted by the seniors to come to Kiem Tong and seek the Thuxun sword control technique, which was lost 1,000 years ago when the vital energy was cut off." The Kiem Tong ancestor slowly revealed his figure and said, "The sword control technique is the foundation of Thuxun, yet those fools actually let it be lost." The ancestor continued with a stern face, "Moreover, what proof do you have that the spiritual energy disappeared for 1,000 years?" Facing such a senior, Wang Feng felt incredibly small. He respectfully replied, "Senior, why don't you let this junior recount everything that has happened over these years?" The Kiem Tong ancestor seemed to hesitate, muttering, "When I fell into my deep slumber, the heaven and earth's vital energy was indeed becoming thinner." Saying that, he waved his hand. "Go ahead, let's hear it." Wang Feng excitedly recounted a lot. "Then I will start from the Tang dynasty." After talking for a while, he drew a conclusion about the search process. Telling this story made Wang Feng break out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, "I really admire those protagonists in web novels who time travel to ancient times. How could they remember everything so clearly?" Wang Feng pointed out the main points, and that is how it is. Over the past 1,000 years, the inheritance of Thuxun can be considered to have been preserved quite intact. The Kiem Tong ancestor replied with a grave expression, "If that's the case, then you are the successor of Lu Dongbin." However, he still had a major doubt. "But why don't you practice the pure Yang sword song, but rather the purple heaven sword?" The ancestor was very curious about Wang Feng's identity. These questions indeed made him uneasy. With a thoughtful look, the old ancestor waved his hand and said, "Just proceed with the trial. I will also." He pointed his sword straight at Wang Feng, declaring war with absolute resolve. "If I injure you, do not blame my Thuxun." Fi Nu was always decisive in every battle. As soon as he received the opponent's signal, he leaped into the air and said, "Thank you for granting my request, senior." Fi Nu executed a series of strange techniques, moving in a circular motion around the senior's position. As he moved, he said, "Please advise me." The old ancestor looked surprised. He was witnessing phantom sword intense. The young man's movements were incredibly proficient, and his techniques were both diverse and effective, making even the Kiem Tong ancestor praise, "Not bad." He observed Fi Nu with all his senses. Finally, he had to admit, to have stepped into the 72 swords trial, your aptitude and comprehension can be considered top 10. Even though the opponent was talking, Fi Engu could still feel the terrifying power of the senior, and his eyes grew wary. The clash grew increasingly intense as golden and blue spiritual energies collided and crushed against each other. The ancestor advised, "Brat, if you were a disciple of Thuxun, I would have let you pass long ago. It's a pity you are not." Regardless of the implication, the young man calmly replied, "Thank you for the praise, senior. But this junior still has one more sword strike." This hidden technique was unleashed the moment the opponent let his guard down. Fi Nu stomped hard on the ground, his face resolute as he declared firmly, "Forgive me for offending you today, senior." Finally, he executed the purple sword. Seeing this technique, the old ancestor stared intently. He provoked with intense killing intent, "Come, let me see where your limits lie." Both were top-tier sword masters. The moment their techniques clashed, the sword strikes seemed to explode, shaking everything around them. Suddenly, the old senior offered guidance. "The sword control techniques are in doors 61 to 63. There are 3 volumes in total. If you want to obtain all of them, you will have to put in some effort." Hearing these words, the young man ventured deeper inside, feeling triumphant in his heart. "I finally reached it." Looking at the scene behind the door, Fi Nu carefully deduced the 7th floor of the trial, where the entrance to the sword control technique is hidden. The Kiem Tong ancestor instructed, "Since the people of Thuxun agreed, you can practice it as you please. Why don't you stay here a little longer?" Fi Nu called out in astonishment, "Senior," the old ancestor advised, "once you have grasped the sword control technique, try passing through the 9 doors behind it. It will be very beneficial for you." The young man was still doubtful and said, "But senior, the disciples and grand disciples of Daoist Than Fong are still waiting for the sword control technique at Kiem Tong." The old ancestor complained, Who told them to be so useless? Hearing this, the young man's face turned pale. He thought to himself, we just finished a fight, and he wants to fight again? The 72 Swords trial revealed some truths. The difficulty of the later doors was naturally higher than the earlier ones. The strength that each formation spirit senior displayed was based on the highest limit of the Great Formation's evaluation. Perhaps because they understood each other at the 54th door, the attitude of the formation spirit senior became much more relaxed. He instructed Phi Nu. The Daoist sword consists of 3 paths: heaven, earth, and man. The path of man uses humans as the foundation. The path of earth uses the sword as the Dao. Your purple sword belongs to the Dao of sword forged from the power of heaven and earth. The young man's sword had always been a sharp weapon in battle. The young man sighed in admiration. The senior not only frequently pointed out the flaws in his sword techniques, knocking him back every time, but also specially guided him or joked with him. You talk too much, Brat. That last move wasn't bad. Keep going. Brat, can't take it anymore? Want me to give you a 3-move handicap? As the saying goes, a sword reflects its master. Was he really? Wang Thang began to suspect whether ancestor Fan Fong had a sadistic tendency. Otherwise, why would the sword spirit he left behind find pleasure in tormenting others? The scene shifted to 1 year later. The door slowly opened. Wang Thang stepped outside, feeling refreshed. I'm finally out. Before Wang Thang left, the old sword ancestor reminded him, Brat, you forgot to take your thing. Hearing the reminder, Wang Thang hurriedly reached out to catch the forgotten item, still a bit confused. The old senior explained, to put it in terms you young people use nowadays, how can clearing a stage not have a reward? The object in Wang Thang's hand was a gift from the old ancestor. According to the senior's explanation, this is a sword pill, a completed flying sword. Take it. A sword pill is a type of sword, containing the sword control technique. By using supreme treasures as a foundation to refine an ordinary sword embryo and nourishing it within one's Dao domain, one can control the sword to kill enemies. Hearing the old ancestor's instructions, Wang Thang respectfully cupped his hands. Thank you for granting me this treasure, senior. Phi Nu felt deeply grateful in his heart. This formation spirit senior had given him a massive gift. After bestowing the treasure to Phi Nu, the old senior urged him to leave quickly. Young people just don't have enough patience. You dawdled for a whole year. In the past, disciples would spend 3 to 5 years here. Hearing the scolding, Wang Thang could only sigh and say, Senior is right. This junior will remember your teachings. Although Wang Thang appeared obedient on the surface, he had actually figured it out. To be precise, the old man just wanted to keep torturing him. Wang Thang slowly planned his next steps. Half a year ago, he had already sent the entire sword control technique outside, and then he went into closed-door training for a year, inside the 72 Swords trial. Now that he had exited, he needed to tell the Kim Tong seniors about this formation spirit senior. Perhaps this would solve the issue. More young disciples would enter the formation, and the formation spirit senior wouldn't feel bored anymore. When Wang Thang stepped out, everyone gasped in amazement. Haha, Phi Nu, you're finally out. If you hadn't come out for another year, we were ready to dig up the entire mountain. The Kiem Tong elder praised Phi Nu. You've done us a massive favor this time. We've decided to gift you something. The item the elder brought was a glowing golden token. Seeing the token, Wang Thang rejoiced inwardly. Thank you for your generous favor, elder. The elder offered the item with encouraging words. This is a token of our appreciation. Phi Nu, do not refuse. Everything has been arranged. Wang Thang didn't say another word. He cupped his hands and replied, from now on, this junior can also be considered a part of Kiem Tong. If Kiem Tong faces any difficulties, this junior will immediately come to help. Everything had finally concluded. Wang Thang thought to himself that the trial was over, and there was no need to stay here any longer. He would bid farewell to everyone and leave Kiem Tong. He left amidst everyone's farewells. Take care, Phi Engu. Goodbye, elders. If there's nothing else, come visit when you can. The scene shifted to Than Ungon Tu's courtyard on Mount Vodang, which was likely Wang Thang's destination. He thought to himself, after all, the courtyard I've lived in for the past few years is still on Mount Vodang. There's also my master and senior sister who have lived with me all these years. The faint sound of sweeping blended with his movements. Phi Nu couldn't help but wonder, I haven't been back in a year. I wonder how my master and senior sister are doing. The phone on the chair suddenly rang. Wang Thang had messaged his senior sister, Senior sister, I'm back on Mount Vodang. However, his senior sister only replied with a string of emojis ranging from shock to anger. These emojis left Wang Thang completely baffled. Phi Nu tried to send another message to his senior sister. Senior sister, I was in closed-door training, and my phone died, so I couldn't contact anyone. Wang Thang sent the message while thinking to himself, It seems senior sister is very upset about me losing contact for a year. I need to quickly change the subject to make her happy. Phi Nu earnestly typed a message. I learned a lot of new skills at Kim Tong. I'll show you sometime. He even attached a cute lamb emoji. As time passed, Vuong Fang became more certain of the current situation. Over the past year, his master had become a famous figure, bearing the government's title of evil suppressor. Yet, he spent most of his time cultivating or staying with his master's wife. In contrast, his senior sister had to go on business trips at least 3 times a month. In Phi Nu's eyes, she seemed quite exhausted, and she was growing increasingly dissatisfied with their master. But precisely because of this, every time senior sister completed a mission, she received handsome rewards. Her cultivation speed this year hadn't slowed down. In fact, she had the potential to break through to the false core realm within half a year. The more Vuong Fang thought about it, the more excited he felt about his senior sister's talent. With a speed like hers, as expected of a top-tier heavenly-ranking powerhouse, I wonder when I'll be able to catch up to her. Also, this sword pill made from 5-colored golden essence. If I can successfully refine it, it means I won't need to change my flying sword before reaching the Ascendant Realm, right? Vuong Fang placed the item gifted by the old ancestor on his head, cultivating while deep in thought. However, the Purple Heaven Sword and Immortal-grade flying swords are, no matter how powerful, ultimately just Dao-protecting tools. The pure Yang immortal art is what will truly help me achieve immortality and grasp the Dao. I still need to train diligently from now on, Vuong Fang told himself, sorting out the messy thoughts in his mind. He thought to himself, my return to the mountain this time was very low profile and didn't attract anyone's attention. If I hadn't gone to get the ancestors' items last time and alarmed senior brother Chu during the investigation, I'm afraid no one would have known. Just as his train of thought ended, Vuong Fang was interrupted by a voice. Phi Nu, when did you get back? Following the greeting, Vuong Fang immediately joined them. For him, a year had passed, and it was inevitable for his fellow disciples to gather and chat. Moreover, he himself rarely spoke when dealing with outsiders, and he had received his master's order to go into closed-door training. Thus, another year went by. It wasn't until a phone call from his master that his spirits were slightly lifted. Phi Nu replied to the other end of the line, Master, do you mean that in the past 3 days, 5 sects have lost their Dao texts? His master confirmed, yes, you've encountered similar situations before, so I'm asking if you have any clues. The issue his master brought up indeed made Vuong Fang recall past events. He reminded his master, I feel that these incidents are related to the Yin-Yang cult. In addition, he revealed many other details. His master understood Phi Ingu's meaning. He nodded and instructed. All right then, don't overthink this matter. Focus entirely on your cultivation. You must take your senior sister as an example. Phi Ingu obediently replied, I understand. Then, I won't descend the mountain until I reach the Golden Core Realm. Before completely hanging up, his master added, Not exactly. I still have a task for you. Hearing this, Phi Ingu's mood plummeted. The scene shifted to the next day. Vuong Fang was sitting in front of his phone screen. A thought crossed his mind. The Special Investigation Team is organizing the first Immortal Dao Conference. Why do I have to participate in this prep meeting? A moment later, the notification Daoist Vuong has come online popped up. A gaze pierced through the phone screen, staring intently. The gaze seemed to say, Junior brother, if you don't come over, this baby will get angry. Looking at the screen, Phi Nu happily called out, Senior sister, long time no see. Continuous chatter filled the room until the speechless fairy calmly said, Quiet down. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Mong and Giet switched to a serious tone. First, over 2 years ago, we took notice of this organization thanks to Daoist Wong's warning. While Meng Yet spoke, Vuong Fang thought to himself, they say this meeting is to prepare for the first Immortal Dao Conference, but the Yin-Yang cult has been too active lately. It's inevitable that they will become the focal point of the meeting. I have a feeling that my master's wife organized this conference specifically to wipe out the Yin-Yang cult. Ji Lang voiced his assessment of the current situation. Borrowing the power of the orthodox sects to suppress the evil cultivators, this was the strategy we laid out from the beginning. Let's see if we can lure them out. The specific approach was vaguely hinted at by Qi Lang. The sky gradually turned dark. Vuong Fang tapped his phone screen, thinking to himself, this long, busy day is finally over. It seems with Master's wife's arrangement this time, the Yin-Yang cult has likely hit a steel plate. Just as he was deep in thought, a sudden shout interrupted him. This is bad. This is bad. The Dao Scripture Pavilion is on fire. Hurry and put it out. The scene at the pavilion was disastrous, with flames blazing fiercely. Screams continuously rang out. The pavilion is damaged. 3 volumes of scriptures are missing. Lock down the area and investigate. A disciple is heavily injured. Someone save him. Come help quickly. Wang Fang immediately rushed to the center of the incident. He thought to himself, this is bad. The yin-yang cult actually made a move on Vo Dang. Amidst the chaos, an order was issued. Core formation realm and above, go all out to track down the thieves. Understood. Fiangu looked around. His eyes caught something unusual. This fire is just a diversion to create chaos. The thieves clearly knew that there are many experts in Vo Dang. They must have taken advantage of the chaos to disguise themselves and blend in with the pursuers. Wang Fang assessed the situation and shouted, martial uncles, martial aunts, stop. He was determined not to let them escape. He had to intercept them. As soon as he spoke, Fi Yinggu darted across the area. An elder ran over in surprise and asked, Fi Yinggu, do you have a clue? Wang Fang hurriedly explained, martial uncle, please stop the disciples who are giving chase. The thieves have likely blended in with them. Everyone simultaneously looked toward the target. The martial uncle understood the situation and ordered, split up and pursue. Wang Fang coordinated with them, observing everywhere. Not this side, not that side either. Things seemed to get even blurrier. Their search was losing direction. He looked around in astonishment. He thought, I've run into several groups already but still haven't found any trace of the thieves. I wonder how Martial Uncle Cao is doing on his end. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. Finu quickly turned his head to check. He sensed fluctuations in vital energy. It's Martial Uncle Cao. A series of movements unfolded, accompanied by chaotic noise. The fake Daoist stepped back and called for backup. Quick, kill him. The Vo Dang guy is about to die. They're here. Finish him quickly. A hand was raised, and a warning echoed. How dare you burn the Dao Scripture Pavilion and harm my disciples? Vo Dang will not let you run rampant. The intruders began to grit their teeth in fear, exchanging terrified glances as the attack seemed to crash down on them all at once. The ensuing scene left only devastation and darkness. The martial uncle looked at the situation and ordered, arrest these two. The rest of you, assess the damages at the Dao Scripture Pavilion. Also, any elders who are not in closed-door training, come to the Tu Chu Pavilion for a meeting. The scene shifted to the main hall, where everyone was busy cleaning up. Wang Fang's narration resumed. Although the martial granduncle stepped in to subdue the thieves, there were still casualties. Not only did Vo Dang lose scripture texts, but 4 gatekeepers were also killed. Senior brother Chu Eng Long was lucky to survive, but the fire poison invaded his heart, and his external injuries were too severe. Even with the martial granduncle treating him, he can barely hold on to his life. Wang Fang, holding a precious item, stepped forward. Martial granduncle, I have this pill. According to the research, it can stabilize senior brother's injuries. At this moment, a human life is the top priority. The yin-yang cult's actions tonight had forged a blood feud with Vo Dang. After all the tragic events, everyone sat down together. An elder spoke up. The enemy killed people, stole the scriptures, and burned down the pavilion in an incredibly short amount of time. If Fainu hadn't reacted quickly, those 2 thieves might have used the chaos to escape. A voice rang out, Master, the stolen scriptures are not on those 2 thieves. They might be hidden somewhere. The sect leader analyzed the situation. The thieves clearly planned this for a long time with meticulous detail. If the scriptures are not on them, then they definitely have an accomplice hiding within Vo Dang. The others reacted strongly. Are you saying? That's right. The sect leader is saying that Vo Dang has a spy. A martial uncle was furious and shouted, I'm going to go catch that spy right now. The others hurriedly stopped him. Senior brother, calm down. The sect leader spoke calmly. Finu, you have a close relationship with the investigation team. Do you know anything? Wang Fang cupped his hands and replied, in recent years, the yin-yang cult has been secretly stealing scriptures from various sects. Their methods can roughly be deduced. The stolen scriptures might be hidden on the spy. As for how to find them, Fiangu's eyes were resolute as he answered decisively. As long as senior brother wakes up, the enemy definitely won't be able to escape. Under the morning sun, the disciples looked at each other. They asked in confusion, why did the sect leader gather us all here? The mountain just suffered a theft. He probably wants to reassure us. I heard there's a spy on the mountain and they want to investigate all the disciples. I wonder how. Senior brother is doing. Master said he's not in critical condition, but he'll probably be in a coma for a while. Suddenly, a commotion could be heard. Breaking news. What is it? Eng Long woke up. He named who the spy is. Good. I definitely won't let him off. These words caught Fi Nu's attention, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Among the disciples, there was one person nervously looking around. Wang Fang immediately spotted him. He was certain it was him. That guy grabbed a blade and approached Wang Fang. Suddenly, he held a knife to a female disciple's neck, taking her hostage. But Wang Fang wasn't one to be pushed around. He swiftly knocked the knife out of the enemy's hand. The powerful strike drove the blade into the spy's hand, causing blood to splatter. A mysterious blue light flared up as Wang Fang drew the attention of many other disciples. Phi Nu resolved to use his sword control technique in coordination with his flying sword embryo. The situation was becoming increasingly chaotic. Wang Thang judged the situation. The spy had been caught, and the Vodang Daoist masters were interrogating him on the spot. It turned out that after bringing the evil cultivators up the mountain, he had been secretly hiding the sect's scriptures. The two evil cultivators escaping during the chaos was just an intentional smokescreen. In reality, a portion of the scriptures was hidden on the spy, who planned to find a chance to smuggle them out after everything settled down. Although they handed the spy over to the special investigation team and the matter was temporarily closed, the deaths of 4 Vodang disciples and the severe injuries of senior brother Ung Long would definitely have a massive impact down the line. The elders all discussed the current situation. Fortunately, he was treated in time, and Ung Long has finally passed the critical stage. We have already contacted Medicine God Valley and invited them to help. Phi Nu, don't worry too much. Wang Thang nodded. Then I'll get going to regroup with the special investigation team. During the operation, Wang Thang kept thinking, with Vodang's influence, Medicine God Valley definitely won't refuse. Based on his analysis and the reality of the situation, he made up his mind. If that's the case, I can devote myself entirely to the Immortal Dao Conference. Manga waved at him from a distance. She asked Wang Thang, "Are we heading to Mount Tam Thon right now?" He confirmed, "We're leaving immediately." In the car, Wang Thang muttered that he needed to prepare more, his mind constantly calculating his next moves. Although the Immortal Dao Conference appears to be about uniting the sects on the surface, its true goal is to lure out the yin-yang cult. It seems this will be quite a storm. A voice called out, "Phi Nu, this is for you." Wang Thang replied, "Thank you." The person in front of Wang Thang was his senior sister. He was as happy as a child receiving candy. Meng Niet explained in the car, "Hey, the speechless fairy heard about what happened at Vodang, so she came along with us." Wang Thang comforted himself. Senior sister came because she was worried about me. Phi Nu ate happily and thanked her. "Senior sister, I'm fine." His senior sister sat quietly in the car. A small yellow pouch appeared. Inside were all sorts of snacks that his senior sister had carefully prepared. "Junior brother, you're too skinny. Eat more. Once you're full, you won't be sad anymore. Please eat. Don't be polite." Wang Thang was about to drown in his senior sister's attentive care. He exclaimed, "Senior sister, did you prepare these as prizes for the winners?" Actually, Phi Gu was sighing internally. That silk pouch is the latest magical artifact, they researched, yet senior sister is using it as a snack bag. To think that after my 1 year of closed-door training, senior sister firmly broke through to the false core realm. Is this her greatest advantage? Eating snacks while keeping a hand free to play on her phone? The sound of the car engine roared. Wang Thang's monologue surfaced in his mind. "In my past life, during the first 10 years of the vital energy's resurgence, changes happened every year. The evil cultivators became more brutal, their methods more sinister, and the orthodox side gradually stopped holding back. The scene before them was the venue for the Immortal Dao Conference, Mount Tam Than. This Immortal Dao Conference was the first time the government took the initiative to deal with the evil cultivators. The goal was to reel in the big fish known as the yin-yang cult. His master's wife even prepared a heavy piece of bait. Phi Nu looked at the aircraft hovering in the sky, thinking to himself, back then, they discovered a female corpse on the moon, and they even brought back a stone stele. Rumor has it that the stone stele records supreme immortal arts. This was specifically used to lure out the yin-yang cult. Master's wife truly spared no expense. If only someone had stepped up to clear up the misunderstanding for me earlier. As Wang Thang was feeling gloomy, continuous noise came from behind him. Attention! A suspicious Daoist has infiltrated the venue. Increase surveillance. A target has been identified in Zone D. It could be an evil cultivator sneaking in. Be careful. Report your combat strength. Report your combat strength. Meng Niet corrected the others in an annoyed tone. Report your head. I told you guys to memorize all the intel. That's the speechless fairy's junior brother, the second disciple of Daoist Than and Gon, the #1 consultant of the investigation team, and the executive team leader of this conference, Daoist Wang Phi Nu. Wang Thang rubbed his temples, thinking, why does this introduction sound so familiar? After a few days of preparation, Meng Get and the team were fully ready for the Immortal Dao Conference. The conference was about to start, and his senior sister was lining up to participate. Wang Thang held a megaphone and shouted, "Fellow Daoists, please do not step on the flowers and grass we placed outside." As he spoke, Phi Nu felt that something was wrong. Isn't this the job of background extras? If we encounter a lazy author, they might not even bother drawing faces. Hurried footsteps echoed from afar. As soon as Phi Luan Tu appeared, he hugged Wang Thang tightly. "Elder Phi Nu, I've missed you to death. You helped Kim Tong recover the sword control technique. This time, everyone will definitely support you properly." Wang Thang replied, "Haha, you are too polite. Daoist Phi Luyan II, Cao Thui Han also arrived. He reassured Vuong Thang, Phi Nu, you're looking energetic. Seeing this, Vuong Thang respectfully bowed to Martial Uncle Cao. Martial Uncle, you're here too. How is senior brother Ung Long doing? Martial Uncle Cao explained, thanks to the special investigation team inviting the seniors of Medicine God Valley to help, Ung Long has woken up. When I set off, your master asked me to give this to you. Thank you for everything you've done for Vodang. The martial uncle brought out the Ice Lotus, an ancient sword passed down for 1,000 years. I trust you will not disgrace its name. Upon receiving the precious treasure, Phi Ngu thought to himself, the sword contains a wave of chilling energy. Even my sword pill is affected by it. It seems the grade of this sword can be considered a Dharma treasure. Phi Luan Tu looked at the sword and commented, the sword is good, but it doesn't suit Phi Ngu. Why don't you ask Vodang to exchange it for another one? The martial uncle replied firmly, a sword follows the heart. It is inherently an external object. Holding a sword in hand makes one a sword cultivator. Why wouldn't it suit him? Phi Luyan Tu, however, believed this statement was wrong. Although a sword is a weapon, it must resonate with oneself. Only then can one reach the highest realm of a sword cultivator. After speaking, the two began to argue endlessly. I cannot agree. The Tao of sword is one's lifeblood. If we go by your words, Daoist, wouldn't slashing your sword just injure others? Phi Luyan Tu fiercely retorted, although it injures others mentally, one can still comprehend the essence of the Tao of sword. The martial uncle disagreed. Not necessarily. Perhaps everything in the world lies outside the sword. Consider it a question for the sword heart. Phi Luyan Tu nodded. That's also true. Everything in the world lies within the sword, and the sword resonates with oneself. Wang Thang stood between them, fearfully trying to intervene. Martial uncle, Daoist Phi Luyan Tu. The two sides argued more and more fiercely. The martial uncle gritted his teeth and said, at the end of the day, there's no proof. Your cultivation and mine are on par. Why don't we spar to settle this? Phi Luyan Tu confidently replied, I was just thinking the same thing. Let's find an empty spot so we don't bother Phi Nu. Before they left, Wang Thang anxiously chimed in to remind them, you two are just sparring. Absolutely, do not fight for real. Afterward, the two found an empty clearing and started fighting, quickly drawing a crowd of onlookers. Although he knew the two seniors wouldn't fight to the death, he still decided to inform Meng Nguyen just in case they disrupted the plans. He then turned to look at the Ice Lotus sword, thinking to himself, although the Ice Lotus sword has the effect of enhancing true essence, when it comes to enhancing techniques, it doesn't have a huge impact. Since senior sister currently doesn't have a handy weapon, I'll just give this sword to her. Alright. Suddenly, Thien Trung's voice echoed from afar. Wang Thang jumped in shock. He stiffly turned his head and saw Thien Trung running with tears streaming down his face, crying out, you have no conscience, Brother Thang. I was so heavily injured last time and you didn't even come to visit me. Behind him, countless chains were chasing after him. Right after, the chains retracted and tightly bound Thien Trung. It turned out to be Thien Trung's martial uncle taking action, worried that he would embarrass Mount Long Ho. Although cultivation focuses on purity, it doesn't mean cultivators don't care about reputation, especially the good reputation of their sect. Having inner disciples perform excellently was a great opportunity to promote the sect. Therefore, the cultivators who came from all over to participate in the Immortal Tao Conference were full of enthusiasm. Moreover, this was the first time such a grand cultivation conference was held since the vital energy recovered. This Immortal Tao Conference primarily focused on the strength of the young disciples. The disciples would compete in a point-based system, using their final scores to rank them. One of the rewards for the top 8 sects was the opportunity to observe and comprehend the immortal stele. Although this proposal was somewhat risky, his master's wife arranged it not only to deal with the yin-yang cult, but also hoping to rely on the strength of the cultivation world to take another step forward in deciphering the secrets of the stone stele. Afterward, the first Immortal Tao Conference officially commenced under Than Ngan Tu's announcement. As for Vuong Thang, he was both a referee and in charge of inspecting for evil cultivators. Through the surveillance footage, he quickly spotted a suspicious monk. Meng Niet was a bit doubtful. Is this a Buddhist cultivator who hasn't practiced in India? What's wrong with him? Vuong Thang nodded. Only old people have such a hard time swallowing. If he had practiced in India for a long time, either he isn't used to eating food anymore, or he simply can't swallow the vegetarian food of an orthodox Buddhist sect. Thus, Vuong Thang quickly approached the monk. Using the excuse that his opponent requested a review of the match results, he asked him to follow him. The monk smiled and agreed. Led by Vuong Thang, they chatted as they walked. After confirming this person was problematic, he gave his senior sister a look. He led the monk to a deserted alley. At that moment, a surprise attack came down. The monk raised his hand to block the attack, and his cultivation surged from the spirit-gathering realm to the false core realm. But right then, his disguised senior sister charged at him from behind. Wang Fang's sword energy had also finished gathering and was fired off. Although the monk had a false core cultivation, under the combined assault of Wang Fang and his senior sister, he was quickly defeated and collapsed to the ground. Wang Fang stepped forward and ripped the human skin mask off the opponent's face. He had heard that the Yin-Yang cult had been trafficking human skin masks for years. Now it seemed their product had finally been upgraded. Afterward, Wang Fang asked his senior sister to contact Manga so they could come and strip this person's clothes off. His senior sister froze upon hearing this. Wang Fang hurriedly explained, I want to see if he has the mark of the Yin-Yang cult on his body. Nothing else. After that, they began their investigation. His senior sister breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, the fake monk was taken to the interrogation room by the special investigation team. Using a newly researched memory drug, they learned that this evil cultivator was named Van Lam Kiem, a minor leader of the Yin-Yang cult. Through his confession, the special investigation team obtained much more information about the Yin-Yang cult. It turned out the cult's full name was the Yin-Yang Myriad Things Sect. They had 2 sect masters, 1 Yin and 1 Yang. Below them were 9 great elder experts who managed the internal affairs. In recent years, for someone like Van Lam Kiem to gain status in the Yin-Yang cult, he not only needed strong cultivation, but, more importantly, absolute loyalty to the Yin-Yang sect. Later, through the interrogation, Wang Fang learned that the Yin-Yang cult stole Vo Dang's ancient scriptures to search for the Yin-Yang secret tome. This reminded him of Tan Mo Duong, who was hunted down by the Daoist sects all the way to Down Chao 1,800 years ago. To think the Yin-Yang cult had such a profound background and had lain low for 1,000 years, it seemed the government hadn't taken them seriously enough. To wipe out the Yin-Yang sect, they had to rely on the combined strength of the government and the orthodox sects. Wang Fang then recounted the Yin-Yang cult's origins to his master. But when his master found out that the ancient scripture the Yin-Yang cult had been searching for was the Yin-Yang secret tome, he swept everything off his desk to search for something. He then looked at a small book, his expression grave, and said, "This is troublesome. Tu Thang, call your senior sister here." Wang Fang looked confused, not knowing what had happened. At this moment, Fan and Gantu turned and showed Wang Fang the cover of the book. He saw 4 large words written on it. Yin Yang Secret Tome. How is this possible? Fan and Gantu said, "This was a gift given to me by a senior from Mount Nam. The yin-yang art that your senior sister is studying is the cultivation method recorded in here." Hearing this, Wang Fang was incredibly shocked. Then senior sister will be in danger. His senior sister was quickly called over by Wang Fang. Upon arriving, she saw Wang Fang and Than Ungan Tu pacing back and forth in front of her. Wang Fang's face was filled with evident worry. He thought, the yin-yang art senior sister practices is actually the yin-yang secret tome. If this gets out, the yin-yang sect will definitely risk their lives to snatch the ancient tome, and they might even kill senior sister. Thinking of this, Wang Fang asked his master, "Why don't we have senior sister temporarily stop using this cultivation method?" But Than and Zhan Tu replied, "Your senior sister has been frequently going down the mountain and traveling everywhere these past few years. It's highly likely they are already watching her." Wang Fang then suggested, "Then why not let senior sister peacefully go into closed-door training on the mountain for a few years? We can decide what to do after these evil cultivators are wiped out. They can't just pop up from underground to cause trouble for us." Than and Gantu nodded slightly. "I need to call Alang right now and ask just how large the scale of the yin-yang cult really is. After we figure it out, I will rally a few major sects to join forces and eradicate the yin-yang cult." Listening to their conversation, his senior sister looked utterly bewildered. She completely didn't understand what was going on. She felt her master and junior brother looked so intimidating. Why don't I understand what they're saying? I'm clearly quite smart too. I could actually help come up with an idea. I'm starving. I'm getting depressed. Master's wife quickly sent a message. After reading it, Than Num Tu said, "The yin-yang cult has currently recruited half of the evil orthodox experts. Your master's wife has wanted to deal with them for a long time, but right now we still need a tipping point to provoke the sects and make them feel affected. I originally planned to use the yin-yang secret tome, but doing so will still implicate Tu Hyen. If we link the yin-yang secret tome to Tu Hyen, we might be able to lure the yin-yang cult out." At this point, his senior sister understood even less. She hurriedly grabbed her phone. Not long after, Wang Fang and Fang Non-Tu both received a message at the same time. "Master, if the evil cultivators are targeting the cultivation method I practice, then please let me face them. Junior brother is still young, and his time reunited with his family and master hasn't been long. I have no attachments, and moreover, I understand what it means to slay demons and defend the Tao." Than and Gantu smiled and told An Huyen not to worry, saying it wasn't a big deal and he could handle it. As his senior sister was about to leave, Vuong Fang suddenly placed a hand on her shoulder, wanting to explain a bit. May I ask where this junior brother is small? The moment his senior sister rolled up her sleeves and erupted with the aura of a false core expert, Wang Fang immediately surrendered. That day, after a full day of tournaments, Fan Nan too stood on the stage and announced, although the immortal stelae and immortal arts can only be accessed by the top 8, seeing your enthusiasm, this poor Daoist would like to share a few lines seemingly unrelated to cultivation. One breath turns yin and yang, twin poles forge living things, heaven and earth hide the sun and moon. This Dao returns to the profound yellow. These lines are the bait that Vuong Fang and the others threw out. Now that the bait was cast, it was just a matter of seeing if the fish would bite. At that moment, in a corner of the competition area, a hidden shadow recognized this as the opening passage of the Yin-Yang secret tome. Although the matches on the second day were said to be random, there was actually hidden interference. Suspicious participants were all matched against orthodox experts, striving to prevent evil cultivators from reaching the top 8 and gaining the chance to comprehend the immortal stelae. Additionally, his master and master's wife had prepared quite a few backup plans, because only by doing so could they ensure their alligator baiting plan went smoothly. The matches quickly began. Wang Fang recognized a monk at a glance. It was likely monk Hyen from Hyen Long Temple in Yunnan. He heard that this monk had cultivated at Hyen Long Temple since childhood and was the core seat of the Buddhist sect this time. He had been assisting the investigation team for a long time, and his seniority was only second to Wang Fang. As for the middle-aged man opposite him, who was under 35, he came from an unknown wandering cultivator family but had a false core cultivation base. This loophole was too obvious, so when both of them were gathering energy to attack, Wang Fang, acting as the referee, suddenly shouted, "Hold on," interrupting their spellcasting. He continued, "The rules don't forbid the use of bows and arrows, but you cannot precharge your attack. Otherwise, your opponent would just become target practice." The other man immediately protested, "What kind of logic is that? The ball donkey can prepare in advance, but I can't?" Wang Fang didn't waste words. He directly released his sword intent to suppress him. "Daoist, are you doubting the professionalism of the referee?" The powerful sword intent immediately overwhelmed the man. Wang Fang then turned around and declared, "The match continues. Remember, no precharging your arrows." The man gritted his teeth in anger, but couldn't do anything to Wang Fang. Wang Fang thought smugly, "His momentum has dropped, and his Dao heart has been affected by my sword intent. Let's see if he can still win now." This was also their second baiting plan, feigning favoritism. Thinking of this, Wang Fang turned his head and gave Monk Hyen an encouraging look. "I've got your back." Monk Hyen looked completely bewildered, not understanding what was going on. To take another step forward in capturing the evil cultivators, that night, they officially approved the top 16 competitors to observe a portion in the immortal stelae's contents. This included 2 individuals with suspicious identities whom they intentionally let through. Seeing the immortal stele, everyone was in awe and praised it. The aura on it is truly that of an immortal stele. It is no mortal object. The scriptures carved on it don't seem to be ordinary yin-yang arts. How bizarre, how bizarre. Seeing Wang Fang so calm, Fi Luyan too asked if he had gone through the back door to see it beforehand. Wang Fang laughed, "I indeed saw it before. The records on this stele aren't sword techniques, so they are useless to me." But he actually had a second half of the sentence he didn't say. This stele was actually a fake that Than Ngon Tu stayed up all night to make. The thing on top was just an ordinary rock. The reason it had an aura was that the real immortal stele was hidden beneath it. At this time, Monk Hyen from Hyen Long Temple took the initiative to greet Wang Fang. Wang Fang also politely returned the greeting. Then, the two began analyzing today's bias refereeing, discussing it openly like this. Even Fi Luyan too couldn't stand it and coughed lightly to remind them, there are outsiders here. Suddenly, Wang Fang noticed someone secretly using their phone to take pictures of the stele. It seemed the fish had taken the bait. On the third day of the Immortal Dao Conference, Master's wife stood in front of the surveillance screens, reminding all personnel to stay highly focused. Today, their job wasn't just to protect the immortal stele as it left. At this moment, a staff member came to report. Several dozen wandering cultivators with low cultivation bases have appeared at the foot of Mount Tam Than. Additionally, over 10 hidden evil orthodox experts are also on their way. Master's wife nodded slightly. As long as the bait is big enough, no matter how cautious they are, they won't be able to sit still. Yin-Yang cult, you have finally revealed yourselves. Now it's our turn to strike. Meanwhile, Wang Fang was sitting in the armed transport helicopter. This time, as long as they delivered the immortal stele to the destination, their mission would be complete. This journey would definitely not be peaceful. Wang Fang predicted that Monk Hyen would have to raise his golden bell to block an attack. Unexpectedly, Monk Hyen sighed. Fi Engu, don't let online games poison your mind. We people of the Buddhist sect aren't just monks of Hyen Long Temple. After all, we also have the reputation of the Six Meridian's divine sword. You could consider us AD carries. Wang Fang was stunned. A mage? Yeah. Do you like playing games too? Monk Hyen scratched his head. I play occasionally. When this little monk gets bored on the mountain, I often go down to the internet cafe to play. Hearing this, Filu Yen Tu chimed in. That's true. Back in the day, I went down the mountain to catch people at internet cafes quite a few times. As soon as he spoke, their eyes met. Hyen asked Filu Tu what it felt like to walk over 10 kilometers of mountain roads only to be dragged back and locked up after just playing for a little while. Filu Tu replied bluntly, it was just internet addiction. If anyone dares to sneak off to an internet cafe now, my flying sword will hack them into pieces. Not long after, as the 5 squads were escorting the immortal Stell through a valley, they were suddenly ambushed. Wang Fang and his senior sister immediately jumped out of the vehicle and spotted an evil cultivator charging toward the helicopter transporting the immortal Stell. With just one kick, he snapped the helicopter's propeller, causing it to crash and explode. The evil cultivator immediately dashed toward the falling immortal Stelle. Witnessing this scene, Fi Luantu's expression turned incredibly grave. The cultivation base of this evil cultivator is actually in the Golden Core realm. At this moment, the evil cultivator had reached the container holding the immortal Stelle, laughing maniacally. He was about to break through the outer iron shell when suddenly a flash of sword light pierced straight into his chest. The one who struck was Marshal Antine Van, who had been waiting in ambush. Seeing this, Wang Fang, who was fighting the evil cultivators, couldn't help but be amazed. To think his martial aunt was hiding inside the container, his master's security measures were truly thorough. After that, with the support of his senior sisters Yin Yang Hao Yuan Array, Wang Fang used the 7-star sword array to counterattack, rapidly turning the tide of the battle. He eliminated over a dozen evil cultivators, and then he teamed up with Fu Luan Tu to use the sword mastery technique, clearing out the evil cultivators with lower cultivation levels. However, due to the overwhelming number of evil cultivators, Wang Fang and the others could only focus on protecting the container, preventing the enemy from taking advantage and infiltrating. Seeing that the pawns still hadn't defeated Wang Fang and the others, the Golden Core Realm evil cultivator fighting Marshal Tin Van flew into a rage and shouted, "You useless trash," as his eyes shot out a purple light. Sensing that the situation was taking a bad turn, Marshal Tin Van quickly retreated. She then channeled her true essence into both hands, condensing the power of Xuan Ming, and waved her arms, transforming it into 2 massive waves that crashed toward the evil cultivator. At this moment, a purple energy shield suddenly appeared around the evil cultivator. Not only did it block Marshal Tin Van's attack, but it also continued to expand. He swung his giant fist, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Marshal Tin Van, sending her flying with a single punch. Then, he looked down, and a heavy thud echoed as he landed on the ground. Wang Fang and the others had already set up their formation, ready to face the enemy. They all launched an attack at the evil cultivator simultaneously, but it seemed he had used some kind of forbidden technique, sacrificing his origin source in exchange for a temporary boost in power. Combined with his golden core cultivation, everyone's attacks seemed completely ineffective, unable to even break through his energy shield. Wang Fang was also sent flying by a punch, coughing up blood. Because the strike was so powerful, he had to immediately clear his meridians. Otherwise, he would definitely explode and die. His senior sister activated the Taiji Hao Yuan Great Array to help him clear them, but at that moment, the Yin-Yang sect's evil cultivators swarmed forward, planning to seize the opportunity to kill them. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a flash of sword light lit up, slashing down the charging evil cultivators. Marshal Tin Van had returned with reinforcements and immediately joined the battle. Seeing this, the Golden Core evil cultivator finally realized that the immortal Stale was a trap, but realizing it now was far too late. Ultimately, under the encirclement and attacks of the reinforcements, the evil cultivator was destroyed. After this battle, although the immortal Stele was not lost, the Yin-Yang Myriad Things sect's entire force was wiped out. The Orthodox sects also suffered heavy losses. Wang Fang couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps this was the cruelty of the war between good and evil. The first major battle between the two sides had come to an end. The immortal Stele was safely transported back, with one of its arms severed. From this day on, the Yin-Yang sect officially became sworn enemies who could not coexist with the Orthodox path. The Orthodox sects were all astonished by the strength the Yin-Yang sect had displayed, and at the same time, they reached a consensus to annihilate them after this incident. Monk Hyen took the initiative to find Wang Fang, saying he wanted to join their team. Although Wang Fang felt that this monk's internet addiction needed to be treated, he still let Hyen join the team. After all, By teaming up with Hyen, he and his senior sister would receive healing and extra strength to deal with experts at the Golden Core realm and above. A few days after the Great Battle, Tin Van brought senior sister and Vuong Thang back to Mount Zhongnan so they could stay away from the worldly chaos and cultivate in peace here. But what puzzled martial ant Tin Van was why Vuong Thang carried a massive boulder up the mountain. It turned out that this boulder was the stone-pressing sword that his senior from the sword sect lent Vuong Thang for cultivation. After entering the Void Core realm, a cultivator can only continue accumulating true essence, but they can never stop refining it. Once they step into the Golden Core realm, all their true essence will transform into magical power, making refining it even more crucial. The sword sect lent Vuong Thang the stone-pressing sword so he could condense his true essence and nurture his foundation. This way, after reaching the Golden Core realm, his magical power would become even purer. However, Vuong Thang didn't expect his junior sister's cultivation to reach the early stage of spirit gathering. It's just that as her cultivation increased, she seemed to become more and more like Than Gon too, looking more like their master by the day. Vuong Thang continued to follow that cultivation method, infusing his true essence into the stone-pressing sword, then using his sword intent to refine it. He had to test its effectiveness now, but after just a few casual moves with the stone-pressing sword, he felt a portion of his true essence being drained away. The more power it consumed, the more it proved the stone-pressing sword's effectiveness. Therefore, he couldn't give up. He decided to persevere and finish a complete set of sword techniques. He wanted to hold on, but the true essence in his body couldn't handle it. After performing for only a short while, the true essence in his body was completely depleted. As a result, he plummeted straight down from the sky and was crushed by the stone-pressing sword, using his own experience to tell us that practicing the sword is extremely dangerous. If you're not confident, don't force yourself to ride a sword. Though the process was a bit tragic, Vuong Thang truly felt that the true essence in his body had become much purer. Therefore, he always carried the stone-pressing sword with him, constantly going through the process of pressing and being pressed. His senior sister was heartbroken seeing this. So, to keep her from worrying, Vuong Thang invented quite a few new postures. A month later, both the true essence and meridians in his body were visibly strengthened. He had also reached the peak of the core formation realm, needing only one opportunity to step into the void core realm. But on this exact day, he suddenly received a call from his father. On the other end of the line, his father said with a serious tone that something big had happened at home and wanted his opinion. Hearing this, Vuong Thang was startled and then smiled foolishly into the phone. This sight left his junior sister standing beside him dumbfounded, worrying that her senior brother had cultivated too hard and suffered chi deviation. At this moment, senior sister held up an identical emoticon in front of her, and junior sister immediately exclaimed in excitement, "What? Senior brother is going to be a big brother?" It turned out that earlier, Vuong Thang's parents, wanting to improve the living conditions of the master and his two disciples, had frequently sent money to Than Ngon Tu. Later, when Than Ngon Tu joined the Special Investigation Unit, he often gifted them medicinal pills to express his gratitude. Although these pills weren't exactly precious treasures, they had the effect of regulating the body and increasing lifespan. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that Vuong Thang's parents were having a second child. Vuong Thang had never experienced this in his past life. It was likely the result of him changing his own destiny. From now on, his sword would have one more person to protect, so he trained even harder, determined to become stronger. After all, when he was weak, he was protected by his senior sister and master. In the future, when his younger brother or sister is still small as their big brother, he must be able to hold up a piece of the sky for them. Another new year arrived. Martial Ant took junior sister to find their master, while Vuong Thang took his senior sister home to celebrate the Lunar New Year. Arriving home and seeing that his parents were no longer solely focused on him, Vuong Thang felt somewhat relieved. Fortunately, his parents still cared for his senior sister as much as before. On the contrary, the situation 2 days ago when he visited the sword sect was truly both funny and embarrassing. It turned out that 2 days ago, when Vuong Thang brought senior sister to the sword sect for New Year's greetings, the disciples there immediately shouted, "Elder Fainu has brought the elder's wife back for the new year." This was quite a misunderstanding. The relationship between him and his senior sister still wasn't officially defined. Not long after, Vuong Thang received a message from Mount Mao. It was the first heavenly ranking published by the government for the cultivation world. What surprised Vuong Thang was that his master didn't make the top 5, but only ranked 6th with his mid-stage golden core cultivation. Vuong Thang quickly found his senior sister on the ranking. He excitedly showed this good news to his senior sister, but as soon as he turned around, he saw her holding her phone up to him as well. Unexpectedly, his name was also on the list. He was ranked 101st, and it was only a temporary rank, placing him exactly at the top of the earthly ranking. Even his senior sister couldn't hold back her laughter. After that, many fellow Daoists sent their congratulations, and some even joked about how much he had bribed someone. Over the next few days, to let his mother rest and nourish her pregnancy, senior sister took the initiative to handle all the household chores. As for Vuong Fang, ever since he achieved perfect core formation, possessing a flawless spirit and a strong soul, he inexplicably felt drowsy all the time. According to his master, from the void core realm onwards, breaking through could trigger anomalies, but this sleepiness wasn't a confirmed phenomenon. However, as Vuong Fang groggily dozed off and his eyes closed, his senior sister, who was doing chores outside, immediately noticed the anomaly and rushed into his room. She panicked for a moment, not knowing what to do. Her junior brother was about to form his void core, and the impure worldly spiritual energy was detrimental to his breakthrough. Seeing that Vuong Fang had entered the critical moment of his breakthrough, his senior sister gritted her teeth and walked to his side. She channeled her yin-yang dharma art, converting her purest true essence into spiritual energy and transferring it all to Vuong Fang. Vuong Fang finally broke through to the void core realm, but when he woke up, it was already dark, and he had no idea how long he had slept. His senior sister was sitting exhausted on the chair nearby, almost dozing off. Seeing Vuong Fang wake up, she rubbed her eyes and was about to stand up. Vuong Fang quickly told her to sleep a little longer, saying he would keep watch. She instinctively hummed in response, then lay down on the bed, falling fast asleep the moment her head hit the pillow. Looking at his senior sister's exhausted appearance, Vuong Fang knew that to ensure his smooth breakthrough, she must have converted her own true essence for him to absorb. Doing so would be incredibly exhausting. This moved Vuong Fang deeply. His senior sister had taken care of him too much. As his senior sister slept soundly, Vuong Fang began to consolidate his realm. His true essence was now surging, able to directly harmonize with the world's origin energy. If the Void Core realm brought such progress, he couldn't imagine what the Golden Core realm would be like. In a few months, he just needed to cleanse his body and marrow, gradually shedding his mortal vessel. Once his realm reached perfection, he could break through again. But the most important thing was that he could now practice the Void Core realm's sword-riding flight technique. Just thinking about how he could immediately take his senior sister flying into the sky made Vuong Fang smile foolishly. Time flew by. On New Year's Eve, the whole family happily gathered around to watch the New Year's Eve gala on TV. Vuong Fang's mother even gave his senior sister a red envelope. Just then, Manhwa suddenly called. Vuong Fang thought she was calling to wish him a happy new year, but unexpectedly, her urgent voice came through the line, "Daoist Vuong, we need your help." The female corpse brought back from the moon suddenly moved. She broke out of the research facility and is currently flying fast in your direction. It is estimated that in about an hour, she will pass through your area. We speculate her target is an archaeological ruin in the same direction. In about 10 minutes, she will pass your location. Someone will come to pick you up. Hearing this, Vuong Fang immediately agreed. He made an excuse to leave his senior sister at home with his parents, then got dressed and rushed outside. But when he reached the door, he found that his senior sister was also fully dressed, standing there waiting for him. As expected, he couldn't hide anything from her. Reluctantly, Vuong Fang had to bring her along. On the way, Manhwa sent a message saying the combat team instructors had set out for the ruins and were expected to arrive at the same time as the target. They had also completely locked down the surrounding area and would try to minimize the impact of the incident. But shortly after, the Special Investigation Unit sent another message. The target had landed earlier than expected, and what's more, she had landed right at Vuong Fang's house. Hearing this, Vuong Fang was startled and quickly asked about his parents' condition to see if they were all right. At that moment, his father called him, saying they were fine. An immortal had come to visit, saying she was looking for Xiao Xuan. Her exact words were something about an old friend is hard to find, but reuniting with an old friend brings joy to the heart, or something like that. Hearing this, Vuong Fang immediately asked his father to tell the senior that they would return right away. At the same time, he recalled records from ancient texts. Before the Qin dynasty, an immortal had descended to the mortal realm and left behind a Dao inheritance. Most cultivators followed that immortal's path. After the world's origin, energy vanished, no one practiced the Dao anymore. Setting aside where those immortals ended up, was this fairy the only survivor? Since the other party was a first-grade immortal, she probably wouldn't harm his senior sister. But with an old acquaintance like this, the idea of his senior sister being a descended fairy was likely true. By this time, Vuong Fang and his senior sister had arrived home. They found over a dozen figures hovering in the sky above his house. They were members of the Special Investigation Unit accompanying Than Non Tu. Suddenly, the Moon Maiden's corpse appeared behind Than Non Tu. With a casual wave of her hand, Than and Gon Tu and the other experts were sent flying. Then, she landed in front of Vuong Fang and his senior sister. Vuong Fang shielded his senior sister behind him and asked, "Senior, you visited my home just now. If you wish to meet an old friend, Why don't you come inside with my senior sister and sit for a while?" Hearing this, the female corpse transmitted her voice, saying, "Sorry for the intrusion." Wang Fang was surprised to hear the voice transmission, but then he noticed that the dark energy between her eyebrows seemed to be death aura. Could it be that this fairy hadn't fully resurrected yet? After that, the three of them went inside, sat on the floor, and began to talk. Wang Fang said, "Senior, do you have something to say to my senior sister? She doesn't like to speak. Whenever she wants to express something, she uses text and images." Unexpectedly, the woman transmitted her voice, saying, because her soul was damaged, even the 6 paths of reincarnation couldn't fully repair it. Hearing this, Wang Fang hurriedly asked, "Senior, why was my senior sister's soul damaged? Did you meet her in a past life?" But before he could finish, the fairy interrupted, "Asking too many questions will do you no good." At this moment, his senior sister took out her phone and showed an emoticon asking, "Who am I? Where am I?" The fairy stayed silent for a moment, then looked at his senior sister and replied slowly, "Since you were able to return to this place, perhaps the other fellow Daoists can return as well. But I don't have much time left, and I don't know if I can find the others. I have opened the Heavenly Spirit's seal. I can sense that the mental Dao inheritance still exists here. From now on, you can all cultivate in peace. This world is safe for the time being." Hearing these words, senior sister showed her phone to Wang Fang. After reading it, Wang Fang spoke on his senior sister's behalf, conveying her thoughts. "Senior, my senior sister wants to ask if you can recover to how you were before. Is there anything this junior can do to help?" At this moment, the fairy suddenly reached out, gently caressing his senior sister's face, and said, "In your past life, you were a fairy of pure and flawless jade. In this life, you are Owen Hyen, one of the countless living beings seeking the Tao. The past and its old acquaintances are gone. There is no need to recall them in this life. You two have just stepped through the threshold of cultivation. First, cultivate and enter the immortal Tao, then go seek the answers you desire. The Moon Palace can resolve all your doubts, but unless you become immortals, you cannot reach it. Take good care of your Ziwei Heavenly Sword. It will not let you suffer a loss in the future. Now that my wish is fulfilled, I must go find the remaining reincarnation stones in this world. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Do not let her remember me. If she asks, just say I have entered reincarnation." As the fairy departed, a powerful burst of energy immediately trailed behind her. Wang Fang's parents had been placed under the protection of the combat team and were required to relocate overnight. Although for his parents, leaving meant abandoning their current life, there was no other choice for their safety. Early the next morning, Mao and Guyet, with dark circles and bloodshot eyes, came to ask Daoist Wang, "Where do you think that female immortal will fly to?" Wang Fang was startled by Mao and Guyet's appearance and replied. She said she was a remnant soul and needed to reach the reincarnation realm to have a chance. Following this route, she will probably go to Mount Pingdu. Hearing Pingdu, Mao and Guyet quickly scoured her mind for information related to it, recalling details about the ancient Yudu. Mount Pingdu had no sect inheritances, only a few rogue cultivators. Lost in thought, Mao Niyet fell asleep while standing. Seeing this, Wang Fang could only shake his head. "If you're tired, go back to your room and sleep for a bit." Unexpectedly, Mom Yet pulled out a pill and popped it into her mouth right after. As if injected with adrenaline, she was full of vitality again. Seeing this, Wang Fang didn't know what to say. As long as she could hold on, it was fine. Furthermore, after receiving the fairy's gift, his senior sister had remained in a state of Tao enlightenment. It sounded unbelievable, but it seemed his senior sister was about to break through. Could she really just break through to the Golden Core realm just like that? Reaching the Golden Core realm in her early 20s. If the other old cultivators found out, they'd probably all hang themselves in despair. After that, Wang Fang handed over a portion of the information the fairy had revealed to the investigation unit, while he focused entirely on protecting his senior sister. Her state of Tao enlightenment lasted for several days. Her cultivation remained stable, stopping at the peak of the Void Core realm. But the most astonishing thing was that his senior sister's muteness seemed to have improved significantly. She went from speaking 1 word to 2 words, which was truly a massive leap forward. After the Lantern Festival, Wang Fang prepared to return to Mount Wudang with his senior sister. As someone else who also received the fairy's gift, he had unlocked a new skill. He could finally take his senior sister sword flying. This was the romance of a sword cultivator. In the future, he and his senior sister could wander the world on flying swords, becoming a senior sister and junior brother duo who fought as they flew. But after only a few hours of flying, they ran into a problem. It turned out his senior sister's phone was out of battery. At this moment, she looked at Wang Fang with a pitiful expression. Wang Fang turned his head, smiled, and said, "Senior sister, let's go down and rest for a bit so you can charge your phone." Then, Wang Fang pointed to a nearby village, planning to land in a secluded spot to avoid being photographed. But right at that moment, he suddenly noticed a gathering of sun and moon spiritual energy ahead. Was someone raising a demon here? It turned out that after the world's origin energy recovered, plants and animals all gained sentience. Those that didn't kill and solely focused on cultivation were called spirits, while those that sought to drain life essence, take human lives, and harm humanity were called demons. And right now, in front of them, there just happened to be a demon absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Since they had stumbled upon it, Wang Fang naturally couldn't ignore it. He immediately followed the moonlight to a construction site, then turned to his senior sister and instructed, "If we have to, let's try to capture it alive. After all, demons are quite rare." Then, the two of them went to the window and looked inside, discovering a group of people raising demons. Moreover, it seemed these demons were completely shrouded in resentful energy. Seeing this, Wang Fang immediately texted Mao and Guiyet. She only replied, 10 minutes. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, the Special Investigation Unit arrived and arrested all the demon breeders. During the preliminary interrogation, according to their testimonies, they were all hired to work here, and there was a boss behind them. Just over 10 minutes ago, that boss had driven away. After saying this, an investigator took out a phone and said, "We are tracking down the boss and have deployed surveillance and pursuit teams. We found this at the scene." Wearing white gloves, Wang Fang took it. Inside the phone case was a piece of paper with the unlocked password, clearly left for him. Seeing this note, he instantly realized that perhaps he hadn't flown high enough this time and had been spotted by the evil cultivator's accomplices. The other party thought they had come for a raid, so they decided to leave. Then, Wang Fang opened a video on the phone. In the video, he saw the young sect master of the Yin-Yang sect from before, jokingly greeting Wang Fang. Riding a sword under the moonlight is truly romantic. Daoist Wang, the cultivation method that your senior sister, Fairy Speechless, is practicing seems to be the yin-yang secret tome of the Myriad Things sect. Currently, within our sect, there are extremist experts who might try to harm the two of you. I hold immense respect for both of you, so why don't you hand over the yin-yang secret tome to me? I can earn merit and receive a reward while also helping you stop those hot-tempered elders. Hearing this, Wang Fang turned to his senior sister and asked her to send him the most vulgar emoticon she had. He then sent that emoticon directly to the other party, who immediately unfollowed him. Afterward, Wang Fang also reported this matter to his master, wanting to ask if his master and martial aunt had any solutions. Upon hearing this, Fan Nung Gantu felt they should provoke them a bit, to see if they could lure them out to take the bait. Although the investigation unit had been constantly cracking down on the Yin-Yang sect recently, getting the enemy to show themselves again wasn't that simple, unless they could find something that struck a nerve. But since the enemy already knew part of the contents of the Yin-Yang secret tome, using it again probably wouldn't work. Wang Fang suddenly thought of a place that could attract them and immediately asked his master, "Master, do you still remember the ancient demon at Xian Temple?" Fanangantu immediately understood Wang Fang's intention. "I have already arranged for people to handle this, so you don't need to worry too much. However, the first phase of construction will take 2 to 3 months, so be patient and wait." Wang Fang replied, "I understand, but I still hope Marshal Andre can release fake news saying my senior sister and I are out on a mission. After all, we're about to return to Mount Wudang for closed-door cultivation. I want to do my best to avoid affecting the Wudang Dao inheritance." Hearing this, Fan Nun Tu praised him repeatedly. "Little Thang, the fact that you can consider all this makes me very relieved. However, your senior sister's mindset is still too innocent. You must take better care of her in the future. Don't let her be deceived by others. Do you understand what I mean?" Wang Fang broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this and hurriedly said, "Master, did I do something wrong? Have I gotten too close to senior sister?" But Fan Nun Tu didn't say anything else and simply hung up the phone. This left Wang Fang very confused. What exactly did his master mean? He had always actively tried to set him up with his senior sister. A few days later, when Wang Fang and his senior sister returned to Mount Wudang, a loud explosion echoed from the courtyard in the back mountain, causing Marshal Uncle Li to fly into a raging fury. Which bastard is practicing explosive arts in the back mountain every day? The explosion came from Wang Fang's courtyard. At this moment, he was joyfully holding a newly forged sword pellet flying sword, preparing to gift it to his senior sister, like presenting a treasure. It turned out that after resolving the demon cultivator incident, he and his senior sister had returned to Mount Wudang to focus on silent cultivation. The first thing he did upon returning was forge a sword pellet flying sword for her. Although he had experienced countless failures, seeing his senior sister so happy now made him feel that all those days of failure were worth it. Cultivating immortality had a bright future, and he had someone to keep him company. Thinking back on this life, the heavens truly hadn't treated him poorly. If his senior sister didn't care about matters of romance, he was fine, just cultivating alongside her like this. If one day his senior sister suddenly understood love and feelings blossomed, He would devote himself to her entirely, ensuring she never felt even the slightest bit of loneliness. While he and his senior sister focused on closed-door cultivation, his master's bait-and-switch plan was proceeding smoothly. Following his suggestion, the investigation unit began building a fake Hyen temple, preparing to lure the enemy into a trap. After the fake Hyen temple was constructed, various kinds of rumors suddenly started to circulate. These rumors intentionally and unintentionally drew everyone's attention to Hyen Temple, located 100 miles from the Sword Sect. The temple was now guarded by armed police and combat teams, with Golden Corps experts occasionally releasing their aura pressure. Combined with the government's professional cyber monitoring team, they truly made the fake look real. On the other hand, his master led the investigation unit to continue, launching attacks against the Yin-Yang sect. After all, only with enough pressure would the enemy be driven into a corner and release the ancient demon to seek help. Just like that, 2 months passed, and Vuong Thang received another call from Mao Niet. Before she could clearly explain the situation, Vuong Thang cut in, asking for the time and place, stating he was ready to head out at any moment. Hearing this, Mao Niet was puzzled. "You already know about it?" "It's fine." Fairy Speechless is breaking through to the Golden Core, right? Daoist Vuong, you just focus on protecting her. It's perfectly fine to hand this matter over to someone else. The opponent isn't that strong. Hearing that the opponent wasn't strong, Vuong Thang immediately suspected the investigation unit was underestimating them. He then glanced at his senior sister, who was cultivating, and said, "My senior sister hasn't entered closed-door cultivation yet. The time to form her core hasn't arrived. Besides, I don't want anyone taking my place in this battle." Hearing this, Mao Niet instantly agreed and said she would arrange for someone to pick them up right away. Vuong Thang happily turned to his senior sister and said, "Hurry up and get ready. We're going to face off against the Yin-Yang sect." But just as the two finished packing and were about to leave, Mao Niet called again. She said with a hint of awkwardness, "Wait, Daoist Vuong, do you actually know what I was specifically talking about earlier?" Vuong Thang instinctively blurted out the words Hyen Temple. To his surprise, Mao Niet sighed, "I knew you misunderstood. It's not time for that plan yet. Actually, the 3 countries of Yingdao, Jilin, and Jinta are planning to come to our great Huan nation to hold an international cultivator exchange conference. Do you want to go? I heard Yingdao is acting quite arrogant, claiming we have no capable people." Vuong Thang was a bit bewildered upon hearing this. An international exchange conference? Why hadn't he heard of this in his past life? But since he had already agreed, Vuong Thang decided to head down the mountain with his senior sister to participate in this international exchange conference. As soon as they arrived, they met monk Hoai Kin, along with those 2 bitter rivals, Thi Thien Trung and Lu Van Tri. It seemed they were all here for the conference. Afterward, Mao Niet led everyone to a meeting room to brief them on the situation of this international exchange conference. With the restoration of origin energy, we naturally aren't the only ones benefiting. Every country has had its own cultivation methods since ancient times. However, due to management issues, their overall development hasn't been as smooth and peaceful as ours. Because of this, narratives about the Great Hua cultivator threat have surfaced in international forums over recent years. Their main goal is to force us to make our cultivation methods public. To put it bluntly, they're jealous. They're coming this time to probe our true power level. Therefore, probable in this exchange conference, if we can achieve a total victory, there's no need to intentionally lose to them. After all, this isn't table tennis. We don't need to worry too much about saving their face. Daoist Vuong, you're usually calm and steady, but it wouldn't hurt to show off a little this time. Hearing this, Thi Thien Truong immediately got excited. Showing off was his specialty. He told Vuong Thang to ask him if there was anything he didn't understand about it. Vuong Thang nodded to show he understood. Time quickly passed, and the day of the International Exchange Conference arrived. Participating in this grand event were the teams from Jilan, Yingdao, and Jinta. Fan Nantu acted as the referee, standing on the martial arts arena to announce the rules of the competition. At this moment, the captain of the Yingdao team, because he was slapped flat on his back by Than and Gantu yesterday, was feeling indignant. Thus, for the first match, he wanted his eldest disciple and Than and Gantu's disciple to spar to regain the face he had lost. Thus, Vuong Thang became the first to step into the arena. Facing the Yingdao competitor who was charging up his attack, Vuong Thang easily neutralized it with a single strike. He then casually unleashed a wave of sword intent, sending his opponent flying. The match was decided. Vuong Thang cupped his fists, said, "I've let you win," and proceeded to step down from the arena. Unexpectedly, the Yingdao competitor launched a cowardly sneak attack. Left with no choice, Vuong Thang simply raised his sword to lightly block the strike, and then released countless waves of sword intent, shattering the opponent's sword. Yet, despite this, the opponent shamelessly tried to charge forward and continue. At this point, even his own master couldn't bear to watch anymore and gritted his teeth, ordering him back. Next, A female swordswoman from Jialan stepped onto the arena, preparing to experience Wang Feng's sword techniques. Wang Feng held his sword and smiled, ready to face her. The female swordswoman held her sword with both hands in front of her chest and began gathering her power with a loud shout. She then raised her sword above her head, forming a massive golden sword aura, and shouted the name of her technique. Seeing this completely unrefined stance and sword move, Wang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. The female swordswoman immediately swung her sword down. Facing this attack, Wang Feng remained as calm as ever, casually swinging his sword to neutralize it. The female swordswoman's attack was broken. Her sword slipped from her grasp, and she tumbled to the ground. Meanwhile, her sword spun through the air and landed right between her legs. Looking a bit awkward, she stood up, blushing as she thanked Wang Feng for the lesson, and stepped down. The third match was against the competitor from Jinta, but as soon as this person stepped onto the arena, he clutched his head and fell to his knees. Everyone was dumbfounded. It looked like the guy was trying to extort them. However, Hyen saw the real reason. It turned out that in those few seconds, the opponent had attacked Wang Feng with an illusion, only to suffer a backlash from Wang Feng's sword intent. So, while it seemed they were just standing still, the match had actually already been decided. Afterward, Wang Feng stepped down from the arena and bowed to his master. Fortunately, your disciple didn't make you lose face, master. Thon Non Tu comforted him. Good work, return to the team. His senior sister gave Wang Feng a thumbs up, signaling a beautiful victory. Wang Feng smiled and gave her a thumbs up in return. With 3 consecutive wins, Wang Feng returned to the team. Thanangantu then spoke to the leaders of the 3 countries. My disciple has shown off his meager skills before you all. Since today is a day of learning and exchange, why not let the 5 young disciples behind me serve as opponents for you to choose from as you see fit? As soon as he finished speaking, Thien Truong smiled slyly and raised his hand. Daoist Than known. May I introduce myself briefly? Hearing this, everyone was taken aback, wondering what kind of stunt this guy was trying to pull. Thanangantu turned to look at Thien Truong, signaling him to go ahead. Thien Truong cleared his throat, then spoke boldly. This junior will be presumptuous and say a few words. Actually, there's a reason for how the 5 of us are seated. You can choose your opponent based on your own strength. This is also a gesture of consideration for you. To put it simply, I am the easy difficulty. The stunning pretty boy next to me is normal difficulty. The celestial master over there is hard. The handsome, dashing, and extraordinarily heroic sword cultivator from just now is hell difficulty. And the fairy standing beside him is heaven difficulty, meaning she can easily send you straight to heaven. Even if all your masters attack together, you'd likely still be beaten to a pulp by this fairy. At this point, Thien Truong couldn't help but look smug. Lu Vantri and Hoai King, standing next to him, glared at him with furious eyes. They knew exactly what this brat was trying to do, using the 2 of them as human shields. However, despite what he said, surely no one would be shameless enough to challenge the weakest one, Thien Truong. But just as the other 2 were preparing to step up, Thien Truong was chosen first. He had clearly underestimated how thick the opponent's skin was. Although Thien Truong wasn't the strongest on their side, defeating a Yingdao competitor was no problem for him. As soon as he stepped into the arena, he unleashed his ultimate move, hurling a meteor shower of fire talismans at his opponent. Before the opposing team leader could even surrender, the competitor was knocked unconscious. After winning, Thien Truong didn't forget to throw in a few sarcastic remarks. Sorry, I'm just the easy difficulty. Earlier, Brother Thang was able to hold back in time, but I couldn't, which ended up injuring you. Oh well. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in battle. Do you want a rematch? Oh right, if you can't even beat the easy difficulty, you might as well reincarnate and start over. For the second match, the opponent shockingly sought death by choosing Owen Hyen. This was completely a level 1 newbie challenging the final boss. The result went without saying. The challenger was instantly knocked out. After multiple defeats, the Yingdao side suddenly started whispering among themselves, giving the impression that they were plotting something. Then, their team leader expressed a request through an interpreter. It is a rare opportunity to meet such outstanding young cultivators today. Although it goes against our principles, we have an unreasonable request. We hope this sword cultivator can step into the arena once more to face 2 of our most technically skilled competitors. We are not fighting for victory. Even if we win, there is no glory in it. We simply want to test whether our techniques can hold any advantage against this sword cultivator. Seeing this move from the Yingdao team, Wang Feng just laughed out loud. So that was their game. How shameless. Weren't they afraid of losing face? At this moment, Fan Nan Tu placed a hand on Wang Feng's shoulder. Little Feng, how many of them do you think you can handle at once? Tell them to. All come at you together. If they want to lose face, give them what they want. Use the Ziwei Heavenly Sword to fight. Wang Feng looked at his master and nodded. He then stepped onto the martial arts arena, took out his sword pellet flying sword, and said, It's just a friendly spar. No need to be so formal. Let's not worry about seniority. All of you can come at me together." With that, he unleashed the aura of the mid-stage Void Core realm. Although the Yingdao captain didn't show panic on the surface, his tightly clenched fists revealed his intense inner shock. He hadn't expected this young man's cultivation to be on par with his own. The cultivators of Great Hua truly couldn't be underestimated. Then, two girls wearing kimono stepped onto the arena to issue their challenge. But Vuong Thang didn't expect that as soon as they got on the arena, the two of them would start stripping, revealing black stockings and fishnets over revealing outfits. Was this really a style meant for a martial arts competition? Seeing this, his senior sister's expression instantly turned furious, as if she were saying, "How dare you try to seduce my junior brother? So shameless. I really want to beat them up. Can we switch places?" Meanwhile, facing the two women's attacks on the arena, Vuong Thang felt a sense of familiarity. He suddenly realized that it was very similar to the female nurse he had fought at the hospital before. That nurse was from the Yin-Yang sect. That meant the higher-ups of Yingdao definitely had ties to the Yin-Yang sect. If that was the case, he no longer needed to hold back. New grudges and old debts would all be settled today. After taking care of the two girls, Vuong Thang looked straight at the Yingdao captain and said sarcastically, "Is this the extent of the technique you were boasting about? Do you have any more profound techniques? This footwork is nothing more than a simplified version of Great Hua's 8 trigrams evasion technique. You learned so many cultivation spells in Great Hua in the past. Have they all been lost?" Hearing this, the Yingdao captain was enraged and immediately prepared to step onto the arena to fight Vuong Thang himself. But he had never been a match for Vuong Thang. After exchanging a few blows, Vuong Thang used the 7-star sword riding technique, beating his opponent to a pulp. And this was with Vuong Thang intentionally holding back, otherwise, he would have been dead long ago. Vuong Thang then directly challenged them. "If you can force me to use my strongest sword technique, I will admit defeat today. How about it?" Unexpectedly, these Yingdao people were truly that shameless. They all swarmed the arena to challenge Vuong Thang. Facing the countless waves of sword aura flying toward him, Vuong Thang wasn't panicked at all. Evil cultivators deserved to die, and since they were enemies, there was no need for mercy. Although Great Hua pursued peace, the blood feud between Great Hua and Yingdao could not be forgotten. Therefore, he wanted to test if there were members of the Yin-Yang myriad things sect among these Yingdao people. Moreover, right now he represented Great Hua, representing the seniors who had sacrificed themselves in the battles of the past. With origin energy restored, ninjutsu and bushido had revived. Did they think they were strong again? Were they foolish enough to act up again, wanting to stir up trouble with murderous glares? Today, I will show you that the cultivators of Great Hua are the true powerhouses standing upon this earth. With that thought, facing the swarm of ninjas surrounding him, he casually swung his hand, unleashing countless streaks of sword aura, sending his attackers flying. After dealing with the first wave, the Yingdao captain ordered the second wave to advance, using human wave tactics to exhaust and destroy Vuong Thang. Thien Trong was so infuriated by their shamelessness that he couldn't stand it and immediately wanted to charge in to help Vuong Thang, but was knocked out with a single chop from Owen Hyen. His senior sister then slowly spoke, "Trust your junior brother." Vuong Thang charged into the clash against the Yingdao cultivators once again, calmly receiving their attacks. However, during the fight, he noticed someone constantly hiding behind the Yingdao captain, never once making a move. Because of this, he went after him. He intentionally exposed a flaw, only using the 7-star sword formation to fight them, making the opponents think he had no other moves left. Having lulled them into a false sense of security, he finally used his sword telekinesis. Sure enough, they took the bait. One circled behind him while the other charged straight ahead, swinging their blades to pincer him. Seeing this, the corner of Vuong Thang's mouth curled up. He instantly unleashed his sword telekinesis, along with the 2-vi first sword. Not only did he defeat both of them in the blink of an eye, but he also blasted a massive hole through the hall's wall. Looking at the hole, the Andao leader was scared out of his wits. If that attack hit him, he'd end up just like that wall. Having achieved his goal, Vuong Thang decisively surrendered. "I'm still too young, and my sword cultivation isn't deep enough. I've used my strongest move, so according to the rules, I lose. Congratulations on your victory." This kind of surrender was basically rubbing salt in the wound. Even Thien Trong couldn't help but laugh. Is this the highest realm of surrendering? I'm taking notes. Brother Thang's move is truly ruthless. After surrendering, Vuong Thang immediately stepped down. Without looking back, he used voice transmission to report his discovery to his master. Afterward, Vuong Thang returned to his seat, and his phone suddenly chimed with a message notification. It was a message from their cultivation chat group. Everyone was discussing Vuong Thang's fight with the Andao team, but Hyen was a bit confused and asked Vuong Thang why he targeted them today. Vuong Thang didn't hide anything, and shared his discovery with everyone. He explained that injuring them and reporting to his master was just an excuse. He wanted his master to probe their cultivation methods while pretending to heal them, but his senior sister felt that they should have just captured them and beaten them with a whip. Why go through so much unnecessary trouble? The group fell silent. Shortly after, Wang Thang shared the intel he had just received. Okano Nikawa had learned some techniques from the Yin-Yang sect. For now, they would let them return and wait for more intel before taking action. They might even organize an exchange delegation to the On-Dao nation. They had to keep it a secret. Hearing Wang Thang's plan, everyone was filled with anticipation. Only Thi Than Truong was the exception. The moment he sent an inappropriate meme, Wang Thang promptly kicked him out of the group. After the exchange meet, Wang Thang and the others were playing cards and chatting in the hotel. Thi Than Truong asked Wang Thang if he was returning to the mountain with his senior sister or if he had other plans. He insisted on tagging along if they were going to fight evil cultivators, but Hyen bluntly said, Amitabha, Thien Truong's cultivation isn't high. Be careful not to get taken out in one hit. Wang Thang smiled awkwardly. We'll see how my master arranges things. Hyen, if you're not in a hurry, stick around for a day or two. We have a good show to watch. Hearing this, Thi Than Truong got excited. What kind of show, Brother Thang? Wang Thang glanced at him. Take a guess. It's a secret. Just then, a knock came from the door. Meng walked in and handed a document to Wang Thang. She stated that Tu Nam Temple was ready. Even though Daoist Thi and Daoist Lu weren't originally on the list, their masters were participating, so they were allowed to hear the plan. We've released many false signals regarding Tu Nam Temple's battle with the ancient demon, making the evil cultivators believe that the righteous faction suffered heavy casualties in this battle. To lure them into our trap, we will launch a nationwide crusade against evil cultivators over the next few days. During this time, chaos will erupt at Tu Nam Temple. You will receive a distress signal and initiate the support plan. This was the original plan, but due to certain reasons, it has been changed. This change involves Wang Thang and Muk Owen Hyen. Therefore, the next day, Wang Thang and his senior sister were taken to the Dao Inheritance Research Institute by Meng Yet. When they entered the meeting room, everyone was already present. Wang Thang and Owen Hyen were called in primarily to clarify their previous encounter with Fairy Yet. Wang Thang nodded, agreeing to recount everything he knew. At that moment, Fan Non Tu suddenly spoke up. Regarding what that immortal told my disciples, there are things even she is unaware of. I can fill in the gaps, but I hope that after hearing this, everyone won't become too pessimistic. Wang Thang and On Hyen were surprised to see the wooden box Thane Ungan Tu brought out. Wasn't this the sacred treasure Luzu passed down to their sect? Fan Nung Tu slowly opened the box. Inside was an object resembling a token, radiating a brilliant light. Immediately after, the phantom of Luzu appeared. He spoke slowly. I wonder if there is anyone left in our lineage. Half an hour later, Fan Non Tu closed the box. Professor Ma hurriedly asked, was that immortal Lu Dongbin? What was that projection? Why could we hear him but not understand what he was saying? Fan Non Tu replied, this is likely a communication jade talisman exclusive to immortals. Anyone below the golden core realm cannot open it. Luzu probably spoke in the ancient language of immortals. I have prepared a translation. Saying this, he signaled Meng Yet to distribute the text to everyone. No one expected the contents to be Lu Dongbin's final testament. It turned out that eons ago, the universe was nothing but a chaotic void. Under the guidance of the great Tao, the cosmos gradually formed. Then, living beings were born, and the first immortals appeared alongside them, expelling alien races from the immortal holy domain. Years ago, the Hao Tian Immortal Emperor merged the immortal holy domain and the star domain into the immortal realm, intending to assimilate the universe's great Tao. Unsurprisingly, the great Tao struck him down with divine punishment. Consequently, countless immortals fell into chaos, and exiled powerhouses took the chance to counterattack, shattering the immortal realm. At that time, the Tuvai Heavenly Emperor and the Heavenly Court's deities escorted the Hao Tian Emperor's daughter into a forbidden land Earth. Back then, Earth was inhabited by a race sharing the same origin as the immortals. The immortals concealed Earth with formations and passed down their Tao inheritance, creating a resonance with the great Tao. Even though the Tao inheritance was passed down, the immortals refused to accept their defeat. Furthermore, time on Earth flowed 100 times slower than outside, so they couldn't afford to delay any longer. Therefore, 1,300 years ago, the immortals decided to leave the Forbidden Land to restore their former glory. Before leaving, they sealed all vital energy on Earth to hide it from their enemies. However, upon discovering the immortals' return, the alien races allied to annihilate them. The immortals suffered catastrophic losses. The 13th princess succumbed to her injuries on her way back to Earth before the final battle. Luzu left this box behind to warn future generations. If anyone ascended, they must never expose Earth, lest they invite total annihilation. Learning all this, Wang Fang couldn't help but sigh. Weren't immortals supposed to pursue eternal freedom? Why the obsession with controlling all creation? Because of his selfish desires, the Hyen immortal emperor caused the heavenly court's ruin and the tragic deaths of the immortals. Perhaps the heavenly court wasn't as glorious as they thought. After the meeting, on their way back, Thon Nan too noticed Wang Fang seemed distracted and asked what was wrong. Was he still shocked by the meeting's revelations? Wang Fang snapped out of it but remained silent. However, Fang Ngantu knew exactly what he was thinking and offered some advice. I originally planned to wait until you passed your tribulations before revealing Lu Zu's testament, but ascending to immortality is no easy feat. Just focus on your cultivation for now. Hearing this, Wang Fang cleared his mind and nodded in understanding. Owen Huyen smiled and gently patted his head. She then made a hand gesture to him. Reading his senior sister's signs, Wang Fang understood that she wanted them to undergo their tribulations together. They would ascend and see the outside world together. His senior sister had known that Heavenly Court princess in her past life, so her status was definitely high. With her divine spirit, she would likely face no bottlenecks in this life. But he was just an ordinary person. What if she became an immortal? And he couldn't keep up, but he quickly laughed at his own insecurities. What was there to worry about? He had the Dao inheritances of the 2V Great Emperor and Lu Zu, plus the guidance of his master and senior sister. If he failed to become an immortal, dying in his senior sister's arms wouldn't be a bad way to go. But having that thought made him suddenly lose the desire to achieve immortality altogether. That night, they launched their operation. Thien Truong and two others laid an ambush at a construction site, preparing to wipe out the evil cultivators. Sure enough, evil cultivators soon rushed in to exploit the chaos. Hyen took the lead, blocking their path. With a loud shout, he unleashed a powerful technique. Lu Vanqi and Thien Truong also charged in, attacking fiercely. Through their perfect coordination, the evil cultivators dropped one by one. But out of nowhere, an evil cultivator appeared from above and launched a sneak attack on Lu Vanqi. Fortunately, in the nick of time, a burst of sword aura flew over and intercepted the attack. It also conveniently finished off the evil cultivator. The one who intervened was Wang Fang, arriving on his flying sword. Seeing that the enemies here were mostly dealt with, Hyen told Wang Fang to go support the others while they held the line. Wang Fang chuckled, "No need, my senior sister already went in." As soon as he said that, a massive explosion echoed from behind. His senior sister's punch blasted straight through the roof. She then unleashed a barrage of vital energy dragon punches. Seeing this, Wang Fang and Thien Truong gulped. We won't have to pay for the property damage, right? Once the dust settled, everyone gathered in the meeting room for the interrogation results. The captured evil cultivator was just a small fry. The one Wang Fang killed was actually the Chaos Immortal who possessed intel on the Yin-Yang sect. Now things were a bit awkward. Wang Fang could only sigh helplessly. Sometimes, having a sword that's too fast isn't a good thing. Meng Giet quickly reassured him. It's fine. We didn't specify taking prisoners alive, and our manpower is stretched incredibly thin. The Yin-Yang sect no longer requires high cultivation levels for their Chaos Immortals. They only care if they're cunning enough. Everyone was surprised by this revelation. So, that's how it is. As long as you have a few brain cells, you can be a Chaos Immortal. Makes sense. Cultivation can be raised, but fixing stupidity is much harder. It seems the Yin-Yang sect is truly starting to decline. Afterward, Meng Giet shared their overall results. So far, they had captured 32 high-ranking evil cultivators and eliminated 642 others. Over 260 of them belonged to the Yin-Yang sect, mostly at the core formation realm. The core formation cultivators in the room scoffed in disdain. Are core formation cultivators really that cheap nowadays? But Wang Fang knew that while tonight's harvest was decent, they had likely exhausted all their gathered intel. The Yin-Yang sect would definitely change their strategies. As the meeting concluded, everyone was preparing to leave when Meng Yi rushed back in. Everyone, we have an emergency. Something happened at Tunam Temple. We just received word that the ancient demon at Tunam Temple is growing restless. Over 10 great masters have joined forces to suppress the demonic aura. We need some people to head over and support them. Wang Fang quickly advised Meng Niyet to contact more top-tier experts just to be safe. Meng Niyet flashed an OK sign. Don't worry, reinforcements are already on the way. Yet, for some reason, Wang Fang still felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Meanwhile, a few hours ago at the Yin-Yang sect stronghold, the sect master received a grim report. 14 Chaos Immortals have been killed or captured, wiping out 15% of our forces. Daoist has been preparing this for a long time. They will definitely keep attacking, making it incredibly hard to hide. However, the sect master stated that he had obtained accurate intel. Daoist was just trying to lure them into gathering their forces so they could be wiped out in one fell swoop. Tell all divisions to remain hidden and maintain strict secrecy. No matter what happens, do not expose our positions. Dismissed. As the subordinate left, the sectmaster's phone suddenly rang. A hoarse voice spoke from the other end. I've changed my mind. We might as well use this chance to cripple the righteous faction and pave the way for our future plans. This is a perfect opportunity. Even if we fail, the losses will be minimal. I've scouted their defenses at Tunam Temple. The ancient demon has likely recovered some of its strength. We just need to find an opening to unleash it. Those righteous fools will blindly rush to their deaths. The yin-yang sectmaster nodded. Since you've made up your mind, we'll proceed with that. Meanwhile, at Tunam Temple, a group of cultivators was joining forces to suppress a massive Tenjiang demon. Martial Uncle Thor Tien formed hand seals and shouted, "Anyone below the Void Core Realm, fall back. We cannot let the ancient demon harm the innocent." As the array activated, the demon was instantly suppressed by the righteous cultivators. At the same time, stationed at the fake Tu Nam Temple, Vuong Thang and the others watched the broadcast and couldn't help but marvel at the special effects. Meng Wiyet smiled. This is the footage we intentionally leaked. The goal is to make it look like the righteous faction is suffering catastrophic losses. If this still doesn't lure those evil cultivators out of hiding, we'll just have to admit defeat. Currently, a massive ceiling array is set up at the peak, with heavy ambushes scattered all over the mountain. The moment the yin-yang sect steps in, we will activate the grand array, cutting off all avenues of escape. Hearing this, even Thi and Truong couldn't help but marvel. To bait the evil cultivators, they had built an incredibly realistic replica of the temple. This trap must have cost an absolute fortune. But are we sure those evil cultivators will actually take the bait? Wang Fang replied, if the plan fails, the worst-case scenario is they just don't take the bait. However, we can't let our guard down at the real Tunam Temple. Meng Wiyet assured him that the combat unit would arrive there shortly, and the high monks were incredibly strong. But for some reason, ever since he set foot on the mountain, Wang Fang felt a deep sense of dread. He couldn't sense his master's aura, nor did he know where he had gone. Meanwhile, deep within the base of the Tunam cliff, Fan Ungon too was monitoring the surveillance feeds. He noticed that over 60 evil cultivators at the Void Core Realm and above had gathered at the back of the mountain, preparing to launch an assault. But Thaningon too was a bit puzzled. He couldn't spot a single Golden Core cultivator. Could they have blended into the crowd? Just then, an urgent report came from the demon's ceiling, while the demonic aura had violently surged. Fan Nungon too ordered Tin Van to proceed with the plan while he used Earth Escape to investigate. He also brought Monk Fong along, as his Buddhist arts naturally countered demons. Not long after, the two arrived at the real Tu Nam Temple, down at the demon's ceiling. Well, several high monks were desperately struggling to suppress the surging demonic aura. It looked like the ancient demon was on the verge of breaking the seal. Thanangon too estimated it would happen by tonight's full moon at the earliest. Deciding to test the water first, he reached for the well, but a sinister glint flashed in Monk Fong's eyes. With a loud boom, the grand array shattered. Thanangon too immediately scanned his surroundings on high alert, completely missing the threat right behind him. In that split second, a sharp blade pierced straight through his chest. He then heard Monk Fong's cold laughter. Our entire sect spent over a year searching for a demonic sword capable of piercing your pure yang power. Just rest in peace. Fan Ngungantu's eyes widened in shock and fury. Green light flared in Monk Fong's eyes as he leaped back, laughing maniacally. Fan Ngungantu realized things had taken a disastrous turn. Suddenly, the bodies of the high monks suppressing the ancient demon violently swelled up and exploded in a shower of gore. Seeing this absolute massacre, Fan Non too gritted his teeth in fury. He never imagined Monk Fong would plant goo poison inside these holy monks. Roaring in absolute rage, he charged straight at Monk Fong. But the traitor came prepared. The moment Thanon Tu struck, two rogue monks ambushed him from the flanks. Already suffering from a grievous wound, Than Nun Tu struggled against their combined assault and was forced back. Before he could even steady his footing, a second wave of attackers lunged at him. He immediately spun around, deflected the strikes, and retreated to create space. Standing his ground, he cursed inwardly. Even though their main focus was on the fake temple, they had never stopped monitoring the real one. To think the enemy still managed to exploit a blind spot. At that moment, Monk Fong commanded the surrounding evil cultivators. This Daoist has a severed heart meridian. He's just a dying man thrashing about. Bleed him dry. I'm going to release the ancient demon. Following his order, the evil cultivators swarmed Than Ungan Tu. Facing the overwhelming onslaught, Than Ungan Tu desperately fended them off. Pushing his remaining true essence to manifest a massive avatar, he glared fiercely at the traitor. Nu Fong, I swear I will kill you today. Concurrently, the forces at the fake Tu Nem temple finally received the distress signal. The real temple was under attack, and Heavenly Master Nu Fong was actually the Yang sect master. He is the master of the Yin-Yang sect, and he's trying to release the ancient demon. All golden core cultivators frantically rushed out, desperate to stop the enemy from breaking the seal. But en route, a terrifying killing intent blocked their path. The Yinsect Master emerged from the shadows, sneering. "You went through all this trouble to invite us, and now you're leaving? Isn't that a bit rude?" Accompanying her was an army of evil cultivators. It was clear they had planned this ambush from the start. The Yinsect Master ordered her forces to hold the line and buy time for the Yang Sect Master. Show no mercy. Slaughter as many as you can. And with that, an all-out war erupted. On the other side, Wang Fang received the grim news from Meng and Guiyet. Monk Fong was a traitor from the Yin-Yang sect, and his master had been critically wounded. He was currently fighting a lone battle at Tu Nam Temple. Wang Fang instantly summoned his sword pill, grabbed his senior sister, and took off. The two rode their flying swords, tearing through the sky toward the real Tu Nam Temple. As they approached the real temple, an overwhelming number of evil cultivators blocked their path. Fortunately, with the covering fire of the senior cultivators, Wang Fang and his senior sister managed to punch through the encirclement. Wang Fang then slapped a True Essence talisman and an Origin Return talisman on himself, allowing his senior sister to channel her energy to maximize their speed. Still, a heavy guilt weighed on his chest. If he hadn't proposed using the ancient demon as bait, this disaster wouldn't have happened, and his master wouldn't be fighting for his life right now. Reading his mind with a single glance, his senior sister gently comforted him, assuring him that their master would survive. Wang Fang nodded firmly. His master wouldn't fall so easily. Meanwhile, at Tu Nam Temple, Monk Fong laughed maniacally. "Fan Non Tu, your life ends here." Fighting through his grievous wounds, Fan Non Tu had slaughtered many evil cultivators, but his energy was bottoming out. The enemies kept surging forward like a tidal wave, determined to exhaust him to death. Pushing his true essence into his chest, Fan Non Tu activated the Yin-Yang Vast Origin Grand Array. He couldn't help but sigh at the irony. To think a master had to secretly learn his own disciples' moves. As soon as the array activated, two evil cultivators were instantly skewered. Accompanied by Fan Ngan Tu's furious roar, a blinding pillar of light shot into the sky. Monk Fong watched in absolute shock. He never expected a half-dead Fan Ngan Tu to push them this far. If they didn't eliminate him now, they would never have a single day of peace. Suddenly, Fan Ngan Tu slipped past two attackers and vanished using Earth Escape. The evil cultivators were about to pursue him, but Monk Fong held them back. "Let him go. Our primary goal is the ancient demon. You two elders, go stall the righteous reinforcements. The rest of you, dump the monk's blood into the well. Move." Monk Fong began channeling his total vital energy, preparing to shatter the ancient seal. During his escape, Fan Ngan Tu fought to stay conscious, but violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. Miraculously, Wang Fang and Owen Hyen arrived on their flying swords just in time. They helped him to the base of a tree to treat his wounds. Once his condition stabilized slightly, Fan Ngan Tu urged Wang Fang to warn the others. If the ancient demon broke free, even modern weaponry wouldn't scratch it. Only the Buddhist relic hidden inside the fallen statue in the main hall of the temple could subdue it. But Wang Fang shook his head. "Your reinforcements are almost here, Master. You need to link up with them." With that, Wang Fang stood up and glared toward the temple. "Once the ancient demon is unleashed, Monk Fong will definitely try to escape. I won't let him. Even if I can't beat him, I will stall him long enough for the seniors to arrive." Hearing this, Owen Hyen immediately raised her hand, surging with true essence, and activated the Yin-Yang Vast Origin Grand Array to hold Wang Fang back. Fan Ngan Tu pushed himself up, warning his disciple not to throw his life away. He wasn't dead yet, but Wang Fang clenched his fists. "If that sword had gone just an inch deeper, Master, your heart meridian would be completely severed. You taught me the Tao, but my parents, my master, and my senior sister are my bottom line. A shattered Tao heart can be healed with decades of seclusion. But if I lose you, Master, where would I ever find you again? Just this once, I want to act like a mortal man who doesn't cultivate the Tao. Blood must be paid with blood. If Monk Fong survives today, I will hunt him to the ends of the earth to kill him." Feeling the absolute conviction in Wang Fang's words, Owen Hyen slowly lowered her hand, dispersing the sealing array. Without hesitation, Wang Fang mounted his sword and charged toward the ancient demon. Along the way, he ran into a golden core cultivator from the Andao Nation. After a brief exchange, Wang Fang found an opening and pierced the enemy, but the strike wasn't fatal. Instead, it completely enraged the cultivator, who wildly swung his blade at Wang Fang. Luckily, the combat squad arrived just in time to intercept the enemy, giving Wang Fang the cover he needed to press on. After gaining some distance, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Adjusting his breathing to suppress his internal injuries, he felt much better. But his next target was a golden core cultivator, so he absolutely had to keep his cool. He could only avenge his master by maintaining his peak condition. Meanwhile, in the command center, Su Nuong received a status update. Daoist Than Ngan is on his way back and is out of critical condition. Our reinforcements will reach the demon sealing well shortly. Missiles have also locked onto the ancient demon's well. The second wave of support, including 2 golden core cultivators, will arrive in 6 minutes. The perimeter around the fake temple has activated its defensive arrays and can hold out for at least an hour. Upon hearing this, Su Nuong instantly ordered a temporary lift on the blockade around the ancient well. Divert 80% of our firepower to the secondary target, the fake Tunam temple. Once the bombers reach the zone, unleash absolute hell. Use anti-aircraft missiles to target their golden core cultivators. If 1 missile isn't enough, fire 5. Also, request High Command for authorization to deploy the Heavenly Sword system. The old man beside her quickly tried to intervene. Team leader Chi Lang. The threat of the ancient demon far outweighs those evil cultivators. Isn't this tactical shift too risky? But Su Nuong firmly stood her ground. I will bear full responsibility for any fallout. Allowing a spy to infiltrate our investigation team was my failure. I am completely prepared to face the consequences. I will accept whatever disciplinary action the organization hands down. But those Ondao bastards are going to be permanently buried here in Daihoa. Just then, an operator shouted, "Team leader, the drone, has spotted a massive gathering of ninjas near the Tu Nam Temple sector. Daoist Fi Nu was ambushed by them on his way in, and is currently under heavy attack." Hearing this, Su Nuong let out a heavy sigh of exasperation. Why can't anyone in this family just give me a moment of peace? Meanwhile, Wang Fang was fighting several ninjas from the island nation. Dealing with these low-level juniors, Wang Fang, with just his sword, killed almost all of them in the blink of an eye. Just then, Wang Fang received news from Meng Yet. His master had been taken back to the base, and his senior sister was continuously transferring her true essence to him. His injuries had now stabilized. Knowing his master was okay, Wang Fang breathed a sigh of relief and decided to focus wholeheartedly on the battle. At that moment, the great golden light formation of the fake Tuinam temple had been activated. The evil cultivators outside were jeering, calling the righteous path a bunch of cowards hiding in their shells. Thien Truong sighed, saying the government had really shot itself in the foot this time, making a big show of things, only for it to turn out that Fong was a spy. He wondered how Brother Thang was doing right now. Ho Ai Kin also lamented that the evil cultivators weren't stupid. Knowing how to infiltrate the government, they took advantage of the trouble caused by the island nation. Perhaps the island nation was secretly behind it all. Thien Truong strongly agreed, deciding that after this battle, he would go to the island nation and teach them a lesson. Just then, Lu Vanqi signaled for them to be quiet. The roar of fighter jets echoed from a distance as several large aircraft swooped in, dropping bombs on the evil cultivators near the fake Tunam temple. However, reports after the first bombing run indicated that 70% of the evil cultivators had survived. These were clearly powerful evil cultivators. They used their cultivation realms to withstand the explosions, but it seemed their true essence wouldn't last much longer. Therefore, Su Nuong ordered them to proceed with a second bombing run, ensuring none of them could escape. There was nothing a bomb couldn't solve. If one wasn't enough, then 5 or 10. To eliminate the evil cultivators, the government directly used fighter jets for bombing runs. If one wave wasn't enough, they'd send a second. Inside the real Tuinam temple, Monk Fong excitedly ordered his subordinates to throw all the scattered corpses into the demon-sealing well. He even feigned righteousness, chanting Amitabha, Amitabha. "Senior, you have not yet broken your seal. What are you waiting for?" At Monk Fong's words, a fox demon bound by countless chains opened its eyes. Its demonic chi transformed into a purple light that shot straight into the sky. Seeing this, Monk Fong couldn't help but laugh heartily. His subordinate beside him reported, "Sect Master, the enemy's reinforcements are about to arrive." Hearing this, Monk Fong stopped laughing and told them to hide first and look for a chance to leave. Then, he waved his hand and said with a smile, "I used a blood curse to help you break out of your seal, Senior. Those who call themselves the righteous path will surely be disrespectful to you. It's just a pity this junior is weak and can't be of much help." Just then, a loud shout echoed from the sky. "Fong, die!" Wang Fang used the Ziwei first sword, thrusting straight towards Monk Fong. Monk Fong clasped his hands together, summoning a phantom of a great Buddha. He turned his head and smirked. "I quite like you, too, but if you want to kill me, I can't spare your life. Die!" With that, he struck down with his palm, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to tremble. Wang Fang dodged the attack and instantly appeared in front of Monk Fong, swinging his sword, but the attack was blocked by Monk Fong's lotus-shaped magic tool. Immediately after, the phantoms of 2 evil monks appeared behind him for a sneak attack. Wang Fang hastily retreated, then slashed at the waists of the 2 evil monks. While Wang Fang was tied up with the 2 evil monks, Fong Hoa Thuong had already stepped onto his lotus and flown into the sky, preparing to escape. After all, the ancient demon had already awakened, not to mention Vuong Thang. Everyone who stayed behind was doomed to die here, so there was no need for him to remain any longer. Soon after, the ancient demon's well completely collapsed and began to devour the surrounding spiritual energy. Seeing this, Monk Fong laughed maniacally. The ancient demon has broken its seal. My great plan is a success. Today is the doomsday for you righteous cultivators. But just as he was gloating, a flash of sword light suddenly appeared. Although he managed to dodge in time, his face was still grazed, leaving a cut. Vuong Thang immediately unleashed countless streams of sword chi towards the lotus platform. With a crack, the lotus platform was destroyed, and Monk Fong was forced to the ground. He looked at Vuong Thang in fury. Do you want to die here with me? I was the one who released this ancient demon, and it absorbed my blood essence. It won't kill me. But Vuong Thang paid no attention to this. Right now, he had only one thought in his mind. Kill the demonic monk before him. But Monk Fong had always looked down on Vuong Thang. While dodging Vuong Thang's sword chi, he sneered, Do you really think you can kill me? Then, the golden lotus in his hand suddenly turned into pure energy and was absorbed by the ancient demon sealed in the well. Seeing this, Monk Fong thought to himself, This is bad. The ancient demon is absorbing the world's energy. Even my own magic power is being devoured. I can't get tangled up with this brat anymore. I have to kill him quickly and get out of here. With that thought, Monk Fong roared in anger. You want to fight me to the death? You think I'm afraid? I began my cultivation at the age of 3 and have now reached the Golden Core realm. I have countless riches, and the entire yin-yang 10,000 creatures sect is in my hands to have achieved what I have today. You're just a lucky Daoist. On what grounds do you think you can fight me to the death? But just as the two were fighting, the ancient demon broke its seal, emerged from the well, and appeared between them. Then, the ancient demon opened its massive maw and bit down towards Monk Fong. Monk Fong hurriedly tried to defend himself but was sent flying by the attack, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. He said unwillingly, Senior, it was this junior who released you. Then, like a kite with its string cut, he fell to the ground. Seeing Monk Fong die just like that, Vuong Thang was a bit stunned. Just then, a pillar of light suddenly descended from the sky, striking the ancient demon directly. This pillar of light came from the heavenly sword system in space. The ancient demon, upon being hit, let out a painful roar. Vuong Thang knew the power of the heavenly sword was immense. Once it fully unleashed its power, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. He decided to first avoid the brunt of the attack. He then leaped into the rubble, but when he opened his eyes again, he saw a completely golden ball of light that looked like an earthen pot calling out to him. It asked if he was a disciple of Thuxun. Vuong Thang was greatly surprised. Could this be the Buddhist Sarira his master had mentioned? So he took out his lifetime honorary elder token and said, This junior can be considered half a disciple of Thuxun. This is a gift from the current sword master of the Thuxun sword sect. The Sarira was surprised to see lifetime honorary elder written on the token. It seems Thuxun has really kept up with the times. But that's not the main issue. Vuong Thang immediately bowed and pleaded, Senior, let's deal with the demon first. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the Sarira became very angry. You're the demon. That is a spirit beast that I, this humble Daoist, raised in the past. Due to certain events, its state isn't very good. But rest assured, I left this Sarira here precisely to pacify it in time. Now that the world's spiritual energy has recovered, after so many years, why are you only at the Void Core realm? You dare to face my little Hyen, who has already undergone tribulation, with just a Void Core? However, your sword intent is not bad. Hearing the barrage of questions from the Sarira, Vuong Thang was stunned. This eminent monk must have been very talkative when he was alive. But the Sarira paid him no mind, and continued to ask, Were you fighting that fake monk just now to avenge the Golden Core Daoist from before? He nodded. That is my master. The Sarira was very pleased upon hearing this. Respecting one's master is a commendable quality, and you're very diligent. At just over 20 years old, you have 6 years worth of spiritual energy cultivation, have formed a void core, and even possess sword intent. The heavenly sword's judgment of you isn't bad. Hearing this, Vuong Thang fell silent. Senior, are you trying to find a son-in-law? Just then, the Sarira suddenly transformed into an old monk. He clasped his hands and said, Let's just call it fate. Your strength is no less than your integrity, so you won't bring shame to Hyen. Let's leave it at that. At this moment, under the precise attack of the heavenly sword, the demon sealing well had vanished, leaving only a huge pit dozens of meters wide, with black smoke continuously rising from within. The ancient demon was covered in blood, grievously wounded and near death, but its wounds were healing at a visible rate. The heavenly sword needed time before it could fire again, so the righteous cultivators had to stop the ancient demon during this window. They couldn't let it escape, or the world would truly descend into chaos. Just then, The ancient demon tilted its head to the sky and let out a tragic roar. The instructor of the combat squad gave a decisive order. Apart from those who have formed a golden core, everyone else, quickly withdraw from the area around the beast. It seems to have become an immortal. I'm afraid even a nuclear bomb might not be enough to deal with it. But just at this moment, a golden figure descended from the sky, appearing before the demon. Everyone quickly recognized it as Wang Thang. Someone shouted, "Kid, you're lucky to be alive. If you're not dead, then run. What are you doing in front of the ancient demon?" At that moment, a voice that didn't belong to Wang Thang came from his body. "Hyen, do not make a grave mistake. This humble monk has waited for 1,000 years just to tell you the truth of what happened back then." Hearing this, Wang Thang couldn't help but interrupt. "Senior, please subdue it quickly. Things are different now. If the nation truly takes action, this mountain could be leveled in an instant." The old monk told Wang Thang not to worry. She has been asleep for a long time, and much of the resentment in her heart has dissipated. I will personally suppress her. As he spoke, the old monk controlled Wang Thang's body, placed a hand on the ancient demon's head, and gently suppressed it. "May all beings be safe and sound." In a moment, "Leaner, Hyen, do not be afraid." After suppressing Hyen, the old monk introduced himself to the government officials nearby. "I am Tam Thong, the first abbot of Tunam Temple. This is not a demon. She has never harmed a single monk. I implore you, benefactors, to show mercy." Hyen's inner demon was born from a deep-seated grudge. "I pursued it for 300 years but could not dispel it. To me, she is like a daughter. I crippled my own cultivation to protect her." At this point, Tam Thong began to instruct Wang Thang. "This Sarira will soon enter Hyen's body, forming a bond between you and her. If her demonic nature erupts again, you can use this great seal to control her soul and prevent her from harming us." Wang Thang was a bit doubtful. "Senior, you trust me that much?" Tam Thong appeared very pleased. "Your character is more than enough. Swear this to me. First, you must never force Hyen to do anything she does not want to. Second, if you one day become an immortal, you must help Hyen. You must do your utmost to help her eliminate her inner demon and restore her freedom. Third, if Hyen succumbs to her demonic nature again, you must do your best to help her regain her senses, and not kill her directly." After Wang Thang swore the oath, Tam Thong revealed a satisfied smile. "Amitabha, Amitabha, follow this old monk." Then, he waved his sleeve, and the two arrived in another space. This was Hyen's spiritual palace, the place where her soul resided. At this moment, a nine-tailed fox was lying in Tam Thong's lap. Tam Thong gently stroked the little fox and said, "Hyen, oh Hyen, from now on, you shall stay with this immortal master of Wang. When he becomes an immortal, he will help you eliminate your inner demon. Then you can go find Than Lam. This old monk has known countless people in my life. I will certainly not misjudge him. My time is running out. Back then, the three of us roamed the world. You gradually developed feelings for Than Lam, but Than Lam, shouldering the responsibility of being the sword sex master, could not reciprocate. It was truly a pity. Later, the immortals of the sword sect wanted to eliminate demons. Than Lam didn't know what to do and could only seal you away before he left. He instructed that after the storm had passed, you were to be released. Unfortunately, in the end, I was unable to help you eliminate your demonic chi, causing you to carry this resentment until now. Entrusting you to Immortal Master of Wang, it is time for this old monk to depart." With that, Tam Thong's phantom gradually faded away. At this moment, the battle between the righteous and evil factions at the fake Tunam Temple was not yet over, but some evil cultivators had noticed something was amiss. Sect Master Duang said he wanted to release the ancient demon, so why aren't these righteous cultivators paying it any mind? Just then, a large red seal suddenly descended from the sky. It shattered with a boom, instantly suppressing most of the evil cultivators. Two figures flew down from the sky. It turned out the one who had acted was Hyen. Hyen had suppressed most of the evil cultivators, but because her inner demon was not yet gone, she feared she would lose control of her demonic chi and fall back into her demonic state if she fought. Wang Thang quickly said, "Thank you, Senior. Please leave the rest to us." Hyen turned to look at him. "My life is in your hands. You don't need to be so polite with me." Wang Thang gave an awkward smile, thinking to himself, on the outside, she's so divine and cold. Though she said that, her voice was incredibly gentle and soft. To resist that, Daoist Master Than Lam's cultivation of the heart is truly far superior. With Hyen's help, the battle quickly concluded. Wang Thang also went with Hyen to the fake Tunam Temple. He couldn't help but marvel, 100 miles in the blink of an eye. With a casual wave of her hand, she subdued several hundred cultivators. Half immortal, half inner demon, she's truly a ticking time bomb in the eyes of others. Yet, this expert's life and death are in my hands. The pressure is immense. At that moment, his senior sister, worried about their master, also rushed over. She threw herself into Wang Fang's arms, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Wang Fang gently patted her head to comfort her. "It's all right, senior sister. Something like this will never happen again." The battle ended. At the fake Tunyam temple, aside from sect master Duong and a few high-level leaders, most of the evil cultivators were captured. With Hyen's help, the capture of the evil cultivators went very smoothly. How to arrange for Hyen, however, became the investigation team's biggest headache. Well, Hyen had reached the half-immortal realm. The government certainly wouldn't pass up such a powerful asset. Thus, all eyes turned to Wang Fang. Wang Fang resolutely waved his hands in refusal. "Everyone, I have sworn upon my great Dao, I will never force Senior to do anything she doesn't want to." After saying this, Wang Fang inwardly chuckled. "Don't you dare pass the ball to me." But as soon as he turned his head, he found Hyen had transformed into a pitiful and adorable little girl, saying, "Now, I can only rely on you. Are you going to abandon me too?" Wang Fang was speechless. "Senior, are we that close? It's not quite appropriate to say such things." His senior sister had, at some point, appeared behind Wang Fang with a smile, but this smile seemed to send a chill down his spine. Hyen and Lu Vanqi were delighting in his misfortune at the side, advising Wang Fang not to refuse too harshly, as this senior truly needed someone to look after her now. Thien Truong also excitedly raised his hand. "I think we should let Brother Thang do it." Wang Fang glared at him, really wanting to shut him up. Afterward, everyone decided on a plan for Hyen. She would temporarily stay with Wang Fang and his senior sister after these matters were concluded. The plan to lure out the evil cultivators could be considered a relatively complete success. Not only did they suppress the evil cultivators, but they also grasped the connection between the island nation and the evil cultivators. The righteous figures from various sects were furious and planned to form a team to go to the island nation for revenge, but it seemed the Daihoa government advised them to stand down for the time being. As for Hyen, she also began to interact with modern objects. She was very curious about phones, feeling they were like magic tools. Moreover, everyone had one. It was truly miraculous. Perhaps it was a woman's nature, but Hyen quickly learned how to take selfies. She even pulled her senior sister in for a selfie, leaving Wang Fang feeling a bit helpless at the side. Another phone addict was born. Afterwards, Hyen was playing on her phone on the balcony. Wang Fang went to visit his master, Fan Nan Tu, holding a tangerine. He said to Wang Fang, "Your Sun Wang has probably wanted this for a long time. I can finally relax a bit." But Wang Fang said, "Master, I'm afraid Sun Wang can't retire." The government said they've established a new department, and the investigation team will supervise each other, which is essentially a disguised way of revoking some of Su Nuang's power. Fan Nung Tu sighed. A happy life was so close, yet so far. Wang Fang felt a bit helpless. "Master, the more factors there are, the more tiring it is. In the cultivation world, very few can perfect all three aspects, the path of cultivation, career, and love." Hearing this, Thane Ungon too also felt better. "Forget it. Your Su Nuang can't dedicate her whole life to the country. When she gets tired, I'll take her back to live in seclusion. As for you," at this point, Fan Ngon too used his phone to text Wang Fang. It turned out he felt that speaking or sending telepathic messages in front of Hyen wasn't very safe, so he prepared to talk on the phone. Then he asked, "Is this senior single, or has her partner passed away?" Wang Fang replied, "Daoist Master Than Lam's life or death is unknown, so it's hard to say. After we talk, Master, remember to delete the chat history." "All right, so when do you plan to tell her about what happened after the Heavenly Court left?" "I'll wait until we're closer. Besides, Than Lam's life or death is unknown. If this half-immortal is taken advantage of by me, what happens if we meet Daoist Master Than Lam in the future? This half-immortal is deeply in love. This is no joking matter." Then cuckold him. Seeing Wang Fang's instinctive reply, Fan Ngon glared at him. Wang Fang quickly retracted the message and replied, "Senior sister will always be with me. Master, don't overthink things. My intentions won't change." Seeing this reply, Fan Nan Tu was satisfied and patted Wang Fang's head, laughing heartily. This kid has finally seen the light. Wang Fang finally understood his master's intention, thinking, "It seems master really did intend to match me with senior sister before. Fine, now that the whole team supports senior sister, let's see what she thinks in the future." At this time, at Tunam Temple, thanks to Hyen's intervention in stabilizing the battlefield and reducing their losses, the government gifted a mountainside villa as a reward under Wang Fang's name. Despite the change to a new environment, Hyen didn't seem to care much, treating everything with indifference. After all, she had fallen into a demonic state due to a misunderstanding 1,000 years ago, and her demonic nature had not yet been completely purged. The resentment in her heart was hard to imagine. adding to her unresolved romantic feelings. Who would want to try and counsel someone who had nearly reached the immortal realm? Thinking it over, to break through the defenses in her heart, it seemed the only way was to rely on a secret weapon with similar interests and a bright future. A few days later, because Wang Fang was about to move, Chu Long and the other senior brothers organized a farewell party, deciding not to go home until they were drunk. By midnight, when everyone had left, senior sister was taking care of a drunk Wang Fang. Outside, only Meng Guiyet was still sober. Although Hyen had the cultivation of a half-immortal, she had drunk too much and was fast asleep. At this moment, Meng Niet suddenly started gossiping, asking senior sister when she would achieve fruition with Daoist master Fi Nu. But senior sister was clueless about romance, completely oblivious, thinking Meng Niet was asking when she would become an immortal. This topic also piqued Hyen's interest. She groggily sat up and asked, "Are you two childhood sweethearts? Little Hyen, have you ever had worldly desires?" But senior sister's reply was as clueless as ever. "Isn't the relationship between me and my junior brother very good right now?" Meng Niet at her side teased, "But you can still take it a step further. Doesn't the path of cultivation speak of Daoist companions? A Daoist companion relationship is definitely closer than that of a senior sister and junior brother." But senior sister's answer was as innocent as always. "Aren't my junior brother and I the closest right now? Closer than all of us? Could it be the legendary biological siblings? Even biological siblings fight, but we don't." Meng Niet smiled slyly. "Of course not. So you two have probably never kissed, right? And you call that close?" At this point, Hyen also realized that Owen Hyen was born for cultivation. She wouldn't understand these things, but based on the current situation, she was probably about to fall in love. Owen Hyen curiously asked Hyen if she could explain further. Hyen picked up her wine cup and swirled it. "This is hard for me to explain, since I never experienced it myself back then. It's just that year, let me know. What it feels like to be moved, like being burned by fire, day and night without stopping. For example, back then, if I didn't see Than Lam for a few days, I'd get restless. Then when I wanted to see him, my mind would wander. It's a pity he only saw me as a junior. In modern terms, if I could do it over, I'd definitely sleep with him." Hearing Hyen's bold words, Meng Niet was thrilled. But senior sister still didn't feel anything and even asked Hyen if she had ever hated him. Only then did they learn that the reason Hyen became a demon was all due to hating herself, hating why she wasn't human, and eventually falling into a demonic state. Therefore, after discovering her feelings for Than Lam, she hesitated. "So, you guys trying to use this method to resolve the resentment in my heart is nothing but a dream." With that, she left to use the restroom. Seeing their intentions had been seen through, Owen Hyen and Meng Niet were a bit embarrassed, but Hyen didn't mind at all. In fact, she felt much better after drinking and speaking her mind. She intended to continue the previous topic of Owen Hyen's love life. At this point, Meng Niet smiled slyly. "Then let's continue this topic. Fairy Fiengu, do you like your junior brother?" Owen Hyen said decisively, "I like him." Meng Nguyen got a little exasperated. "Not that kind of like. I mean, have you ever thought about kissing him?" Hearing this, senior sister immediately blushed and lowered her head. Anyone could see that she had feelings for him. She just hadn't figured it out yet. Suddenly, Wang Fang's laughter echoed from the room. It seemed he was talking in his drunken sleep. Hyen placed a hand on Owen Hyen's shoulder. "Listen, big sister here is experienced. If you want to pick a flower, you have to pick it. Don't wait until it withers to regret it. He's drunk tonight, which is a perfect opportunity. A wonderful opportunity for big sister to teach you." At this time, Wang Fang was still fast asleep in a daze. He felt someone approaching him but couldn't move. He thought it was his senior sister, but unexpectedly, Meng Niet's voice rang out. "See, this is the most basic kiss. It's a ritual, for example, in many places around the world." Senior sister nodded obediently. It turned out Meng Niet was just demonstrating. Now it was senior sister's turn. At this point, Wang Fang's heart shattered. "Why is it you?" Then he quickly thought it through. "Well, since it's already happened, if Meng Niet takes advantage, so be it. After all, senior sister is next." At this moment, Hyen couldn't help but urge Owen Hyen, "Little Hyen, get closer to him, aim for his mouth, and just go for it. I've already hit his acupoints, so he won't disturb us." Hearing this, Wang Fang felt like crying but had no tears. "Big sister what are you trying to do? But if it continues like this, does that mean I can consummate my relationship with senior sister tonight?" But at the critical moment, Meng Niet suddenly shouted, interrupting Owen Hyen, who was already prepared to go down. "This isn't very good. A girl's first kiss is very important." Hyen thought about it and agreed. With one move, she sent the prop, Wang Fang, flying. "That's enough teaching for little Hyen today. Remember this, Meng Niet. You continue explaining these things. I'm really no match for you." Meng Niet scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed, but she couldn't help but smile as she seriously explained to senior sister the things to pay attention to in matters between men and women. And so, by midnight, the acupoint on Vuong Thang's body was finally released. But when he turned his head to look, he found that the experienced Hyen and Meng Yi were passed out drunk, while senior sister was by his side. These three really had no guard up against him. Seeing his senior sister sleeping soundly beside him, Vuong Thang couldn't help but reach out and stroke her hair. It seems she also got drunk and fell asleep, and she wasn't waking up now. Then, he looked at the soundly sleeping Meng Yi and Hyen, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I never expected Meng Yi to be a master of love. Her experience is practically overflowing, and sister, Hyen, seems to have taught senior sister quite a few things too. If that's the case, I must thank you two properly. So, Vuong Thang took off his outer shirt, preparing to give them a surprise tomorrow. Sure enough, early the next morning, a terrified scream echoed through the room. Hyen was blushing and speechless. We've ruined little Phi Engu's innocence. A regretful Meng Yi banged her head against the wall. When senior sister saw the shirtless Vuong Thang, she seemed to understand what had happened, and a cold sweat broke out. At this moment, Vuong Thang was also awakened by their voices and decided to listen quietly to what they were going to say. Hyen placed both hands on senior sister's shoulders to comfort her. It's okay. Since you've accepted me as your big sister, I'll take the blame for you. It's just a little bit of chastity. I'm a fox spirit. What's there to be afraid of? Senior sister blushed again and said, No, let me tell junior brother that what happened last night was my doing. At this point, Vuong Thang, who was in the room, couldn't hold back his laughter and rolled around on the bed. The three of them immediately realized they had been tricked and rushed to Vuong Thang's bedside. For Vuong Thang, this moment was like Mars crashing into Earth, utterly terrifying. At the same time, Lu Vanqi and Hyen also arrived at Wudang, preparing to bid farewell to Vuong Thang. Along the way, Chu Ung Long and the other martial brothers were saying how approachable that senior was, just like one of them, without any airs at all. But when senior brother Chu opened the door, everyone saw a truly heartbreaking scene. At this moment, Vuong Thang was hanging from a tree. Hyen sat leisurely in a chair, holding a rope in one hand and whipping him with it. As she whipped him, she said, Master Tam Thong once said, the more handsome a man is, the more of a playboy he is. I never expected you, Fingmu, to look so righteous on the outside, yet be so cunning on the inside. Seeing that people had arrived, Meng Yi also advised, Big sister, Hyen, we should go. Daoist Master Vuong's friends are all standing there watching. Mook Owen Hyen sat below, heartbroken, using her true essence to heal. Vuong Thang, her eyes filled with tears, as if to say, Junior brother is hurt. What will happen to your Daoist heart and realm? Junior brother will definitely. The others were still standing by, watching. Hyen stood up from her chair, her expression stern as she said, Have you learned your lesson? Will you dare to bully little Hyen again in the future? Although she tried to act righteous, inwardly, she was overjoyed. Vuong Thang hurriedly smiled fawningly. Senior, of course, I wouldn't dare. I was just joking earlier. Please spare me. Hearing this, Hyen flicked her finger, undoing the ropes binding Vuong Thang, and said, I'll let you off this time. As soon as Vuong Thang landed on the ground, he cupped his hands and said, Thank you, senior. His senior sister thoughtfully handed him his clothes, but when he put them on and prepared to greet his friends, his brothers couldn't help but laugh. Thien Truong laughed so hard he cried. Brother Thang, the man, at the top of the Earth rankings, a famous cultivator of Dai Hoa, getting hung up and beaten by a senior. Brother Thang, what on earth did you do? Vuong Thang coughed awkwardly twice. It was just a little joke. Then he put on a professional smile. He told everyone to take out their phones and prepare to delete the evidence. But it was too late. Hyen, beside him, said with a sly grin that the two photos they took a few minutes ago had already gone viral. Vuong Thang looked at the messages on his phone. Sure enough, everyone knew about him being hung up and beaten, leaving comments like, for the peace of the cultivation world, he spared no expense to his own body to protect righteousness. The noble spirit of Feingu, I am in awe. Vuong Thang looked at these comments and wanted to cry but had no tears. My lifelong reputation. After that, they started discussing official business. This time, Hyen intended to bid farewell to Vuong Thang, and everyone would return to their own homes to cultivate. After this battle, the Yin-Yang sect would likely be unable to rear its head for a short time, but their foundation in the island nation was probably just lying low, preparing for a major counterattack. Therefore, after discussion, everyone decided that in a few months, as long as they weren't in seclusion, they would go to the island nation together to meet those evil cultivators. Just like that, they toasted with tea instead of wine, waiting to meet again in a few months. A few days later, Vuong Thang and his senior sister moved into the villa arranged by the government. Vuong Thang went out onto the balcony, stretched, and sighed endlessly. Living with Senior Hyen, the benefits have not just gone up a level, but multiple levels. Inside, there's a climate control system, and outside, there's a defense system. It has everything. Most importantly, there's internet, and the speed is super fast. Additionally, in order to control the other two internet addicts, Meng Yet also specially designed a parental control authority for Vuong Thang to use. But Vuong Thang felt that this function was absolutely untouchable. Do you think I would dare to cut off their internet? At this moment, in the villa's hot spring, Mook Owen, Hyen, and Hyen were soaking, while Meng Yet was holding binoculars, observing Vuong Thang's actions. Seeing Vuong Thang turn his head, she shouted, "No peeking." Meng Yet lowered her binoculars and said, "I told you so. With my understanding of Daoist Master Vuong, he definitely wouldn't peek at us." After hearing Meng Yet, Hyen turned to Owen Hyen and said, "All right then. His personality is indeed exactly like Than Lam's. Little Hyen, you must seize this opportunity." Mook Hyen Hyen instinctively hummed in agreement. Seeing the perfect figures of the other two, Meng Yet couldn't help but feel insecure. "We're all women. Why is there such a big difference?" Hyen smiled slyly, teasing, "I never expected little Hyen to be so well endowed, compared to little Miss Nyet. Meng Yet was flustered. "If you say another word, we're through." Because Hyen had previously set up an anti-peeking ward, the three girls were sharing their secrets without any reservations. But it seemed they had forgotten that this ward only blocks sight, not sound. These words reached Vuong Thang's ears. However, he never turned his head from start to finish. He just thought to himself, speaking of which, Senior Sister seems to be stuck at the peak of the Void Core Realm forever. I wonder when she'll be able to break through. Just as he was thinking this, Hyen's call came from outside. "Little Fi Ingu, little Hyen is about to break through. Hurry and prepare to be her guardian." Hearing this, Vuong Thang was so startled he nearly fell, almost face-planting on the ground. He wondered if his mouth was blessed or something. The moment he said it, it happened. Knowing his senior sister was about to break through to the golden core, Vuong Thang immediately flew off on his sword. Because condensing a golden core is fraught with danger for anyone, no matter what, he had to be there to guard her and help her break through smoothly. But Vuong Thang found it strange. Back then, his master had to absorb a massive amount of worldly spiritual energy to condense his golden core. Why was there no fluctuation in the surrounding energy now that his sister was about to advance? Could it be that his senior sister wanted to use this opportunity to alter her yin-yang taiji great Dao? Then, on the foundation of the pure yang immortal art, she would use yin and yang qi to condense her golden core. But doing so was a bit dangerous. Therefore, Vuong Thang immediately called his master to inform him of senior sister's situation. Fan Ngon too was also a bit helpless when he heard the news. Why didn't this child discuss it with her master first? Fine, just let her. Try it. The foundation for both of you is the pure yang immortal art. If little Hyen fails, you immediately transfer your true essence to her, to give her a chance to switch back to the pure yang immortal art. Vuong Thang nodded, "I understand," then he hung up. At this moment, Hyen also flew over. She instructed Vuong Thang, Hyen wants to walk the path of the two principles great Dao. I can't help with that. You go down there and guard her. Meng Yet has already returned to the villa. I'll stand guard at the entrance and won't let anyone get close." Vuong Thang cupped his hands in thanks. "Thank you, senior." Then he flew on his sword to Mook On Hyen's side. Yin and Yang Qi are naturally opposing and cannot be fused. Senior sister is really taking a risk this time, but no matter what, he had to protect his senior sister. So, Vuong Thang sat cross-legged in front of her and diligently stood guard. Night quickly fell. Senior sister took a deep breath. For a cultivator, if the first attempt at forming a core fails, the probability of success in the future becomes lower and lower. One reason is that it leaves behind an inner demon, and the other is the loss of control over one's power, damaging the foundation. That's why his master instructed Vuong Thang that if his sister failed, he should immediately transfer his true essence to her, allowing her to quickly condense a pure yang golden core before dealing with the yin and yang qi in her body. But Vuong Thang didn't expect the pull of this yin and yang qi to be so strong. Even he almost couldn't maintain his seated position. However, if the yin and yang qi have merged, it proves that senior sister is on the right path. All she needs to do is wait for successful condensation, and after the tribulation, she can transform into a golden core cultivator. But just as everything was proceeding smoothly, senior sister suddenly ran into difficulty. Vuong Thang was very surprised to see this. His senior sister's void core was about to condense into a golden core. Shouldn't the golden core stabilize before condensing? At this moment, senior sister's yang spirit began to emerge, rushing straight into the black clouds in the sky. Seeing this, Vuong Thang thought, this is not good. Senior sister's void core has only just balanced the yin and yang forces. If the lightning breaks this balance, the void core could shatter at any moment. Seeing his senior sister facing the heavenly thunder alone, Wang Fang gritted his teeth and clenched his sword, wishing he could rush up and face the tribulation for her. Fortunately, after a short while, the lightning tribulation gradually dissipated. Senior sister's primordial spirit also returned to her body. She had finally passed this trial safely. At this time, Wang Fang used an internal vision technique to observe his senior sister and discovered a Taiji yin-yang circle in her abdomen. It seemed this was the golden core. Senior sister had indeed succeeded in forming her core. Afterward, Wang Fang reported this good news to Hyen. He curiously asked, "Does a golden core have to be spherical?" Hyen said, "The golden core of a Daoist implies complete and perfect fusion. It has no fixed shape. Buddhist practitioners don't even need to form a golden core." Wang Fang breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. I'll go report the good news to Master, then continue to guard senior sister's seclusion." He then went to report the news of his sister's successful breakthrough to his master, adding that her core was indeed a giant yin-yang taiji circle. Ungan too knew at a glance what Wang Fang was worried about and said, "As long as it's not rod-shaped, there's no need to worry. Could it be that my own core formation will create a sword-shaped golden core?" Wang Fang was a bit skeptical. Master said not to worry, but how can I not worry? If there's a problem with senior sister's golden core, it could very well affect her future cultivation path, affecting her ascension to immortality. But then again, if this is her chosen path, there's nothing I can say. If she truly faces difficulties, I will do everything in my power to help her break through her realms, to help my senior sister seek immortality. After that, Wang Fang continued to sit there and guard his senior sister. Now that his sister had successfully passed her tribulation, all that was left was comprehension. He had nothing more to worry about. Next, he just needed to quietly enter seclusion, feel the balanced Tao rhythm of his sister's yin and yang, and enhance his comprehension of the two principles sword and tent. Just like that, they sat for 20 days. When senior sister came out of seclusion, her golden core realm was completely stable, and she could now fly on objects. Hyen even specially gifted senior sister a white silk magic tool as a congratulatory gift, which looked much more beautiful than riding a sword or saber. Wang Fang was the first to congratulate his senior sister on entering the golden core realm. From now on, she was a golden core cultivator. Senior sister puffed out her chest, acting like an expert. "From now on, follow me, and I'll protect you." At this, Wang Fang smiled and suggested, "What does senior sister want to eat today? We also have to thank senior Hyen for guarding us. I'll cook today." Hyen's face immediately darkened. "You called me senior again. Do you believe I?" Wang Fang saw the situation and quickly said with a smile, "What would sister Hyen like to eat?" Hearing this, Hyen's expression softened slightly. "I haven't had bamboo shoots in a long time. Make some bamboo shoots." Senior sister also started writing down a menu of things she wanted to eat and gave it to Wang Fang. In the evening, Wang Fang prepared a sumptuous feast. This scene made him feel as if he had become a family with his senior sister. When Hyen saw the delicious food, she immediately transformed into an adorable little fox baby, making Wang Fang feel like he was raising a daughter. It seems sister Hyen must have watched some fox comics to get so into character. During the meal, Wang Fang asked Hyen if she was used to living here. While drinking Mao Tai, Hyen replied, "It's much more comfortable than your old courtyard house. Mortals these days really know how to enjoy life with so many cartoons and TV shows. Little Hyen, remember to share some more files with me later. I'm almost done watching." Wang Fang chuckled twice, then got back to the main topic. "Big sister Hyen, do you have a way to get rid of your demonic chi now?" Hyen poured a cup of wine and said calmly, "In the early stages, as long as I don't use my powers, it won't erupt, and I won't lose my mind. At most, I'll meet Daoist Master Fan Lam and have a few words with him. My demonic nature will disappear." After confirming that big sister Hyen would not easily succumb to her demonic nature, Wang Fang told her about the Patriarch's final testament, including the matter of time dilation between Earth and the outside world, and the dangers the traveling immortals faced. Fortunately, apart from some surprise, Hyen quickly calmed down. It seemed she didn't think it was a big deal. This greatly surprised Wang Fang. "Big sister, did you already know about this?" Hyen happily clinked glasses with senior sister. "Of course I knew. That's why I'm not sure if I can find Daoist Master Fan Lam to help eliminate my demonic nature. But when your cultivation is able to completely suppress me, I won't have to be afraid anymore." Looking at Hyen's demeanor, Wang Fang didn't know what to say. Was he just worrying for nothing all this time? But was big sister really okay? A normal day quickly passed. At this moment, Wang Fang suddenly rushed in, happily announcing to his senior sister and Hyen the birth of his baby sister, named Wang Tu Diu. Looking at such an adorable baby, The hearts of the two girls immediately melted. Because of this, Wang Fang decided to work even harder from this day forward. No matter what, he had to become a big brother his sister could rely on. This was the minimum requirement he had set for himself. Speaking of which, it was strange. They had been living in the villa for over a year now. Senior sister had already advanced to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, while Wang Fang's cultivation couldn't compare. His realm had also reached the peak of the Void Core. According to his master, this was due to his senior sister's yin-yang great Dao accelerating his cultivation speed. To verify this guess, his master even suggested they cultivate together in the same room. But while cultivating, senior sister suddenly kissed Wang Fang. Then, like a dragonfly skipping on water, she immediately returned to her position. Wang Fang opened his eyes, blushing. Just as he was about to reach out and take his senior sister's hand, a loud explosion sounded outside. Following that, a golden beam of light, as if illuminating the entire night sky, shot towards Pingdu Mountain. After Owen, Hyen, and Wang Fang discovered the anomaly at Pingdu Mountain, they immediately contacted Meng Niet to inquire about the situation. Meng Niet said that an energy fluctuation had appeared at Pingdu Mountain, and a major earthquake was detected in the vicinity. They were currently conducting rescue operations. It had now been confirmed that this energy was being emitted by the female celestial's body. She would add Wang Fang to a group later, where news would be updated in real time. With that, Meng Niet hung up. Wang Fang and Owen Hyen simultaneously looked towards Hyen. Suddenly, being stared at by the two of them like that, Hyen couldn't help but blush. What do you two want? Little Fingu, are you planning to evolve into a beast? Wang Fang was instantly speechless. Big sister, we're talking about serious matters here. This is related to many matters of the underworld. This information is very important. If possible, I'd like to record a video for the government to see. But before Wang Fang could finish, Hyen ran upstairs. A moment later, she came out wearing a set of ancient hanfu and told Wang Fang that she wasn't photogenic. Wang Fang was a bit helpless, while Owen Hyen gave him a thumbs up. Through Hyen's introduction, Wang Fang learned that the underworld they were talking about was founded by the Heavenly Court in the past and was a place for traditional reincarnation. It was called the Lesser Underworld, existing in another dimension, and its only entrance was the Ghost Gate located deep underground. At 300 miles deep, the Ghost Gate was usually guarded by 10,000 ghost soldiers, and cultivators basically couldn't get near the surrounding area. However, many ghost soldiers were currently being commandeered. The ghost soldiers had followed the Heavenly Court on an expedition, so there were no more ghosts. As for last night's event, if it were the 13th princess reincarnating, there would surely be auspicious signs, not an eruption of dark light. At this moment, Wang Fang suddenly received a photo sent by Meng Niet. It was the sign of the Ghost Gate. Owen Hyen got goosebumps just looking at it. Then, according to Meng Niet, this temple had suddenly appeared out of nowhere behind Pingdu Mountain. Although it looked ordinary, all living and dead things that went and vanished without a trace, like a teleportation gate. With the current situation, sending people inside was like sending them to their deaths. But now they had to confirm the situation inside. Therefore, after some thought, the investigation team finally decided to send several Golden Core cultivators inside to scout the situation. But Wang Fang felt that this Ghost Gate matter was definitely not simple. Then, 4 Golden Core Realm seniors slowly stepped into the Ghost Gate. With just a light touch, the 4 of them were sucked inside. Seeing this situation, Wang Fang asked Hyen with some concern, "Big sister Hyen, can Golden Core Realm cultivators enter the Lesser Underworld?" While eating potato chips, she replied, 1,000 years ago, when the ghost soldiers were still on guard, Golden Core cultivators couldn't even enter the Ghost Gate. But now, as long as they're not fake Golden Cores, they can all resist the attacks of Yin Qi and Ghost Qi. Hearing this, Wang Fang couldn't help but think, after the spiritual energy recovered, that Yin-Yang sect only managed to cause trouble for 2 to 3 years before they couldn't hold up. Now the Ghost Gate has appeared. In the future, even bigger things might happen. It seems the memories of my past life are no longer of any use. Just then, the 4 Golden Core Realm seniors walked out of the Ghost Gate, happily reporting that it was indeed the underworld inside. But immediately after, a gloomy ghost tide appeared behind the 4. The 4 Golden Core seniors realized it and wanted to turn back to counterattack, but found they couldn't mobilize the magic power in their bodies. They had no choice but to flee for their lives. Senior sister hid behind Wang Fang in fear. Wang Fang asked Hyen, "What is that?" Hyen smiled and explained that it could be a remnant will or spirit body left by the guardian of the Ghost Gate. Call the other side and ask. The cultivation world is still too weak. And you, little girl, are you afraid of ghosts again? What's there to be afraid of? The strength of ghost cultivators is 70% to 80% weaker than cultivators of the same realm. As she spoke, Hyen also casually pinched senior sister's cheek. Several hours passed quickly. Seeing no progress from inside the Ghost Gate, Hyen advised everyone in the investigation team not to rush in recklessly. Although when they left, the Heavenly Court Immortals had sealed that place, the yin qi inside was too heavy, and it might have formed some kind of powerful ghost. At this moment, Wang Fang suddenly received a call from an unknown number. Unexpectedly, after answering, it was Tham Thien Lam's voice. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, then Tham Thien Lam got straight to the point, talking about the situation at the Ghost Gate. She said the Ghost Gate appeared at Pingdu Mountain, and the government had already started sending people into the lesser underworld. Currently, 27 people had entered the Ghost Gate. They're about to reach the entrance of the Yellow Spring Road. After hearing this, Wang Fang couldn't believe his ears. He was silent for a moment before speaking. Could it be that you're also a transmigrator who has returned? Tham Thien Lam was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, I'm even a female alien. Aren't you at Pingdu Mountain right now? Wang Fang honestly replied that he hadn't gone there yet. Then he asked Tham Thien Lam how she knew all these secrets. Unexpectedly, Tham Thien Lam asked back, have you heard of the Dia and Tong? Wang Fang instinctively thought it was the name of a hidden sect. Although it can be understood that way, the Dia and Tong isn't a sect, but rather descendants of immortals. According to Tham Thien Lam, the Dia and Tong was established by the descendants of the underworld immortals, and for many years, they have been responsible for one thing, guarding the lesser underworld. They have a treasure that can monitor the situation inside the underworld and also hold the seal of the Yellow Spring Road. As long as they release the seal, an army of thousands of ghost soldiers will appear on the Yellow Spring Road, surrounding and killing the Daoist masters who entered the underworld. Upon learning this, Wang Fang immediately relayed the situation to Su Nuang. Su Nuang nodded and said she would inform the exploration team to be careful not to step onto the Yellow Spring Road and also to notify the person in contact with Tham Thien Lam. As for other matters, they would decide after making contact with the Dia and Tong. Hanging up the phone, Wang Fang couldn't help but sigh, thinking that as long as the Dia and Tong was in the country, finding them shouldn't be too difficult. The problem was how to deal with that immortal who failed to reincarnate and was now looking for other methods in the underworld. Big sister, Hyen, with her half-immortal strength, could resist that laser weapon. An out-of-control celestial immortal would likely cause heaven and earth to shatter. At this moment, his senior sister beside him sent a message to Wang Fang. That female senior immortal left a remnant soul. If she doesn't reincarnate, will she disappear? Is there any way we can help her? Wang Fang didn't expect that he and his senior sister were thinking the same thing, but they were. Just void core realm cultivators. Wanting to help a celestial immortal reincarnate was likely beyond their power. Therefore, he replied to his senior sister, all living things are born and must die. This female immortal died from grievous injuries. She herself knew she wouldn't live long. With our current abilities, we can only light an incense stick for her. Seeing Wang Fang send the words light an incense stick, senior sister's eyes immediately lit up. Then, these two silly people really went to an altar to light incense and pray, sincerely asking for the female immortal to be able to reincarnate peacefully. Hyen saw this and could only shake her head in exasperation. These two are really too earnest. Not long after, the investigation team arrived to protect Tham Thien Lam. But because Tham Thien Lam was not involved in her clan's cultivation matters, although her clansmen didn't overly obstruct her, they didn't manage her much either. They didn't give her much of a say. Therefore, the only thing she could do now was to provide some information about the Dia and Tong to the government. Su Nuang also told Wang Fang that she was a smart person. She was borrowing their hand to sort out the internal affairs of the Dia and Tong. Within the Dia and Tong today, there was a faction that claimed to be the orthodox immortal path. This was indeed very dangerous. During their conversation, Su Nuang also noticed that Tham Thien Lam mentioned Wang Fang 21 times, more than she mentioned Su Nuang, and the number of times she mentioned the Dia and Tong and her father combined. Discovering this, Su Nuang couldn't help but tease. This kid is usually stuck to little Hyen like glue, but even a red apricot can climb over the wall. Wang Fang hurriedly explained, Su Nuang, in my heart, there is only little Hyen. But Su Nuang added, so, what's the need to care about the entire starry sky? Wang Fang was momentarily at a loss for words, half crying and half laughing. Once Su Nuang starts joking, she's no different from Master. After Su Nuang had a clear grasp of the situation, Wang Fang called Tham Thien Lam again, asking her what she planned to do next. Tham Thien Lam blushed and said, actually, I still want to ask you for a favor. You won't be angry, will you? Wang Fang didn't mind and readily agreed to let Tham Thien Lam speak her mind. But unexpectedly, Tham Thien Lam said something astonishing. She wanted Wang Fang to pretend to be her boyfriend to meet her father. That way, they could use the pretense of meeting an elder to persuade her father. Hearing this, Wang Fang, who was drinking Coke, sprayed it out. He hurriedly wiped his mouth and said, Sister, I don't really look the part. Your family might not believe it. How about I introduce you to a handsome guy like him? If you say it was love at first sight, no one would suspect a thing. After speaking, Wang Fang quickly pleaded for help in the Cultivator Battle Squad group chat, asking Lu Vanqi to send a selfie, one that was very handsome. Seeing this request, Hoi Qin and Thi Thien Truong immediately suspected that Wang Fang had changed his sexual orientation and suddenly become gay. But this couldn't be forced. Wang Fang saw their messages, and a vein popped on his forehead. You too, how do you type so fast? But luckily, Wang Fang wasn't counting on these two and directly private messaged Lu Vanqi. Lu Vanqi indeed did not disappoint, sending a photo as handsome as a model's. The matter of the fake boyfriend was considered settled. Now, it all depended on whether they could arrange a meeting with his senior's father. At this moment, several people were in a tea house, enjoying milk tea. While learning about the Dia and Tong, Hyen said she had never heard of this name either. Although she knew there were some cultivators with immortal bloodlines in the mortal world, she never expected them to have stayed here all along. Wang Fang couldn't help but sigh after hearing this. I never thought the Dia and Tong would be hidden in such a prosperous and peaceful city. The saying hidden in the city really makes sense. Not long after, Lu Vanqi and Tham Thien Lam arrived as scheduled. Standing next to each other, they gave off the impression of a talented man and a beautiful woman. Standing next to Tham Thien Lam, Lu Vanqi was indeed a bit shy, his face flushed red. He even stuttered a little when he spoke, but this appearance was truly impeccable, good enough to meet the parents. Afterward, Wang Fang and the others continued to sit and drink tea, pretending to be ordinary customers waiting for Tham Thien Lam's father to arrive. At this time, Senior's sister asked Wang Fang, if a conflict breaks out later, should we attack the head of the Tham family? Wang Fang said, if necessary, we still have to act, but don't let anyone get hurt. The Dia and Tong aren't evil cultivators, they're just responsible for protecting the underworld. We can't go too far. Not long after, a middle-aged man walked into the restaurant with a hearty laugh. Tham Thien Lam stood up and called out, Dad. It seemed he was Tham Thien Lam's father, the Sectmaster of the Dia and Tong, Sectmaster Tham. Hyen knew with just a glance that he was a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Wang Fang continued to eat, not paying much attention, telling them to talk first. A moment later, Su Nuang, pretending to be an elder of the Lu family, came to meet them. Meeting an elder for the first time, Lu Vanqi seemed quite nervous. After just 2 sentences, he accidentally spilled coffee on his pants. At this moment, Sectmaster Tham walked over and patted Lu Vanqi's shoulder, saying the restroom had a dryer and he wanted to take him to handle it. But with just that one pat, he had sealed all the spiritual energy in Lu Vanqi's body. Then, he laughed heartily and carried Lu Vanqi into the restroom. Wang Fang noticed something was wrong with Lu Vanqi and drew his sword to help, but Hyen signaled that it was fine, waving her hand and saying, Wang Fang, if you need me to act, just say so. Controlling a golden core cultivator was nothing to her. At this moment in the restroom, Lu Vanqi was being choked by Sectmaster Tham and pushed against the wall. It turned out he had long recognized Lu Vanqi as a Maotian Daoist and questioned him with a fierce expression. Who sent you to get close to her? At this moment, Wang Fang walked in and introduced himself. This junior is Wang Fang, Daoist name Fi Yinggu. My master is Daoist Master Batangon. Greetings, Sectmaster Tham. But Sectmaster Tham didn't care at all. So it's you. Thien Lam has mentioned you many times. I also had someone gather your files. It seems the 3 of you, master and disciples, are all government people. It looks like this special investigation team has targeted our sect. Wang Fang cupped his hands and explained, if your esteemed sect had not acted against the cultivators entering the lesser underworld, we would not have come to pay a visit, Senior. The Dia and Tong originally did not meddle in worldly affairs, but the Ghost Gate suddenly appeared. The government is most concerned with. Before he could finish, Sect Master Tham threw Lu Vanqi aside. He turned his head and snorted coldly. Enough talk. I'll capture you now and have your master come explain himself to me. Seeing that the other party wanted to fight, Wang Fang said, if we must resort to violence, how about this? If this junior is lucky enough to win a single exchange against senior, can you calmly talk with us? Sectmaster Tham waved his hand dismissively. Forget winning 1 move against me. If you can just block 10 of my moves, I'll admit defeat. Hearing this, Wang Fang's expression immediately became serious, because in the shadows, he had used a prearranged signal with Hyen. Hyen immediately restrained Sectmaster Tham, making him unable to move. Wang Fang then pointed his sword at the man's throat and feigned, Thank you for letting this junior win, Senior. My cultivation is too low. I can only restrain you for a minute. But Senior, do you think this sword can harm you right now? Sectmaster Tham closed his eyes and sighed. A hero emerges from the young. I've learned my lesson. I concede. If you want to talk, let's talk. Afterward, the 3 returned to the table and began to talk formally. Witnessing this scene, Wang Fang couldn't help but think. Although I borrowed big sister Hyen's power to subdue Uncle Tham, He didn't recognize Big Sister and Senior Sister. He didn't even realize the move just now wasn't my own power. It seems the Dia and Tong is too arrogant, and their intelligence-gathering abilities are quite average. Or perhaps they think that by not participating in conflicts, they can remain aloof and carefree. But for a power, this is clearly too overconfident. Su Nuong quickly arrived as well. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, then got straight to the point. Su Nuong first asked the two questions they were most concerned about. First, what dangers exist in the underworld? Second, can the Ghost Gate be returned to where it's supposed to be? Master Tham also quickly gave an answer. Most people in the Dia and Tong are descendants of immortals. They can only monitor the underworld in the netherworld. There are many seals in the underworld, so there are definitely dangers. As for other specific related issues, those are sex secrets and are inconvenient to disclose. But Su Nuong said, if the Ghost Gate hadn't appeared, this could have remained a secret of the Dia and Tong. But now that it has appeared at Pingdu Mountain, I'm afraid it will affect the stability of social order. Master Tham should choose either cooperate or we can resolve it. Or you can confront us. Tham Thien Lam, hearing these words from the side, also advised her father, if it weren't for the Ghost Gate, we wouldn't have had the chance to meet. Dad, if the thing inside the Ghost Gate gets out, we will also be held responsible for knowing but not reporting. Listen to your daughter's advice. Even Master Tham was a bit swayed. Finally, he revealed the secret information. It turned out the underworld was a parallel world to the human world. The Ghost Gate was the point, where the two worlds intersected. Once the two worlds collide, with Pingdu Mountain as the center, 1,000 miles around will turn into a dead land. Furthermore, the 18 levels of hell contain countless evil ghosts and resentful spirits. The cultivators who intended to occupy the underworld hundreds of years ago may very well not be completely dead. Back then, the world's spiritual energy was sealed, but to keep the reincarnation stone operating, the immortals left some spiritual energy in the underworld. Therefore, those pitiful souls unwilling to return to being ordinary people targeted this and attacked the underworld. The Dia and Tong was responsible for protecting the underworld. As a result, more than half of them were killed. Ironically, they were blocked outside the restrictions of the various halls and couldn't get in the place with the reincarnation stone. In the end, these cultivators vanished without a trace, most likely having fallen into the 18 levels of hell where spiritual energy still remained. This was also the reason the Dia and Tong was unwilling to interact with the cultivation world. Hearing this, Su Nuong also knew that the underworld indeed had a method to help immortals reincarnate. Hyen asked about the situation of that female immortal, but when mentioning that female immortal, Master Tham's face clearly showed helplessness. That senior immortal seems to have massacred the entire city of Fengdu. It turned out that on the day the ferry rushed into the underworld, the Dia and Tong had sensed it. After she entered the reincarnation hall of the underworld, the immortal light in the hall flickered continuously for several days. But a few days later, the fairy suddenly let out a long roar, then broke the restrictions of the 10 halls of Yama, descended into the 18 levels of hell, and rampaged through the city of Fengdu, throwing the entire underworld into chaos. The Dia Antong originally intended to follow the same path to the underworld to meet the fairy, but she suddenly erupted. The entire underworld was enveloped in immortal light, causing continuous earthquakes in the area around Pingdu, which is why the Ghost Gate appeared. After saying all this, Master Tham and Su Nuong officially reached a cooperation agreement. He also said that he could invite experts from the government and Daoist sects into the clan hall, but matters within the clan were not for him alone to decide, and he couldn't guarantee that he could persuade the others. After hearing this, Su Nuong immediately replied, if you need them to do anything to persuade the elders, just say so. At this time, Lu Vanqi, sitting next to him, asked Wang Thang what he thought. What else could Wang Thang think? Of course, he would just watch. After all, you do what your abilities allow. They just needed to follow the organization's commands. Afterward, Su Nuong told Wang Thang and Muk Owen Hyen to go inform their master and quickly resolve the matter of the Ghost Gate. Before leaving, both sides bid a very polite farewell. Master Tham repeatedly praised, today, I had the privilege of witnessing the profound skills of Daoist Master Phi Nu. Truly, the top-ranked technique on the Earth rankings is well-deserved. If my own children had even a fraction of your ability, I could have retired long ago. Tham Thien Lam, hearing this from the side, was also very surprised. Top of the Earth rankings? I never thought little Thang was already so powerful. Lu Vanqi added, this fairy Batten Gu is currently ranked 21st on the Heaven rankings, and her cultivation is also at the Golden Core Realm. But when she was still at the Void Core Realm, she could already fight against Golden Core cultivators. These words made Senior Sister a bit embarrassed, and she quickly blushed and said, not at all. The father and daughter, Tham Thien Lam, were extremely shocked. Master Tham couldn't stop marveling. Truly, a hero emerges from the young. Then, he patted Wang Thang's shoulder. He gave a thumbs up. Young man, you are truly impressive. Spanning an entire major realm, you paralyzed me with just one finger. If it weren't for that finger, I probably wouldn't have agreed to cooperate with the investigation team. Wang Fang gave an awkward smile. Then he turned to look behind him at Hyen and said, Actually, this was due to the white-haired fairy who accompanied this junior. She has both beauty and strength, talent, and temperament. That fairy with the beautiful white hair is a fox demon, over 1,000 years old. 600 years ago, she was raised by the sect master of Thuk's son. She once cultivated together with the handsome Daoist master Than Lam and the wise and enlightened master Tam Tong Thien. The finger just now was just a simple immobilization spell cast by that senior. This junior meant to show off my meager skills before an expert. I hope you can forgive me, senior. Hearing this, veins popped on Sect Master Tham's face, but he still said through gritted teeth, This kid has a future, but I have something to discuss with you privately. Wang Fang was stunned, but still followed Sect Master Tham outside. Only after going outside did Wang Fang learn that Sect Master Tham wanted him to persuade Tham Thien Lam. According to Sect Master Tham, because of past events, Tham Thien Lam had a strong aversion to cultivation and was willing to be an ordinary person, but an ordinary person's lifespan is only 60 years. Sect Master Tham didn't want to see a white-haired person send off a black-haired one, so he hoped Wang Fang could help him persuade his daughter. But Wang Fang believed that since Tham Thien Lam had made this choice, we should respect her. After all, Tham Thien Lam was an adult and had the right to choose her own way of life. Moreover, Tham Thien Lam had had excellent conditions since she was young, yet she still didn't want to follow the path of cultivation. There must have been a reason. If the knot in her heart was not untied, even if she cultivated, it would likely be fraught with difficulties. In the Tao, one first cultivates virtue, then the heart, and finally the arts. Senior should understand this principle better than this junior. If there's nothing else, this junior will take his leave. After speaking, Wang Fang turned and left. Sect Master Tham stood frozen in place, watching Wang Fang's retreating back in a daze. Then he couldn't help but laugh. This kid dares to lecture me. I was planning to give him a few magic tools. Why did he leave in such a hurry? At this moment, Wang Fang hadn't gone far. Hearing this sentence, his gut churned with regret. I overdid it. Why didn't that old man say so earlier? Is it too late to go back now? Not long after bidding farewell to Su Nuong, Wang Fang took his senior sister to see their master. At this moment, they were on a bus heading to the Dia Antong, accompanied by righteous sects along the way. Fan and Gon Tu said that borrowing magic tools from various sects was already difficult and unreasonable. Therefore, they had to be a bit forceful. If anything happened, he, the master, would take responsibility. Seeing his master say this, Wang Fang could only helplessly agree. Fortunately, at this time, Tham Thien Lam received a message from Sect Master Tham. It said that he had temporarily convinced the elders in the clan. The specifics would be discussed when everyone arrived. Hearing this, Wang Fang felt much more at ease. After all, as the clan leader, Sect Master, Tham temporarily suppressing those elders shouldn't be a problem. The rest would depend on his master and the other righteous Daoists. But he never expected that such an established sect with a 1,000-year inheritance would be hidden in an ordinary town like this. The Dia Intong truly had its own unique style. Not long after, the bus stopped in front of a courtyard house. Sect Master Tham was already leading people, waiting at the door to warmly welcome Wang Fang and everyone else. Wang Fang got off the bus and looked, discovering that the people who came to the door included 6 golden core cultivators and over a dozen peak void core cultivators. Indeed, as his senior said, the Dia Antong was not like other arrogant sects. Their average cultivation level truly had an advantage. But if this strength were placed 2 years ago, it might have made the government cautious. Now, it was completely incomparable to the Daoist sects. Not long after, everyone entered the main discussion hall. Sect Master Tham spoke first. Let's get straight to the point and talk about the Ghost Gate. We have a few elders with differing opinions. Let's hear their views first. Second elder, you speak first. After speaking, Sect Master Tham looked towards the old man beside him. That old man seemed to have prepared himself, raising 3 fingers. He said that cooperating with the government had 3 drawbacks. Then he began to recount the origins of the Dia Antong and their past grievances. Wang Fang sat opposite, listening to the second elder ramble on, feeling a bit annoyed. Just as he was about to pick up his teacup to drink, Hyen's voice suddenly rang out. Don't drink it, it's poisoned. This is the colorless and odorless soul-extinguishing powder. It can kill the primordial spirit. It has harmed many cultivators in the past. Hearing this, Wang Fang hurriedly asked Hyen, can this poison be cured? Hyen calmly replied, it's not difficult. Besides, they didn't drink much. A little reminder will do. Upon hearing this, Wang Fang immediately looked around. He found that all the tea was poisoned, but the person opposite them had drunk the most. It probably wasn't them who did the poisoning. Regarding Wang Fang's comprehension, Hyen just felt, Good thing I came today, otherwise it would be bad if something happened to my little Hyen. At this moment, Wang Feng tentatively asked Hyen if she could help. Hyen said, "Don't worry. Seeing how well-behaved you usually are, I've already sealed this place. Anyone who leaves the village will be tracked." Hearing this, Wang Feng immediately let out a tragic cry and fell to the ground, pointing at the teacup that had fallen on the floor. "There's poison in the tea." Sackmaster Tham was shocked. How could this be? Than Nungan too angrily slammed the table and stood up, his powerful aura cracking the ground around him. Then he stood up from his seat and pointed at Sackmaster Tham, saying, "If anything happens to my disciple today, I and the Dia and Tong will be irreconcilable enemies." Following Thane and Gantu's anger, the scene immediately descended into chaos. The anger of the other senior Daoist masters also completely erupted. They all rolled up their sleeves, ready to fight, and at the same time ordered a lockdown of the scene. They had also discovered the ancient strange poison, soul-extinguishing powder, in the tea, suspecting the Dia and Tong wanted them to die here. Sectmaster Tham hurriedly explained, "Daoist masters, this must be a misunderstanding." Then he looked at the teacup in his hand and glared furiously at the second elder beside him. Being glared at like that, the second elder immediately panicked. "Sectmaster, how can you suspect us of poisoning? How could we do such a despicable thing?" After hearing this, although Sectmaster Tham wasn't completely convinced, he still decided to have everyone check their own tea, see if it was poisoned or not, and quickly drink water to detoxify. Senior Sister looked at them with an extremely angry expression. Vuong Thang lay in Senior Sister's arms, pretending to be weak, and said, "Thank you, Senior Sister, for helping me detoxify. I'm fine now." But as soon as he turned his face away, he felt it was a rare opportunity to lie in his Senior Sister's arms, but continuing the act would expose him. At this moment, Senior Sister breathed a sigh of relief and gave Wang Fang a fierce look, as if to say, "You scared me to death. Your acting is too over the top. How dare you trick me, you brat? Are you really okay?" Afterwards, Thanmon too also came to check on Wang Fang's condition, at the same time asking in a low voice how he found out. Wang Fang honestly replied that Senior Hyen told him. Fan Nung Kan too immediately thanked Hyen for saving their lives, then turned around and said in a tone that allowed no refusal, "Sectmaster Tham, have everyone here remain seated. Have your seniors, and the Zidane seniors guard the skies. If anyone is found fleeing, capture them immediately, regardless of whether they are dead or alive." At this moment, the second elder walked towards Daoist Master Batangan. "Could you give our Dia and Tong some time? If we can't catch the poisoner, we will commit suicide as an apology to you all." Thanangon too nodded, giving them 20 minutes. He then immediately took out his phone to call Meng Niet. Meng Niet said the fastest reinforcements would arrive in 2 minutes. They could bomb this entire suburban area within 30 seconds. Clearly, Master's wife was backing him up. Then, Wang Thang spoke up, saying the reinforcements weren't needed, nor was the bombing. For now, everything was fine. A third party had secretly poisoned them. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, so there were no casualties. He requested drones to search the surrounding area and to notify them immediately if anything was found. Just then, Shi Lian, who was playing on her phone, suddenly said, 30 leagues to the southwest, at the Fongvan Internet Cafe, there are 5 Golden Core cultivators. They seem to be my people. They were the members of the Yin-Yang sect from Thuk's son." Thanangantu turned and asked suspiciously, "Could it be that you have colluded with the Yin-Yang sect?" The elder of the Earth Hidden sect immediately denied it. "Impossible. We all know the Yin-Yang sect is up to no good. Why would we associate with them?" At that moment, the sect master stood up to take charge, preparing to lead a group to investigate. Before leaving, he instructed the remaining elders to stay behind and find out who was responsible for the poisoning. Knowing those evil cultivators were difficult to deal with, Than Non too decided to go along. Afterwards, the second elder demanded everyone hand over their phones to check for outside contact, believing the mole was among them. This made Wang Fang sigh at how tenacious the Yin-Yang sect was. If it weren't for the great Shi Lian, he feared both their group and the Earth Hidden sect would have been buried here. However, after checking the phones, they still couldn't find the mole. Instead, they discovered an affair. The atmosphere shifted from tense to chaotic. Seeing this, Shi Lian thought to herself, "Is the status of men so low in this era? It's all one husband, one wife now. It seems this era isn't so bad. I was initially planning to be Daoist Than Lam's concubine, but now that I think about it, I was really selling myself short." She then turned to Owen Hyen and asked, "What are your thoughts on this scene?" The senior sister blushed and turned to Wang Thang, saying just 2 words, "Don't be afraid." Wang Thang was stunned. What did that mean? Was she telling him to be bold and have an affair in the future, or that she wouldn't beat him to death? Mulling this over, Wang Thang quickly changed the subject, telling Shi Lian to stop talking about such things and to check on his master's situation. Shi Lian then began to perceive Than Non Tu's situation. As she closed her eyes to focus, Wang Thang grew anxious. Although his master was already there, if the enemy fought desperately, it would surely cause a lot of trouble. If the Earth Hidden Sect and the Yin Yang Sect had been secretly cooperating all along, then his master would be in danger. At that moment, Shi Lian's eyes flew open. She uttered a sentence that left everyone speechless. What an exciting chicken fight. She then began a remote, live commentary, describing the scene so vividly that the crowd of onlookers was completely captivated. Seeing this, Wang Thang felt a bit helpless and said, "Senior sister, in the future, don't let Big Sis play those bloody fighting games. They're not good for her mental state." But just then, the crowd's laughter abruptly stopped. It turned out the enemy had fled beyond the range of Shi Lian's spiritual sense. Two of them had escaped using the Earth Vein teleportation art, but Thang Nun too still managed to capture one person. The people from the Earth Hidden Sect hurried forward to express their gratitude. "If it weren't for you, Senior, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thank you for your help." Shi Lian nonchalantly replied, "No need to be so polite, don't worry about it." Turning her head, she whispered to Wang Thang, "All these hidden sects act all high and mighty, but now all they can do is say thank you?" Wang Thang gave a wry smile. "Maybe they just haven't figured out how to properly thank you, Big Sis." With everyone's help, the Yin Yang Sect elder and the poisoner were quickly apprehended, just as they'd thought. If not for the great Shi Lian, the enemy's plan would have succeeded. Their interrogation officially began as the special investigation team arrived. Fortunately, the Yin Yang Sect's actions had directly pushed the Earth Hidden Sect onto their side. With everything settled, Wang Thang took the three girls for a walk. As they strolled, Wang Thang couldn't help but ask, "Senior sister, you still don't want to cultivate?" Tham Thian Lam turned or we will have they are turned her head and smiled. "I find my current life very fulfilling. Besides, from now on, I don't have to worry about family matters anymore. From now on, I can just be a carefree rich young lady, marry a reliable husband, and have a few cute children. A future like that is wonderful." But Shi Lian interjected, "You may want peace, but your expression says otherwise. Your life from now on will be like this. You will have to face many dangerous situations. It's better to be more careful." Hearing this, Wang Thang quickly stepped forward to explain, "Don't mind her, senior sister. Big Sis is just reminding you." Watching Shi Lian's retreating back, Tham Thian Lam seemed to want to ask something. But in the end, she didn't say a word. The scene changes to a wall scroll that can display the situation in the underworld. According to Sectmaster Tham, these two flags, combined with a secret art, can command ghost soldiers. At this moment, the scrolls showed the city of Yanlo deep within the abyss. In the center was the gate to the 18 levels of hell. After looking at it, Shi Lian said, "Are you people not seeing it, or just pretending not to? A small black dot has appeared up there, as if something is climbing up from hell." Everyone gasped upon hearing this. "It's over. An evil spirit really did escape. We must head there at once, to the Ghost Gate on Pingdu Mountain." A report came in that the Ghost Gate had erupted again, with a minor earthquake near the Hell region. A large number of evil spirits pouring out from the 18 levels of Hell were gathering and advancing towards the Ghost Gate. All non-combat personnel were to retreat immediately. Master Than and Gon Tu said to Sectmaster Tham, "Old Tham, the evil spirit's target is likely the Ghost Gate." Upon hearing this, Sectmaster Tham was about to explain the geomancy of the location, but was stopped by Than in Gon Tu. He told him not to rush, as based on the energy readings, these evil spirits were only equivalent to Foundation Establishment cultivators. "If you can open fire now, hold back the ghost soldiers." Despite this, Senior Sister, who had already reached the Golden Core realm, was still trembling with fear. Wang Thang hurried over to comfort her. "Don't be afraid, they're all just mobs." Master Thang Ngon Tu said, "Don't underestimate the current strength of the Dahi nation. Let's just observe the situation for now." Sectmaster Tham replied, "You're right, let's wait and see." Then, Than Non Tu turned to comfort Xiao Huyen. "Xiao Huyen, don't be nervous. With so many cultivators here, you might not even need to make a move. Xiao Huyen, if you can't handle it, don't go to Pingdu Mountain for now. Don't worry, your master can handle it, though your help is still needed." Terrified, Senior Sister still shook her head. Wang Fang held his Senior Sister's hand to comfort her. "Senior Sister, you can stay here." Senior Sister also grasped Wang Fang's hand and nodded firmly. At that moment, Senior Sister seemed to sense something. She suddenly stood up and looked towards the underworld. "What's wrong?" Senior Sister took out her phone and quickly made some adjustments. She told Wang Fang, "She is looking for me. She needs help." Wang Fang immediately understood she was talking about that female immortal. Master Fan Non Tu then asked Xiao Hyen, "Did the female immortal say anything specific? Did she just tell you to go and help?" Hearing this, Wang Fang stood up and explained on his Senior Sister's behalf. Senior Sister said that Senior seems to be in big trouble and needs help right now. At the Ghost Gate, countless evil spirits had already escaped. The special investigation team immediately began laying down suppressing fire. but the evil spirits kept pouring out, growing stronger and stronger until bullets no longer had any effect on them. The investigation team then began a continuous conventional bombardment. In an instant, the Ghost Gate was devastated. After the conventional bombing, a large number of vengeful spirits were annihilated, but many powerful ones remained indestructible. To completely eliminate these evil spirits, they could only resort to nuclear weapons. At the same time, Master's wife also received the latest news. The female immortal hiding in the underworld had managed to contact the wordless immortal. Furthermore, the situation seemed quite urgent. Therefore, they now had to quickly deal with the vengeful spirits outside. They would send cultivators into the underworld, then conduct a small-scale nuclear test inside the Ghost Gate to clear a path for their escape. A loud explosion roared as a massive mushroom cloud rose from the Ghost Gate. In an instant, it annihilated 90% of the evil spirits gathered there. This was the true power of the Dahi nation. Seeing this, Hyen curiously asked Wang Thang, "Little Fi Nu, why didn't you use this to deal with me back then?" Wang Thang explained, "This type of weapon affects the surrounding environment and time after detonation. When you first came out of the pass, there were several even more powerful nuclear warheads waiting nearby." Hearing this, Hyen felt a chill. Wang Thang then asked, "Do yin energy and demonic qi affect you, big sis?" Hyen lowered her head and replied, "It does have an effect, but as long as I don't use too much power, I can remain relatively stable." But this was exactly what Wang Thang was worried about. Although everyone was here, Hyen was the one with the power to help the female immortal. However, since she still had an inner demon in her body, they would have to see how things unfolded. If she could avoid fighting, it would be best. Hyen didn't seem too concerned with his warnings, acting as if she already understood. "I know," she said, complaining that he was even more long-winded than Daoist Than Lam. She told Wang Thang to keep a level head and to calmly fight back if the investigation team came looking for him. Assess the situation and then react. Then, Wang Thang turned to look at his senior sister, intending to ask her opinion, but before he could speak, she made the decision with 3 simple words: "You decide." Wang Thang smiled upon hearing this, saying that with his low cultivation, he could only be a representative, which wasn't very important. After all, whatever the outcome, he was doing it for his senior sister. Looking at his senior sister cultivating with her eyes closed, Wang Thang suddenly blushed. He secretly decided in his heart that after settling the matter of the Ghost Gate, he had to find a chance, even if it meant drinking more wine, to confess to his senior sister. He couldn't keep procrastinating. Even if his senior sister rejected him, he had to take this step. Dragging things on like this was not the act of a true man. Then he began to worry again. What if his senior sister really rejected him? Impossible. There was probably no reason for her to refuse. Then again, he felt he had set his sights too high. Half an hour later, Wang Thang and the others arrived at the investigation team's headquarters. After a brief discussion, the list of those going down to the underworld was finalized. "We are all aware of the situation. I will now announce the personnel list." Senior sister was naturally on the list. After all, the pure yang art was a perfect counter to yin energy. His master was also chosen, the second elder of the Earth Hidden sect, whose strength was comparable, and who could control ghost soldiers, naturally had to go as well. In addition, there was a combat team and various golden core masters from different sects. But what surprised Wang Thang was that his name, a minor false core cultivator, was not on the list. Wang Thang looked up and asked Meng Miet in confusion, "Senior Hyen isn't going either?" Meng Miet replied, "After careful consideration, we believe it's best for Senior Hyen to avoid contact with yin and demonic qi." Hearing this, Wang Thang still hadn't given up. He turned to ask his senior sister, Owen Hyen. She told him not to worry. Batengu also spoke up, "Little Thang, don't worry about Xiao Hyen. Do you think your master's cultivation is fake?" Seeing his master approach, Wang Thang said excitedly, "Master, your disciple can also help." Batengu patted Wang Thang's shoulder and said, "Master, knows you want to help, but the path from the Ghost Gate to the underworld is very long. That journey alone will consume a great deal of your true yuan. Furthermore, the yin energy around the underworld is even denser. Just resisting the yin energy will take a huge toll on your mind." Hearing his master's words, Wang Thang was furious with himself for being too weak. He thought, if I had reached the Golden Core realm by now, and possessed an immortal-grade flying sword, the government would surely have invited me to join. If even my master can't protect my senior sister, then I'd only be a burden if I went along. But their goal this time is to save that female immortal. What if she has already lost her mind? Wang Thang cried out anxiously, "But master, based on speculation, that female immortal might be in the 18 levels of hell. Could this be a trap? A cry for help? By the time she couldn't hold on any longer, she might have already." Seeing Wang Thang so agitated he was speaking incoherently, Batengu shouted, "Little Thang." Hearing his master's call, Wang Thang calmed down, realizing he had lost his composure. Batengu said, "Your heart is in chaos. Have you considered what a great disaster the little underworld will cause if we can't stop it? Right now, you need to stay here and wait. The world doesn't stop turning because someone is missing. If we can't do it, then even with one more person, we still wouldn't be able to. How many times has your master told you this? Although he listened to his master, Wang Fang was still uneasy. He lowered his head and said, "But master." Battengu turned his back and said, "It's fine. I've already performed a divination. There won't be any danger. Besides, we still have long-range firepower. If things go south, we can just level hell with a nuke. All right, I'm going to gather the others. You stay here and don't wander off. Understand?" With that, he waved goodbye to Wang Fang. Just then, a hand grasped Wang Fang's. He turned his head. It was his senior sister, Owen Hyen. Wang Fang quickly bowed to his master, Battengu. He said that he would wait here for his master's triumphant return. A moment later, Wang Fang handed his sword to Owen Hyen. "Senior sister, I've tempered the Ice Soul sword for you. Take it." Owen Hyen replied, "Okay." Wang Fang continued, "Senior sister, I have talismans from Thi Thentrung and Lu Vanqi. Use them if you encounter danger." Owen Hyen nodded. "I know." Wang Fang added, "Senior sister, you must not be reckless. Follow master. Listen to master. Absolutely do not take risks on your own. This flying sword is an immortal grade item." Seeing Wang Fang anxiously reminding her of everything, Owen Hyen suddenly hugged him, blushing as she said, "I'll come back safely." Caught off guard by Owen Hyen's hug, Wang Fang also blushed and hugged her back. He recalled their memories together, all the sweet moments. Happy together, he didn't want to let go. But when he opened his eyes, Owen Hyen was no longer by his side. Wang Fang rushed outside and saw Owen Hyen happily waving goodbye to him. Wang Fang just stood dazedly at the door, watching her go. Seeing him in a daze, Shi Lian spoke up. "Stop staring. The car is gone." Wang Fang remained silent. A moment later, as if he had made a decision, he turned to Shi Lian and said, "Big sis, is there any way for me to quickly break through to the Golden Core realm?" Shi Lian replied, "There are many ways, but you need to at least reach the late false core stage before we can even discuss it. Even if you force a breakthrough now, your cultivation will hardly progress for the next dozen years." Wang Fang remained resolute. "It's still better than just sitting here and waiting. I have a constant feeling of unease. I'm about to break through to the late false core stage now. All right, I'll have to trouble you next, big sis." Seeing Wang Fang so determined, Shi Lian scratched her head and said, "You're insane." She secretly wondered, is he trying so desperately to earn a spot on the team? That way, if Xiao Huyen is in danger, I can step in and save her. She looked at Wang Fang and asked, "Tell me, is there a way to quickly reach the golden core with a high success rate and few side effects?" At this moment, Wang Fang was on the phone with his master's wife, Tri Lang. He said, "Master's wife, can I get some spirit concealing stones? Please, just consider it an advance on my salary. The more, the better." A few hours later, Hyen arrived with a bag of spirit stones. He said to Wang Fang, "Fiengu, I was just coming to find you. The investigation team asked me to bring you these spirit stones." Seeing Hyen, Wang Fang was surprised. "Hyen, when did you get here?" As he spoke, Hyen handed the bag of spirit stones to Wang Fang. "I arrived last night and have been meditating with my master. Be honest, you're worried about the wordless immortal, aren't you?" Wang Fang replied, "A little." He continued, "Step aside. I'm setting up an array." After saying that, Wang Fang used the bag of spirit stones Hyen had brought to set up a cultivation formation. Once finished, he asked Hyen, "Does Buddhism have a way to return the ghost gate to its original position?" Hyen shook his head. "I've never heard of such a thing. This was done by that celestial immortal. In her presence, we're like mortals. How could we have a solution?" Hyen continued with a bitter smile. "Actually, this feeling is quite ironic. It's like you've grinded your way to level 30. Then suddenly a level 90 boss falls from the sky, along with a horde of level 56 monsters ready to slaughter the newbie village." Hearing Hyen's words, Shi Lian. Wang Fang said to Hyen, "You're not so bad yourself, managing to break through just by playing games." "Well, not exactly." Hearing this, Shi Lian was puzzled. "You can cultivate like that, playing online games to become an immortal?" Hyen said enthusiastically, "Amitabha, everyone thinks this little monk is playing a mind-corrupting game, but actually, the essence of Indian games. Online lies in the interaction between people, especially encountering all sorts of keyboard warriors. Let them curse, I'll just keep ganking them. They gank me, I'll just farm the jungle and develop. Every time I have an epiphany, my realm naturally breaks through." Hearing Hyen's words, both Wang Fang and Shi Lian fell silent. They both thought, "That works too?" Shi Lian angrily shouted, "You stinky monk! How dare you blaspheme the Dharma?" Hyen replied, "Amitabha, this is a matter of perspective." Wang Fang cut them off. I've had a bit of an epiphany about cultivation. I'm going to cultivate first. You two can talk it out. Then, Wang Fang sat down in the formation again, calming his mind to cultivate. He thought that his mental state might help with his cultivation breakthrough. The pure yang art isn't a technique that focuses solely on cultivating yang energy, but rather on the basis of maintaining yin-yang symbiosis. It only cultivates one's own yang energy, without harming the yin energy, keeping the two energies in the body balanced. Not too yang, not too rigid, not too fierce, not unipolar. It can be as mighty and domineering as lightning, yet it can also be sustained indefinitely. Only when it is like the growth of all living things is it worthy of the two words immortal art. It is also the cultivation method our founder was most proud of. Seeing Wang Fang cultivating with such intensity, Hyen Qin, standing nearby, said worriedly, Fi Yinggu is pushing himself so hard. Is he trying to break through to the golden core realm? Shi Lian, beside him, smiled and said, You guessed right. After cultivating from dusk until the next morning, Wang Fang had reached the late-stage false core. At this moment, Shi Lian and Hyen Qin walked over. Shi Lian said to Wang Fang, You advanced 2 levels in 1 night. Wang Fang said, Just a little bit more to go. Shi Lian continued, That's enough. If you go too fast, aren't you afraid of a backlash? Wang Fang didn't say anything. Instead of answering, he asked them, Has any news come back yet? Shi Lian replied, Yes, everything is still normal. Little Hyen. However, after entering the Ghost Gate, they received a message from the Immortal Lady, telling them to be careful on their way. She would do her best to suppress it and wait for them to arrive. Hearing this, Wang Fang said in alarm, Suppress? Suppress what? Shi Lian shook her head and said, Who knows? Maybe some kind of demon. Hyen Qin, beside her, refuted her claim, saying, It's probably not a demon. Earlier, I discussed this with some people from the investigation team. It's very likely that the Immortal Lady is suppressing herself, slowing down the decay of her body. Hearing this, Shi Lian pondered. She continued, If she uses too much immortal power, it could indeed cause a body that has been dead for many years to collapse. Could it be that she needs a new body, or perhaps she wants to borrow little Hyen's body? We can't be sure. Hearing Shi Lian say the Immortal might want to borrow senior sister Owen Hyen's body, Wang Fang gritted his teeth in anger. He drew his sword, turned to the two of them, and said, I'm going to practice my swordsmanship for a while. As Wang Fang practiced, he thought, when senior sister condensed her core, her foundation was also the pure yang art, but she walked the path of yin-yang balance. I am a sword cultivator, so perhaps my sword intent should also be integrated into my golden core. The sword and true yuan, the Ziwei heavenly sword, and the pure yang art are all part of my Dao. Fusing my sword intent with the pure yang art is the key. That is my own Dao. Seeing Wang Fang practicing relentlessly, Hyen Qin and Shi Lian watched from a distance. Shi Lian said with resignation, With little Hyen not here, I guess I'm the only one left to watch over him. Hyen Qin also asked Shi Lian in confusion, Didn't he just break through? Why wait? Why did he suddenly start trying to break through again? Shi Lian said, It's not that easy. Right now, he's just preparing to condense his core. If he tries to form the golden core now with his unstable mind, he would have already collapsed from the strain. Wang Fang continued to practice, thinking, the pure yang sword formation, 1 side in, 2 sides out. The path of the sword, although different from pure yang, seems inseparable. So how should these two be fused? Just then, Wang Fang turned and saw the scene. As the sun set, a flash of inspiration struck him. He thought, That's right. The sun, Ziwei, the stars all contain the Tao. They repel each other, yet they are all part of the Tao of the Ziwei star. The heavenly sword is the sword of the Emperor. The light of the Ziwei star is myself, and it also emanates from the one who wields the sword. The false core is shattered, the golden core is formed. My sword intent has broken through illusion. From now on, I will cast off all mortal dust. Once the sword core is formed, 10,000 swords will form on their own. Seeing Wang Fang break through so quickly, Hyen Qin exclaimed in amazement from below. Buddha above, what kind of comprehension is this? Shi Lian, beside him, said cheerfully, This kid is following Daoist Thon Lam's path again. That evening in the camp, Shi Lian exclaimed in surprise, Little Fi Nu, are you really not going into seclusion? Wang Fang replied, There's no need. Although Master's wife agreed to let me enter the Ghost Gate, we've already been delayed for quite some time. Let's pack up quickly. Let's see if we can catch up to Master and Senior Sister. He then turned to Hyen Qin and said, Hyen Qin, do you really want to enter the Ghost Gate with us? Hyen Qin pointed to himself. He said confidently, This little monk is not only in charge of driving, but at crucial moments, I can also provide Buddhist purification spells for evil spirits. It seems, yin energy has a strong restraining effect on me. This little monk will definitely not be a burden to everyone. Suddenly, Lien spoke up from behind. Little Thang, don't worry. The cultivation methods of Buddhism and Taoism are different. He won't be affected by the yin energy. In the underworld, any yin energy Hyen breathes in will be absorbed and purified by his Buddha light. Hyen and Vuong Thang turned around to see Lien wearing new, specialized anti-miasma gear. The two were so surprised they spat out the tea in their mouths. The three of them then got into the car. Hyen sat in the driver's seat and used voice transmission to speak to Vuong Thang. This little monk can also see. To experience being Tigerba Bodhisattva, fasten your seatbelts. The car might go very fast. Everyone buckled up, ready to go. Hyen then said, all right, let's go. Then, a notification came through Vuong Thang's radio from the government. To all three of you, transfer station number 1 has established a connection with your vehicle and will continuously provide location information within the underworld. Please keep the communication equipment in the vehicle running normally. Over and out. Hyen used voice transmission to tell Vuong Thang, hold on tight, we're about to charge in. Vuong Thang replied firmly, got it. Hyen said, may Buddha protect us, then drove the car into the underworld. Vuong Thang observed the situation outside and said, the underworld looks strange. At the same time, the car suddenly received a call from Battengu in the underworld. Daoist Master, Mong Giyet said to Vuong Thang, Daoist Master Vuong, there's nothing unusual ahead for now. Daoist Master Battengu has requested a call. Vuong Thang said, connect me. Mong Giyet replied, please wait a moment. Then, Daoist Master Battengu's voice came from the other end. He angrily yelled, you've already reached the Golden Core realm. What on earth did you do? Did you get Senior Lien to help you? Haste makes waste. I've told you so many times. Absolutely do not kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. What's wrong with you? Hearing his master's rapid-fire scolding, Vuong Thang said embarrassedly, Master, let me explain. As Vuong Thang was about to explain, he stammered, Master, actually, it's like this. But before Vuong Thang could explain, another voice came through from the other end. Battengu, move aside. Let me talk, he shouted. Kid, what's the rush? The most important thing in Taoism is nurturing. You're so impatient now. What will you do in the future? Then, the second elder's voice came through. Yesterday, you were only at the mid-stage of the false core realm, right? This is like squandering your entire cultivation life. Do you know that? Another elder couldn't help but add, that's right. With so many golden core cultivators, when would it be your turn to help? Let this humble Taoist say a few simple words. The other end was a continuous stream of guidance from the Taoist masters. They were all angry at his recklessness. Vuong Thang was also flustered, trying to get a word in. Seniors, please listen to me for a moment. Then the other end said, Xiao Hyen is here too. Talk to her. Owen Hyen only said over the radio, Junior brother. Vuong Thang simply replied, I know, senior sister. Seeing their brief exchange, the seniors all looked grim and said, is that it? Daoist Master Battengu continued, Little Thang, Master knows you're in a hurry, and we're also very happy for you, but a mistake has been made. Master and Xiao Hyen will face it with you, so don't deceive yourself. Hearing this, Vuong Thang hurriedly said, Master, don't worry. I really didn't overdraw my potential. It was just amazing. I just broke through casually. Lien, beside him, also spoke up to help Vuong Thang explain. Everyone, rest assured. He's following the path of the extreme sword. Ever heard of it? Hearing this, the other end replied, Senior, what is the path of the extreme sword? Lien said, basically, it's the limit of the sword path. Using oneself as a sword, becoming a sword person or something. Hearing Lien's explanation, Vuong Thang gritted his teeth, thinking, why does that sound so familiar? Calm down, you can't beat Big Sis. Calm down, don't seek death. Calm down, you can't beat Big Sis. Calm down, don't seek death. Hearing this, Daoist Master Battengu on the other end said cheerfully, this must be your destiny. Little Thang, briefly tell us about the situation when you broke through. A while later, after Vuong Thang had explained the situation to everyone, Daoist Master Battengu laughed heartily. He said, my apologies, although my sect only has 3 members when it comes to strength. The number of Golden Core Masters is no less than that of the major sects. Seeing him laughing so heartily, Daoist Truong next to him said, I've looked into it. Your sect only has 3 people. Only you, the Master, are following the old path, which is a bit foolish. Daoist Master Battengu continued to laugh and said, it doesn't matter, as long as my disciples are formidable. Listening to their conversation, Vuong Thang on the other end of the radio didn't know what to say. Then, Owen Hyen took the radio and said to Vuong Thang, Junior brother, be careful. It's dangerous. Vuong Thang replied firmly, Senior sister, rest assured. If I encounter this situation again, I will definitely be cautious. Then, Daoist Master Battengu said, all right, your master was worrying for nothing. Just don't forget your original intention for cultivating my two disciples. The paths you both walk are so special. I really don't know how to teach you in the future. Hearing his master say this, Wang Thang hurriedly said, Master. Hyen also said to Wang Thang, your master has come around. Daoist Master Battengu's voice came through the radio again. Daoist Master, Team 2 has broken through. Go and provide support. In the car, Wang Thang recalled his master's words. He thought, compared to that, my original intention for cultivating is more important. My current ideal is to walk with my sword, live a long and carefree life, and continue on the path of cultivation with my master and senior sister. Just then, a giant pillar collapsed outside. It forced Wang Thang's car to stop in the middle of the road. Hyen said, the immortal light is erupting again. This is the third time. Wang Thang also got out of the car. He said, we can't delay on the road any longer. We have to go immediately. Then, he said to Shi Lian, big sis of Hanoi, I'll carry you and fly over. Try to use as little spiritual power as possible. Shi Lian said, all right, after all, I'm an old lady who's almost 2,000 years old. The eruption of immortal light grew larger and larger. Wang Thang thought worriedly, what is that great immortal doing? Is this some kind of game? The process of a celestial immortal's dissipation. Wang Thang thought, if that great immortal is related to senior sister's past life, she probably won't take over her body. It seems she couldn't hold on any longer and called senior sister over to give her some benefits. Wang Thang and Shi Lian were riding a sword. They flew over the pillar of immortal light. Shi Lian suddenly sensed something. She said to Wang Thang, little Fee knew. It seems my demonic nature is being awakened by this environment. I don't think I can help much. Hearing this, Wang Thang turned his head and said to Shi Lian, are you all right, big sis? Shi Lian replied, right now, I can probably use the power of the nascent soul realm, but not for long. Moreover, the moment I attack, the demonic and malevolent chi might trigger my demonic nature. Hyen, from below, shouted to them, Fingu, Daoist Master Battengu is looking for you. Hearing this and considering the current situation, Wang Thang said, let's go down first, he said to Shi Lian. Those evil demons might have already been dealt with by the nuke. Besides, before the heavenly court left, they surely wouldn't have ignored the vicious demons and evil spirits in hell. Shi Lian said, that's true. Contact your master first. Then, Wang Thang connected the call with Daoist Master Battengu. He said, Master, what's the situation up ahead? Daoist Master Battengu replied, nothing for now. But the immortal light just now seemed to have pushed out the 18 levels of hell. Right now, the abyss has turned into a ring-shaped volcano, like a crater. According to the Elder of the Earth Hidden Sect, the 18 levels of hell are a chance, an inverted pagoda-shaped pit. That place is the first level of hell. Now, in front of Than and Gantu's group, a colossal pit tens of thousands of feet deep appeared. It blocked their path. Hearing this, Wang Thang asked worriedly, Master, are you all planning to explore the 18 levels of hell? Daoist Master Battengu replied, we haven't decided yet. The vengeful spirits in the underworld are almost dealt with. Only a few minor ghosts and ghouls remain. I'm just letting you know. You don't need to rush. Just take your time. Wang Thang immediately replied, Master, we're on our way now. At present, Senior Shi Lian can temporarily unleash the combat power of a nascent soul cultivator. Hearing this, Daoist Master Battengu said, that's great, but the closer you get, the denser the malevolent chi will be. If you can avoid fighting, don't fight. All right, I'm going to meet up with Team 2 first. You don't need to rush, and remember to comprehend what you've achieved on the way. He then hung up the radio, but Chinnam beside him said, why not just have Finu and Senior Shi Lian come here? But Daoist Master Battengu seemed to be pondering something and didn't say anything. Owen Hyen, from below, called out, Master. She held up her phone, on which was written, we can do it. Seeing Owen Hyen's determined gaze, Daoist Master Battengu seemed to have made a decision. He turned and said, Second Elder, our ghost soldiers have a 5-minute time limit. We must recall them before those ghouls arrive. The second elder replied, understood, I'll go prepare immediately. Another elder spoke up, why do these ghouls keep trying to come to this part of the underworld after escaping the 18 levels of hell? Daoist Truong Hu next to him replied, perhaps there's something here that attracts them. If we encounter a powerful one later, don't resist. We'll regroup. We just need to hold the gate to the underworld and wait for reinforcements from behind. On this side, Battengu instructed Owen Hyen, stay back a little later. Owen Hyen held up her phone and said, if I don't fight, then my junior brother will have to. I'm the senior sister. I have to bear the responsibility. Hearing this, Battengu smiled. He thought, although the little ghoul tricked little Thang, I'm sure the boy won't be angry. It turned out it wasn't just one little ghoul, but a whole horde of them. He was afraid Wang Thang would worry and act rashly, so he had lied to him. Then, Daoist Master Bat Nu turned to the second elder and said, "Second elder, you can summon the ghost soldiers now, but we must command them." The elder replied, "Rest assured, Daoist Master Bat Nu, the ghost soldiers all have their own intelligence and can judge the enemy for themselves." At the same time, a troop of ghost soldiers was summoned. They began to charge and attack the horde of ghouls. One ghost soldier, who seemed to be a commander, shouted, "Hold the line. Anyone who retreats will be executed. Archers, prepare to fire. How dare these mere demons invade the underworld? May your souls be scattered." They fired their arrows and charged, beginning the battle. Hyen, in charge of driving, boosted everyone's morale. Come on, come on. Let's offer Nu a song of calamity dispelling and auspiciousness." As the song played, Nu thought to himself, "This road is too quiet. I always feel like something's not right." Big Sis Hyen, sleeping in the back, patted his shoulder and asked, "What's not right? Your master is very formidable, you know. Every time he teaches you, he's very impressive, right on point." But Nu wasn't concerned about the teaching and replied to Big Sis, "I feel like the news my master sent earlier was off." He frowned, thinking, they've probably already reached the underworld. They should have tried to enter the 10 halls of Yama, so why didn't he mention it? Could it be that they still haven't escaped the outer underworld? Seeing Nu silent for a moment, Big Sis poked his face teasingly. "Missing little Hyen, are you? I didn't expect you to be such a lovesick little Daoist." Being teased like this, Nu didn't know what was happening. Hyen, while driving, gossiped, "Amitabha, beauty fades, and worldly love is but a trial." Big Sis immediately retorted, "Stop listening to that Buddhist nonsense. Put on some sad love songs for this senior to soothe her mood." Hyen replied, "Okay, one moment." This sudden change in attitude left Nu speechless, not daring to say anything more. The situation was like this, but on his master's side, they were in a stalemate between Daoists and evil spirits. The commander tried to call Daoist Master Bat Nu. "There are too many evil spirits. The Ghost Soldier Legion is about to collapse." Daoist Master Bat Nu, standing on high ground, heard the commander's distress signal and signaled for everyone to act as the 4 Daoists descended. A blinding light appeared. Piercing through the outer layer of gas, Daoist Master Bat Ngu's team finally saw the zombies below. Xiao Hyen carefully cast the powerful vortex that Daoist Master Bat Ngu had discussed earlier. He said with satisfaction to Xiao Hyen, "Pay attention to regulating your spiritual power and keep it abundant. You just need to consolidate the yin and yang energies and maintain the yin-yang Hao-Yuan formation." Xiao Hyen nodded in agreement. The 3 of them finally landed, quickly setting up the Hao-Yuan formation. Waiting for Daoist Master Bat Ngu's loud shout, the light of the formation blinded the evil spirits, forcing them to retreat. Nu was still in the car, listening to music as they sped forward, watching the 2 beside him sway to the music. Nu remarked, seriously, "The investigation team's radio is being used to listen to music. You 2 are really something." Hyen laughed loudly and said, "Don't be so tense. It's just for entertainment." Speaking of entertainment, Lien was even more of an expert. She even requested the song "Let's Break Up" to liven things up. Nu looked at her special ops suit and thought to himself, how many love songs has Big Sis been listening to lately? After this is over, I definitely have to take Big Sis to karaoke for 3 days and 3 nights to prevent her from becoming a demon out of depression. In reality, Lien was just naturally a fan of music. She found all kinds of music exciting. As they sped along, Ngu looked out the window and suddenly spotted a drone. From this, Ngu deduced that something must have happened in the underworld. He turned and pressed the communication button for the system transfer station. "This is Wang Thang. What happened in the underworld? Do we have any casualties?" The radio reported that the combat situation in the underworld was stable, with no losses to their fighting force. A while ago, a group of evil spirits from the 18 levels of hell broke out and damaged the seal. Daoist Master Bat Ngu chose to use the terrain of the underworld to eliminate them. Currently, they were not facing any pressure. They just needed to wait for the bombing squad to arrive at the underworld to end the battle. Daoist Master Vuong. Daoist Master Bat Ngu didn't want you to worry, so he instructed us not to inform you of related news. Ngu sighed and said, "Thank you. If there are any new developments, please keep me informed." As soon as the communication ended, Lien spoke up, teasing Bat Ngu. He only took little Hyen with him to fight. It seems Master still dotes on her the most. Hyen, on the other hand, asked him about the battle situation. "Why didn't you contact Daoist Master Bat Nu?" Nu looked out the window. It was a moment before he replied, "Right now, Master is in a big battle with ghouls. We shouldn't distract him. I was worried before. You know, not knowing what was happening. Now that I do, I actually feel relieved." A finger poked his face and Lien's voice rang out again. "Little Nu, Can Big Sis discuss something with you? Fi Ingu knew what she wanted to say without even turning around. He replied, once we get there, if there's nothing else, Big Sis wants to go. To the reincarnation hall, go ahead. Just be careful and control your emotions so they don't fluctuate too much. Hearing him say this, Lien fell silent. She knew he was understanding and even praised him. No wonder you can coax little Hyen to run in circles around you. You really understand a girl's heart. Wang Fang became awkward again. He looked at her and said, it's because your thoughts are written all over your face, Big Sis. Then, he stammered, Big Sis, if I want to confess to senior sister, what's a good way to do it? A single sentence stunned the entire car. The happiest person was Lien. She even clapped her hands in praise. Finally decided to make a move. I told you too, your feelings were mutual. But dragging it out isn't a solution. Seeing Big Sis's reaction, Finu felt he would have been better off not saying anything. But Hyen offered a plan. You definitely need roses. Find a large square, a heart-shaped circle of candles, and a bouquet of roses. Tell her you want to take care of her for the rest of your life. The wordless immortal will surely burst into tears. However, senior Lien said this idea lacked practicality. For a gentle, quiet child like little Hyen, what else is there? It might backfire. Even Finu felt that a cultivator couldn't be so worldly. Stared at by two pairs of eyes, Hyen broke out in a cold sweat and quietly drove, deciding not to add fuel to the fire. Only Big Sis was left to analyze the situation. Although little Hyen likes you, she's oblivious when it comes to matters between men and women. So, what do you think? He replied, as long as we understand each other, that's enough. Lien immediately nodded. Understood. Leave this to Big Sis. This Big Sis wasn't just a title. He didn't know she could help, but Fine Nu still thanked her. Lien even reminded him, but Big Sis has nothing. If you two get together, won't I have to watch you two being lovey-dovey every day? This woman is so interesting. I really need to find out if she can help or not. Another silent Finu was added to the car. Back on the battlefield, Xiao Hyen was also listening to music to avoid distraction. She saw a ghoul rushing towards her. She quickly sent it to heaven with a glance. Daoist Master Batengu assessed the situation. More than half of the evil spirits have been blocked. Next, we'll wait for another round of conventional bombing, then let the ghost soldiers clean up. We'll rest for a bit, then prepare to enter the 18 levels of hell and the 11 great halls. But Chiningam judged that corpses were continuously being pushed up from the 8th level of hell. That female corpse must be below. The Daoist Master nodded. I don't know what's down there, as he was about to say. When we go down, we'll naturally find out. 3 drones suddenly flew over their heads. Realizing these were reinforcements, Daoist Master Batengu immediately divided them into groups of 3 to quickly eliminate the evil spirits. After clearing the battlefield in front of the underworld's gate, the air was thick with dust and smoke. A master recited Amitabha. Why hasn't the malevolent chi of these evil souls completely dissipated? Instead, it's gathering towards the 18th level of Hell's Bagua Disc. Hell holds many mysteries. That malevolent chi might be filling the destroyed hell formations. Daoist Master Bat Nu looked at his watch and announced to everyone, let's return to the city to rest first. We'll investigate the 18 levels after we've recovered. I'll go check if there's anything unusual outside the ghost gate. At that moment, he saw Hyen look to her left, spotting 2 figures. Strangers. Daoist Master Batengu immediately asked, what's wrong? Xiao Hyen. Did you hear that senior's voice again? Hyen turned back to answer her master. No. She didn't report directly, but sent a text message. The yin-yang balance of the 18 levels of hell seems to have been disrupted by something. The yin energy is too heavy, and the already weak yang energy is starting to change. It's being pushed out of the 18 levels of hell. It's about to come out. Her master asked in confusion, what's about to come out? When the aura of that area suddenly changed, he immediately got his answer. A huge black circle appeared. The seal was about to be broken again. A gloomy voice echoed. Who are you? Who am I? Who are we? Who are we? Kill them all. The underworld is ours. The vital energy is ours. The soul-snatching corpses appeared, shouting in unison, yes. Kill them all. No one can take our vital energy. No one. No one. The second elder couldn't help but cry out in alarm. The strength of these evil spirits is equivalent to that of false core cultivators. Could it be that the seal on the 7th level has also been destroyed? Daoist Master Bat Mu brandished his Bagua disc. An unprecedented energy reaction suddenly appeared in hell, with an aura fluctuation far exceeding the golden core realm. This news made the 4 of them question in unison, what? As the humming sound faded, a giant hand suddenly shot out in front of them. Daoist Master Bat Nu immediately shouted, it's a great ghost. Everyone, be careful. Truong Tu Kwang formed a defensive posture for the whole team and asked Daoist Master Bat Ngu, what now? Should we request nuclear weapon support? The sound of grinding teeth echoed. Daoist Master Batengu had to make a difficult decision. We retreat. Lure this thing to the Yellow Springs Road, then detonate it. He led the team to fly up immediately, realizing that using a nuclear weapon here could easily destroy the seal below, allowing the trapped ghosts below to escape. Therefore, Daoist Master Batengu decided that retreating first was the best option. This great ghost was likely related to the Gao rebels. From the Hu Dao sect and the ancient southern underworld, a gloomy voice came from behind the group. It seems you're not going anywhere. Daoist Master Batenu turned his head. The whole team also turned to look at the purple-black object, hearing it comment. A few strange ones. Hee, which one should I eat first? Through the surveillance screen of Pingdu Mountain in the temporary command center, Qi Lang immediately asked, "What's going on? Who is that?" The lead technician reported, "That black gas is extremely similar to the black gas that once appeared at Ziyan Temple. It's not nether yin energy. It's very likely demonic qi." Sectmaster Thom asserted, "It must be them, the Daoists who deliberately barged into the underworld, into the 19 levels of hell. The people from 1,000 years ago, yet they're still not all dead." The Daoist master blocked a blow from the purple-robed figure. The opponent's strength was too great, sending him flying. The other three immediately rushed forward to attack. Daoist Master Batenu took 2 steps back. Restraining his aura, he judged that this person might be a great cultivator turned demon, but his strength was at most at the peak of the Golden Core realm. This evil spirit looked down at the 4 Daoists from above. It formed an endless vortex around itself, along with the actions of the evil spirit. A great master announced, "Daoist Batenu, this demon is summoning evil spirits. We'll hold off the spirits first. You kill this demon quickly." Through the surveillance screen, the people with Master's wife also saw that Daoist Master Batengu had restrained the demon, but for them, the real threat was the giant ghost behind it. Someone suggested a direct nuclear bombardment. A doctor waved his hand to stop them. No, a nuclear weapon could very well destroy the hell seal below. Who knows how many vicious and evil ghosts are hidden down there. Therefore, Qi Lang could only activate the Western-style missiles deployed inside the ghost gate, aiming at that giant ghost, using an airburst method to destroy the target while reminding our cultivators to retreat before the missile arrives. Following her orders, the Western Strategic Missile 321 launched. Finu also received the intelligence. Daoist Master Vuong, a report from the underworld indicates the appearance of a demon that can control evil spirits, as well as a golden core-level giant ghost. Commander Tri Lang has ordered the use of Western missiles to support Daoist Master Batengu's group. The situation has become this serious. He turned to call Shi Lian and heard a reply. Hyen parked the car at the edge of the abyss, the off-road vehicle letting out a final puff of smoke. The two got out, and Fingu pondered deeply. "However, I didn't expect a golden core-level giant ghost to appear. If Shi Lian can get there in time, she might be able to face it head-on." He led Shi Lian into the formation. The prerequisite is that Shi Lian isn't controlled by the demon. Finu signaled for Shi Lian to fly with him and not to use her spiritual power recklessly. Hyen angrily shouted, "Are you bullying a monk who can't fly?" Daoist Master Batenu was chanting a sutra to guide the souls of the evil spirits. Seeing the dead body, "Let me develop a Bodhi mind. Hearing my name, abandon evil and practice good. Hearing my teachings, attain wisdom and power. Understanding my mind, you will become a Buddha, bringing light to the underworld." The evil spirit shrieked, resisting fiercely, but Chinam shouted, "Tu Kuang, lend a hand. Help the great master with that big ghost." Tu Kuang immediately followed the order, casting a spell to hold the formation. The Buddha, seeing the suffering of sentient beings tormented by demons, was filled with compassion, his hand transforming into a staff. He clenched his fist. It was time to retract his compassion and reveal his wrath, using the power of the immovable Wisdom King to slay demons and exorcise evil. Chin Nam was in a stalemate, with no clear winner. The scene was incredibly fierce. As the evil spirit charged, the great master was hit by one of its blows. He spat out blood and fell backward. Fortunately, Xiao Huyan caught him. Stabilizing his spiritual power, the great master's 2 talismans flew out, preventing the demonic power from affecting the surrounding area. He signaled for the others to hurry. "We'll buy some time. If you can handle it, go straight ahead. If not, remember to come back and save us." Just as Tu Kuang was laughing heartily, Nim Chi Nam noticed something unusual. "That big head is aiming for us." A moment later, Nim Shin Nam watched in horror as Tu Kuang was hit. The great master maintained his defensive stance, but another person was sent flying. The master had to catch him. He shouted, "Wordless Immortal." A move of yin-yang annihilation immediately appeared. The great demon was completely under the control of Xiao Huyan's Qian Kun demon disc. She forced the demon to submit, causing it to resist in desperation. The team was astonished that Xiao Hyen could suppress the great ghost. The wordless immortal is truly formidable. But Qin Nam immediately realized the situation was not good. The great ghost's strength far exceeded the golden core realm. Batten and Go couldn't hold on for long. Watching the increasingly tense screen, Master's wife, Chi Lang, anxiously asked her assistant when the fire support would arrive. She was told it would be about 15 minutes. She transmitted a message through the screen, telling the cultivators waiting for orders to assemble and prepare to enter the Ghost Gate to support Thanangan 2's group. A command officer announced, "The second request for the use of nuclear weapons has been approved. We will immediately replace the conventional warheads with nuclear ones. Detonation authority will be transferred later." A surveillance officer informed the commander that one of the previously launched missiles had shown a data deviation. A drone had sent the missile and recorded some images. Chi Lang immediately signaled to display the video on the large screen. A mouse click was heard. Everyone, the surveillance staff, were all stunned. The ghost had focused its internal energy into the center of its face. Then it shattered the Qian-kun demon disc, causing Xiao Huyen to spit blood and fall freely. As the ghost prepared to attack her, a series of heavenly lightning bolts struck down, forcing them to retreat. Fiangu caught the beauty with one hand and cast a spell with the other. He signaled for his senior sister to hold on to him tightly. "Junior brother is here." "What?" Huyen nodded with a soft entrusting everything to Fiangu. The great demon had found a new target, the couple, Fiangu. He used his flying sword to dodge the dangerous attack, leading it to where senior Ji Lian was lying in ambush. Ji Lian transformed into a fox demon and swiped her claws at the great demon. This scratch caused it excruciating pain, its soul scattering as it fell backward. Senior Batengu's team gathered to eliminate the leaderless ghosts, turning to see the scene of big sis Shi Lian biting and tearing, trembling with fear. Wang Thang said to his master's team, "If senior Zi Lian's fur starts to turn red, please chant the free and easy song in unison." From the Thongkiam sect, senior Qin Nam, "You know the clear wind transforming into a bright moon sword technique from the Kiam sect, right?" Hearing senior Qin Nam's grave reply, "Yes," Fimu rubbed his chin and speculated, "If the free and easy song doesn't work, then use all your strength to perform this sword technique. Let Shi Lian see you guys, see through the bright moon illusion." These two things are what left the deepest impression on her from Daoist Than Lam. After speaking, he immediately mounted his sword and flew off. "I'm going to help Master. Please watch over senior Shi Lian here." Daoist Master, Batengu fought desperately. The demon felt it had been too rash. It had thought it could absorb the vital essence of these juniors to restore its spiritual power. Unexpectedly, this junior cultivated pure yang spiritual power, which could suppress the yin evil in its body. So, it opened its mouth and said, "Junior, this humble Daoist is." But before it could finish its words, it was sent flying by a punch from Daoist Master Batengu. The demon was knocked into the sky, feeling great resentment. "What kind of monstrous junior is this? I can't mess with him anymore. I have to go back and rest before dealing with these juniors." But its path back was even more difficult than its arrival. In front was Daoist Master Batengu's palm wind, and behind was Fiangu's 7 stars sword formation, continuously slashing at it. After dealing with the demon, his master landed and called out to him, "Little Thang." Fiangu turned and bowed to his master, hearing him instruct, "Don't let senior Jilian become possessed. Let's go down and help quickly." Fiangu immediately offered his sword to him. "Master, please use the Ziwei Heavenly Sword." Daoist Master Batenu took the sword, looked at it, and smiled. "So be it. I'll lose face in front of my disciple. Although my spiritual power is a bit lacking now, I did secretly practice the Ziwei Heavenly Sword before. I should be able to wield it." On the other side, the demon was being torn apart by Shilin until its soul scattered. Shilin had truly transformed into a red-furred body, her entire being radiating a primeval aura. This scene horrified both the surveillance team and those on the battlefield. Truong Tu Kwong directed everyone, "Hurry up. Fi Nu already told us, quickly use the free and easy song." Master's wife, Chi Lang, said, "This is the true power of the ancient demon from Ziyan Temple." The doctor said, "And yet we let Batengu and Fiangu stay with her day and night. How shameful." Only the engineer suggested that after this was over, they should find a way to compensate them. Daoist Master Batengu's team continuously chanted the free and easy song, helping senior Shilian stabilize her mind. In her crimson eyes, a familiar figure appeared. Finu landed on Shilian's nose. He struck a pose and reminded her, "Big sis, once you're done fighting, please stop." Seeing his disciple getting closer and closer to the fox's eyes, his master called out, "Little Thang, come back quickly." But Finu didn't listen. He was determined to touch the thick fur on Shilian's nose. Using his most sincere tone, he expressed his thoughts. "Big sis, don't you want to find Daoist Than Lam? Control yourself. Again, if I can become an immortal, I will definitely take you to find Daoist Than Lam." This sentence was like a magic spell, causing senior Ji Lian to retract her form. Gradually, in the deep red light, her body returned to normal. Shi Lian tremblingly reached out her hand and called, "Little Fi Ingu." He took her hand and said, "I'm here. Don't worry, big sis. I will definitely cultivate desperately to achieve the Tao and become an immortal soon." Waiting for her to regain her innocent expression, she urged him to quickly give her some mouthwash. That thing was disgusting. With one hand, he draped a coat over her. Xiao Huyan also hurried over with water. Daoist Master Bat Ngu's team, exhausted, sat down on the ground and sighed. During this period, there probably won't be any more immortal light. Hearing Tu Kwang say this, Nian Xin Nam had to cover his mouth. "Don't jinx it at a time like this. Who could bear it?" Daoist Master Bat Ngu, he happily announced. "Although this battle was a bit arduous, we also gained two powerful allies. Everyone, quickly recover your strength and prepare to go to explore the 18 levels of hell." He handed his watch to Fingu and instructed him to contact the outside, telling them that everything was fine now. Have them send the explored structure of the 18 levels of hell. He looked at the team focused on cultivating. Shi Lian leaned on her chin and asked how long it would take for them to recover their cultivation. Fi Nu, while sending a message, replied, "About 2 hours." Hearing 2 hours, Shi Lian's eyes lit up. She leaned down behind Fi Nu, making him confused. "Big sis, what does that look mean?" He thought worriedly. Big sis isn't going to make me take responsibility, is she? Although I saw her body just now, I didn't see any details clearly. If that's the case, what about Daoist Than Lam? And Fi Nu was still squinting and thinking, I'm already a man with a senior sister. How can I be swayed by Big Sis's beauty? In the end, Senior Shi Lian just pointed upwards. Should we sneak up there and take a look? The 10 halls of Yama and the reincarnation stone? Aren't you curious? This sentence made Fi Ingu breathe a sigh of relief, while little Hyen's eyes lit up, showing she wanted to go. So, Fi Ingu boldly asked his master and the second elder. The elder smiled and said, "If you want to go, then go. But there are restrictions up there, so you probably won't see much." His master also didn't stop his excited disciples, only reminding little Thang not to touch the immortal's things casually. Fi Nu turned to look at little Hyen, who had already prepared her flying sword. "If that's the case, let's go for a bit and then come back." The three of them flew up one by one. Fi Nu even took the initiative to point out to Big Sis that the outer ring was the palace of the 10 halls of Yama, and the center was the reincarnation hall. Shi Lian directed him to go straight to the 10th hall. "Be careful. There are restrictions all around. It seems only the restriction on the main facade has a loophole." When the three of them went around to the main hall, seeing the notice board, little Hyen exclaimed, "It's so tall." Fi Enju saw Big Sis approach the notice board to read it. She told the two of them that inside, it explained the origin of the little underworld. Back then, the heavenly court was breached and the immortals scattered. Before leaving, the Ziwei Great Emperor took a corner of the 6 paths of reincarnation disc and brought it to Earth. And that small corner is the reincarnation stone, which formed the foundation of the little underworld. As soon as she finished speaking, she exclaimed, "I'm going in to find that stone tablet." The two hurriedly chased after her. Shi Lian's figure had already disappeared behind the notice board, leaving Fi Nu and Xiao Huyen no time to react. They quickly called out, "Big Sis, wait." He smiled and sighed. Big Sis is in such a hurry. She must want to see if anything happened to Daoist Than Lam, right? How is she related? To Daoist Than Lam, Big Sis can't hold back either. Shi Lian's voice echoed from inside. "The stone tablet looks empty." "No, there are only 2 names on it." The two quickly ran in to see. "Little Hyen, she is an immortal." This sentence stunned the 2 disciples outside. They then heard Shi Lian laugh loudly. "Haha, this fox spirit actually took in 2 reincarnated immortals as my little brothers." Fi Nu and little Hyen quickly entered the main hall. He said to Big Sis, "Even reincarnated immortals have to cultivate slowly, but with senior sister's aptitude, becoming an immortal is a sure thing." "Wait, 2 of them." Unexpectedly, little Fi Ingu, "You are also a reincarnated immortal." Fi Ingu said doubtfully, "You must be mistaken. If I were a reincarnated immortal, then the female immortal from before couldn't possibly have not recognized me." Shi Lian immediately explained, "Maybe you were just a spear-wielding grunt. It's normal for people not to recognize you. But what I find strange is, why can't I find your past life?" Fi Ingu squinted and avoided the topic. "It must be a mistake. Let's see. Senior sister's history first. My past life isn't important. Anyway, in this life, I must try my best to see if I can become an immortal." He said that, but in his heart, he knew clearly that not finding a past life meant he didn't have one. Could it be that his rebirth was thanks to the light of the little underworld? The 3 of them read little Hyen's past life. In the east, there was an immortal named Hua Qing, Mu Hua Qing, the flower god, an innate deity of the eastern star region, followed the eastern extremity azure flower great emperor, the heavenly venerable of salvation from suffering, to guard the eastern heavenly gate, slaying 76,000 powerful beings from other star regions who invaded the heavenly court. In the 12th battle, she left the immortal prohibition, carrying continuous wounds. She slayed a powerful enemy and died from her grievous injuries. The immortals mourned and escorted her soul back to this realm. Her soul was mended in the reincarnation stone for 1,000 years and has now been reincarnated, an immortal. After reading little Hyen's history, Hyen was even more impressed. An innate deity who followed the eastern extremity great emperor, Hua Qing, I believe. Wow, little Hyen's past life was so powerful. Even little Hyen was stunned after reading it and nodded. She summarized it in one sentence for everyone to see. I am who I am. The old topic was brought up again. Hyen looked at Finu teasingly. Didn't find anything? Little Finu, do you really not have a past life? Finu scratched his ear and replied, what's so strange about that? The little underworld for 1,000 years wasn't active. Don't mortals still go through birth, aging, sickness, and death? Most people don't have a past life or a next life. Living in the present is good enough. Hearing him say that, Hyen was also relieved. She commented on Finu. You, on the other hand, seemed to see things very clearly. Little Hyen wanted to say something more to her junior brother, but her phone only had a dry percentage of battery left. When the phone died, Fi Engu came to her side to comfort her. Don't be sad, senior sister. He declared, no matter who you were in your past life, you are now the wordless immortal, the face of the cultivation world, and our master's disciple. You are also Wang Thang's senior sister. Little Hyen's cheeks flushed red as she looked at Finu with a satisfied smile. This scene made Hyen, a 1,000-year-old fox demon, feel like a third wheel under the bright lights. She angrily sang, you're already feeding me dog food before you're even official. Are you planning to fatten me up later? Finu quickly soothed Big Sis. Let's go see the reincarnation stone, haha. The three of them, along with Wang Thang, had just entered the reincarnation hall not long before turning back. Daoist Master Bat Nu came out to greet them. Little Thang, you're finally back. Fingu landed and bowed to report to his master. We just went to the reincarnation hall and the transmigration hall for a look and found that the reincarnation stone is broken. This news made the master signal to the 5 teams. Let's go have a look too. Upon reaching the transmigration hall, the reincarnation stone in the main hall was indeed cracked. Looking at the state of the cracks, Daoist Master Bat Nu confirmed that it was caused by that female corpse. Senior Hyen agreed. That's right, maybe she got angry because she knew she couldn't reincarnate, or maybe it's because only little Finu's and little Hyen's names were on the immortal register. This statement stunned everyone. Little Thang, you're also a reincarnated immortal? Fingu looked towards Big Sis, who was shaking with laughter, the one who had caused all this. She even said that compared to little Hyen, little Finu was truly not simple. Everyone teased him a bit. Haha, Finu is amazing. Huh. You must have been a heavenly general in your past life. It's very likely you were a famous god in the Lingxiao Palace or some other powerful figure. Fi Ingu and little Hyen turned beet red. They hurriedly stopped the seniors from speculating. He explained, perhaps in my previous life, I was just a nobody who was lucky enough to be reincarnated. Anyway, the immortal register didn't mention my previous immortal position. In his heart, he cursed, Big Sis, are you messing with me? Truong Tu Kwang continued to speculate, Finu must be the reincarnation of the Ziwei Great Emperor. Look at your sword style. It resembles someone from the Ziwei Palace, commander of the stars. Even his master joined in. The Ziwei sword style is just a set of sword techniques passed down by the Ziwei Great Emperor to our founder. Below us, not necessarily. However, I also want to remind everyone not to forget our main business. Why don't we explore the path from here to the levels of hell? Hearing his master say this, Finu breathed a sigh of relief. The team quickly flew downwards, with only Truong Tu Kwang being the most excited. He shouted, mortals fear doing evil, for they'll be thrown into the 18 levels of hell to suffer after death. We're actively seeking it out. I hope we can make it back alive this time. Even Senior Hyen laughed heartily, praising Daoist Master Bat Ngu's team for being so interesting. Seeing Fi Ngu's worried look, but Chin Nam also chimed in. Don't be so gloomy. This old monk has been an atheist for a long time. Besides, we have the elders of the Earth Hidden Sect to help us. The mentioned elder narrowed his eyes and nodded. That's right. Coming to the underworld is like coming home. Fellow Daoists, don't be strangers. These words made everyone even more worried. His master didn't join in the game. He just signaled for everyone to set off quickly, to live and find a way to resolve this matter, and not to keep that female immortal waiting. He turned back. He reminded Fi Nu, little Thang, little Hyen, you two are in charge of the rear. Truong Tu Kwang got close to Fi Ngu. If you're bored, let's have a little competition. As a reincarnated immortal, you must have realized many things, right? Can you break through a realm just by drinking water? Finu poked his cheek and explained embarrassedly, it's probably the same as for others. I don't have any memories of my past life. Moreover, this life's constitution was also determined in the womb. His master also said, I didn't expect little Hyen's soul from her past life to be nurtured in the reincarnation stone for 8,000 years to barely reincarnate. No wonder she was born with an innate deficiency, causing me to spend 16 years of painstaking effort just to keep her alive. Back then, the monthly salary from the Daoist Association was often not enough to buy medicinal herbs, so I always had to do a few side jobs, Shilin added. I once heard from people in the investigation team that you were probably talking about wholesaling martial arts manuals with the holy water from Mount Wudang, being called out for his business. Master could only cough awkwardly. Finu ignored the teasing. He asked his senior sister, Are you worried? Senior sister was brought back by the immortals of the heavenly court, but why? Did I have to borrow the reincarnation stone to be reborn so vaguely? Could it be that returning to the age of 17 was just due to a sudden memory, awakening on that day? Right now, there's no evidence to prove I was reborn through the little underworld. If I think about it any further, I fear my Dao heart will become unstable, affecting my cultivation. In his senior sister's eyes, Finu was the most handsome cultivator. He took her hand. The path to immortality was vast, a road ahead that could only be carved out with a long sword and experience together. Before he could think any further, Fi Engu heard his master shout, Everyone, be careful. Something is coming out. A familiar purple light shone, and two probes from the control room appeared. They informed Daoist Bat Nan, this is a transfer station. From now on, we will maintain contact with you through these probes and provide danger warnings. It turned out Daoist Bat Nong thought a demon was charging at them. Luckily, it wasn't, which gave everyone quite a scare. The probe reported, the 18 levels of hell have a unique field that renders our equipment useless. We have not yet found the special passage mentioned before. You will need to search for it yourselves. If you can't, you can try looking for a way down from the outside. The elder replied, No problem. He knew where the passage was and told everyone to follow him. In his hand, he held a golden compass. He warned them to fly as close to the ground as possible in case of any undiscovered restrictions. Just then, Tu Hyen clutched Fianu's sleeve. Seeing her face turn pale, he immediately understood. He had almost forgotten his senior sister's greatest fear. Fingu then suggested to his senior sister, How about you and Big Sis wait outside? Although Tu Hyen was scared, she stubbornly replied, No. Fingu had to oblige her. All right, let's go down together. Seeing the two so in sync, Hyen sighed with emotion. I'm old now, and I don't have anyone to look after me. Fingu explained, My senior sister is 765,000 years old. Daoist Batengan turned and reminded them, The atmosphere just got a little tense, and you two are all ready. Be serious. He immediately replied loudly, Yes, sir. Everyone flew to the first level of hell. Big Sis, Hyen casually leaned on her flying sword, eating melon seeds as she turned to talk to Tu Hyen. Little Hyen, is your mind stable now? Are you calm? Now, both you and little Fi Mu are reincarnated immortals, perfectly matched. Tu Hyen smiled shyly. As for Fi Nu, he has to fly the sword. Seriously, are you two here on a sightseeing trip? Looking at the scene below, Truong Tu Kwang asserted, This must be the first level, the tongue-ripping hell, right? But why don't I see any tongues? The Daoist beside him agreed. Indeed, though the underworld is small, it has all the necessary parts. It seems this was created by a few immortals from the underworld. However, the deities of the netherworld are very powerful. You and I should still watch our words to avoid bringing disaster upon ourselves. Arriving at a ravine, a green gate appeared. The passage is right here. He didn't know when the seal would open. The group landed in front of the gate. Nyim Ching Nam asked the elder what was under the seal. Everyone heard the answer. An observation passage overlooking the levels below. You can think of the 18 levels of hell as a sightseeing elevator. When he tried to connect, the elder received bad news. The guardian spirit here says someone tried to force their way in before. We don't know if the structures inside have been damaged. Truong Tu Kwang cursed angrily. It's that damned group of cultivators who invaded the underworld 1,000 years ago again. Daoist Bat Nyan ordered, We'll know once we go in and see. Open the passage. The golden staff was planted in the ground, and the elder tied a golden ribbon to the scepter. He began to read an edict. The scepter emitted a sparkling light, and the door opened at the elder's command. Lotus platforms flew toward them. The elder cheerfully said to the Daoist, Please, have a seat. Everyone settled onto the platforms. A waterfall of blue light appeared. Passing through the 8th level of hell, the ice mountain, Truong Tu Kwang noticed that vengeful spirits still lingered on the mountainsides, not yet purified. His gaze shifted to the ice mountain in the center. Those fallen ones were probably the cultivators Uncle Pham had mentioned, the ones who tried to invade the underworld. I'm afraid they've already fallen to the demonic path by now. Their master signaled for everyone to continue downward. The lotus platforms took them to the 18th level, the Hell of Knives. Just then, the elder announced, "We are about to reach the 18th level. There's an exit below that leads directly out of hell." However, everyone also noticed a large number of dried corpses below. Looking at the mountain of withered bodies below, Hyen guessed, "They're still breathing." She reminded Hyen, "Don't go down there lightly. Those desiccated bodies have turned into monsters." At a glance, they seemed to be waiting for death. These people appeared to be the Daoist cultivators who had stormed the underworld all those years ago. Fi Ingu glanced over and judged, "Though weak, their breathing is steady. They're clearly still alive. We'll deal with them later." Tu Kwang rubbed his hands excitedly. "I wonder if these guys have turned into ghouls yet. Let's just kill them all and get it over with." He was stopped by Ngiem Chin Nam. What if there are seniors from famous sects among them? At this moment, the great master finally spoke. "Amitabha, even an ant wishes to live." Back then, they too only wanted to survive. Finu disagreed with saving them, arguing that even righteous sects have their own rules. If they harmed others for their own survival, wouldn't that make them demons? Daoist Batangan delegated the matter, leaving the decision to the elder of the Dia and Tong. The elder accepted the command, feeling that not killing them would make it hard to quell the hatred in his heart. But he couldn't make this decision on his own. First, we'll restrain them with a restriction and bring them out. Then we'll hand them over to the Dia on Tong and the cultivation world for interrogation. Below were golden core cultivators with an 800-year lifespan. The master patted his shoulder and called out, "Tu Thang." Big Sis Hyen accepted the task. "I'll go seal this bunch first." As Finu watched Big Sis descend, he realized that the people down there, golden core cultivators with 800-year lifespans, were all from the invasion 1,000 years ago. Back then, in terms of cultivation realm, they were surely above the golden core stage. If they found a chance to recover their cultivation, the consequences would be unimaginable. The cultivation world would likely be thrown into chaos because of it. Helian's power radiated as she finished. She wiped her brow and looked towards the group, who were ready to chant the self-liberation art. She answered briskly, "Somfe." Sumping. Cultivators below the Foundation establishment realm won't be able to escape. Besides, my hair hasn't even changed color, so I'm not at the point of turning demonic yet. Is it really that serious? Fan Nong too turned and said, "Great Master, please take these seniors up first." Then he turned to ask the second elder, "How do we break the restriction on the 18 levels of hell below?" The elder replied, "I have a spell. Please wait a moment." Standing in the center of the platform, he began to cast a formation, and a green light pierced through space. A Bagua circle appeared, and a spiral staircase formed along with it. Finu watched all of this, wondering what lay below the 18 levels of hell. Was it a situation where a female corpse was fighting some kind of monster? Or was it the female corpse erupting with uncontrollable immortal power? Or other possibilities? The formation was halfway through its activation, when it suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Tu Kwang asked doubtfully, "It's stuck. This thing can break down too? These immortals are pretty useless." Ngiem Chin Nam also speculated, "It might be due to the continuous tremors in hell affecting this place. Let's try pulling it open." The two, one in white and one in black, walked to the center of the formation and pulled the door together. It creaked open. The manual method worked after all. Daoist Batangan gave the order, "I'll go down and check first." Everyone held their breath and waited. The further down he went, the more astonished Daoist Batangan became. To think there's such pure primordial energy. Could the immortal realm be down here? Above, Tu Hyen sensed a clue. She tugged on Finu's sleeve, signaling him to leave quickly. Finu immediately understood the female immortal was warning them. He hurriedly shouted, "Master, get out of there. The immortal light is about to erupt." Seeing the two disciples wanting to go down and save their master, Big Sis Hyen had to hold Finu and Tu Hyen back. She scolded, "What are you standing there for? Are you trying to get yourselves killed by rushing in? Run!" The force of the immortal light was too great, causing a high-speed fracture. Finu reached out, wanting to save his master and everyone else. But he could only ask Big Sis helplessly, "What about my master and the other seniors?" Hyen squeezed his hand tightly, signaling him to be quiet. "Right now, we save who we can." They shot up from the 18th level to the 17th, the stone-grinding hell, as the rift grew closer. How many could she save? She had to push harder, rushing up to the 16th level, the volcano hell, but the immortal light still exploded violently. It made Hyen curse, "Damn it, is it still not over?" One of her defensive layers was struck and shattered. Finu and Tu Hyen watched worriedly as their big sis endured the pain. Helian's proud tail was now swaying weakly. She told the two of them, "My spiritual power is overdrawn. I'm afraid I can't control my demonic nature anymore. I'm about to turn." The immortal light erupted. "I can only hold on for a little while longer. After it stops, you two run. Don't worry about me. if I can make it out alive. As Hyen was on the verge of despair, Finu suddenly remembered the female immortal, Pure Yang. The immortal had once said that pure Yang energy could help Hyen. He decided to give it a try. Big sis, cooperate with me. I'll help you suppress your demonic nature. At this moment, Hyen still had the energy to tease Finu. Who are you calling a flood? I'm a beautiful and bewitching fox spirit. She watched the lava erupt from the volcano. Finu believed the resentful ghosts on this level had been wiped out by the immortal light. He wondered how his master and the others were doing. When Hyen returned to normal, she stretched and yawned. I can't believe little Finu actually managed to suppress my demonic nature. Why am I not surprised? Sooner. Hyen typed out an explanation. The female immortal said that pure Yang energy counters all evil and demonic natures. How could you not know this? Finu pondered. Master Tan Thong had never mentioned this before. He was only at the minor void core stage, so he didn't know if he could truly help Big Sis. They watched as Hyen continued to type. This time, it was a message from the female immortal. This outbreak has been mostly suppressed by her. But, right? It could collapse at any moment. She needs you to go help. Your master is temporarily fine, just pushed out of the 18 levels of hell. Most of the people are heavily injured. The previous eruptions of immortal light were because the Earth Spirit Seal is about to break. This reminded Finu of the Earth Spirit Seal. It was one of the 3 seals of heaven, earth, and man, which the immortals of the heavenly court used to suppress the planet's primordial energy. This meant the recent immortal energy eruptions weren't caused by the female immortal. On the contrary, it was because she had been suppressing it, that the Earth Spirit Seal hadn't caused the little underworld to flood into the mortal realm immediately. So that's how it is. But in that case, what can we do to help? The moment he finished speaking, Hyen suddenly kissed Finu. When she pulled away, her intention was clear. She wanted to go help the female immortal. Finu understood too. Senior sister, you want to go help the female immortal? Then what does this kiss mean? Hyen looked at the dazed Finu and analyzed with her hand on her chin. The female immortal has been calling you to there. It might be related to your reincarnated immortal bodies. But the path to the 18 levels of hell has been destroyed. I'll take you down so you can continue with the work plan. Hyen signaled for Finu to continue transferring his pure Yang energy to her. The 3 of them quickly set off, heading back to the 18th level. Not long before, when the immortal light erupted, at the Dia En Tong, a female immortal had appeared at the entrance. She murmured, Underworld, Your Highness, Reincarnation Stone, Earth Spirit Seal. I've seen it. I've seen it all. The female immortal then reached out her hand towards Thien Lam. Thien Lam called out in surprise, Mother. She maintained a gentle expression and said, I'm sorry, Thien Lam. I am your mother, but I am also not your mother. Then she hugged her daughter and confided in her. Thien Lam, you must be strong. If the little underworld floods the mortal realm, the people of the Dai Hoa nation will suffer immensely. Whether you want to or not, you must now accept this fate. Hearing this, Thien Lam was already in tears. As she continued to speak, a set of immortal robes appeared behind her. If you want to blame someone, then blame us for being too cruel. Thien Lam still wanted to ask her mother. Back then, did father really hurt you while practicing his cultivation? She heard the answer. Silly child, how could that be? Thien Lam, you were supposed to take my surname, Man. We are the true sect masters of the Dia and Tong. Every generation, the Man clan gives birth to a baby girl, and then we wait quietly. Once Meng Po's robe, which is enshrined in the ancestral hall, begins to lose its spiritual nature, we must burn our own souls to nourish it. That way, Meng Po's robe, passed down by immortal Meng Po, can maintain its spirituality. And once again, before something like today happens, we can go suppress the little underworld. Letting you take the Tham surname and even leave the family was all to help you escape this incredibly cruel fate. Having said this, she opened up a space for Thien Lam. The light faded. Looking at the inverted tower, Thien Lam asked hesitantly, Where is this? Her mother introduced it. This is the deepest part of the little underworld. The inverted structure above is the 18 levels of hell, and below is the earth spirit restriction. You can understand it as sealing all the spiritual energy generated by this planet over the past 1,000 years. She waved her hand and continued, Never mind, there's still a little time. I will explain everything clearly to you. The mother and daughter arrived at a jade coffin. The coffin was intact. Thien Lam asked who the woman in the jade was. Her mother replied, She is a highness who is seeking a method of communication. She is looking at an immortal book. At that time, Zhao Van was still wondering why only the 2 of them returned safely. Hoa Khan is fine. Who is he, really? Thien Lam also approached to examine the marks on it. To her surprise, it recorded the story of Vuong Thang and his senior sister. Her mother also didn't know why the reincarnation stone in the little underworld had exhausted its reincarnation power. As a result, All of the Highness's comrades had died, unable to reincarnate, including herself. That day, the Highness, overwhelmed with grief, shattered the reincarnation stone and the restriction of the 10 halls, which also caused the Earth Spirit Seal to break. The primordial energy of the 18 levels of hell gushed out, constantly rising. When the Highness realized what had happened, she immediately used her own body to block the Earth Spirit restriction. Although she temporarily suppressed it, this was not a long-term solution. Once the primordial energy pushes the little underworld into the mortal realm, the 3,000 miles around Pingdu Mountain will immediately collapse. The yin energy of the underworld will also shatter the yin-yang balance of this planet, and the casualties will be immeasurable. We were shaken when the second elder summoned the ghost soldiers, and my ritual garment still hasn't fully recovered. This is when we're needed most. If we could have woken up sooner, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. Hearing that Vuong Thang might be in danger, Thien Lam urgently asked her mother, "What should we do? How can we help?" Her mother reminded her not to be hasty. The ritual garment hasn't fully recovered. We need to wait another 10 minutes or so. Then, she took her daughter's hand and said, "Come, my child, go and wait before the garment. Since ancient times, you are the luckiest, and also the most unfortunate. Come, mother will guide you." The two approached the ritual garment. Thien Lam couldn't help but ask, "What do I have to do?" Her mother instructed her to place her life soul into the garment. Only then did she understand. "You need me to die here?" Her mother, with tears streaming down her face, nodded. "Yes, just like us. But our soul force will transform into a restriction. In the future, you will control everything about the garment, so you will not disappear because of this. This is also the only compensation we can offer our descendants." A blade was raised, and a soul was draped in a noble mission. All the Daoist masters, including Thang Yon too, have been found. The rescue team is returning. This is great news. Just then, Master Tham's phone rang. He saw it was Thien Lam's number and answered. "Hello?" His daughter smiled and said to him, "For so many years, I've said so many hurtful things to you, Dad, but you never once scolded me." Master Tham was confused. "Thien Lam, why are you suddenly saying these things?" Her voice was as light as a feather as she replied, "Only I can. Go and suppress the underworld, right?" He hurriedly tried to stop her. "Who told you these things? Don't do anything foolish. The ritual garment is a fake. Thien Lam, Thien Lam." But she had already said what needed to be said. Through the transmission, her mother's voice was even more sorrowful. "My child, I'm sorry. At least we lived a long life. I'm sorry that you haven't had a chance to experience anything yet." Thien Lam looked at the light of the garment and replied, "No, mother. I've lived very happily these past 20-something years." Her mother instructed, "Put on this garment. You will lose all your emotions for a very long time. If you don't do this, your soul won't be able to withstand this power. Do you have any regrets right now?" With the sword at her neck, a line of fresh blood trickled down. Her mother's question made her think of someone. "If I have to say, it's perhaps I did once, but now I don't feel too much regret. If only I had been brave enough to confess my feelings to Fi Nu back then, that summer might have had a beautiful story." On Helian's side, she finally brought the two disciples back to the 18th level, the Hell of Knives. The demons were still rushing out, their eyes gleaming, but they were all forced back by Helian's sharp aura. When she landed, she created a deep crater in the ground. Fi Nu rushed to support Helian. "Big sis, recover quickly. I'll help you suppress the demonic energy." Just then, he saw the surrounding Jiangshi closing in. They threatened ominously. "Essence blood, essence blood. I must drain your essence blood. Seize your bodies. My body is about to wither away. If we eat this fox demon, our strength will surely soar." Helian, who had just recovered a bit of spiritual energy, was enraged by them and roared. She exploded with power and declared, "You two go on ahead. Go and help that heavenly immortal stabilize the Earth Spirit Seal. Remember, you are reincarnated immortals. You can definitely do what ordinary people cannot." Seeing her determined to carry out the plan, Fi Nu quickly led Tu Huyen away. He earnestly reminded her, "Big sis, be careful." Helian transformed into a fox demon, her eyes blood-red, and roared, "You think you can touch little Fi Nu and little Huyen Huyen?" The 1,000-year-old demoness erupted with power, successfully opening a path for Fi Nu to leave and descend deeper. He urged his senior sister to use her power quickly. "We're almost there." Beside them, two demons that had slipped through the net were in pursuit. When they tried to affect Fi Ngu's mind, he instantly sensed the danger. "This is bad." Tu Huyen turned and used a great technique to block their attack. Those two demons were extremely fierce, nearly shattering her grand formation. Tu Huyen couldn't hold on any longer. She coughed up blood and went into a freefall. Fi Nu caught his senior sister, anxiously assessing the situation. There are quite a few evil spirits from the 17th and 18th levels. Their cultivation far surpasses the Golden Core stage. If we fight them head-on, the two of us together might not be able to hold them off. For now, we can only press forward and escape. As they approached the source of the light from the underworld, he knew it was the senior female immortal. He flew straight down, but there was no response. Could it be that the female immortal was unable to move because she was suppressing the Earth Spirit seal? Finu had to lose the two evil spirits first and figure things out later, so he charged straight down. Fingu veered to the left, causing the two evil spirits to suddenly lose track of him. Several evil spirits from above had already invaded this space. Finu took Hyen to hide in a forest temporarily, instructing his senior sister, "Don't act rashly. Recover from your injuries quickly. I'll use my movement technique to buy you some time. We'll charge straight to that rock mountain and provide support for the female immortal." As soon as Hyen recovered, she stood up. She walked up to Finu, which surprised him. "Senior sister, why are you being so proactive all of a sudden?" Hyen didn't say anything, only moving closer as Finu said, "Senior sister, if we go over there to help, what can we do for the female immortal?" The moment he finished speaking, he received a warm embrace from Hyen. Knowing that it was just the two of them left to face the situation, Fi Ingu smiled, ready to carry out their plan to return. The two of them faced a wave of demons rushing towards them. Suddenly, a blue spiritual light shone down. A spiritual treasure descended with lightning, suppressing them. Thien Lam's familiar voice echoed, "Someone has arrived." She followed the formation and saw Hyen falling as well. Along with her, the demons also began to run rampant. Thien Lam raised her hand and pointed in all directions. "The vengeful spirits of the underworld who have committed evil cannot be forgiven." She decreed, "Vengeful spirits, turn to dust." All the spirits were struck by the underworld's lightning and shattered. Seeing this scene, Finu suddenly remembered that Hyen was still inside. He said anxiously, "This is bad. Big Sis is on the verge of demonic transformation and can't distinguish friend from foe. Senior, please show mercy." Thien Lam listened to his words and just gently tapped the fox demon's forehead, causing her to instantly revert to her original form. Such spiritual power was truly rare. Afterwards, to help Hyen recover, Thien Lam transferred spiritual energy to her and sent her down to recuperate. Just then, Finu and Hyen arrived before Thien Lam. He was shocked to realize the person before him was his senior from school. Thien Lam said nothing, frowning as she left. Seeing her demeanor, Finu pulled Hyen along. "Let's follow. With senior sister here, they probably don't need our help anymore." The immortal suspected that this school senior might be connected to the underworld. Not only could she deal with those malevolent spirits, but she could also easily handle the half-immortal fox who had surpassed the immortal realm. This strength was definitely at the immortal level. With her here, the situation should be 90% stable. Another loud explosion boomed. Meng Po was knocked back. The two exclaimed in awe, "It's over." Thien Lam spun a few times before stopping. She bowed and said, "Please forgive me, Your Highness." Zhao Van, from within the heart of the tower, said, "It's fine. Your immortal lineage is inherited from the Man clan of the underworld, which was never meant for the path of a warrior immortal. Moreover, you are only able to fight a true immortal by channeling the power of the little underworld through the Nether Soul heavenly robe. It doesn't mean you possess the strength of a true immortal." Fi Mu approached, hearing Man clan. Could it be Meng Po? Zhao Van saw him standing at the edge and called out, "You, come here. I apologize. This was caused by me, and I still need help." For some reason, before I entered the underworld, the Earth Spirit's seal was already in a state of collapse. Relying solely on the suppression of the 18 levels of hell, primordial energy still leaked out. "It doesn't have much to do with Your Highness." Zhao Van reminded him that time was running out and not to talk about these things, so she decided to fly up. Zhao Van opened her eyes, looked at the person before her, and asked, "Who are you?" Finu replied, "Senior, we've met before." Zhao Van directly ignored this answer. She emphasized, "I'm asking who you were in your past life." Fi Engu boldly replied, "My past life probably wasn't an immortal, Senior. Do you have a way to seal the Earth Spirit?" Zhao Van wasn't very sure. "I just want to take a risk and try." Fi Nu was puzzled. "Try how?" Before he could finish his sentence, Hyen forcefully pushed him from behind. Fi Nu was suddenly sent flying. He worried about his senior sister's decision. He knew she wouldn't let herself be put in danger, but how could Fi Engu let his senior sister sacrifice herself? He used his sword spirit to wrap around her. Hyen never expected that after jumping down, she would be pulled back by Fi Nu. She struggled but couldn't break free, bound by the sword's aura. This time, Fi Nu was very firm, pushing Hyen as far away as possible. Tears streamed down Hyen's face. She didn't want to see the fate Fi Nu was about to suffer. He looked at her, his eyes filled with the purest love. Without words, their hearts connected. Fi Ingu returned to the altar, thinking that even when his senior sister had struck him just now, she used just enough force, afraid of hurting him. Yet when he plotted against her, he didn't hesitate to let her get hurt. Knowing what Fi Nu intended to do next, Thien Lam could only say, "Vuong Fang, don't do this." Feng Yi stopped her actions. What must come will come. Down at the altar, before descending, Feng Yu had asked Thien Lam for a favor. Senior. Later, help me get my senior sister out. That Princess Highness down there doesn't seem too confident either. Zhao Van was puzzled. You know what I want to do? Feng Yu jumped down and replied, you left my senior sister here for only two possibilities. One is that she could temporarily help you recover your past life's cultivation. Judging by my senior sister's actions just now, that possibility has been ruled out. Or, you want to borrow someone else's body to unleash your heavenly immortal cultivation base in the shortest amount of time to cast a new seal. The last time we met, your body was surrounded by an aura of death. I fear this body cannot let you exert your full strength, so you need someone to completely relax their mind and accept your immortal soul, but that person will ultimately turn to dust. My cultivation is low, so I don't know if my guess is correct. Zhao Van didn't answer whether it was right or wrong, because the truth was already obvious. She said, you're only half right. But Feng Nu said firmly, I will cooperate with you completely. I just don't understand why you insisted on my senior sister coming here. Could it not have been someone else? Zhao Van explained, currently, Meng Po only has a spirit form. If I fail, I need her to clean up the mess. As for others, if they have even a single distracting thought in their hearts, that 50% chance of success will become a joke. This is my responsibility as an immortal. I know you can do it, just like Hoa Khan, but you don't need to lose your life over this. Go and cultivate diligently. Feng Nu didn't think so and retorted, so my senior sister can lose her life over this? Now, letting me, a mortal, choose between myself or my senior sister. This sentence made Zhao Van smile without replying. No matter who it was, she would carry out her plan. Feng Nu prepared to relax his body and enter a state to receive the immortal soul. He even thought, it's a good thing I never confessed to senior sister. At least in the future, she won't be too heartbroken. Thien Lam's heart-wrenching cries still echoed from the edge of the abyss. Zhao Van instructed him to relax his mind, disperse his spiritual power, and not to cling to life or fear death. Feng Nu thought, what's there to cling to? Fearing death. This life was a gift from the heavens anyway. Compared to dying in vain in his past life, this time he could trade his life for his senior sisters. His master, his master's wife, his parents, Tu Yao, and the friends he'd promised to go work with on the immortal island. So be it. If fate decreed it, he would soon turn to dust with no chance of reincarnation. Perhaps the heavens let me live again just to wait for this day. Feng Nu received the blinding white light. At this time, adding a little gold to his face probably wouldn't hurt. Outside, Tu Hyen was also screaming herself hoarse. He hoped his senior sister would remember her part of him a little more, to achieve immortality together. A light radiated in all directions. The great deed was done. The sword remained embedded in Feng Nu's cold, charred corpse. The next day, at the Fonglin mountain range, light once again shone down. Fi Ngu's grave was erected. Hoa Qin clasped his hands. Amitabha, what's lost is lost. Lu Vanqi heard Hoa Qin continue, to live is but a memory. By the way, what's the meaning of giving roses to a PhD graduate? Thien Truong, holding a bouquet of roses with tears welling in his eyes, explained, don't misunderstand. They can't tarnish Feng Nu's pure soul. He just felt that Feng Nu was an outgoing person and would surely like such vibrant colors. The sorrowful atmosphere still lingered. Lu Vanqi looked at Feng Nu's portrait, her heart aching. They were so close to being a couple. But I heard from Uncle Tham that Fairy Bat Nu has now stabilized her spirit and is quietly guarding the place where Feng Nu sacrificed himself. Perhaps the hardest thing for Fairy Bat Ngu to accept is that Feng Nu took her place in sealing the Great Spirit. Seal. Fairy Bat Ngu was supposed to be the one to die for the greater good. Tiu Huen stood guard under the ice and snow, but her eyes and heart were colder than the ice itself. Lu Vanqi sighed. If only I could have taken Feng Ngu's place back then. There would be one less suffering person in this world. Hoa Qin patted her shoulder comfortingly. Back then, this little monk should have been more thick-skinned and followed along. This little monk was not paying attention. In the future, Feng Ngu could very well have become a pillar of our Day Hoa nation's cultivation world. Truly, Amitabha. Everyone deeply regretted Feng Nu's passing, causing Thien Truong to break down in tears. Can we please not talk about it anymore? I had just barely managed to accept this painful truth. Wait for Fairy Bat Nu. No. Wait for sister-in-law to sort out her feelings. No matter what, we can't let her feel like she has no friends left. A fairy-like sister-in-law will surely have many shameless men eyeing her. For the next 3 years, whoever dares to pursue sister-in-law, I'll go and chop him up. This statement made Hoa Qin exclaim, you're too domineering. Amitabha, you must bring this little monk along when the time comes. Lu Vanqi quickly tried to stop their train of thought. This is all Fairy Bat Ngu's private matter. You can't do that. But Thien Truong didn't care. I don't care. I'm Thang Ka's widow now. No, I'm Thang Ka's little brother. Someone has to get justice for Thang Ka. Don't they all call me the scoundrel of the cultivation world? Then I'll show them what a real scoundrel is. The master, being helped from a distance, heard Teen Truong's heart-wrenching cries. Daoist Battenjon was still covered in bandages. He naturally didn't know. He blamed himself. If I had known you would go this far, I would have taught you a little less about loyalty, filial piety, and righteousness back then. Your senior sister is heartbroken to death. As your master, I don't know how to comfort her either. Just let her stay in the underworld to keep you company for a few more days. If you have a next life, come to Wudang to become my disciple again. Maybe by then, I'll have become an immortal. At that time, I will teach you true immortal techniques. As he coughed, his daughter said worriedly, Dad, you're still recovering. You need to rest. Daoist Battenjon shook his head. It's fine. We're heading back to the investigation team first. Those ancient cultivators brought back from the underworld have woken up. We still need to discuss how to deal with them. She and her mother helped him toward the private jet. The Daoist mused. The fox half-immortal has returned to her mountain villa. Without Tu Hyen, no one is allowed to disturb her. This matter can only be discussed with the cultivation world. At this time, in the confined space of the 18th level of Hell, the sealed spiritual energy was even purer. The spiritless sword was still embedded in the peak of the ice mountain, emitting a brilliant light. The dust settled, revealing Finu's charred body. Zhao Ven returned to her small form, looking at the charred corpse with doubt. It's been 3 months and he's still not awake. Just how weak is this guy? Just then, the spiritless sword emitted a bright light. The ice on Fei Engu's fingertips began to melt. In his mind, an inspiration told him, accommodate virtue, govern all things, all spirits are one. He opened his eyes. Fi Nu completely felt the pure light. Only by cultivating virtue, gathering the profound Tao, and unifying all laws, can one become an emperor and attain the Tao. The 2 words Dao Fa, which meant receiving the technique, this was the sword art of the Ziwei heavenly sword. Finally, his frozen body completely thawed. Fi Inju raised his hand and looked at himself in astonishment. I'm not dead. Zhao Van, still sitting at the turntable, nodded. Of course, you're not dead. Fi Nu quickly stood up and bowed. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life. Zhao Van reminded him, if you want to thank someone, thank this sword. Because it has no spiritual impurities, it was more suitable than you for entrusting an immortal soul. I refined it in the shortest possible time, used my immortal soul within it as the formation's eye, creating the 3-origin immortal sealing formation to block the Earth Spirit seal. So, you didn't have to die, and my immortal soul won't be repelled by the Earth Spirit seal. I guess you could say we all survived. His meridians were severed, and his golden core was nearly shattered. He could feel that he was truly heavily injured this time. However, his spiritual platform had expanded more than tenfold, so it wasn't without its benefits. Zhao Van explained, the injuries on your body were just caused by my immortal soul temporarily residing in your body. This place is filled with primordial energy. It should only take about 2 months for you to fully recover. Fi Yinggu said, thank you, Fairy, for your help. At this, Zhao Van blushed for the first time, not daring to look at him directly. You don't need to call me Fairy anymore. My name is Zhao Van. From now on, you can just call me by my name. Zhao Van's words made Fi Engu feel awkward. After all, calling her directly by name, when did our relationship become so close? Besides, it's easy for people to misunderstand. Zhao Van knew what he was thinking and sent him a mental warning. From the moment I entered your body and fused with your soul, you and I have been bound by an inseparable fate. In your terms, you no longer have any secrets from me, you reincarnator. Seeing the look on Fi Nu's face, she knew he was about to turn to stone, so Zhao Van continued to comfort him. Don't worry, I'll keep your secret for you. Besides, I now know who you are. Fi Nu pleaded, Fairy Zhao Van, please explain. Zhao Van bowed her head and replied, I cannot say, cannot point it out. If you can go further in the future, I will tell you. Just stay here and cultivate with peace of mind. Even if Mother asks, I will not reveal your secret. Fi Nu frowned. Who taught you to speak in such half measures? Zhao Van even knew his thoughts. She immediately replied, my father loved to do that, leaving people in suspense. Zhao Van's mind-reading ability made Fi Nu want to cry. This way, we can't communicate at all. Zhao Van agreed. She flew off the platform and appeared before Fi Nu, placing a ward on him. There, now I won't be able to know your thoughts anymore, because to seal the Earth Spirit seal, I turned into a spirit form and merged with this sword. I am now its sword spirit. Although it's your sword, I am not your sword spirit. If there's a way in the future, I will naturally leave. Fi Yinggu quickly explained, Fairy, you don't need to worry. Since you've become the spiritless sword's spirit, this sword is naturally yours. He wondered what this fairy meant. Was she afraid he would treat her like a slave? Zhao Van returned to her cultivation platform and replied, I don't need it to be yours. While I am the sword spirit of this sword, I will do what a sword spirit should do. Also, In the future, if you can help me find the immortals of the heavenly court, I will do my best to reward you. With that, she submerged into the spirit sword, reminding Fi Nu, I must focus on healing. You figure out how to talk to Hoa Khan, who's guarding outside. She thought you were dead before, and her Dao heart grew cold. That's not a good thing in the long run. Although this place is sealed by me, don't worry. At the latest, we can leave in 2,000 years. Fi Ngu's head throbbed as soon as he heard that number. He collapsed at the thought of 2,000 years. In 2,000 years, when I get out, my senior sister's child will already know how to walk. So Fi Nu continued to plead, Fairy Jiao Van, can you help me send a mental message? Jiao Van refused. Because this place has been sealed by me, unless someone with a higher cultivation realm than me appears, it's impossible to transmit a mental message. Fi Ngu thought to himself, even a great master like her has no solution. What else can I possibly do? Fi Ngu fell deeper into despair and confusion. The scene in his dream was the moment of his breakthrough. 2,000 years later, Fi Nu had escaped the restriction. Just as he looked outside, Hyen greeted him with her familiar voice, junior brother. He thought she had come to pick him up, but she was holding an adorable baby and said to him, Son, that's your Uncle Vuong. Waking up from this dream, Fi Nu was drenched in sweat, his hair grown long. He exclaimed in panic. So it was a dream. Thank goodness it was a dream. Although he was trapped in the Earth Spirit Seal and couldn't get out, the surrounding primordial energy was 100 times denser than outside. With just a thought, streams of primordial energy would flow into Fi Ngu's body. To be able to cultivate in such an environment was a silver lining in a dark cloud. His spiritual core gradually filled up, the cracks becoming fewer and fewer, and the same went for his sword spirit. Under the dense primordial energy, Fi Nu's wounds gradually healed, perhaps from absorbing too much of the great Tao. His sea of qi had expanded manifold. Along with it, profound enlightenments continuously flowed into his heart. Breaking through first and comprehending later was, for Fi Nu, like getting on a ship before buying a ticket. It was an incredibly irresponsible experience on the path of cultivation. He could only say, please give me more. A few more times. I really like this feeling. At the end of this cultivation session, Fi Nu discovered a rumbling thunder. Why is there thunder inside my body? He used internal vision to examine himself, full of doubt. Could it be that my golden core has reached perfection? This is a tribulation cloud. Why did it appear inside my body? Jiao Van told him it was a golden core tribulation, proving that his golden core had reached perfection and was free of impurities. At the same time, you may have an epiphany soon, and perhaps you'll easily break through to the late golden core stage. Looking at Daoist Vuong, who was now only wearing a pair of Fox brand underwear, Fi Nu sighed because the tribulation had not yet appeared. Could it be because it thinks I'm not dressed formally enough? He asked another question. Oh right, fairy. Do you know how my senior sister is doing now? Jiao Van replied, she's outside, protecting you. Hyen was indeed standing beneath the ice, peering through the cold layers, hoping to sense any sign of life from Fi Nu. Jiao Van pointed out to him, right now, she's less than 100 feet away from you. Fi Nu asked again, is there any way to let my senior sister know I'm still alive? Jiao Van gave the same answer. Unless you break the seal, it's impossible. A distance of 100 feet, standing face to face, yet it had now become an insurmountable gap. Suddenly, Fi Nu had an idea, which made Jiao Van wonder. What are you trying to do? Fi Nu sat down and studied for a while. Although he didn't know where the tribulation script came from, it seemed it could appear suddenly, or perhaps it always existed. As a form of manifestation of primordial energy, he pointed a finger at his Dantian sea of qi. It seems there's a factor within the primordial energy that can trigger a heavenly tribulation, but it also seems not. What exactly are the conditions to trigger it? A perfect golden core will lead to a tribulation cloud. The creation of a supreme grade pill will also trigger a tribulation cloud. Could it be that as long as the quality reaches a certain level, it can trigger a tribulation cloud? Thinking of this, Fi Ngu circulated a vast amount of spiritual energy. What is quality? Pure and without impurities, extremely dense, yet containing different laws or principles. Seeing him trying so hard, Jiao Van reminded him, don't overthink it. This isn't something you can do at your current level. Before her voice faded, a lightning tribulation struck outside. This tribulation successfully caught Tiu Huyan's attention. She clearly felt that this was a sign from her junior brother. Watching Fi Ngu continue to summon the lightning tribulation, Jiao Van thought in astonishment, a heavenly might warning? Could this kid have comprehended some kind of restriction? But on closer inspection, that didn't seem right. Fi Nu explained, a commotion like this should be noticeable from the outside. This was what made it clear. To trigger a heavenly might warning at the Golden Core realm. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought it was absurd. But the consequence of punching above his weight was that Fi Nu coughed up blood and fell to the ground. This gave Jiao Van a headache, while Fi Nu was still worriedly asking, Fairy Jiao Van, how is my senior sister now? Not will chance to keep him waiting. Zhao Van directly told him, she's now asleep in her thatched hut. But Fi Nu felt something was wrong. The lightning tribulation he had just summoned had clearly made the heavens open their eyes to look down. Fi Nu stood up and spoke to Fairy Zhao Van. Just now, I felt as if there was a pair of eyes in the sky staring at me. Zhao Van explained, that is heavenly might, also known as the manifestation of the great Tao. Simply put, when the Tao you comprehend threatens its stability and the entire universe, it will issue a warning. That gaze was just the first time, but if you remain unrepentant and exceed 3 times, it will lead to a great Tao lightning tribulation. The power of a heavenly tribulation varies according to your strength, but the power of a great Tao lightning tribulation is fixed. It can easily destroy the entire galaxy. Hearing Central Universe, Fi Nu truly understood. According to Hoai Kin's explanation, a heavenly tribulation adjusts its damage based on level, but a great Tao lightning tribulation directly deletes your account data and then casually blows up the server. Zhao Van commented, although I don't know what you've comprehended to trigger a great Tao lightning tribulation, if you want to inform Hoa Khan, you don't need to take such a risk. Fi Ngu replied sadly, Fairy, do we really have to spend 2,000 years to get out? Zhao Van thought it wasn't certain. I can slowly dissolve the Earth Spirit's seal, which could help you leave within 20 years. But the price is that you will lose your current cultivation paradise. Do you want to do that? Who wouldn't want to get out early? Fi Nu agreed immediately. Primordial energy is born from heaven and earth. It's not mine alone. Society must prosper together and advance together. Chatting with Fi Nu made Zhao Van find his metaphors quite interesting. Reducing the time from 2,000 years to 20 years was already very good. Although he missed his senior sister, he couldn't get out right away. I can only continue to cultivate. Of course, in his search for guidance, the thick-skinned young man wouldn't pass up the excellent teacher Zhao Van beside him. She would remind him, your sword moves still have some unrefined parts. When the time comes, I'll give you detailed guidance on how to improve. In any case, after the previous Heavenly Might incident, his senior sister probably knew he wasn't dead. And if his senior sister knew, his master, parents, and friends would surely know as well. With the Heavenly Immortal's guidance, plus a large amount of pure primordial energy for Fi Ngu to use, he cultivated like this for 2.5 years. His spiritual soul had completed 2 transformations and was now strong enough to rival a Tianfu realm cultivator. Therefore, Fi Ngu's cultivation focus shifted to comprehending the Tao realm. Reaching the great perfection of the Golden Core realm would open the Tianfu, where the spiritual embryo and nascent spirit would merge, allowing the heavenly palace and mortal body to intersect in the purple mansion. Fi Nu's soul finally wandered out of his body. He went to the small hut to see his senior sister, reminding her, wait for me, don't give up. Hyen smiled and gently agreed. 3 years later, Wang Fang sat there cultivating, surrounded only by the cosmic stars. His entire body radiated an extremely powerful spiritual force. In an instant, the clothes on his body vanished, leaving only his purest form. He thought to himself, this is my Tianfu. He slowly opened his eyes. Zhao Van immediately turned to look at him. Primordial spirit has emerged. The Tianfu is formed. You have taken another step towards immortality, he exclaimed in surprise. Ah, I've reached the Tianfu realm? Zhao Van approached, asking doubtfully, with my guidance and the pure primordial energy here, was reaching the Tianfu realm very difficult? He quickly forced a laugh and explained, haha, I just feel it's a bit unreal. Ha ha ha. Zhao Van then explained to him, you've just entered the Tianfu realm. You must transform your spiritual embryo into spiritual consciousness, then nurture your primordial soul in the Tianfu. Only when you reach the peak of the Tianfu realm will you have a chance to step into the nascent soul realm. Don't get too complacent. He looked at the beautiful little girl in front of him. He thought to himself, over these 3 years, he and Zhao Van had become quite familiar, and their conversations were no longer as formal as before. You're more relaxed now, huh? The topics between them also gradually became lighter. Here, it was only him, Zhao Van, and his sword, and what she loved most was sharing interesting information about the world with him. At that time, she even said that his Grandmaster was often crude and reckless. If not for the rules of the heavenly court, he would have had children all over the place by now. She knew everything about heaven and earth. Of course, Tathagata Buddha really exists. Back then, my father received help from the Buddhist sect. Even the fact that the Zi Wei Emperor and the Guchen Emperor were actually blood brothers, Zhao Van said seriously. Their mother is a great and powerful being. Zhao Van looked up, a hint of relief on her face. She smiled and said, there are many powerful figures in the immortal domain, perhaps so many that even the heavenly court wouldn't dare to provoke them. However, the heavenly court was indeed once the strongest power. After saying that, she suddenly pointed at him. So you must cultivate quickly, reach immortality quickly, so that when you meet my sisters, they won't laugh at me for being your sword spirit. Seeing her so excited, he quickly replied, ah, okay. Hearing her say that made him feel much happier. To be able to comfortably say the words sword spirit, it seems the fairy has thought things through a lot. He then said, "Fairy, what about my senior sister? Has her cultivation broken through again?" Zhao Van closed her eyes to sense it. She recently broke through another realm. She could split open her Tianfu at any time. Wang Thang frowned. He thought, when I triggered the heavenly might back then, I wonder if senior sister received my signal. If she knows I'm still who I am, why is she still here and not outside? He still thought she was here, but Zhao Van's words were like a splash of cold water. Hoa Khan has left. This jolted him awake. He flopped onto the ground, sighing in disappointment. Senior sister is gone? Could something have happened in the cultivation world, or did Master get beaten up? But then he comforted himself. Well, as long as senior sister isn't going on blind dates, it's fine. At this time, outside the mountain, a streak of green light flew by. That green streak of light was a female cultivator, flying towards another waiting female cultivator. Seeing this, the woman in red clasped her hands and said, "This old one will see the fairy out." After speaking, the two arrived before a door. The woman in red said to Mako and Hyen, "The little underworld is now devoid of ghostly souls. The underworld also only has this old one left. The fairy can come and go freely." Looking at her with a sad expression, she added, "In the future, if you wish to return, just call my name within Pingdu Mountain." Muk-O and Hyen bit her lip and listened silently. This woman in red was Hyen Lam. She opened her eyes wide, looking very surprised. But her gaze quickly returned to its calm state, a bit hazy, no longer as bright as before. Perhaps it had been a long time since anyone mentioned it. Hyen Lam turned to look at Muk-Hoen. Fairy Hoa Khan might have discovered that the primordial energy of the little underworld has been increasing over the past 3 years. I don't know if the fairy still remembers, but not long after the Earth Spirit Seal was restored, a heavenly might suddenly appeared. She spoke to Muk-O and Hyen like this. Heavenly might is a warning from the Great Tao. If a cultivator commits a taboo, they will be warned by the Great Tao. For a living being to trigger heavenly might in a sealed place, it's likely someone is doing something heaven-defying. She clasped her hands and bowed her head. Whether it's the heavenly might or the gradual lifting of the Earth Spirit Seal, it seems someone is guiding it. This also means that the remnant soul of Her Highness Zhao Van has not dissipated, and that remnant soul must be residing in the body of the righteous warrior, Fian Gu. Recalling the figures of Wang Thang and the Cloud Sword Fairy, Hyen Lam guessed that they might still be alive. Hearing this, Muk-O and Hyen's eyes widened with hope. Unable to hide her joy, tears of emotion streamed down her face. The sunlight shone everywhere. The statue of Wang Thang was beautifully carved, standing tall between heaven and earth. Master Thane Nom Tu stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the statue. "It's been 3 years. To have a disciple like you, Master was truly fortunate." Others like Li Thuino were also deeply saddened. He placed a cup of wine on the ground, murmuring, "Fian Gu, after you left, I didn't dare to visit you, afraid I wouldn't be able to hold back my tears. We were friends across generations, sharing the same ambition in the way of the sword." Everyone was silently grieving. His voice rang out again, "And now we are separated by the world of the living. It's been 3 years. Alas, how tragic." After speaking, he poured the cup of wine onto the ground. "No more words. I offer you this toast." Suddenly, someone saw a woman in a long white robe descending from the sky. A murmur went through the crowd. "It's Muk-O and Hyen. Muk-O and Hyen is out." She landed in front of her master, clasped her hands, and bowed. Her master quickly helped her up. "Tu Hyen, stand up quickly. Master failed to take good care of you too. You've suffered for the past 3 years. Master will get through this difficult time with you." Tu Thang certainly wouldn't want to see you, so dispirited. But he saw that Muk-O and Hyen's complexion was very good. She was smiling, without a trace of sadness. The master's tone suddenly became confused. She quickly winked at her master, who then took out his phone. She quickly typed a message. "Junior brother is not dead. Mengpo said that Junior Brother and the female immortal are still alive. They will definitely come back one day." After sending it, she showed it to Than Non too. But the old man, far from being happy, sighed. Then he comforted her. "Tu Hyen, we must learn to face reality. Hiding from it won't solve the problem. Is your Tao heart still stable?" These words struck her like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. She quickly typed again. "There was a heavenly might, and the primordial energy of the underworld is constantly increasing." She continued to type. "Immortal Mengpo has evidence. If Master doesn't believe me, you can ask her." But the more Muk-O and Hyen explained, the less he listened, even crying out in pain. "Tu Hyen, don't be like this. It breaks my heart. Don't be like this." Just then, another female disciple ran up and hugged Muk-O and Hyen tightly, sobbing, "Senior sister, I believe you. Senior brother must be okay." Muk-O and Hyen typed again. "He's really still alive. I think I even heard him calling my name earlier," her saying this. only made old Fan Ngon to cry and sigh more, firmly refusing to believe any of it. This was truly becoming more and more illogical. He just stroked her head comfortingly in front of everyone, and she even put on a look as if her mind wasn't right. The others saw this and also showed pity. Muk Owen Hyen, the skullhead from that sect, was crying his eyes out. We miss Fi Nu so much. Ah, immeasurable heavenly lord. Another person said gently, Fairy Batten Gu is right. Fi Ngu will live forever in our hearts. That Shaolin disciple also said, Amitabha, Fi Ngu is protected by the Buddha and has surely been reborn in the Pure Land. None of these people believed Muk Owen Hyen. She stomped her foot in anger. At this moment, on an island in the East China Sea, at the memorial site of the Luan Engyu Shen sect, the fox-eared girl shouted with joy and emotion, Tu Huyen, you scared me to death. It's good that you're out, it's good that you're out. She hugged Muk Owen Hyen tightly. When I heard you were out, I immediately flew to find you. You have to speak up when you're sad. Don't be like me. Entering and exiting the demonic path. Muk Owen Hyen held her phone and whispered, I know. Suddenly, someone walked in. The fox-eared girl asked, Right, what are you all doing here? Another girl clenched her fist. She was getting ready to fight with Sakura Island. The fox-eared girl exclaimed excitedly, Oh, so we're finally not having an internal conflict anymore. That's more like it. We're all cultivators. What is there that can't be discussed and clarified? Muk Owen Hyen typed in surprise, Why do we have to fight Sakura Island? The black-haired girl sat down next to them. What's going on? 3 years ago, the Daihoa cultivation world sent a delegation to Sakura Island to discuss the issue of the Onmyoji sect, but the exchange yielded no results and instead led to disputes. After that, things started to escalate, and foreign countries, wanting to limit our resolution of the Daihoa nation's influence, also began to secretly support the Sakura Island cultivation world. They started discussing, although the Daihoa nation was still a country that practiced restraint, the more they tolerated, the more others thought they were easy to bully. A year ago, a major TV station on Sakura Island proactively interviewed a newly appointed elder of the Onmyoji sect. This elder began to openly recruit outstanding young people to help them embark on the path of cultivation. This act was a complete provocation, a serious provocation to the orthodox path of the Daihoa nation. Therefore, with the tacit approval of the Daihoa government, more than 10 Daoists went to Sakura Island that day. During the live broadcast, they killed that elder. The old man was pierced through the heart with a single sword strike. After that, they caused a commotion. Surrounded by Sakura Island's experts, they ultimately left at their leisure. This slap was a heavy one, but it also multiplied the animosity of Sakura Island towards the Daihoa cultivation world. Since then, there have been continuous provocations from Sakura Island cultivators, and the Onmyoji sect has gained more support. On the other hand, because the opponent kept provoking and causing trouble, Longhu Mountain released a biological weapon with wide-area damage who had studied English to England. 2.5 years. No joke, but one person has confronted nearly half of the Sakura Island cultivation world. Thien Truong, the sharp-tongued one. This is Tima too. Muk Owen Hyen was speechless after hearing this. Finally, after 7 or 8 months of back-and-forth verbal sparring, the Sakura Island cultivation world took the initiative to issue a challenge. The Daihoa cultivation world was delighted. This afternoon, the experts of the Daihoa cultivation world are preparing to go to the Central Sea between the two countries to conduct a group brawl. From a war of words, it's about to become a real fight. They're fighting fiercely outside. In a certain area of the East China Sea, the scene of Daihoa cultivators fighting with Sakura Island cultivators, a large ship stood tall under the sun. The fox-eared girl cried out in shock. No way. Under those circumstances back then, there's no way little Fi Ngu could have survived. Her eyes widened in even greater shock. Besides, if he wasn't dead, the life-soul connection between us should still exist. Even this girl didn't believe it. She hugged Muk Owen Hyen again to comfort her. Tu Hyen, come stay at my villa this time. I'm very lonely by myself. But Muk Owen Hyen refused. She typed, I have to wait for Finu to get out. He's all alone in there and can't even use a phone. Looking at these words, the fox-eared girl said sadly, My silly girl. She thought that while Tu Hyen Hyen's mental state was fine, she had developed a fixation on this matter. She thought that perhaps in Tu Hyen's sea of consciousness, the image of little Finu had already been erected. Suddenly, 2 giant octopus tentacles shot up from below. A person completely covered up shouted, Senior, be careful. This is a vicious creature from the sea raised by the evil cultivators of Sakura Island. The fox-eared girl's eyes turned red. With a whoosh, a red, eye-shaped protective barrier instantly formed around the two of them. The sea beast also disappeared into the deep sea. Muk Owen Hyen suddenly left her embrace. The fox-eared girl looked after her and asked, Tu Hyen, where are you going? Muk Owen Hyen turned back, flexed her muscles, and smiled brightly. To fight. Seeing this, the fox-eared girl couldn't help but sweat. She said, "Go, go, just don't get hurt. After all, the opponents are just a bunch of lackeys." A few minutes later, the sea was calm again. Countless monster corpses floated on the water, and white birds flew in the sky. The scene was incredibly peaceful. The fox-eared girl had changed into a swimsuit, holding a coconut and wearing sunglasses, looking like she was on vacation. She sighed, "We prepared for half a month, and it was over in a flash. It's really charged for 2 hours, talk for 3 minutes." She put the coconut down, stretched, and said comfortably, "What kind of business are you people running? How dare you come and cause trouble? We only killed half and crippled the other half. If it were Daoist Than known to and his group, they would have offered a blood sacrifice to the heavens and slaughtered everyone within 300 miles. Mao and Yet, while massaging the fox-eared girl's leg, said, "The international situation is different now. We have to build a gentle image." The red-eyed, fox-eared girl narrowed her eyes, took off her sunglasses, and thought to herself, getting to know Hyen's situation made this trip worthwhile. Just then, the sky cracked open into a black hole leading to another dimension. The fox-eared girl thought that perhaps from now on, she would always stay in the little underworld. At this moment, Owen Hyen had met Thien Lam. Thien Lam said, "In the 3 days the ferry was away, the diffusion rate of the little underworld's primordial energy has increased slightly. It seems someone is probing to see how much primordial energy the seal can withstand, so they are gradually increasing the diffusion rate." She paused on an ice floe. Thien Lam said, "This old one must return to observe the primordial energy diffusion. Once the underworld accumulates too much primordial energy, I will intervene to clear it. If the fairy needs anything, just call this old one's name directly." Owen Hyen smiled. "Thank you." Thien Lam clasped her hands and bowed her head. "No need." Owen Hyen sat cross-legged on the ice like that, looking at this place, thinking, "Junior brother, can you hear me? Senior sister is here waiting for you to come out." Inside, Wang Fang was also cultivating with all his might, whether it was 15 or 25 years. He trained until he was drenched in sweat, perhaps also sensing that Owen Hyen was persistently waiting for him. She always thought she would wait for him to come out. She closed her eyes in meditation, while he devoted himself to cultivation. Both looked forward to the day of their reunion. We will never be apart again. Next is a less important segment in a big city, with skyscrapers rising one after another. Time flew by. 2 years after the sea battle, Mao Ngyet rushed in with a report, shouting, "Daoist Than Ngon 2, Fairy Bat Ngon has refused to participate in this operation, but she sent you a letter." Hearing this, Than Ngon 2 slammed the table and stood up. "What, Mao? Let me see." The old man, sweating profusely, read the letter, extremely tense. He thought, Hyen has locked herself in the little underworld for several years now. I wanted to know. I wanted to use this opportunity to get her out for some fresh air. This letter better not be a suicide note. He opened the letter with trembling hands, afraid she had done something rash. But as soon as he read the first few words, he felt much more relieved. The letter said, "Reinforcements are tired. Reinforcements also need some sleep. I really can't fight anymore. Can you call a sub?" After reading the letter, he breathed a sigh of relief, folded it, and said, "Being a master is truly not as good as being a junior brother. Raising a daughter, in the end, you have to. But being able to send this letter proves she has been out. If she feels happier staying in the little underworld. As her master, I can't force her to do anything. Heaven doesn't bend to man's will, man must bend to heaven's. Besides, what does he see now?" That Hyen's nerves were a bit off. Wang Fang inside must have also really wanted to let the people outside know that he was still alive. 10 years later, after the Great War of the Daihoa cultivators, on the 18th level below the little underworld, Wang Fang's entire body was frozen. Beside him, only his sword kept him company. He sat silently, unmoving, covered in a thick layer of ice. He slowly opened his eyes, stretched with effort, shattering the layer of ice. Standing up, he had matured a lot, and his gaze had become firm. His sword radiated a golden spiritual energy, full of might. It spoke, "Your moment of enlightenment this time was perfectly timed." When Zhao Van appeared, her form had also matured significantly. "The Earth Spirit Seal has been almost completely dissolved. We can go out now." Hearing this, he immediately turned around, cheering joyfully. "Really?" Zhao Van continued. "Perhaps Immortal Meng Po has noticed our actions. We are dissolving the Earth Spirit Seal. For the past few years, she has been helping to circulate the spiritual energy from the outside. That's why we can help her. Leave here sooner than planned." She flew to his side. "I told you before, the spiritless sword is the eye of the 3-origin immortal sealing grand formation." She touched the sword. After it shoots out of the formation disc, the primordial energy won't have time to erupt. You need to immediately use it to sever those elevators around us. Then we can rush out in time. He also reached out and grasped the sword. As soon as he lifted it, the sword ran. It instantly emitted a brilliant light. He looked at the sword, thinking to himself, trapped here for 13 years, I'm finally going to see the sun. I wonder if my master and parents know. Are they well? The light from the sword grew stronger, and senior sister too. She took the initiative to kiss me back then. After I get out, the mountaintop shot out a huge beam of light straight into the sky. I must take responsibility for senior sister. We'll protect each other, cultivate together. Hyen Lam saw this scene and exclaimed in shock. 13 years have passed, and the immortal energy has erupted again. Could it be? She looked in amazement toward the light, watching it pierce through the clouds. This is the flying sword left behind by immortal Vuong back then. With one foot stomping the ground, a green light coiled around his entire body. The whole ice flow emitted a green light. Even though she was prepared, she was almost hit by the wave of primordial energy. Vuong Thang and Zhao Van flew out. He turned to her and said with a smile, "But Zhao Van, will such a big commotion really not cause the underworld to shake?" She replied, "It won't, but I've consumed too much spiritual energy and must temporarily return to the sword to rest. The other matters don't need you anymore. Just leave it to the immortal guarding this place." As Zhao Van disappeared into the sword, Hyen Lam appeared before the two of them. She clasped her hands and bowed her head. "This old one pays her respects to your Highness Van Q." "Your Highness, righteous warrior Vuong Thang." He saw her and also recognized this big sis. He asked with some sadness, "Big sis, it seems my senior sister isn't here. Since you're here, do you know where she is?" Hyen Lam pointed to the gate. "A few days ago, the little underworld was unstable. This old one was afraid she would get hurt, so I made an excuse to send her away. She is currently waiting at the Dia and Tong. The righteous warrior need not worry." Hearing this, he was very happy. Suddenly remembering something, he said, "Oh right. Fairy Zhao Van once said that Big Sis just needs to keep cultivating. In a few hundred years, you'll be able to escape your current state of having your soul suppressed." Hearing this, Hyen Lam's whole body trembled. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Finally calming down, she replied softly, "Thank you for your concern, righteous warrior." She pointed to the gate. Through this gate, the righteous warrior will be able to return to the mortal world. He clasped his hands in a salute to her. "Take care, Big Sis. If you need anything, just come find me at the Dia and Tong." After speaking, he smiled happily and left. 13 years. He walked out with his sword. The light enveloped his body. He was finally out. A large wave crashed against the gate. Under the sunlight, many people were waiting by the gate. Mako and Hyen was also waiting anxiously. She widened her eyes, staring at the figure before her. Vuong Thang appeared. Only upon reuniting did she know how cold or warm this heart could be. She was deeply moved, covering her mouth as tears of happiness fell. Only upon reuniting did she realize how much she had suffered. He quickly leaped up, flying towards her amidst the heavens and earth. She also ran towards him on the cliff face. They held each other tightly, their four eyes locked, only seeing each other. Their hands touched, and he called out, "Senior sister." The surroundings immediately became noisy. People cried out in panic. "Oh no, it's a ghost. Daoist Vuong's soul has escaped from the underworld. Get the talismans, prepare to capture the soul, don't hurt Daoist Vuong." Someone more clear-headed recognized him and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? He's alive. This is a living person. Daoist Vuong is alive." The two were immersed in their emotional reunion, but this crowd made the atmosphere awkward. After confirming he was alive, everyone immediately surrounded them, all joyfully saying, "It's a miracle. He's alive. A miracle. Ah, tell us what happened. Good deeds are rewarded. It's amazing that you're still alive." Muko and Hyen, who was hiding behind him, suddenly stepped forward and held his face in her hands. They looked at each other, blushing. He was also surprised by her action. She whispered, "You're alive, still warm." He was moved and took her hands, pressing them to his face. "Senior sister, I've returned." Her hair flew in the wind as she quickly buried her face in his chest. They held each other tightly in front of everyone. At this moment, phones buzzed with notifications. "Hyen isn't dead? How is that possible? It's clearly fake news. Probably a photo. Photoshopped by Hyen's fans, sealing the Earth Spirit seal with his own body. How could a Golden Core Realm cultivator withstand that? Follow the news. We'll know soon enough. Ask the investigation team." In a skyscraper, the master's wife shot up in shock, knocking over the coffee cup on her desk. She shouted, "What? Hyen isn't dead? Is it really him?" The female secretary gave a forced smile and replied, Yes, the Dia Antong just sent confirmation." The master's wife quickly calmed down and gave an order. "Daoist Batangon is on a mission, and his signal is currently heavily jammed. Find an opportunity to report this news to him." The young secretary immediately replied, "Yes, ma'am." The master's wife thought joyfully, "Hyen is alive. That's wonderful. That's just wonderful." At the studio of the Listening to the Voice of Cultivation program on a Daehoa national television station, Thema 2 was sitting with two other people. The old man in Japanese attire stood up and pointed at his face, scolding, "A Daehoa cultivator attacked our cultivator again. All the way to Lassus for a mission. This is an extremely shameless act. You people are colluding with the Lassus Empire to do evil." Thema 2 didn't understand. He still leisurely swung his leg, calmly replying, "Colluding to do evil. You guys sure know how to use that phrase." Thema 2 looked up at the sky smugly, his hands on the back of his chair, provoking them. "Your ninjas went to Salus to cause trouble, and a few of my senior uncles who were fishing there happened to run into them and taught them a lesson about weapons of mass destruction, and you still dare to talk to me here? Me, the 12th on the Earth rankings." He continued, "You can call this a frame-up? And you talk about colluding to do what?" He frowned at their flushed faces and scolded angrily. "We've helped you quite a lot over the years. If you don't appreciate it, then you won't help. You call yourselves the weak, so isn't it more appropriate for the strong to join forces?" After speaking, he smiled smugly. "Or how about I teach you a new idiom? Father and son joining forces, father and son protecting each other. Wouldn't that be more accurate than colluding to do evil?" The two were trembling with anger, unable to find words to retort. After a moment, one shouted angrily, "Thema 2, don't go too far." Thema 2 sneered and said calmly, "You came on our show to expose us on our own show. Isn't that going too far?" As he was speaking, his phone rang. "This matter was originally," he said while talking. While looking at his phone, he suddenly froze as if struck by lightning, breaking out in a cold sweat as he stared at the phone, speechless. Then, Thithian Truong shot up, unable to contain himself, and shouted, "Oh my God!" He seemed to have lost all control. He hurriedly shouted, "That man is back! That man is back! Do you have any idea?" he yelled, spittle flying everywhere. "If you want to fight, fight. If not, then scram. I'm not playing with you anymore." The two Japanese men were also stunned, their faces covered in his spit. Scram? They didn't understand what was happening. The camera crew also stared blankly as he walked off in the middle of a live broadcast, even yelling, "Director, director, pay me." On a smoke-filled battlefield somewhere in the northwest of the Daehoa nation, deep in the desert, Battengon 2 was focused on fighting a monster with sharp fangs and claws. The monster opened its mouth wide, about to bite him. His comrade shouted, "Daoist Battengon, be careful." A light flashed. A pillar of light descended from the sky, striking the monster directly. He stared in astonishment at this beam of sword energy. How can this be? It was Wang Thang and Mook Owen Hyen, who had suddenly appeared together in front of him. His master saw him and cried out in shock, "Tu Thang." On the airship, Wang Thang said cheerfully, "Master, I'm really not an imposter, nor am I a manifestation of your inner demon." His master still refused to believe it, carefully inspecting his entire body. "Hush, I'm checking if you have any hidden injuries." He took his pulse, for him, stroking his chin and saying, "Strange, why can't I see through your cultivation level at all?" He smiled awkwardly. "Master, I'm currently at the peak of the Tianfu realm, half a step into nascent soul." Hearing this, Battengon 2's eyes widened in shock as he looked at him. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. "This time, I really have nothing left to teach you." Mook Owen Hyen, standing beside them, saw the sword at his waist and said with curiosity, "This sword is very strange." She reached out to touch it, but he suddenly grabbed her hand, stopping her from touching it, which made her blush with embarrassment. The master also noticed his sword and asked, "Tu Thang, why is your spiritless sword emitting a Dao rhythm?" He looked at the sword, remembering Jiao Van's words about the fairy Jiao Van sleeping within the sword. On the plane, the few of them talked about what had happened. That's basically it. Finally, Wang Thang explained the whole story. His master frowned after hearing it. "So that's how it is. That's why you survived." He held the sword carefully and said, "Yes, Jiao Van doesn't like to interact with others. It's best if only the three of us know about this." At this moment, the master suddenly remembered something from before and turned to Mook Owen Hyen, saying bluntly, "Tu Hyen, you knew Tu Thang was fine all along, didn't you?" She replied with a grunt, then sulkily raised her phone. "I told you, but nobody believed me." The master scratched his head and laughed. "Haha, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." The master pulled something out of his pocket, looked at the two of them, and held it up, saying, "This is the latest model of phone. Press the top button to turn on the screen."